Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Unified live stream. Today is the day, Shibby.
Woo!
MEC Clash has begun, the LAN event of the regular season. I'm super excited to get into it. Shibby, how are you feeling?
I'm good. Lands are always fun. I don't care what anybody says. The people, the prizes, the little mini games, the side tournaments, right? Mario Kart,
Yeah.
Super Smash Brothers. I'm gonna tell you this again. I told you guys last year. You're lucky I'm not there. I would take some names and smash. You don't even know. You're lucky I'm here commentating League of Legends. But yeah, I think LAN events are always super fun. Gives teams a way to kind of experiment with new drafts, play new champions, right? Obviously, there's the live setting, which is really, really cool. It brings that added intensity that you just don't get on an online. Like, you can type all you want.
Yeah.
When you have somebody standing up, screaming your name across the venue, it's a little different.
You can't mute that. You can't mute that in chat. You can't, yeah, deal with it. And so I think it's also super excited. We've seen, I think, some of the videos that are taken. They've got a little stage set up as well, which is one of my favorite things to hop on there. You get into the zone. Everyone's lined up in a row. You can see the teammates, everyone. I love how League, they always get in order, like the same order, like tops on the far right, and then you go all the way down. Everyone's got their positions. They're ready to hop into the game. So yeah, super, super exciting. Where we are at in the MEC, we just finished up week 2 of competition. So each
Yeah.
team's played around 3 or 4 games. They're getting adjusted to the new items, some of the new builds, some teams coming together very recently, trying to mesh together. Some teams have been together for over a year, and they're trying to build on what they put together last season. So we have quite a bit of a variability between some of the squads in the conference, but I'm excited to be here with y'all on this lovely weekend of fun esports action. We're going to be covering the story of all these teams, going into the format a little bit. It's a single round robin followed by a single elimination bracket. So should be fun, should be fun.
Yeah. Single round robin is interesting because, like you mentioned, we've only had 2 weeks of regular season play. So technically not all the teams have even played each other, right? So this will be some of the first time some of these teams actually end up facing off, which is really cool, right? Because you get to test your strength against teams like Grandview, like ONU, who are currently at the top of our standings, Purdue Northwest, who is actually 2-0, but undefeated because they've only played 2 games. Grandview's played 3, ONU has played 3. Like, you'll have teams like Drury, Briarcliff, Cornell, all facing off against each other. And we do have a new team coming in,
Surprise
Campbellsville.
challenger.
Yep. They have unlocked them. They finally played enough games of League of Legends. Campbellsville will be our substitute team because Ottawa unfortunately could not make it. So they're pretty interesting because they're 100% wild card. We know very little about them in terms of where they kind of match up against the MEC. They compete in other leagues. They compete in other divisions. Yeah, and they also have Onk on their team, who, if you guys remember last year, was Briarcliff University's jungler last year. He was playing stuff like Skarner, I remember. He was playing a lot of weird stuff, right? He was playing a lot of weird stuff. Briarcliff has not lost that flavor. They still play a lot of weird stuff, so it wasn't just an Onk thing. I think it was a BCU thing. But it'll be cool, right? Facing off against people you know, facing off against a brand new team. I think a lot of these guys are going to take it very seriously. They are going to, it's good bragging rights if you're GVU, ONU, stuff like that. So I'll be very interested to see how some of these teams match up, because right now we don't really know who is the actual best and who's the worst in the MEC technically. So I think this will give us at least a decent litmus test for who is the real deal and who's faker.
And for our first match of the event, we've got Cornell College taking on Drury University. Looking at the rosters for Drury University, it's been the income of some fresh new talent that's really been a spark for this squad to start the new year. Quick Slice in the top lane has been an absolute menace, popping off being a huge solo carry threat, taking over lanes, and really being a huge point of power for the Panthers.
Yeah, I've also been really impressed with Orion, right? He's the guy that's been pulling out like Hui into a lot of these matchups. He's had some really interesting mid picks. On the side of Cornell, we've always kind of looked at Cornell as a team that can make a really good run, right?
Dark horse.
Yeah, they've almost always looked very competitive and have taken the first game against a lot of the teams they've faced here. I wouldn't be surprised if Cornell actually is able to take this game, because they're a very good first game team, right? For people that don't know, the new MEC, or not new MEC, but the MEC format here, it's best of 3 for the regular season. In this case, for this MEC Spring Clash, this will, I believe, will be a best of 1. So they're only going to play one game against each other. And that's Cornell. Hey, that's Cornell's strong suit. That's their comfort. One game, all we got to play. They're willing to bust out really cool drafts, really wacky stuff, as we are on patch 14.3. So not the most influential of patches. Mac, we saw some Wukong buffs. We saw a little bit of nerfs to some champions, but I think we're still going to see the same old, same old. We did see some Zeri buffs. So Mac, I know you already hate to hear that.
It's tough. We saw a lot of it last year. I'm excited to see a bit of fresh air in the bot lane, but we have started the draft for game number 1. Drury on the blue side, Cornell on the red. It's been a lot of bot lane bans. I feel like some of these ADCs are a little scared, a little worried about the early game aggression, Shibby. And as you mentioned, Cornell, with this best of 1 format, they may see some benefit. I know we've been high on Peaches recently, with some of their support engage play, thinking about their rel. So I'm curious if Cornell is going to continue leaning into that.
Yeah, I think also the ability to flex a lot of champions, right? We've been seeing a lot of Ashe flexed both into the AD carry role and support role, Varus, Jhin, these kinds of stuff, right? These, like, it's weird because you either will get these like really lane dominant kind of bottom lane picks, or you'll get like more util focused, right? Jhin Ashe, Jhin Bard, Jhin Rel, that kind of stuff, and you'll just have like a very strong top side or a very strong solo lane. So I don't mind the bottom lane bans. I think it's appropriate. Lucian being banned out as well as Milio is very interesting. Usually you'll only see one of them banned. Typically it'll be the Milio. Hui being banned out. Cornell has done their research. They know Orion is a big Hui player. This Gragas being locked in. B1 is very interesting because Karma, the champion that I have been lambasting, telling guys stop leaving it open, has been left on the board. I don't know why MEC is still doing this, Mac. I feel like that champion is just turbo busted.
I think we may need to start the karma tally sheet of how many games it makes it through, because we've seen it in a fair bit of games. It did recently get hit by a nerf on that aforementioned new patch. The Q ultimate damage was slightly reduced, so taking away some of the power with the new item interaction as well as its early game strength in general. Cornell College, their first round in the pick phase, heavy teamfight carry focus. Orianna Shockwave, Misfortune ultimate, very, very powerful. Shibby, I know I've been talking about this on the MEC pod. I have been keeping my fingers crossed that we get some AD Twisted Fate onto the Rift. And maybe, just maybe, it's going to be coming out today. First game, let's go.
I know, and the Twisted Fate Nocturne is such a devious composition, right? Because you turn the lights off, you give your team vision, and essentially like, all right, who do we want to make their lives a living hell here? It could be bottom lane, could be Orianna. A lot of immobile champions too, right? Misfortune, Ori, Vi obviously is decently mobile, has a lot of survivability. You have that ball delivery system with Vi Ori, but Drury's comp at the moment is looking very, very spicy, and we might actually see the AD Twisted Fate simply because you may not want to over-index on magic damage because you've already got the Gragas and the Twisted Fate. You can get a lot of Merc Treads value with this because they're both stuns, knockups. I believe Gragas is actually a knockup, but the stun and the slows, stuff like that. There could be a lot of Merc Tread value here, especially with Nocturne E as well. So I would love to see that like Kraken Slayer, Static Shiv, which recently got buffed, right? The gold cost got decreased by 300, so it's a lot cheaper now. I've been seeing a lot of different builds. Obviously, Rapid Fire Cannon somewhere sits in there, but the Alistar being locked in for Cornell. Yeah, you like Felwyn.
T.
Felwyn has a fun time here.
This is like UPS plus Prime Day delivery. Like, come on. This is just brute. I mean, you've got so many options to deliver it into the back line. The Xayah Rakan follow-up is, as you said before, I want to say it again, it's a devious Drury composition coming through. This game's looking like it's going to be a lot of action to start off the MEC Clash event, Chibi. As we mentioned, Peaches leaning into some of that engaged support play. Rel was banned away, so they go for an alternative in the Alistar. Urgot is the red 5 counter pick going up to Eliza in the top lane. The compositions have rounded out. Chibi, what are your thoughts?
Oh my god. Urgot is being locked into the top lane. I have a lot of love for this champion. I love the old version of Urgot. I do love the new version. And there's been a lot of chatter about whether Urgot is good, whether he's bad. Is Black Cleaver awesome? We've been seeing some mid-hull breaker Urgot rush. So I don't think we're going to see that, but we may see that in the top lane. Hull breaker, a really good item for Urgot at the moment. You've got obviously Frozen Heart as well, being super cheap at the moment, which was like a really core item for him. Third item, Black Cleaver, very good. So I'm very interested to see how this Urgot functions. I feel like he's more of a split push side lane threat, and if that is the issue, it'll be very hard for Cornell to pull that off because you've got Nocturne and TF instantly ready to collapse, and those two champions are some of the biggest counters to side lane threats because you can instantly TP onto the side lane, kill him, and then be there for the objective, right? Usually TFs will run double TP, so they'll run obviously the summoner spell TP and then obviously have their ability, their ultimate, so they can be anywhere on the map in a moment's notice. Nocturne obviously can just fly across and be back in a jiffy.
I think this is a really big game for Drury because if they can execute this style of composition, Chibi, I feel like it tells me a lot about the new Drury Panthers here in the 2024 season. Orion in the mid lane, new student, fresh out of high school. He's got his hands on the wheel in the mid lane, hoping to take over another game. Summoners, welcome to the start of the MEC Clash LAN event. It is our first game of the day. The Drury Panthers taking on Cornell College. Chibi, let's get into it.
Yeah, and I want to see this champion pop off. I'm looking for this Urgot to go crazy here in the top lane because if you're Orion, if you are Nocturne, you're not really looking to gank the Gragas lane too much. You're going to want to put some pressure onto the MF, onto the Alistar, get your Xayah Rakan a little bit ahead. And Xayah is such a massive pick, by the way. We didn't really highlight it too much because it got paired with the Rakan. But into a champion like Orianna, into things like the Vi, you can use that ultimate on Xayah to completely negate any of that damage, any of that follow-up, as Orion is just trying to back and Felwyn disrespectfully putting the ball in his face.
Not gonna let him get an easy recall. Orion does have fleet footwork. Not gonna be in the most amount of danger, but it's funny. Hey, the land aggression starts out. We've been seeing some invades come out, but everyone's, I think, kind of nervous there in person. I was talking to Fat Cat earlier in the week, and he was telling me about one of his favorite moments about the LAN event is when he first sees all the familiar faces in the hotel. So I know everyone's excited to be there. They're getting adjusted. It's the first game, the warm-up. I'm sure there's some jitters. I'm sure some, it's a different place. You're sitting in the chair for the first time. You got to get, It's going to take some time. So who's going to be the team, that feels the jitters the most? Drury, they've got a lot of high impact, but I feel like some ultimates that are kind of tricky to use. The Gragas ultimate, Orion with Twisted Fate. I'm curious how we're going to see these abilities utilized.
Yeah, quick slice. It's going to be on him to kind of break up the wombo combo, right? The moment MF ults, you throw the explosive cast on him, you separate the team. That's going to be the really big thing here. Dividing up Cornell so that Kaiser and Orion can pick and prod away, right? Oh, explosive cast goes down. This person's really out of position here as Orion has started that Doran's Blade. So Mac, I believe we are getting the AD Twisted Fate. Got a bunch of buffs, I believe, in patch 14.2. Fleet footwork, really, really good for sustain. Allows you to kind of proc it, dip out, don't really return a lot of damage. And we also see, Nocturne going with the lethal tempo here, so it's going to be good for those extended fights. While on the side of Cheese Ravioli, instead of going for the Conqueror, has opted in for the Hail of Blades to get those quick 3 proc hits on her passive so she can get that mega damage going. Will be interesting to see who ends up winning in some of these jungle fights if they actually end up seeing each other, which they should because they both started on the top side. So I'm either expecting a bot lane fight or a bot scuttle fight at the least.
Right now, the wave is in a pretty even point, but I think Drury's going to have the ability to push it and maybe give Kaiser some advantage. Akutsu and Peaches playing the lane pretty well. I mean, we got 2 melee supports, so it's not a whole lot of poking. Both of these kind of short-range ADCs not going to be doing the most poking. They are going to shine in the team fights. It's really going to be where they're popping up. So excited to see how that goes. It is Kaiser that's first to the Scuttle Crab, but Shibby, as you mentioned, Ravioli going to pop the Scryer's Bloom. I don't think spotted the Nocturne. We've got to fight. Kaiser gets the Scuttle. Cheese Ravioli he's pulling his punches. I was going to say not pulling the trigger. Failwind, though, with pressure in the mid lane, something we didn't think about, might also impact this lane.
Yeah, and top lane took a pretty disgusting trade here. Quick Slice, really, really low on HP. Obviously not in kill range because Cambodia does not have the Urgot ultimate available. But yeah, I mean, really quiet from both of these guys. Both Nocturne and Vi tend to farm a lot. Obviously, Vi has a lot more gank pressure with the flash Q, has that like CC ability. It's a lot harder for the Nocturne to kind of get behind a bot lane or get behind a champion before he can really gank. So I'm not surprised that both these guys are more opting into just farming consistently. Wait till both of these champions hit level 6 and then they start impacting the map. And I've said it before and I'll always say it. The first 2 Nocturne ultimates are the most important in my opinion. It sets the tone for the game. It either sets Drury ahead, or if these Nocturne ganks fail to land, if they don't burn flashes, if you can't get an objective after or anything like that, then it really puts Cornell in a very good position because they have a very big window to execute on dives, execute on objectives, because that's a huge ultimate that goes on cooldown. Rank 1 Nocturne ultimate, I believe, is on like a 2-minute cooldown.
Yep. I do want to point out some really solid early warding from Cornell is going to give them a little bit of information that mid ward is going to spot out Fat Cat on the mid lane. Cornell knows this. Failwind's going to be able to back off and play a little safe. Peaches rotates up to the mid lane, knows something is afoot. So Failwind, an aggressive early ward, is going to give the rest of the team some info. But Fat Cat's here. Peaches is going to move up. We've got a little duel over the Grubs with some top lane priority from Quick Slice. He's able to stop Cheese Ravioli from picking up the rest of those. It's going to be a 2-to-1 advantage for the Panthers who roam up. A little curious, Cornell not really playing super aggressively there. They're playing a little sneaky. Drury, I see them very comfortable in this driver's seat, trying to make plays happen. They're looking. Fat Cat and Kaiser, the 2 returning players to this squad, they're looking to make this top dive happen. Shibby, Cambodia is level 6, but so is Quick Slice. Here we go, 1v3. Fat Cat waiting for the moment of opportunity to knock him up. Perfectly played, but not quite. Cambodia gets a return kill there on to Kaiser. Shibby, it's a 1-for-1 trade up in the top lane.
A good dive, and Cambodia played that the best they could. Didn't burn flash there, surprisingly. I thought they would try to expend it a little bit more to maybe E-flash the individual that was tanking the turret. But Kaiser was kind of stuck because we saw Cheese Ravioli coming up to help, and Orion is feeling the pain right now. Failwind is putting a lot of pressure with this Orianna. You got to look, there's a massive CS discrepancy at the moment. 62-47. That's a lost chapter to what is a Noon Quiver at the moment. Luckily, there's a TF passive that gives a little bit extra gold once you last hit. So it kind of keeps you a little bit more in the game, right? And the first TF ultimate does come down, and he just pops it to get back into lane.
He's behind. Those minions are underneath the turret. Orion's feeling the pressure from Failwin as Peaches goes in. Again, a lot of trading, and Nocturne ultimate back up into the top lane. Kaiser trying to play around his stud in the top lane. Cambodia's getting low. Kaiser, though, finishes it off. Shibby, you talked about the first Nocturne ultimate setting the tone, and the Panthers are not letting Cambodia breathe up in the top.
Yeah, I was, suspecting them to kind of focus more into that bot lane, but instead they actually are just going to punish this Urgot pick simply because Quick Slice is, manipulating the lane pretty well. You saw it was in a very bad spot for Cambodia. He has to kind of walk up, break the freeze that is there. And when he does that, Kaiser's like, oh, this is a free gank. This is a free kill for me. I'm assuming he went into the red tree as well as the secondary, so he's got Ultimate Hunter ready to go. His ultimate does get dropped by Felwyn, but that's just for damage. That's not really going to put Orion in any kill threat here.
Yep, Cornell, meanwhile, looking for a dragon to, pretty much in response answer the pressure on the top side of the map. Orion with the gold card going to deal some damage. Fat Cat goes in. More auto attacks coming in. It's a lot of DPS Twisted Fate and a lot of additional damage. Flash gold card. Orion looking for the kill. Fail when flashing away. Able to get out. Orion overextended. And he goes down in the mid lane. So close to picking up that kill, but he falls a little short.
And I knew what he was trying to go for, right? He had the gold card ready, had the E passive stacked. That would have killed, but the Ori shield saves Felwyn at the last second, absorbs one more auto, and Sweet Peach combos Orion out so he cannot get another one in range. Fat Cat was not willing to go for the flash Q or the flash auto secure onto Felwyn. Instead, just makes it a 1-for-0, and Cornell, despite the pressure that they've been put under with these Nocturne ultimates in the bot lane, everything like that, they're completely even in gold, and they're looking pretty good to start off these first 10 minutes. And I'm going to say this, Orianna scales very well into the late game. Same thing with Misfortune, right? Depending on the build they go.
Yep.
Urgot becomes a menace in the side lane. If this game goes 30 minutes, 32 minutes, I could see Cornell taking it.
Nocturne ultimate number 2 goes a little wide, but Fat Cat pushing for the engage, looking for more. Orion dialing up that gold card. Here comes the engage from Cornell. It's bullet time, Shibby with the shockwave. Kaiser goes low, but not quite out just yet. Both carries on the side of Drury. Panthers have to retreat. Orion may have overextended once more. Headbutt and pulverized. Back to base. Peaches sets that one up. Another kill for Failwin. 1-0-1 on the Orianna. Orion struggling a little bit in this early game. Grubs are on the map.
Grubs are on the map, and you got to realize Cornell took one early on, so even if they get all 3 of these, it's not going to get them to that 5 to 6, stack where you can start summoning those voidlings, right, that hit the turret. Instead, they're just going to go for Quick Slice, which is a very good turn.
Quick Slice, a lot of damage as Kaiser goes up. She's getting low. Twisted Fate ultimate. Orion's going to try and join the fight, but is it too little? Too late. A gold card, the cherry on top as Drury strikes back, and Shibby, the Grubhub situation is turned entirely on its head. Cornell do not get a single grub this time around, and it's going to be Drury University with the benefit of the little grubbins that shall be a-spawnin'.
Yeah, they get 5 here secured for themselves. What a massive, massive play from Quick Slice. I mean, you looked at some of the HP bars. Sweet Peach and Cheese Ravioli weren't at the highest. That explosive cast to divide everybody up. Quick Slice is then allowed to combo somebody out. Kaiser's coming in on the back end. Orion with the Twisted Fate ultimate buys just enough time for the rest of the squad to show up. I said it was a good turn. I didn't think they would take so long to get a lot of that damage out, but Cheese Ravioli didn't have the ultimate. Sweet Peach didn't have any ultimate, and Cambodia just could not get the execute down. Drury have just flipped the play on its head. That was a 1,000 gold swing in the favor of their top side, and it's only going to get worse because of the grub situation. This TF will be a menace in the side lane.
These new Drury Panthers not afraid to play around the top side of the map. In fact, They look for it. They hope that those are going to be where the big fights happen. In Quick Slice, he goes the Dark Seal on the AP Gragas. 302 is feeling really, really good. But Eliza on this Urgot deals so much damage. And oh my gosh, Eliza puts Quick Slice in the belly as we get a fight in the mid lane. Mid versus jungle. Cheese Ravioli goes down. Orion, can he get the gold card? Not in time. Tailwind finishes him off. It's a 2-for-1. 3 members of the Panthers go down as we get another fight in the bot lane. Chibi, it's action all across the rift, as you know. Tries to pull off the damage. Fat Cat goes low. Featherstorm comes out. The callback. I'm waiting for the moment. Peaches has to retreat. In Cornell College, they don't get any more kills, but the rest of the map is feeling pretty good as Cornell, in this back and forth game, take back the gold lead.
From top to mid to bot, east, west, north, and south, MEC is fighting all across the map here. And I thought we were going to see some more kills. Top lane, we got a Cornell solo kill. Mid lane, we got a Cornell double kill. I was waiting for another double kill from Cornell there. They swing the gold back in their favor off some great just individual play, right? Despite what's been happening to Cambodia in the top lane, they've been thriving right now, and they've got that first item, Hull Breaker. They've been studying, they've been looking at what the best item for Urgot is. It is the Hull Breaker Rush here. He's going to become very, very hard to kill in that top lane, and he will also be a very strong side lane threat come later into the game.
Yeah, Eliza's ready. And we saw the 1v1 potential coming out of the Urgot. Eliza's just going to go back in with the press the attack, watch the Twisted Fate ultimate, getting some vision. It's almost time for Kaiser to turn off the lights here, waiting for the moment. The Twisted Fate Destiny goes away. The Dragon going down. 1 HP secured by a Kitso. No bullet time. Shockwave was used. Cheese Ravioli. No Vi ultimate as well. A lot of major cooldowns deterring both the Panthers and Cornell from turning that into a big fight, and it's Cornell who secure the objective.
Yeah, they get the Dragon. That's going to start stacking here. I believe we have, what is the Hextech Dragon or Hextech Soul on the Rift. So that's a very powerful Dragon. As we do flash towards the gold here, Quick Slice in the lead and Kaiser in the lead as well. But you look at that mid lane difference. It's nearly 1,400 for Failwin here. That Orianna is super strong. In the bot lane, Misfortune is leading with that little assist gold. Really, a lot of that gold is sequestered onto Cornell's side, is in that mid lane, and Drury on the top side here with both their jungle and top laner having a good chunk of the gold lead here. So we're going to see which is stronger, the Orianna or the Gragas and Nocturne.
Rift Herald has spawned on the map. Cheese Ravioli starts feeling out the objective. You know, with Eliza on this Urgot, it feels pretty good to try and go for this objective. You had a lot of pressure, but is it just going to turn into a 2v1 situation? Dishing out so much damage. Oh my gosh, Kaiser has to be careful as Eliza flashes away. Orion dies underneath the turret. The Urgot ultimate goes wide. Shibby, I can barely keep track of the action on the map as Peaches comes up. Oh my gosh, Quick Slice gets all turned around, is forced to flash away, but here comes Fat Cat with the grand entrance
Eliza wants more.
in. The Drury Panthers trying to turn it around. Sweet Peaches goes away, backs off the fight. Overall, it's a 1-for-1, but it's Cornell College at the end of the day who pick up the Rift Herald objective.
A worthy sacrifice, Eliza giving their life away so that Cheese Ravioli and the rest of Cornell could pick up that Rift Herald. You saw Peaches try to get in there, try to do some damage, try to CC somebody up so that Eliza could get the kill in. The execute was already used, forced Kaiser's flash in that top side. I think after that happens, you just kind of give up on the play, right? You've got what you wanted out of it. They've invested the Nocturne ultimate, the flash, so much was used, and Eliza still doesn't go down. I think going for that play was a little over-aggressive from Cornell, but hey, it secured the Rift Herald. There's still 1.5, roughly 1,000 gold in the lead here, and we talked about Cornell being one of those teams that can do a sleeper run. Is now bot lane fight potentially?
Failwin level 12 on the Orianna. 2 items complete. Rift Herald being spawned in the bot lane. Cornell have their objective to run towards. Cheese Ravioli hops in, perfectly executed charge, and that turret goes down easily. Cornell will continue their march into the bot lane as the Drury Panthers are not contesting. Cornell College are eating good tonight in the bot lane. Shockwave goes down. The Wombo combo, does not get a chance to Featherstorm on out of there. Akitso tries to use bullet time and just melts Fat Cat away off the map. Cornell continue their push. They're just going to keep on going, Chibi.
Why not? Why not? They've got some stacks of the grubs here, and oh my god, Kaiser's flying in. Why?
Or when Kaiser flies, just like gets fly swatted off of the map. Quick Slice and Orion are the last ones to try and defend. Sweet Peach is trying to knock everyone away. And that is like, what the heck? I'm all alone here. The rest of Cornell dip on out of there. They get 3 turrets in the bot lane, 1 in the top lane, Chibi. Cornell explode onto the map, picking themselves up almost a 4,000 gold lead in that quick exchange.
Yeah, I mean, that was so much gold being injected into Cornell's veins, right? They open up the bottom side of the map. That inhibitor is open as well, which is very scary because that's a really solid end angle if Cornell gets a big team fight or can catch Drury sleeping. Bunch of gold, right? The inner turrets now give like 700 gold, I believe. The tier 2, tier 3 going down gave a big chunk as well. You look at the item completion. Oriana's on 2 items, so is the MF. This dragon fight that's about to happen is heavily in Cornell's favor. I don't think Drury should take this fight.
They've got the surprise, they've got the potential kill gold card there, but it's too little. Already forced to burn out the Featherstorm. Here comes the re-engage from Eliza coming in, gold card cleansed. Akitso's not going to be stopped as the Panthers caught out in the jungle after trying to look for a pick. The fight gets turned around onto them as Cornell get 2 kills in quick succession. The dragon next on the menu.
Yeah, very good fight from Cornell. They recognized that they were stronger. They recognized they had the item advantage. They had to play it a little bit slow here with Eliza's TP splitting Drury apart, right? Separating them in a fight on 2 fronts. Cornell just has to pick and choose, and they went for the Gragas and the Nocturne here. Baron is spawning in about 10 seconds. I have to believe they're going to turn their eyes towards there because there's still a lot of ultimates on Cornell's side available. The Assault and Battery, the Bullet Time, even the Alistar ultimate, all ready to go. But I think they're just going to reset, cash in the gold from that team fight. They are nearly 5,000 gold ahead here. Now's the time to start baiting Baron, using it as a team fight mechanic, and to bait a fight from Drury, because you have the ability to start it and stop it, start it and stop it with impunity.
The teleport being used there by Eliza going to make them vulnerable in the side lane Baron, as so many ultimates are potentially used. I think it was Destiny and the Nocturne ultimate, so the light shenanigans for Drury and Cornell out of the window. Don't have to worry about it for the time being. And Cornell, despite losing their top laner, they're going to start getting vision control around this top side of the map. They know Eliza can confidently push in the side lanes, and the rest of this team fighting squad can group up together. That's where they're strongest. They're going to keep looking for fights. Failwin on the Oriana has so many options, right? If Peaches is able to start the fight and get a lot of people, you can ultimate there. If Cheese Ravioli, I mean, you can also just one-shot someone with the Vi ultimate. So in this game, Failwin's very ahead, and it's actually very easy for him to play this Oriana because of the way they've drafted this composition.
Yeah, they're just going to let Baron rip. The vision control from Cornell plays so methodically, right? Red wards across the board here. The vision has been denied completely. Drury have no hope of contesting it. TF ult is not available, so Kaiser can't even ult. He's not in range. This is going to go down.
Secured by Cheese Ravioli's smite. Now the ensuing fight. Bullet time comes through, but Fat Cat beautifully interrupts it, and so much damage. The explosive cast. The rest of the fight going, at full health. It's a double kill for Kaiser as the Panthers pounce onto Cornell. Unsuspectingly, they weren't ready, and Baron buff gets wiped off the map. Kaiser with the triple kill. The Panthers get an ace.
Oh, they will
right after Cornell get Baron.
30-second death timers, although Ikutso and Sweet Peach are up. They're not going to end through mid. They're trying to get a tier 2 at the best here. You got to realize they've got 5 stacks on that earlier grub, so they will spawn some voidlings. I thought they were going to try to end, but I did see the death timers here. Misfortune and Alistar went down super early that fight. As soon as the Baron buff got secured, it was completely wiped away. The gold has evened up as well. You know, picking up some standing gold here. Drury's actually going to come out on top. That is a negative Baron power play from Cornell.
I know. It's like when the LCS has that on that side of the map, and it's like, oh, I'm not used to that being a negative number in the top corner. But yeah, Cornell, they look for the... I mean... They really weren't expecting a fight. I think they were just hoping to get the objective and get out and reset. But Drury, they know, hey, they might be low after Baron. Let's see if we can pull off a quick fight. Quick Slice's explosive cast was absurd. This is a full AP Gragas, and he's dishing out so much damage with that. Big displacement. Also big moment in that fight. Fat Cat on the Rakan, somehow able to get into the backline and interrupt Ikutso's bullet time. A lot of key moments in that fight. Drury Panthers, this is a hard composition to execute, and they just played that fight pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, with a little help from Papa Baron, right? I mean, shredding the armor, shredding the magic resistance. But yeah, that explosive class, we haven't said it enough. Quick has been A1 on this Gragas pick, and it's full AP. That ultimate hit 5 people. I saw the health bars drop immediately. There's no true tank on the side of Cornell. Eliza is not actually building that tank. He's got Hullbreaker, and that's it. There's no MR on the side of Cornell here. So when that explosive cask hits, when that regular barrel hits you, you're going to be taken super, super lows. We do see a fight potentially starting. Cheese Drive really wanted to go in, but Fat Cat and the rest of the crew get on out. Dragon is up. This is Hextech Soul. And when their backs are against the wall, Drury has shown that they are at their best. Can they once again escape fate? First, it was the Baron. Is it gonna be the Hextech Soul?
Fat Cat going in. Ikutso gets targeted by the Kaiser ultimate. Fat Cat immediately gets shoved in the belly. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Make that a 1-for-2 trade. Peaches with the knockback onto transforms the fight, but it's not enough. Oh my goodness. Cheese Ioli is the next to fall. How did survive? As Quick Slice gets a triple kill on the Gragas. The Drury Panthers get another ace, as they will not be stopped.
Diamonds are made under pressure, and Drury is a 24-carat diamond ring, Mac. Amazing, amazing team fight play from them. They had to make a decision. They had to say, the Hextech Soul is on. We've got to start a fight before they can get it. And so they're going to take the mid lane inhibitor. They're going to walk back to Dragon as the jungler is down. They're going to stop the Cornell Dragon stacking. The Hextech Soul will go not in the favor of Cornell, but Drury are going to get their very first Hextech Dragon here. Once again, Drury just clawing away, right? Just clawing back.
Yeah, and this is just the start. This is game number 1. We've got a whole LAN ahead of us. This is absolutely absurd. We are starting off with a heater, Shibby, and what a play there. Something I do want to point out, Orion's got that rapid fire cannon, Shibby. And one thing I've noticed in my experience, people don't expect the gold card increased range.
Oh, yeah, it hits you from a mile away.
Right? So I wonder if that's going to catch anyone off guard. Drury are finding their flow in the team fights. Ikutso, super low mobility on the Misfortune. Kaiser or Fat Cat are like a predator missile seeking on to Ikutso. They want to make him extremely uncomfortable in these team fights, as well as fail when being targeted. Fat Cat, oh, here we go, another one. They're going in there. Ikutso is not targeted here. The Misfortune is safe. They use the low cooldown ultimates. They're just going to try and get some of these cooldowns out as Cheese Ravioli is caught and stuck and knocked down. Quick Slice is unstoppable. The 9, 2, and 10 Gragas transforming this team, transforming this game is having a huge impact. Eliza has to recall, has to stop the split push. It all comes down to this as bullet time gets interrupted. It is Gragas time. It is Drury time as they take down Failwind. They take down Peaches, and now the base is next.
Quick Slice having an MVP level performance this game. The Gragas has been so important in these team fights, and we'll see if they can hold on. Cornell are trying their best. One Nexus turret goes down, but I don't think Drury has the wave here.
Wow.
They're just gonna TP on out, so Cornell live to fight another day. But man, I talked about their composition having a lot of good scaling options. What I didn't expect is this full AP Gragas to come in and just absolutely wipe the floor. I don't think Felwyn has been able to get off a shockwave in any of these fights.
It's been brutal. Drury, again, it feels like finding their flow, and also they've been playing around. They had some earlier surprises. They've been doing a lot of death brushes, which I think is hilarious. They've been like, you know what, we're just going to try and find picks. It's what our composition is probably best at. We have a lot of burst damage, a lot of single target focus. They don't have as many of these team fight ultimates, and yet the fights keep working because they are their hands are on fire right now. It's game one. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. And let's see if Fat Cat and Kaiser can keep making some magic happen along with Quick Slice. They've been extremely fun to watch. Cornell now grouping up in the mid lane. Baron has respawned.
Yeah, Baron is up on the board, and Cornell, recall what happened last time. They got the Baron, but then they got team wipe. I don't think they can afford to do that again here. Wizard Fate Ultimate does come out, spots everybody from Cornell in their own jungle. I don't think Drury wants to take this fight as well, though. Baron Magic Resist and Armor Shred is so important for Cornell's composition, right? The bullet time, the command shockwave can just one-shot pretty much anybody on Drury. No true tanks on either side of the team. You see the first tank item built, and that's a Frozen Heart from Cheese Ravioli. Quick Slice is still going to hurt, as now Drury's going to look for the fight.
Big ultimate coming in. This might be where Cornell can get the perfect bullet time. Everybody backs off. They have to leave Kaiser left alone with Eliza. He gets sucked up and in the belly. Is this what Cornell have been waiting for? Failwind. Can they get the damage they're looking for? The backline is not safe for the Drury Panthers. They have to kite back. They have to try and pull this off, but Eliza is flashing forward with a triple kill. There is no mercy, as you know. Getting low, can't pull off the 1v4. Quick Slice is the last member standing. Short death timer, Shippy, but the game is on the line here as Cornell with 4 of their damage dealers up, but no minion wave. They can't push the base. They're going to turn to the objective.
Yeah, their waves are just not shoving in any lane's favor, right? Top lane, you look, is shoving for Drury. Bottom lane is barely now shoving for Cornell. So they're going to turn their eyes towards the Baron, going to buff themselves up and look for a potential game-ending push in that bottom lane. A Quick Slice might have something to say about it.
Shibby, it's not going to work out this time as he might be able to try and get one. Kaiser ultimating in. They're going to take away the split pushing threat from Cornell's top laner. But, hey, Cornell goes better this time around. They've got some Baron buffs that survive. At the end of the day, the next Hextech Dragon has spawned. The Drury Panthers are ready and waiting to get that, to prevent Cornell from picking up the Hextech Soul. But look at the 4 members with Baron buff in the mid lane. They're just running straight down trying to get that wave shoved out.
And they've got lane shoving as now Fat Cat's just going to go in. It's a 4v5.
Peaches does everything to prevent the engage from the Rakan, the RFC. Oh my goodness, the Shockwave finds 3 members of the Panthers. They have to turn tail and run. Shivy, that's the worst case scenario. They know, hey, we're not going to be winning any of those fights that start off like that. So let's get the heck on out of there. Cornell, can they get these waves managed? They've got an open inhibitor in the bot lane. Eliza has respawned with teleport. They're going to start pushing the top lane.
Yeah, Eliza's going to go bot. The rest of Cornell will go topside. So they're going to do a 4-1 split, which I actually think is the right move. You don't really want to, again, split push too much against a Nocturne NTF. We saw what happened last time. Eliza tried to push in that bottom side. I believe Baron was up the first time around. In a similar position, but Eliza is just desynced with their team. And look, the same thing's happening again.
Shibby, you called it from the draft. It is very difficult to play in the side lane against a Twisted Fate and against a Nocturne with not a lot of members on the map. It is not safe in this bot lane. Cornell College get a little bit punished, but we're getting into the end game, Shibby. This might be one of our longer matches of the season. We're past the 32-minute mark, getting to the 33-minute. And we're getting some close to full builds. We've got 3-4 item territory here for a lot of these guys. Quick Slice is pretty much completed. Let's see if the rest of the fights keep going his way, if he's going to upgrade that Dark Seal into a Medjai's. He's already level 18, ready for the next battle. Shibby, we're getting down into it. We've been talking a lot about these team fights. It's been so much blood, so much action, over 40 kills so far, which is always a fun time. A lot of engage potential from both teams. We see Quick Slice trying to get some split push action going in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty useless Baron here is now maybe a team fight. Okay, a lot used, but not a lot happened here. And that allows Drew to kind of open up this bottom lane. We'll see if Cornell can use some of their other ultimates to maybe win a fight. They've still got Bullet Time. They've still got Shockwave. Peaches is still going in, but because Eliza died in that bottom lane by themselves, desynced with their team, the Baron that Cornell actually ended up securing was useless, right? They didn't get really much off of it. I think they got a top lane turret, and that was about it. And that's something that's happened twice from Eliza now. The rest of Cornell is either backing off or not pushing any lanes, but for whatever reason, Eliza is still pushing bottom lane. And when that happens, Drury can just say, hey, we're going to pick this person off. We're going to take the free gold. We're going to relieve some of the pressure. And, oh, Cornell, now you're down a player. You cannot push anymore. You cannot reset, anything like that. And so it wastes a lot of time. And that's something that needs to be cleaned up now as we get later into the matches, later into the day. Because if Eliza keeps doing that, he is costing their team Baron. He is costing their team time on the map. And is just overall not being that pressure that we expect from this Urgot pick. And instead being a detriment to this Cornell team comp.
It's been good in the team fights. We saw Eliza come through with that clutch triple kill. But when it gets down to it, Cornell, yeah, they've gotten 2 Barons in this game, but it has not worked out very much in their favor, despite getting the objective and securing that. It's been a little bit mismanaged, but let's see. It's going to come down to these team fights. Those objectives, it's usually, hey, we're going to get that and try to steamroll this game off of that. But Drury responding super well. They know what their comp does super well. We see Quick Slice pushing on the side wave. He's in the bot lane trying to get that turret and succeeds. Orion threatening the gold card ultimate. Quick Slice just going to keep pushing. This is a Lichbane Gragas with a lot of pushing pressure. The rest of the Panthers are marching into the base. There's only one Nexus turret. Chibi, what is going on? The lights are turned off. Akutsu has to try and flash away from Kaiser, but there's no stopping the night there. Gold card there. Fat Cat gets a huge one.
Quick Slice is ending!
Quick Slice finished the game. Yes, the Drury Panthers steal it out of nowhere. Casters keep saying it's going to come down to the team fights, but Quick Slice is that differentiating factor that sometimes we can't even prepare for. It's hard to prepare for it in the game. He just takes over and finishes it off himself.
A massive, massive split push play from Quick Slice. Just saying, you know what? I've got 5 stacks of grubs. I can push down. I can take this turret. I can take your Nexus turret. I can take your Nexus. And the heads up play from Drury to turn the lights off, to start a team fight that they may not win, simply to buy Quick Slice enough time. Beautiful, beautiful play. When it comes down to the mid to late game, it can get a little hectic. And Drury, one way or another found their win, but they split off the Gragas? Of all champions, the one that's supposed to split up the team fights, the guy that's supposed to break apart and split the team. It wasn't the TF, it wasn't the Nocturne, it wasn't the guys built to split push. No, it was the Gragas ready to go. And that Lichbane that you mentioned, very, very strong, the turret taking power. Drury just sneak one out, I'm going to say. They stole it a little bit.
Quick Slice, we've talked about this Drury top laner being a huge factor. You would think, oh, on the Gragas pick, that might be something that, you know, might not seem very characteristic of it. We've seen a lot of tank Gragas coming through, but boy, oh boy, the full AP carry from Quick Slice up in the top lane. Really, really fun to watch. That's going to do it for game number 1. It's just the start, Shibby. We're just getting warmed up here at the MEC Clash event. And I bet, Shibby, you might be wondering what exactly goes into running an esports event like this, between your team helping you run the event and the audience attending the event. The people are the first thing you have to consider when setting up an event. So if anyone in chat, if you guys want to learn more about how people power an esports event and more, type !top 5 in the chat and check out our article, What It Takes, Top 5 Things Powering Esports Event. The people of esports, one of those big factors, and we love seeing people in esports pop off like that to finish a game. Very excited. We got our post-game interview with one of the players from Drury University coming right up. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back in just a sec. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are joined by the extremely good-looking jury support, the one and only Fat Cat. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview.
So thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on the Fat Cat Gritty GIF so I can spam that because you guys won. Jury, you guys promised me. I saw it on social media. I saw it on Twitter. I screenshotted it. You cannot delete the tweet.
I don't even know what you're talking
we better
about,
get that.
Shibby. I don't. No idea, dude.
Okay. But let's get into it. First question. Obviously, we talked a little bit in the offseason about the MEC, about how strong the conference is going to become. I think you guys have proven that pretty damn clearly, right? Obviously, the first 2 weeks of MEC play, but also this game specifically was a little bit harder than you guys anticipated, right? Cornell was not the biggest team on the block. They had some struggles. We talked about them taking the first game off a lot of teams. Were you expecting this much of a fight from Cornell, or was this something a little bit more like, okay, wait a minute, guys, this isn't going as planned?
I was not expecting them to hit us this hard. I'm gonna hopefully attribute it to like the 10 a.m. jitters. A lot of us just woke up and getting right into it. You know, I'm hoping it's that. But I mean, they also just kind of kicked our butts for most of the game. You know, shout out to them. They were hitting us hard. I was shocked. They were beating us up.
Fat Cat, I know going to the LAN, getting into the hotel, very exciting experience. I'm curious, who's the first team you guys ran into when you got to the LAN site?
You know, we got here and then kind of saw like parts of Ohio Northern and parts of Campbellsville. But the first team we actually like really talked to was Briarcliff.
Nice.
Raymond's a good friend of mine, so it was nice seeing him. And then Oxy, the top laner, he's new to the conference, but I've known him for a little bit, and our top laner's known him for a little bit. But talking to Briarcliff was probably the first team I talked to. I was like talking to Raymond.
And Fat Cat, I have to believe you're super excited, right? It's a single round robin, so you get to play every single team in the conference. I know you want to get your get back on GVU as well. I mean, do you love the format for this LAN event? It's exciting to play every single team because I feel like I was talking to Mac earlier. It's a very good litmus test, this LAN, to kind of see where the teams are in terms of power, where they are in ranking. Is that kind of how you guys are taking it?
Yeah, you know, it's a best of one against 7 teams. I mean, 6 are in the conference, so playing everyone, and you're gonna get a read on everyone, you know. And like I think right now our biggest competitors are Ohio Northern and maybe Briarcliff. So this will be definitely a good read to see kind of what they hit us with and what we can hit them with. So I'm really excited for the Ohio Northern game. I'm excited for the Briarcliff game, and I'm excited to beat GVU.
Love to hear it. Fat Cat, one more question. During the chaos of the final moments of this first match, what was going through the comms as Quick Slice was trying to split push his way to victory on the Gragas?
I think his quote was, "I'm literally hitting their nexus right here, guys. Just beat them up." So I think we called the Nocturne ult, and then we called just stop him from getting to me. And he said he found out that game that he could Gragas W the towers. So once he realized that, then it was like game over. He was just AP slamming that. So it was funny for real.
That must have been the PG version. I already know, you guys. That must have been the PG. Guys, I'm hitting their nexus. Please stop them.
No comment.
No comment. All right, Fat Cat, before we let you go, do you want to give you a moment for any shout outs that you want to give out while you're at the LAN event?
You know, shout out my family for watching, because I didn't know if we were going to be streamed much today, and they hopped online in like 5 minutes, and they're all watching right now, so shout out to them. Shout out Kai's family, because Kai's family's here. They drove here for the LAN, and so like it's really cool having family support, especially when we're so far away from home. It's like an 8-hour drive. So shout out to them.
Nice. Well, thank you so much again for joining us, Fat Cat. It's nice to see your face. You got the back banner, the MEC going
Sure.
on. Hope you enjoyed the Clash event. Wishing you the best through today and tomorrow's fun action going on.
Hey, yes, sir. I'll talk to you guys again. Well, I'll get more interviews today, I promise.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it, man. But that's going to do it for our coverage of the first match. But don't click out of that browser. We've got more MEC Clash matches coming your way. We'll be going to a quick break, but we'll be back soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN event. Super excited to be back. My name's Mac Dewey. Still with me in the casting booth is my main man, Chibi. How are you feeling after that first match?
That first match was exhilarating. My heart's pumping. I can feel it. It's going to 10,000 beats per minute right now, but we are getting into another match here. It is Purdue Northwest versus Briarcliff University. And unfortunately, Purdue Northwest is playing with a sub today, and some of the positions have been switched around. But before we get into that, I do want to talk about this Briarcliff team because I have been hearing a lot of chatter through the grapevine, the birds, the bees, everything like that. I've been hearing everything. I've been like, oh, this Briarcliff team is actually really good. They're super solid. We casted a lot of them last year, Mac, me and you.
Oh, yeah.
And they had their moments. They had some wacky picks. I do believe they've still kept that whimsical draft nature, but they've just gotten really good. And I want to see this team kind of see how they stack up against the rest of the competition here. And I think Purdue Northwest, although they've swapped around some of the positions and they got a sub, will still be a good test for Briarcliff University.
Purdue Northwest, taking a look at the roster, you may recognize some of the faces, but none of the places. Wind King in the mid lane now. Klexo doubtful bot lane is something I never thought I'd see, but they've got their Rock in the top lane. Prank moving from Grandview to Purdue Northwest. The Lions looking to be one of the top teams in the MEC, but Briarcliff, a lot of new faces for them. We heard Fat Cat in the post-game interview talk about his relationship with Raymond, the support. Got Oxy, Mike, Hammer, and Zero in filling out the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and Keeter is their support for Purdue Northwest here. We'll be slotting into that jungle role here. Wind King, their AD carry, typically will be in that mid lane. Klexo and Doubtful, right? Klexo is usually
mid-jungle
their
duo.
mid lane. Yeah, the mid-jungle duo is actually going to be playing in that bottom lane. So they're going to keep some of that same synergy down there. And I'm surprised that they're willing to put their substitute player on such an important position like jungle. But maybe, just maybe, Doubtful is saying that, hey, I can just micro you from the support role and tell you how to jungle. Yeah, no, he's just gonna be, as he's supporting, he's gonna tell Keeter, okay, you clear here, you gank top right now because it looks really good. Because support role is one of the roles that requires the least amount of mechanics and can allow Doubtful to kind of tell Keeter where to go, where to be. Obviously, Keeter's a probably pretty solid player in his own right, but having Doubtful in your ear as that second man will just be that much more helpful.
Yeah, and another fun idea, Shibby, I'm having is Klexo, the usual mid laner, could potentially bring maybe some mages into the bot lane. There are a lot of strong long-range ADCs, namely thinking of Varus, and so as a potential counter to some of those champions, you could maybe opt for something that can poke the Varus down as well. One of those long-range mages might have a bit of a better time going toe-to-toe with one of those ADCs. So a lot of flexibility, a lot of unknowns for this Purdue Northwest lineup, but we're super excited they were able to make it to the event. I know before I was a little nervous that they might not be able to come down to the Clash to have a blast, and I'm really happy we get to see them in action. Again, these teams going through a round-robin best of one through pretty much the entire conference. Chevy, I know we were kind of confused at the start of the season. Oh, what do you mean there's only one round robin that the teams go through as their regular season? We still get our double round robin that we were hoping for. It's just a condensed format for this second round robin.
Just a little different, but we still, like you said, get that double round robin, still get everybody playing each other twice, even if it is best of ones for this regular portion of the MEC Spring Clash. We will go into, I believe, a best of three finals. Everybody will get sorted. We'll see all that happen. But I think this is a real test for Briarcliff University. They've swapped out, I believe, every single player from the previous roster. It's a brand new BCU roster. I believe the coach is still the same, so that's something that's staying consistent. So I want to see how this team develops, because they're one of the teams it's very hard to get a strong start as a new roster, right? It's not surprising that teams like Ottawa, like ONU, like Grandview, who have kept a lot of their pieces the same and have only maybe swapped out one or two, have such a strong start. It's much easier to gel in the beginning. It's much easier to understand as a team what you guys like to play, what style you guys like to play, and what champions favor each team composition. For a lot of these other teams, I've been very harping on the idea of that. Dumb it down, find 1 to 3 compositions that you like to play, and swap through those, right? Just play those champions, because there's no way you'll get completely banned out if you've got a decent enough champion pool with enough composition. So hopefully Briarcliff has taken some of that advice, and they can give us a very competitive match against this hodgepodge Purdue Northwest kind of mix and match composition team that we see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as we hop into draft. Again, it's a best of 1 format, something that these teams aren't super used to, but I do think it kind of presents an interesting challenge for some of the teams to maybe try some more wacky compositions, like, hey, I only get 1 match against these squads. The LAN event does not have any implications on the regular season, but it is more reps for the players, and I'm a huge proponent of LAN esports experiences being very valuable, even though it doesn't contribute to the regular season. I think this does contribute very significantly to the overall player experience. So I hope everyone at the event, at the hotel, shout out Deerfield, Illinois, the spot for the MEC Clash event, I hope everyone's having a blast there in person, being able to meet each other. And, Fat Cat talked about being able to see everyone in person, the family support coming through, Kai's family from ONU making the trip down. So very excited, very grateful for this event as the first few bands roll in, Shibby.
Yeah, Udyr, Callista, Karma, Brand, pretty standard bands across the board here. Purdue Northwest really respecting the AP Jungle Flex and also the Karma, who just has not received that much of a nerf, right? It was just that mantra Q that got nerfed here, and most of the time you're not maxing that. You're putting like a couple points in and then you're maxing the E. Briarcliff removing the Udyr. Prank has just been pretty solid on it. Prank still also has that Gwen ready and available, who has just been getting better and better, right? Gwen is such a good champion. The 3-item power spike. Yeah, they're not going to ban it. I don't think so. Briarcliff tempting fate here. The Ashe being taken out. We talked about that being a flex in the both the AD carry and support role. A lot of Ashe Jhin, right? Jhin Bard, that kind of stuff. Those utility bot lanes that we've been seeing have been cropping up here. I don't know if we're going to see more of the Seraphine. We've been seeing a lot of Seraphine in the MEC, in the bot lane, in the mid lane. I don't like that champion. I don't think teams really know how to execute on it. And it's just, it feels like you get slammed in the bot lane if you pick like Seraphine Senna or Seraphine anything.
Yeah. Maokai, one of those safe options. You've got a lot of fun tank items. Maokai, good in, I think, these sort of team-focused events. He provides so much utility as well as easy engage. He's got the point-and-click Twisted Advance. Can't mess it up. Smolder is not supposed to be picked, so don't pick that. Oh, LOL. But it is going to be Rumble locked in. It may not be Killian's Rumble, but Shibby, still quite a strong pick in the current meta. Rumble's at a really good spot.
Oh, Rumble has been dodging the nerf bat consistently. I think he's like a Z tier champion. So strong right now. Can be flexed into the mid lane as well. Rel, another flex pick. Jungle support, although Maokai as well. Tri-flex can be thrown into the top lane if you're feeling a little spicy, but typically we've been seeing it either jungle or support. And it's really good actually into Rel, so I'm surprised that Purdue Northwest have opted in for it, because the moment Rel goes in, like you said, Maokai, very good at engaging, but also a really solid disengage champion, right? Twisted Advance, the ultimate. The moment you throw that down, you kind of stuff out any sort of engage that Purdue Northwest has thought of here. The MF being locked in once again. We saw some success from it earlier on today with that pick from in that Drury versus Cornell game. It feels like the bullet times were doing a very good job getting a lot of damage down. The item breakpoints were very fast as well with the lethality changes and how cheap lethality items are at the moment. You can hit that 1 to 2 item power spike very, very quickly here. Layer that on top of the Twisted Advanced plus Maokai ultimate, and you've got a pretty solid engage.
There's the Varus to round out the bot lane for PNW. So it looks like both teams opting for their top lane champions as well as the bot lane champions. So a lot of jungle and mid focus coming the way of the second ban phase. Wind King, the usual ADC for Purdue Northwest, Shibby. I wonder if he's bold enough to go something like the Varus and mid lane, and they're just gonna bait us around a little bit, you know, like I'm gonna be in a different lane, but I'll still play the same champs, lol. So we'll see. These teams fly through this second ban phase. Junglers, mainly the name of the game, taking away a lot of the big ultimate abusers with experimental hex play. Is this Rel jungle?
This is Rungle. Or I'm getting from draft. Braum being picked up here. Senna as well being taken. So we're gonna see a Senna misfortune bot lane. So most likely this Maokai is gonna go into the jungle here. Braum is really cool. Solid counter pick at MF. I don't have to explain to you why. He's got a giant shield that just blocks the MF ult completely. Kennen being rounded out here.
What?
That's going to be a Kennen mid lane, I'm sure now.
Oh my gosh. We warned y'all. We said, we saw a lot of Briarcliff last season. We know to try our best and try and expect the unexpected, but this goes beyond unexpected. Very, very interesting team. Standard Xin Zhao is gonna round out the comp.
That is Xin Zhao ADC.
There's two Xin Zhaos. Oh my god, that's broken. I didn't know you could get two Xin Zhaos on the Rift, Shibby. That's crazy.
Two Shens? What the heck? No.
Oh,
so we're gonna see Rumble in the top lane, Rel in the jungle. Wind King is actually, you called it early. This guy's just gonna play any carries in the mid lane. Kalexo and Doubtful are going Xin Zhao Braum bot lane. This might be a Hail of Blades Xin Zhao as well. So you can get the Braum passive off as quick as possible. They're gonna slam that against Senna Misfortune, hilariously enough. Xin Zhao also a very good pick into the MF simply because the Crescent Sweep or the ultimate can negate all the damage, right? If you're not within that circle, you cannot do damage to Xin Zhao or his teammates. It's a giant AoE Yasuo wall, pretty much is what it is, the Xin Zhao ultimate. Very, very solid pick. Not necessarily in the bot lane, but just team compositionally wise, it's not bad. Briarcliff, though, they've got a pretty solid team fight on their hands that don't require a lot of projectiles. I mean, just flanking the Maokai Kennen over the top into this very short range composition from Purdue Northwest. Literally, it's only Varus that can play long range. Everybody else is pretty much melee.
I was thinking that as well, specifically to how it potentially affects the bot lane. It's just going to be Senna stacks on Senna stacks on Senna stacks. Because it is you get two melees to stack. That's great. As we welcome you summoners onto the Rift to our continuing coverage of the 2024 MEC Clash LAN event. It's our second match of the day. Briarcliff University taking on one of the top dogs, Shibby, Purdue Northwest. The lineup might be all over the place, but this is still a squad to worry about.
What did you say earlier? Some of the same faces, but they're all in different places. A banger line, Mac. Banger line, and that couldn't be more true here as we see triple Hail of Blades. Doubtful has Hail of Blades Braum, by the way.
Get out of here.
So he said essentially
and Dord's Blade. And Dord's Blade. No support item.
Yeah, no support item. So we've seen this in the LPL. What they'll do is bot lanes will sometimes, both of the bot laners will just start a Doran's item, and then on first back will pick up the support item because a Doran's item is just so much more gold value, right? And if you want to like slam a bot lane, that's the one way you can do it. Purdue Northwest is just throwing all conventional picks out the window. I love that Doubtful in his own way is saying, if my Klexo sucks, if my Wind King sucks, I'll just proc my passive myself. It's fine, guys. I can do it. very, very interesting here. But like you mentioned, as long as, Raymond and Izzo and Zizap play this bot lane, Zoro play this bot lane right, Raymond should have a field day getting these stacks on.
Worst case scenario for Raymond, getting hit by the Winter's Bite, early cleanse to get the ignite off, and all of the Senna summoner spells are burned literally at the first moment lane has begun.
Guys.
Doubtful's gonna proc another Winter's concussive blows.
Yeah, the concussive blows here are going to be very, very damaging, right? If you get hit once, Klexo's going to pounce on you, right? Instantly with the E from, or the audacious charge from Xin Zhao here. So this lane already looking a little dicey. Raymond's sums have been taken away, but that's actually a positive summoner spell trade for Briarcliff because Doubtful used Ignite. Klexo used Flash and Exhaust, and that cleanse got mega value because cleanses both the Ignite and the Exhaust immediately.
Something I just noticed, Shibby, is Briarcliff is also doing a bit of a lane swap. Oxy on the Cassante is in the mid lane. He's been thrown to the wolves against Witten King's Varus, who's going to have a very easy time just farming up against the short-range Cassante. And to survive the Rumble matchup, they've sent the Kennen top lane.
Yeah, I like that, right? Ranged versus Rumble here. Rumble's going to have a hard time. He'll still put pressure onto the lane, but it won't be as hurtful as now Mike is in the bot lane here. Uh-oh.
Doubtful trying to pick up the kill onto Raymond, but it might be too little too late. The summoner spell is used. Peter
Rumble's
is
here.
still around, trying to go in, look for the engage. Mike flashes away. So many summoner spells being used early on in this bot lane. No kills going a certain way. Wind King getting Oxy very, very low. And I think the usual Purdue ADC is actually liking mid lane a little bit nicer. He's like, hey, this is nice.
Oh, nice from Oxy here, though. Mike is on a path right now.
It's all fun and games until the jungler that you know to fear comes mid lane. Sapling is going to try and chase him down, looking for the slow. Does catch him. Mike Tree Bramble smashes down and gets a kill to answer back, but Kramer didn't get any assist on that, so that is pure solo gold. As Prank comes around, he knows Mike is around here, and he's just gonna try and burn the tree down. Only you, Chippy, remember what Smokey the Bear says, only you can prevent forest fires.
Oh my god, and Frank, completely ignoring Smokey the Bear, does not care, burns down Mike in a blaze of glory here. Prank said, if I can't kill the Kennen, I'm going to kill the jungler here. 2 for 1 overall. Wind King actually ended up getting that last kill, or that kill onto Oxy before he died, so that's very good, especially in a 2v1 situation. Purdue Northwest looking fine and dandy with this wacky composition. We are going to see what I believe is going to be a lethality Varus. Sometimes lethality Varuses will go Comet. Other times they will go that Hail of Blades to get the quick stacks of Blight into the charged Q here, which we see right now. The
so
charged WQ. Yeah, a ton of damage here. Camera as well trading pretty well into Prank. Even though Prank has the kill, he actually didn't back, so he doesn't have that gold to spend here, while the resources on Camera side is more available. Popstat Potion has 1 more ready to go. He's got Doran's Blade in hand. We'll be able to bully out Prank pretty effectively.
As we look towards the bot lane, Mike on the Maokai, still level 3, looking for a potential gank as the wave pushes in. Here comes Purdue Northwest looking for their aggression. Doubtful going to try and prevent some of the damage, but Klexo's getting low, and Zero's going to be able to finish him off. Misfortune picking up a very critical kill as the wave crashes in. Shibby. 3 Senna stacks are picked up, and this is this is a massive wave that Klexo's missing. He's going to miss critical XP and gold that just gets fed to Doubtful's Braum.
Yeah, surprisingly though, the CS is kind of even, and with that bottom lane play from Briarcliff, Purdue Northwest are going to turn their eyes towards the grubs here in the top lane. Frank drops the ultimate, the red carpet, or that's not really a red carpet, it's kind of like a yellow carpet because of the skin, but still drops that equalizer just to clear the wave, and they're going to set up a dive, but that's a Kennen. I don't know if you want to dive a Kennen. Slicing Maelstrom's available.
Frank flashes away. Peter's going to get stunned underneath the turret. The stun goes wide. Hammer is going to continue punishing the dive, and very well executed Shibby, spot on real-time analysis. It was beautiful. The Slicing Maelstrom, indeed too big of a threat for Purdue Northwest to really successfully dive that. Chain of Corruption comes out. It's a lot of damage, but not a lot of mana available for Wind King. Does he have one more arrow in the quiver? It's a lot of blight stacks. He gets the level up. He gets the arrow, but is dashed and dodged. Oxy is safe as he continues to try and stay into this one. He's a little bit down in the CS department.
Yeah, another fight in the bottom, and they're scrapping again.
Mike comes down, flashing in, trying to pick up a kill. Zero barely hanging on. He used all of his summoner spells as the wave crashes in. Both teams trying to take away a lot of advantages. Raymond connects on the snare, but Klexo looking for the dive. He's just going to go underneath the turret with the concussive blows. The turret damage is going to deal so much, though. Doubtful. He doesn't care. Takes turret aggro. It's a double kill for the Misfortune, but a big wave crashes in. He's going to miss that experience. Meanwhile, Peter looking for a gank in the mid lane. Oxy dealing so much damage, brings out the ultimate, but is just so close. Wind King hanging on by a thread, barely survives.
And I think we're going to see Lethality's ins out as well coming out. So they are not looking to ever engage with Oxy or Mike. They're simply looking to kill Zero and Raymond as quick as possible in these team fights, right? Not a lot of tank shred on the side of Purdue, although Prank should be picking up the Leandries. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He should pick up the Leandries eventually, has opted in actually for a little bit of MR early on, has the pieces, the components for the Banshee's Veil available. Smart choice if he's going to be laning more into Camera. Will negate some of that AP damage that, or magic damage that Kennen builds out here. Camera, unsuspecting though, Prank just doing the sneaky bush tactics.
He does have ultimate available, Slicing Maelstrom there as well. Potential 3v3. Maybe 3v3 in the bot lane. Oxy roaming down. Peter just gonna say hello. Should be something to keep our eye on. Huge mid lane lead developing for Wind King. 30 CS lead. Gonna shove another wave into the turret and try to deter Oxy from more XP, more gold. Wind King already a completed item put together. As a gank in the bot lane potentially coming through, Keter falls up a little short.
Yeah, Oxy's having a rough time. I said he would have a rough time in either lane, right? Rumble will bully him out. There's a lot of kill pressure from Prank. Wind King, a little bit less unless, Keter gets involved, that kind of stuff. At least Oxy has a little bit more HP to work with. He's got a little bit more ability to dodge around some of those arrows that Wind King is throwing out. You see with the dash, but he's not having a good time. This Cassante pick is kind of nerfed as Mike is coming in.
Big ultimate, not a lot to run, but so much damage. Wind King just takes all of it to the face. Flashing away from the sapling, Mike follows suit, and just too much damage from the jungler. More trading. Wind King doesn't care. He's like, I'm kind of used to getting ganked a lot. I don't mind. And he'll be able to trade 1-for-1 once again as a big mid wave crashes in. Frank gonna try and roam to catch it, maybe. Looks like it's just going to crash in. The grubs haven't been touched so far in this early game, Shibby.
I think we saw some go down earlier, right?
No, you're right. I missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, Keter took some. They actually ended up getting all three because that bot lane play that Briarcliff did. The first dragon actually got traded. I'm surprised that BCU isn't trying to stop the grub stacking. 5 to 6 grubs is really disgusting, but I guess they're not worried because Purdue Northwest doesn't really have like a split push composition, right? They don't have a really good side laner here. Oxy in the bot lane, though. They do
have a fighting composition. Plexo gonna try to knock, but oh my goodness, all the knocking around. Crescent Guard and the Cassante ultimate dealing so much. Doubtful barely survives as Oxy goes immediately back the direction he came from with his ultimate. Plexo caught out there, no flash to escape. And Briarcliff going to be able to deal some damage. We get another top dive look Hammer, once again, slicing Maelstrom available. Equalizer gets dropped down. Stun comes through. A whole lot of damage. Can't stop the burn as Wind King, once again, ultimate coming in. No flash to run away. The tank slam into the mid lane. And ADC's worst nightmare as he can't get out. Wind King gets taken down once more.
Prank gets a ton of alone time with this turret, and because they have 6 scrubs, he's going to knock this down in record time right now. And the cool thing about Prank's itemization is that Verdant Barrier actually got changed from last season to this season. It provides essentially a mini Banshee's shield, right? It provides that ability to remove or essentially tank one spell, and he gets that top lane turret for himself, gets first turret gold. Prank is really far ahead on this rumble.
Here we go, another fight in the mid lane. A supportal combat for Purdue Northwest as Braum and Rel try to take down Doubtful and Keeter working together. Mike comes through, Raymond gets stunned up. Cassante trying to finish off Doubtful, Oxy getting low, but Klexo comes through, Wind King helping out. No ultimate, no chain of corruption ready. Keeter continues to put his foot on the gas pedal. Mike getting low as well. A huge arrow splits through the composition. Lethality, Varus hurts as Wind King snipes down Raymond. The dragon has spawned in PNW. Look to pick up another objective.
That's not Wind King. That's Legolas in the mid lane right now. I mean, just absolutely sniping everybody on the map. And Purdue Northwest don't even lose anything, right? They get all the grubs in the top side. They're going to pick up the second dragon, stop the Briarcliff dragon stacking early. And despite how bad, I would say, bot lane went and how mid lane, how many ganks went into the mid lane, Frank and Wind King are primed to carry this game with all the gold they have. Purdue Northwest, after 13 and a half minutes, have gotten themselves a 3,000 gold lead.
Huge. And, I mean, you were talking about Prank. He's popping off on this Rumble, having a really good showing. He's gotten that first tower gold. And I feel like we're heading into a chaotic mid-game, to say the least, with these two interesting compositions. A lot of team fight potential and a lot of just scrapping potential, right? Klexo on this Xin Zhao, Youmuu's Ghostblade, despite recently nerfs, still going to be running in. Oxy just popping Ghost, wanting to do the duel, but Equalizer comes in. Keeter is heal as well. Look at Doubtful, look at Klexo. It is ARAM on Summoner's Rift. Purdue Northwest, they get the memo. They send everyone barreling towards Oxy, and it pays off.
Oxy on house arrest, not allowed to leave mid lane. He was trying to get out. The Braum ultimate comes in. Keeter comes in. Pretty much all of Purdue Northwest were there ready to go, not allowing Oxy to vacate the mid lane premises. Raymond and Mike are going to look for potentially another engage, but I don't think that's enough. The Maokai ultimate catches out Doubtful, and that's about it. Rift Herald goes the way of Purdue Northwest. They've pretty much been A1 on the objective game. The only thing they've lost was that early Infernal Dragon, but other than that, Purdue Northwest have been on point to the rotations for these objectives, have been very good about getting a kill and then rotating onto the objective that is there. Very, very well played from Purdue Northwest. Even though they're running like a really unconventional composition, the same fundamentals of League of Legends still stick through, and they've just been playing very, very well.
Yep, exactly. And for Briarcliff, I think they have some really good team fighting elements. They're going to have to try and put it together. As Pranked, another Smokey the Bear, just not even considering it. Frank, though, getting low. The rest of Briarcliff is here to support. They got my memo, Shibby. They're on prevention alert, but Mike throws caution to the wind. And gets taken down there, being too aggressive. Bro, you're on like 200 HP. You got it back there as Purdue Northwest. They're gonna take finish off that mid lane turret. It was quite low.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expects a Rel in the jungle. As now we see the Rift Herald being popped into the mid lane, and I'm gonna hold it here. I'm gonna say it first.
So many grubs. Look at them all.
So many little voidlings, and only junglers should be allowed to drive the Rift Herald. See what happens? See what happens? Are they gonna rotate it? Okay,
no
wait a minute.
No way. Tokyo Drift!
What?
Doubtful a craze. He is licensed to drive, Shibby, and he stuns up Oxy. He goes unstoppable to avoid some of the CC and somehow escapes as PNW get a crazy rotation down to the bot lane.
What? You know what? I was lying. I'm sorry. I was not familiar with your game. They drifted it from mid lane tier 2 to bot lane tier 1. They got themselves essentially 3 turrets, right? The first one they knocked down in the mid lane just with their bare hands. Then they brought the Rift Herald into the mid, take that out. They take it down the tier 1. They almost kill Oxy in the process. Purdue Northwest just massively outplaying Briarcliff at the moment.
No, it's pretty much a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? It was Doubtful on the Braum who drove it, right?
Yeah, it's true. Okay, you're right. He is a jungler. He's licensed to drive.
He's licensed to drive, yeah. He's got
That's
it.
True.
What a crazy rotation. We hadn't seen... I'd seen clips, you know, of like some of the crazy shenanigans. I think that was our first one in the MEC that we've gotten all season. So shout out Doubtful for pulling that one off as Purdue Northwest. They've taken down all of the outer turrets as well as a mid lane inner. The map is wide open. The jungle is not safe for Briarcliff. They're going to have to back off as Wind King dealing so much damage with the Varus lethality poke. Mike looking for an engage though onto the immobile ADC, trying to flash away. Doubtful shields up the bullet time, and that's going to be enough time for Klexo to dive in and take care of business. Next dragon of the game, Shibby, is spawning in 10 seconds.
Frank in the bottom lane as well, and we haven't really seen Camera in any of these team fights, as they might fancy a dive onto Oxy.
Oh, big equalizer goes wide up top. Not going to lock him down quite yet, but it does make the team very cautious about going in. Wind King alone, firing away, finishes him off with the hail of arrows. Hammer dealing so much damage with the slicing maelstrom. A well-timed teleport to try and turn this fight around. Mike dealing a whole lot of damage as well, but you got to watch out for Prank, who goes down. Are you kidding me, Shibby? 4 kills for Briarcliff as an extremely well-timed fight goes their way.
Guys, that's a Cassante. He's still tanky, even though he's 2-6. You got to give him the same respect here. Really heads up play from Briarcliff, TPing Cameron with the ultimate. I was just talking about how he hasn't been involved in any of these team fights. He must have heard what I was saying, because the TP goes down into the bot lane. They're going to end up taking that dragon for themselves here. Now Briarcliff have kind of equalized the gold a little bit, right? They were in objective bounty territory, but now they've picked up the bottom lane. They picked up 4 kills. They're only down about 2,000 gold here, which is more than fine for Briarcliff, as Purdue Northwest are looking to chase on to Briarcliff right now.
Oh my gosh, the chains of corruption. Camera almost getting caught as well. They may have overstayed their welcome. Getting the dragon is going to cost them some return kills and some shutdown gold going the way of Purdue Northwest. It's an Essence Reaver Yomu Zinzao, which I just find absolutely hilarious. As Purdue Northwest, they get a little bit of gold back. Briarcliff going to be looking for some more team fights coming their way. Right into the Shield of Doubtful goes bullet time, trying to destroy that, but watch Klexo in the back line. Look at that Essence Reaver damage. 0 goes down, wiped off the map. Wind King firing away, but they got to worry about these tanks now coming through. Oxy goes down, unable to finish off Doubtful. It's a 2-for-1 in the bot lane off of the back of that team fight. So much aggression. Chain of Corruption is back up off of cooldown. Mike dodges the piercing arrow with the Twisted Advance. Senna ultimate coming out. Shutdown gold for Raymond as Briarcliff play some Bloons Tower defense and keep that one standing.
Yeah, that bottom lane tier 2 has just been the eye of Purdue's, or the apple of Purdue's eye here. And Purdue just not willing to kind of back off and reset. They finally go away, and they've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead, so they've put themselves a little bit ahead, although Prank and Camera have been going at it. Both of these guys have a Banshee shield. Camera has the full Banshee shield, while Prank is still sitting on the Verdant Barrier. But like we mentioned, Verdant Barrier now gives a Banshee's shield for yourself, a spell shield to block ability, so you get that really good early passive off, and you don't have to really build it anything more. You don't really need the extra AP if you want to go for more magic pen and stuff like that, which I believe Prank is opting into here. He's going to go into that void staff, which is just going to help him shred through Briarcliff, both the squishies and the tanks on VCU's side here.
Here come the Roots, locking down 2 members. Mike getting a little bit of damage in there, but I think Cammer on this Kennen is going to be the deciding factor for Briarcliff.
Yeah.
Whether or not this game is successful comes down to whether or not the Maelstroms are slicing enough Purdue Northwest members. See if they can make it happen. Oxy going for a little bit of a split push look in the bot lane. Going to draw Klexo away. No teleports available for anyone on the map, so limited map mobility. Oxy is very tanky and does still deal quite a bit of damage to Klexo, who's very squishy on this Xin Zhao. We've been seeing a lot of Titanic Hydra Xin Zhao from the start of this season. This is quite literally like the opposite.
Yeah, last season, obviously before patch 14.1 happened, we used to see a little bit of Xin Zhao build to lethality. It used to be Essence Reaver Eclipse. This is in the same vein, right? Lethality at Essence Reaver just allows you to get so much burst off. You saw what happened to Zero, right? When Klexo jumped on him.
Yep.
It was EQ and half his health was gone immediately. Same kind of vein. It's just an assassin Xin Zhao is what I would like to call it, right? He gets in, gets the kill, and he's not allowed to live that much longer. Whereas that, typical variant that we've been seeing, the Sundered Sky, the Titanic Hydra, all that stuff, allows him to get into these fights, live really long, and just gets damage off his. Klexo is just going to die here, unfortunately.
Briarcliff going for the quote-unquote ADC, and their dive succeeds as they're going to back away and potentially look for the Baron Nashor objective, Shibby. It's past 20 minutes, it's on the map. Oxy teleporting to the top lane to save some time. Raymond going to try to control the vision. Briarcliff right now, they're not starting it. I think they're hoping to try and get a bait going. Purdue Northwest, they're pushing quite aggressively. They've got this dragon to take potentially in about under 40 seconds. Oh goodness, these two teams dancing around the mid lane. They could go either direction. Briarcliff, they've got all their members, and the Mustangs are starting the objective.
But it's really rough because if Briarcliff overcommits to this Baron, Purdue Northwest with that 6 grub pushing power can just take mid-tier 3 immediately. And that's what BCU is afraid of right now. That's why you see them bobbling back and forth between Baron and mid lane. They don't know what to do.
Oxy already at half HP. That's a huge chain of corruption to split the team fight. Ultimates come out from the supports. Keeter getting low. He can't find the engage. Bullet time. Doubtful. Can't. His shield isn't strong enough. Klexo has returned. It's 4-on-5 for Briarcliff. Raymond flashing in for the damage. Cammer slicing through Klexo.
Oh no.
And Briarcliff, they take the fight 3 kills to 0. They're going to Baron.
They're going to go to Baron here, and Prank, this is a massive, massive equalizer. If he puts it a little bit more inwards, it pretty much cuts off all of Briarcliff University. Instead, with that miss, they're just able to take the fight. BCU take a really good fight on to Purdue Northwest, and Purdue just doesn't have the damage. Wind King and Prank are trying to stop it. No arrows are landing. Can they do it?
Mike secures the objective. Prank gets rooted from Raymond, and Briarcliff continue to fight back in this match. Wind King strikes back, finds 2 kills in response. Now Cammer looking for the engage there onto the Purdue ADC. Wow, Wind King gets a triple kill after Baron Nashor. He is having himself a crazy game. Briarcliff, 2 members survive with the buff.
Keeter is just desperately trying to take this dragon. Unfortunately, Rel, not the best objective taker here. Klexo ends up coming in. He's going to help him out here. So they're going to get a little consolation prize. They're going to get the Cloud Drake here. 2 dragons apiece. Briarcliff end up picking up the Baron, but they're only 500 gold ahead, and only 2 members have Baron here. I believe it's Zero and Mike. Yep, obviously, it's good for Zero. Obviously, very, very good when they do like a 1-4 split. But you'd love to have Oxy or Camera on it so they can split one of these side lanes with the Baron. Unfortunately, both of their Barons have been taken away. And now Purdue Northwest are aggressing onto the jungle and denying red buff, which is now global after 20 minutes. So whoever whatever team takes the red buff or blue buff, everybody on the team gets it after 20 minutes due to the new Summoner's Rift changes.
It's a new season, new interactions, and Briarcliff currently up barely in gold against Purdue Northwest. Can they pull off what would be an MEC Clash upset if I've ever seen one? Oxy ghosting in. Klexo, not very tanky, but he's got backup. Doubtful is here, and the damage starts unloading.
Oxy
not using his ultimate. Yeah, he's sticking around. He's going to be just fine. Chain of Corruption just barely misses. Wind King trying to get some more damage off. Chain of Corruption on a very low cooldown as Keter looks for some stuns. He's going to use that unstoppable W to get on out, avoid some of that damage as Wind King continues charging up those arrows into the bush, into those tanks. Doesn't deal a whole heck of a lot. They're just fine. Baron minions to defend the push, but it's surprising, Shibby. This isn't what Briarcliff wanted. They wanted to try and turn this one around.
Guys?
They've got Wind King pushing too far ahead, and Equalizer on top is not going to save him from the Oxy assassination that comes through. Briarcliff have 2 kills. Klexo able to answer back, but it is 3-on-4 with Cammer avoiding the glacial fissure. He wants more. He has flash. He has his ultimate. Can he find it? Klexo trying to go in to take down the threat, but the assassination attempt goes horribly wrong. Briarcliff, it's a 3-for-1 in their favor.
And they just left Wind King by himself, right? Purdue Northwest are more focused on getting kills than getting the turret and protecting your carry, right? Wind King is going to be the deciding factor in this game. He's so far ahead, he needs to be alive to get his poke down. But if your tanks are leaving him, if your Braum is leaving him, then he's just going to be served on a platter for Briarcliff. Perfectly executed. You got to look at, well, Oxy's build, right? He's got Sunfire Cape, Anathemas. He's designed to just 1v1 somebody and beat them out completely. Wind King not having a good time. I would be very mad if I was him in the mid lane. Like, why is my Braum and Rel leaving me to go somewhere else when the tower is pretty much down? We'd have no clue where their Maokai is. We don't really know where anybody is, and I'm under a lot of pressure and threat.
I don't know if it's the LAN jitters, Shibby, that Fat Cat mentioned. I know I wanted to sleep in this morning too. That could be a factor as well. The central guys in Illinois down an hour compared to me in the East Coast. Might be feeling a little hot as Doubtful gets taken down. Another pick for Briarcliff as they continue their aggression. Raymond not stopping. He's got the shield for the rest of the team. Eater is slowed down, but a big turnaround ultimate with the Equalizer, with the Chain of Corruption. Is it enough for Purdue Northwest? Wind King is safe in the backline. Shippy is flashing forward. Klexo with a huge shutdown, and Purdue Northwest turn it around with their Wombo combo. They find the ace.
And the massive heal coming out from the Crypt Bloom on Prank. I said he was going to build the Void Staff. I was wrong. He ends up going for one of the new items here. And if you guys don't know what it does, if Prank is able to get a kill onto any of the members of Briarcliff, it then produces a massive AoE heal that scales off of his AP or ability power. So that was really nice. Jibby. This is going to be it. The game's over.
They've got the grubs, they've got the teleport, everything lines up, the stars align in Purdue Northwest. They may have been a little down, you may have doubted them a little bit, but you may be doubtful, but it won't stop them from rolling your face over. What a turnaround victory. It was the Flash Rel ultimate from the substitute Keter, the Rel jungle coming in. Comes through in the clutch to start that team fight.
Yeah, it was such a massive engage coming out from Keter here. Even though Doubtful was down, Braum was not even in that fight at all. But the issue is that Briarcliff used so much to get that pick off that they thought they had enough juice in the tank, enough gas left to take another fight, but they didn't realize that Keter dive bombing in with the Magnet Storm on top of the Equalizer from Prank just put in so much damage, and the nice piercing arrows coming out from Wind King here. The true carry for Purdue Northwest in that mid lane. Whether you throw him ADC, mid lane, I don't care. He's going to carry Purdue Northwest to a victory. Very well played from Purdue. Briarcliff kept it competitive, and I could see the hype. I could understand the whispers of why this team was very good, because they've got a really strong sense of identity playing this game, right? I understood the ideas they were going for, the way they like to play. They're very decisive, and I love that about teams. I think the MEC is probably in one of its strongest points ever.
Yeah. And I wonder if Oxy learned anything from Maces with that Cassante mid lane coming through. Might need to go get some lessons from the master. But very fun to watch. A crazy game, Shippy. We've been blessed at the start of this MEC Clash event with some exciting matches, close to the 30-minute mark, that one. If you do want to see these MEC players live and experience the MEC for yourself, you should consider coming to watch the MEC Spring Clash that's going on right now. It's going on. It's happening today and tomorrow. You can still get tickets for tomorrow's action. Use command !Deerfield in the chat and follow the link to get your tickets to join us there. That's going to do it for our post-game breakdown. We're going to go to the interview very shortly. Don't click out of that browser. We're going to be talking with one of the players from Purdue Northwest about this game. Don't click anywhere. We'll be back in just a sec. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash event. Thank you guys for joining us. We are joined by the PNW usual ADC, known for his surprise appearances in the mid lane, Wind King. Thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm so excited about my mid lane debut right now.
Talk to me about putting your substitute player in arguably one of the most important roles in the game, jungle. I thought he was going to go bot lane with you. I thought he was going to go support. I saw it was all mixed up. What was the logic behind putting your sub in the jungle? Was it so that Doubtful or Klexo could micro him while he's playing support in the bot? Like, what was the idea?
Well, the thing is that there wasn't very much thought process behind it. I really wanted to play mid lane. The duo really wanted AD support, and we're forcing Prank to stay top lane because we need someone that's going to be consistent. So, kind of left him in jungle, and Apollinaire and Doubtful and Klexo, they are really trying to micromanage him. However, last game they were having some little debacles about micromanaging, but it's okay. It was a really fun game.
Was that Rel Ultimate at the end? I feel like Keeter had a big moment to start that final fight. Was that a micromanaged moment, or was that all Keeter?
No, that was Keeter. It was incredible. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I had this now.
Classic.
I was
that
so
from
impressed.
Was that from Pranked?
It is from Pranked. He's right behind the screen.
Of course it is. That's how it is. Anyway, sorry, I'll let you continue.
But yeah, I was so impressed with that engage. I was like, dang, we've been waiting for it all game. And it finally happened. Frank was like yelling at us like someone needs to engage. And it finally happened. And we won, so it's okay now.
Yours new squad that has come in, I'm going to say it now. I think you guys are the villains of the MEC. You talked a lot of smack earlier these past 2 weeks after beating some teams, and I know you're not directly responsible for it. Win King, you are not responsible for the words that come out of your teammates' mouth, but does it feel good just like beating up on all these teams? I feel like you guys are the villains.
I mean, it feels wonderful. I mean, someone has to be the villain, and I feel that we fit that role very good. However, I struggle a bit with being a villain because I feel bad whenever I talk bad on bad players.
Well, Win King, I'll give you a moment before we let you go to put out some good talks, good thoughts. Do you have any shout outs you want to give out before we let you go?
Okay, so my biggest shout out is to my #1 supporter and fan, my mom and dad. They watch every single live stream, always there for me. Love you, mom and dad.
Oh, we appreciate it. Well, Win King, thank you so much for joining us for the post-game interview. We got a whole lot of MEC Clash action coming all weekend long, so we wish you the absolute best for the weekend. We hope to see you later on.
All right, thank you. Have a wonderful...
And that's going to do it for our coverage of game number 2. But Shippy, we're going pretty much all day long. This is just the appetizer. We're just getting going. We're going to go into a quick break before we come back. We've got game number 3. Briarcliff is actually hopping back on the stream. They're taking on our mystery challenger, Campbellsville, which we hear had an extremely close game against ONU. So very excited to see them hop on the stream. Don't click out of that browser. Game number 3 of our coverage of the MEC Clash event is coming up in just a bit.
We're here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice alongside Briarcliffs University. Hariri! Hariri! The question of the day has been, what does esports mean to you?
Honestly, esports to me really means like building a small community together, a family that you can have, or brothers even if you want, sisters. Going from there, it's just like an improvement on yourself. Because esports isn't just about the video game, but it's also about like teamwork, communication, how you properly can build a team, and you can really go out there as well as just saying like your mental health as well. You can improve on it, or even your physical health, and that's what I've been going through for the past couple months. So it's pretty nice.
That is awesome. So it sounds like you've already related this to what I want to ask next.
Yeah.
Things that you've learned over the last 3 months, this fall semester. Is there's one thing in particular you feel like you've really advanced in?
In my opinion, it's excuses are excuses in a sense, because if you really want to do something, then you will do it.
Yeah.
Because last year I came up with all these dumb excuses like, oh, I don't have time for this, oh, I don't want to do this, or because of this. It was just a bunch of excuses. Now I've gotten to the point where it's like, I would need to do this, so I'm going to do this, rather than just making up an excuse. So,
wise alien once said, "Do or do not, there is no try," and
Yep.
it goes hand in hand. I think that's the energy that Master Yoda, as it were, was going for. LAN environment. It's a little bit different here. Do you appreciate the LANs? What's your feel of LAN?
It's nice to compete against others,
Yeah.
honestly, but it's very uncomfortable. I really like my environment back at the dorms or at my arena way more than I do at the LANs. The chairs are not the greatest. The height difference is weird.
Okay.
The one thing I have in particular is the fact that the monitors are on a stand rather than a mount. And it's very frustrating to try to make sure that the monitor's on right, or like the distance is right without it messing with your mouse pad, because that's what it really gets in the way of.
So creature comforts, and on top of that, you have to further yourself. It really stressed yourself to get through the moment there.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure for next LAN event, I'm going to be bringing a monitor on my back, so
Hey,
with the mount.
You know what? That's one way to beat the challenge.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Favorite esports moment? Did you have a clippable offense during the fall 23 semester?
Favorite esports moment, in my opinion, is when the teammates blow up at each other.
Oh.
Even ours. Like, we all blow up at each other every now and then, or we all get pissed off. In my opinion, those are the best moments, only because that really shows how good of a team we are to, like,
I love it.
Like, struggle through it.
So you're mainly focusing on, hey, there are these moments where
like what breaks our mental and how do we reshape it?
Yeah, where you know that you've broken their mental. You get to hear that on LAN as well.
Yeah.
You know that you're in their head when you look across the stage.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. So last question here for you. What are you looking forward to as far as esports goes going into next semester?
Probably a will to live. That's about it.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and them on out. Going into A4, look at Sage. Laying in the move.
Sage?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sage Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
Kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinqual on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen. But Thiessen just keeps on going.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash Spring LAN. Super excited to keep the train rolling. My name's Mac Dewey. Still with me in the casting booth through the morning's action is my main man, Shibby. We've had some extremely exciting matches highlighting the hype of the MEC, baby. It's been some close ones, Shibby, as we get geared up and ready to go. Let's take a quick look at the team standings. We've gone through about 2 matches, I think, for each team.
Yeah, both of the teams facing off in this matchup. Both Campbellsville and Briarcliff University are winless at the moment. Some of the games are still going on. That's why you'll see the standings aren't completely updated, but we did get to cast 2 games so far. Briarcliff doing the back-to-back special, and we finally get to see what Campbellsville is made of. I heard through the grapevine that they took ONU to a very close game. ONU actually ended up taking that, but I believe it was in similar fashion to the Drury and Cornell game, where I believe Cornell was winning a majority of it, and then Drury kind of snuck victory from the hands of defeat. Similar fashion for ONU. So it seems like a lot of these teams are pretty darn even. Even in the last game, the Briarcliff Purdue Northwest one, it was going back and forth for a bit.
Yeah, super tight, and I think specifically we're going to hope for Briarcliff versus Campbellsville coming right up. I mean, these are 2 teams trying to get into the swing of things, get past those morning jitters. You know, everyone's hopefully awake at this point. Got some venue food in you a little bit. Got maybe
Nachos,
got some Red Bulls going. I'm sure. I know. Oh, please tell me somebody's got some tendies on roll. I feel like it gets your fingers the right amount of greased up, you know, so you start just kind of, it's almost like going Super Saiyan for gaming. I'll say it.
Tendies do it. Tendies do it for me. They're one of my favorite things to eat. You can eat it with a fork if you don't want to get your hands greasy. If you want to get down and dirty, eat it with your hands. It's not like wings
going.
Yeah, it's not like wings where your hands get all like messy, but like, yeah, chicken tenders just have the right amount, right? It's perfectly breaded. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Enough about the tendies talk, enough about the chicken.
Gotta focus, I guess.
Let's talk about the real meat and potatoes, the rosters that are coming up for both of these teams. I think we're going to see the revenge game for Ankh, right? Briarcliff University's last year, one of their players has actually swapped over to Campbellsville, and what a treat it is to play against your former team.
There's
right?
the symbol. I knew it.
It's the symbol. Has not changed. Meki Love also in the bot lane. You have Cowtang 07, you've got Yuga, and you've got Inflame Cub. A lot of different people, but one remains the same. Ankh for Campbellsville here, the jungler going up against BCU Mike, his replacement, right? Pretty much. He's going to show him what's up. He's going to be like, you may be able to replace me, but can you defeat me is going to be the question here. I think both of these teams are going to match up very, very well. I think Oxy and Camer had a very strong showing last game, and the power that both the Cassante and the Kennen have. I think Camer had some very good TP ultimates with the Slicing Maelstroms. Oxy did what he could given the matchup he was into the Varus. Was still finding those assassinations, was still finding some very good Cassante angles. I think we're going to be in for probably one of the more competitive matches of the day.
And something pretty interesting, I'll be looking for Zero and Raymond to step up in this match. Yes. I know heading into the day, they probably weren't expecting to play into a Xin Zhao Braum bot lane. Who would expect that? So I think they might be hoping for a little bit of a return to normalcy. They had a pretty good show. Raymond on the Senna was landing some good ultimates and some good snares. The misfortunes that we've seen so far have been, I feel like, extremely hit or miss. The MEC has been not afraid to punish low mobility ADCs, and in fact start a lot of fights trying to target those ADCs. So it's been a little bit of a challenge to play a champion like Misfortune. So we'll see how Briarcliff sort of adapts to the day. Where are they going to find their comfort? you kind of have to figure it out. You got to work through it with the team to figure out, what adjustments are we going to make. You're bouncing around every single team in the MEC, going from one match to the next. So it's very challenging, I think. It's not like adapting in a series where you're going against the same team. You're going up against a completely different set of players. It's a fresh slate, a new canvas, a blank canvas to paint your wildest composition dreams onto the landscape. So very interested to see what Briarcliff bring out. And if Onk from Campbellsville, are we going to see any blasts from the past? I'm fully expecting Shippy. We already mentioned the Skarner. I'm really, really hoping we see Onk's Skarner grace the MVC battlefield once more.
I've seen some cursed builds on the Skarner as well. There's one particular, I'm going to let you know now, I am deep into like the Twitter weird OTP guys that are like Grandmaster Challenger. There is a Skarner specifically building, I think he's going like Lichbane, Shirelias. He's going a crazy wacky build and he's like Grandmaster on it. So I don't know if we're going to see that Skarner build. We might see something more atypical, probably the Triforce into the Shojin, or potentially full tank, right? Even Shroud was removed, but there's still a lot of cool items and options you can go. You can go for that like utility Skarner that we've been seeing a lot, right? Sunfire's Cape, Frozen, hard into the Abyssal Mask. That's been very, very good here, and that just gives you a lot of tankiness for a very cheap amount. So maybe we'll see the Skarner. Maybe BCU will remember it and be like, you know what? I don't want to give Onk Skarner ever.
Ever again. We know what's coming, potentially. The rest of Campbellsville, a little bit of a mystery for us, Shibby. This will be our first time seeing them on stream. As we mentioned before, a close match between ONU could really open things up for Campbellsville. As we mentioned, they're our mysterious challenger, and so it'll be fun to see how the draft unfolds, who's going to rise as a star in the MEC Clash LAN event. I'm super excited to see. Is Oxy and Camera going to go their normal lanes this time around? What's the matchups going to be? Be very interesting as we get cooking in our best of one series. I'm so used to saying game one of our best of three, but it all comes down to this pretty much. It's, best of one, you got to leave it all out there. How wacky are we going to get from some of these teams? Purdue Northwest already showing us some of that wackiness coming through for the Jinzhou Braum lane. Is the other MEC teams going to follow suit, Shibby?
We'll see. I mean, if any team is liable to pull it out, it's BCU and any team with Onk, right? These two guys could get very, very wacky, very, very whimsical. But the bans tend to be the same here. Callista, Jax being taken away as well. Kaz been flexed into the jungle recently in pro play. I'm going to say it now. I'm not the biggest fan of Jax jungle. I do like it when it's into multiple auto attackers, right? We've been seeing a lot of double AD carry compositions, that kind of stuff. That's where Jax really thrives. Gwen being taken away. So Yuga getting a lot of love and Oxy just getting his champion pool completely pinched at the moment here. We'll see what BCU end up R1ing R2 here. I don't think we should leave Karma up. Guys, Campbellsville, if Briarcliff gives you Karma, you lock it in, you slam it anywhere. It can go top, mid, bottom lane, in any of the roles. It is a quad flex. I'm here for it.
I'm trying to think about our tally, Shibby. What are we at? It's game 3. I think we saw, we can check real quick.
It was banned, it was banned last game. Purdue Northwest, we're not taking any chances here. In game 1, it was left open, but nobody took it. We'll see in game.
That?
I don't know, guys. You guys are really sleeping. The Mantra Q nerf, not that big. It's fake news. Pick the champion. It's really good. Fiora being banned away here. And Ashe, another very strong champion, potentially being banned from Briarcliff University.
I'm starting to oh, there it is. Aha, they're listening. I'm starting a tally on my whiteboard. We only got one so far.
It was only left open once today. Karma being taken out, but that does leave Ashe up, guys. And Campbellsville could take that and flex it into the support role, could flex it into the AD carry role. Jin Ashe, again, very, very strong, although they are going to end up taking the Rel, which we saw a lot of success from in last game. Got that game-winning engage.
big playmaker in the jungle, especially. Very interesting to see. Can also go support. We'll have to see. Campbellsville keeping their options open as Briarcliff going back to the Maokai. Now, this did end up with Mike in the jungle, but Shibby, we're at a fun place in the season. We have no idea where some of these picks are going till we make our way through the rest of the draft. So, makes things, I think, a little tricky for our lovely coaches supporting the players and potentially the brains behind some of these drafts. Zero is going to go back onto the Misfortune.
Ooh.
So something, not a lot of mobility, going to struggle potentially against the Rel, at least during, you got to position yourself extremely carefully, trying to find the right spot for the Misfortune ultimate. Someone who might not have to worry as much about careful positioning is the Ezreal. Arcane Shift allows some kiting options, and it's going to be Meki Love getting her hands. Another champion that we've seen quite a bit in the meta that was not banned is Shibby's favorite Udyr getting locked in.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword again for me, right? I love the champion. I love seeing it. And this is the Darius. We've been seeing the adaptation last week, right? The moment Udyr gets slammed, the Darius gets put into the top lane. Now is the chance, Onk. Flex that Udyr into the jungle and get yourselves an advantageous top lane matchup. Ezreal, Rel, although not the best combo, you typically like to go double poke or double ranged. Although I do think they will just end up taking the Udyr into the Darius. It's not the worst of matchups. It just kind of limits what the Udyr can do because he really wants to get in your face with the Phoenix stance, kind of hit you with it, get the turtle, the double turtle stance in, right? The empowered turtle. The thing is, Darius likes being in your face a little bit. He likes to get the stacks of the bleed off. He likes to really reel you back in here. So it's kind of rough for Udyr to kind of get shoved in that lane. I love the Darius that we've been seeing so far as a response. Aatrox as well has been a response into the Udyr as well. So these two champions thrive in those tank top lane matchups. Although Nocturne being banned out from Campbellsville and Zoe being taken away from Cowtang here. So some mid lane bans, Jace as well. I like the diversity that BCU is spreading. Everybody on Campbellsville gets a little love.
Wow, that is crazy. We've seen, I feel like, a majority. I mean, it depends on how the draft is going. I feel like, to be fair, every lane does get targeted a fair bit, but to spread it out evenly across all the roles is honestly something we don't see too often. And Nico ban comes through as well. Very interesting. Briarcliff do have the counter pick this time around. We're on blue side last game, so Hammer, I think, will be given the reins, likely a jungle champion. Potentially Jungle Diana maybe coming through. Mike with a spicy pick is this Maokai could be heading down to Raymond in the support role.
Yeah, Jungle Diana here also opens up for a melee mid for Cammer, potentially, right? Yone still available. Yasuo, Zed, some of the more explosive champions here. We are going to see a Rel Ezreal bot lane pairing. That Jarvan indicates to me that'll go in the jungle. Udyr will be going to the top lane. What are we going to round out here? We need a lot of AP damage, a very strong magic damage dealer. Orianna is still available for the ball delivery system, but instead we're going to go Omega late game Vladimir being locked in for Cowtang.
Oh my.
That was the last champion on my list.
That was crazy. Orianna was at the top of mine.
Yep.
And we were going through. I mean, Smolder's not available. Can't go that. This might be a mid lane Diana. Lee Sin for Mike. I believe this was banned against him in the last game. Very interesting. Fun champ Mike. Polarizing champions from him early on in the start of the MEC clash. Goes for Maokai jungle. Nah. Put me on Lee Sin. I'll show you guys what I can do. Briarcliff. Night and day difference between their composition here and the one from last game.
I feel like it's going to be really rough to execute on this Lee Sin, though, right? Who can you realistically insect kick? Ezreal's going to E away the moment he gets hit with the Sonic Resonance. Vladimir's going to pool the moment he gets hit with the Lee Sin Q. What are you going to kick an Udyr into your team? I don't know if you want that. You're not going to kick the Rel because that's a free Magnet Storm. Jarvan might be realistically one of your only options. And if he does get kicked in, you've got to kick him immediately. You got to kill him immediately because he can Cataclysm and then flag and drag out here.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know, Mike. I don't know. Like, I love the confidence. I love the gusto, but this Lee Sin pick feels a little lost, especially into Campbellsville's composition. Briarcliff University have a very, very short range comp, right? MF, the only one that can kind of come over the top with the bullet time, but Darius, Lee Sin, Diana, Maokai, they all want to get up in your face. It's kind of what Vlad likes, right? He likes to get that really big heal off, the massive E from Vlad. And also, if he can get a really nice ultimate coming out, he's going to get so much healing here. Rel and Udyr thrive in these short range compositions, right? Phoenix Dance plus Magnet Storm can do so much. And Mac, where are we right now?
Summoners, we are on the Rift for our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash event, our third match of this lovely sunny Saturday. Campbellsville taking on Briarcliff. Now, we're somewhat remote. I think I saw some snow around Illinois, so a fun stormy evening to get cozy, fire up some games, and hop onto the Rift.
Yeah, I was supposed to expect snow. I'm in the Midwest currently. Haven't really gotten any, though. Although it's been really cold, it's been rainy, so it has been very snug like a bug here. I've got the heater going. I've got myself a nice cup of tea, and I've got a full day of League of Legends action. I don't think I could ask for anything more, and I get to do it with one of my favorite people, Mac, as we get into the start of this game. A 5-point defense. It looks like, though, Briarcliff are inching towards the enemy jungle. Just drop a ward, guys. Figure out where this Jarvan is starting.
They want the info. And shout out Mike for an OG Lee Sin skin choice. The Muay Thai Lee Sin, I feel like, is
Smurf skin.
Smurf skin, right? Hall of Fame. This is a Lee Sin that knows what he's doing. So exciting to see what Mike, if he's going to do justice to the skin. I hope so. And yeah, this was banned away from him. Excited to see how it works out. Oxy and Camer, this time they're in their respective roles. Camer in the mid lane on this Diana, who we really haven't seen a whole lot of this season. And Oxy on the Darius. Shibby, we talked about it being a counter pick for Udyr. We haven't seen it work out, I think, quite as it's intended. Oxy looking to change the narrative, I think, a little bit. Could have a big game on the pick. Is certainly hoping to do some dunking.
Yeah, like I said, I did think we saw it earlier in the weeks. I believe ONU's aggression pulled it out and was pretty successful on it. And I think it just, like you said, does its job, right? We talked about it in the draft, a champion that loves to, kind of get down and dirty with you in that close range engagement. The interesting thing, though, that Oxy has teched here is not the Conqueror, but the lethal tempo, right? He's specifically just saying, if you want to scrap with me, Udyr, you're going to have a tough time. He's looking to get as many bleed stacks off as possible. So that's a cool development. Other than that, rune choices across the board seem to be pretty standard. Conqueror for the Ezreal, Phase Rush for the Vlad, and so on and so forth. But I like Campbellsville's composition. I think it perfectly kind of encapsulates what they want to do in this team fight, right? They want to scale, they want to pick and prod you, and when they're ready to team fight on their own terms, they've got Jarvan Cataclysm, they've got Rel Magnet Storm ready to go, and Briarcliff kind of just have to eat all of that, tooth and nail.
Yeah, and a very efficient start for the Campbellsville bot lane. MEC Love already quite a significant CS lead, I think, and getting a lot of poke damage. It seems like he can't miss with those Mystic shots, pushing in the lane very aggressively. Mike did start on the top side of the map, doing a full clear on the Lee Sin. He might be looking to make a visit. The Tri-Brush there, the newly added Tri-Brush for the red side, has been warded already, so they do have a little bit of vision. See if Mike gets spotted.
Yeah, and it's always a guessing game if you're the jungler. Do I go through Tri or do I go through that river? Which one's warded, which one isn't? Are both warded? So on and so forth here, as Cameron is having a pretty solid time into Kaotang. Vladimir, not known for his laning prowess, right? He's one of those champions that scales really, really well. And there's no ignite on Cameron. Uh-oh.
Zero goes low. flashing away, ignite on him, first blood going over to the Ezreal. MEC getting the first kill of the game. Now Mike going a little bit deeper, just trying to trade and shove in this wave to try and pressure MEC, but he's returning to lane very quickly. I think he's going to be able to catch a significant portion of this wave with the help of Inflame Cub. Ezreal, a very nice start as a solo kill for Cammer in the mid lane. Inflame Cub, meanwhile, getting low, but Mike's underneath the turret, taking a whole heck of a lot of damage. Cannon minion experience and a little bit of gold is secured by Campbell's Will, which feels real good for the bot lane. Mid lane, Cammer getting that getting a solo kill, very huge.
Yeah, we're talking about the Diana into Vlad and the matchup, what it may be, and MEC aggressively eating in. Cub has to get out. I don't think he has enough HP to fight 2v3, despite Lee Sin's, being super low. A deceptively tanky champion, has the W safeguard, can get out and dodge a lot of the abilities there, still has the flash available and Conqueror ready. So yeah, I don't think Campbellsville bot lane can take that fight, although MEC is in a pretty solid position. 10 CS above their counterpart. 0 has the first blood kill, has already got the tier stacking. But Cao Tang, obviously giving a kill in that mid lane. 500 gold over to Cammer. And right now, Briarcliff, albeit small, have a solid 500 gold lead.
Oh, level 6 for Cammer in the mid lane. Roam up from bot. Inflame Cub is here to help potentially even things out. So is Ankh. Coming in, looking for the flag and drag. There we go. Knocking Cammer up. Engage ultimate coming through. Kotang with the first kill of the fight. It's a 1-for-1 in massive healing. Vladimir doesn't even have ultimate as a solo kill in the bot lane. Mike trying to get on. Mike is slain. Ankh takes down his replacement for the Briarcliff jungle role. Campbellsville fight back in the mid lane. They get 2 kills, Shibby.
Yeah, what a beautiful kind of bait from Cao Tang. I think Cammer knew something was up, but didn't want to let the opportunity go. And MEC just having a time of his life. I believe a bot lane solo kill happened in the meanwhile, because Zero's at 0-2 and MEC 2-1.
Yeah, crazy. Don't know how he pulled it off. MEC doesn't need those biscuits, might just sell it for gold, as he's going to be getting a huge early back. Sheen Caulfield's Warhammer completed.
Oh, wow.
Sells the biscuits. Yeah, you don't need him, dude. He's feeling himself. 48 CS, 2 kills, just walking back to lane. Good feeling as Briarcliff going to try to respond. Oh my gosh, Shibby, I just noticed this. Look at the CS difference in top.
Yeah, I told you this matchup was really good for Darius.
I'm sorry, 12 CS?
It's not supposed to be that good. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened. There's no way that's accurate, right? Did you just...
I don't know what's going... I literally just noticed. I was like, what the heck?
Oh my god.
I was like, how is the gold lead still so close? I was like, how is Briarcliff still kind of in it? Yuga is struggling in this top lane counter matchup. Oxy's just going to go in the jungle. He's going to start messing with Ankh. He's level 7. Ankh is only level 6. It is terrifying to be on this top side of the map if you're Campbellsville.
Yeah, Yuga is just not CSing, I guess. I'm going to assume hasn't really died, but has probably just backed out of lane as they're going to try to 2v1. I'm pretty sure Oxy just wants this.
Oxy, level 6, getting low, though. Not a lot of tankiness, and he's just going to get taken down. He didn't want the smoke, Shibby. That was crazy. Yuga only has Doran's ring, but Ankh is in a really good spot on this J4, dealing so much damage. He's got the Conqueror. Hammer, meanwhile, in the mid lane, going to try and keep going with the trades. Ankh, starting up Grubs, gets the first one.
Yeah, and Oxy only had Cole, right? He had a Call, and that was about it. Mike trying to get in onto Yuga here. One more Sonic Resonance could land as Ankh is going to take the rest of the Grubs here, so they're going to get 3 for Campbellsville's side. That's the cool thing about Udyr, right? I mean, even if you're not CSing amazingly well, you're still kind of innately tanky with that empowered W, and he'll eventually get there. Well, Oxy has to make this Darius pick work. He's got to start getting involved in some of these smaller skirmishes, roaming himself down for maybe these dragons. He doesn't have TP, which is a big thing for Darius players. They rarely ever take TP. They always have Ghost Flash as Raymond goes in. goes immediately out, and that's a lot of damage being returned. As Oxy is more than happy to just proxy Yuga here.
What an interesting start to the match, Shibby. We've gotten some very cool league matches so far to start off the MEC Clash event. And we're getting another one here. Campbellsville, our mystery challenger, coming in. And, I mean, the bot lane's looking really solid. MEC Love, really fun to watch on this Ezreal. Going to be a carry to keep our eyes on. And Ankh making his grand return to the MEC 201 on the J4. His revenge match against Briarcliff is going swimmingly well as they continue to focus on this bot lane. And the ROI is going crazy, Shibby. The turret plates are super low. It's before the 10-minute mark, and only the last one still stands.
Yeah, MEC Love's got a big chunk of change in his pockets. He's going to back, most likely finish his Triforce here. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Briarcliff, specifically their bot lane, or specifically the team to kind of help out this bot lane.
Yeah.
Oh, he will go actually Essence Reaver. That is the new
buff
build, right? Because of the buff. And Dragdar has been saying Essence Reaver is the best, and he's the #1 Ezreal in the world, in my opinion. So I pretty much take his opinion on everything. Yeah, Essence Reaver is the new build, not Triforce anymore. Essence Reaver Manamune is going to do a boatload of damage, right? Gives you the mana back as well. A lot of cool synergistic properties with the build here. But we mentioned Briarcliff's bot lane struggling a lot. If they can't get to their item breakpoints, which is look like they're struggling with, even with lethality, these teamfight skirmishes that Oxy wants to participate in later on, he's going to need some damage. It's going to have to come out from either the Misfortune or Camera here. Camera's doing okay, but a lot of that damage can get dodged out by the Ezreal, by the Vlad. So it's going to take a lot of brute force from Briarcliff to kind of win some of these fights.
Oh my gosh, take the Q and kick. Take that. That would have been crazy. To cue the minion behind.
Yep.
Go, I know Vlad has the pool, so it probably wouldn't worked out, but my poor instincts were kicking in, Shibby. I wanted to see something crazy, and Mike is going to catch Ankh out a little bit, gets knocked up. Here comes the damage flash engage from Kotang, but a sonic wave to the face means you don't get any healing, in the mid-jungle duo of Briarcliff strike back in decisive fashion. Meanwhile, Oxy is putting on a top lane clinic. It is the Ice Age up there. It is so frozen.
Yeah, it's 95 to 36 CS here, right? It is a nearly 60 CS lead for the guy at the moment. Really rough. I don't know how Yuga's going to be allowed to play the game. Game is still very close, and that's simply kind of based off of the top side of Briarcliff versus the bottom side of Campbellsville. What is stronger here? What's going to end up showing out on top? MEC Love is in a very strong position. Vlad is slowly but surely working towards that Leandries.
Just gonna go bot again.
Still available. Raymond is going to die.
Bullet time comes out, but here comes the Magnet Storm, Mike, and Teleport from Camer. 2v2 mid-jungle duo. They just came up with a huge play up on the top side of the map. Can they make some magic happen in the bot lane? Come on, Magic Mike, what have you got going on? The Q there on to MEC Love, but it's not enough, Shibby. Not enough magic to finish off the ADC. Oh my gosh, Gromp comes through. There's some freaking magic. Oh my goodness, Raven with the kill. Finishes off MEC Love, gets the shutdown gold. Zero has returned. Ultimate comes from Kotang. Raymond in trouble. Zero flashing away. Using the heal as well. He doesn't have his ultimate. And it is a scrappy bot lane encounter as the fight keeps on going. At the end of the day, the team's still just about even.
An insane elongated team fight coming out from both sides here. And despite all that, Briarcliff have seemingly come out the victors here. If they can get this dragon as well, despite all the chaos that's happened, that'll put them at the double dragon mark. It'll get them that much closer to whatever the dragon soul will be. Could be an ocean soul, mountain, hextech, you name it. Here's the cloud dragon and infernal have gone down here. It is actually the one I didn't name at all, the chemtech soul. One for the taking here. A lot of good individual stats with extra healing and extra shielding, I believe, but also the Chemtech Soul will make it that much harder for Briarcliff to go down. They do I believe, 11% increased damage if they go below 50% HP, and they also get 11% damage resistance when they go down below 50% HP, which is really good for a comp that wants to be in your face with the Diana, with the Darius. The longer they can live, the more value they get.
Rift Herald has spawned in Campbellsville, immediately starts going for the topside objective. They've got Oxy caught on a reset point, who finishes off his Trinity Force. Yuga finally getting a chance on the Unfrozen Wave to catch some CS. Oxy has been a defender of his minions and has just been setting up the waves beautifully to where, like, it's honestly like suicide for Yuga to try and contest the wave. He's needed some jungle help. Ankh has left him on the island. I think at this point, it's honestly more Ankh's fault than Yuga for the situation. So it'll be a little interesting to see how it works out. The Cole has been pretty much cashed in for Oxy. So this Darius is just at a super strong point, looking for something. Yuga finally getting a chance to shove the wave in, break the freeze. Might get caught here as Oxy has Ghost. He has his flash, and he's got red buff. He's looking for a fight as he ghosts in, pulls Yuga in. He's going to get stacked up. That turtle shield gets broken. And the bleed, is that going to be enough? Oxy, you can't get cocky. Flashes in to finish off Yuga for the solo kill.
Yep. Oxy catches him around. He's saying, you're getting a little too close to my turret, buddy. Too many auto attacks. Yuga finally goes down. 52 CS to 148. Will Oxy Flame Horizon Yuga? Like, it's getting dangerously close.
Oh, goodness. The rest of Campbellsville rotating out of the bottom side of the map. They've taken the mid lane turret. Ankh goes in. Zero gets demolished as Raymond tries to answer. Here comes Mike with a Q there, connecting onto Inflame. Blue turret goes down. Oxy cashes in on some gold on the top side of the map. Might be ready to swap down to the bottom. Rift Herald, meanwhile, getting dropped in the mid lane. Campbellsville looking to continue pushing. Zero has gotten respawn, short death timers, but a whole lot of grubs. The Void Mites looking to munch onto the turret, but you gotta watch out for the flanks, Shibby. The solo laners of Briarcliff have arrived, and they're looking for an engaged Magnet Storm with the True Shot Barrage. Raymond is the target. Bullet time melting through Ankh. Camera trying to dish out the damage. Oxy is close, but you don't need the rest of the team. Here comes Oxy, just immediately dunks down. He's looking for blood. He's gonna get it in spades with Cow Tank's triple kill on the Vladimir.
Darius may have been looking for blood, but Vladimir, the crown prince of the blood, is here in the mid lane, picks up a triple kill. Yuga gets some much needed alone time in the top lane. He's asking Briarcliff, is the big bad monster in the top lane dead? Can I finally farm this wave? Can I finally pick up this turret? He's getting some much needed gold direct injected back into his veins here. And that was a 4v5. That was a 4v5, right? Briarcliff took that with a numbers advantage in Campbellsville. Just because Ezreal and Kowtang are decently far ahead, they're able to take that fight with their two damage dealers. Realistically, Yuga, the only difference he's going to make in these fights is he's going to be another tank presence separating Briarcliff, right? Forcing them to peel potentially Udyr off. And that's going to give so much space for this Udyr, for this Ezreal, just kind of go and lay waste to Briarcliff University.
And I mean, the nice thing for Yuga, he's just completed his Frozen Heart. He doesn't need to save up too much, but Kowtang potentially caught out here on the bottom side of the map, does not have his ultimate, but the Phase Rush proc. No summoner spells. Here comes the chase, but here comes Campbellsville to respond to their mid lane getting taken down. Is it enough? The damage from Ezreal not quite arriving just yet. Yuga getting low. Oxy taking down the top lane threat. Not able to pop off. It's Zero turning into a hero in this fight with a bit of a double kill. Trying to make some noise. Meki Love has to try and cap back from Cammer, who's dishing out a lot of damage with the ultimate. The reinforcements come through. Shut down. Another kill going over to Zero. Back and forth we go, Shibby. The scales keep flopping sides. And Briarscliff with a really, really good fight there. Catch Campbellsville not expecting an engage. And this is actually going to put the Mustangs on Soul Point.
Yeah, really good fight to take right before the dragon spawning. Chemtech Dragon, the third one being taken for Briarcliff, is going to put Campbellsville in a bit of a tricky situation because now Briarcliff can do the oh-so-sought-after Baron Dragon Soul trade, right? They don't have to start Baron here. They can wait for the next dragon to spawn, and BCU can make Campbellsville do a decision, right? Do they trade Baron for the dragon? Does Campbellsville over-index vision on the bottom side and Briarcliff kind of just read that and take the Baron here, or vice versa, right? Puts Campbellsville in a very bad spot here, especially with the game being so close. Oxy can kind of just split to his heart's content, and you've got to send two people here. Yuga goes down in the bot lane, but I don't think he's going to last that long against Darius. He's just going to be able to hit that tower back and forth, back and forth. It's going to be up to the rest of Campbellsville's four-man squad of Jarvan, Vladimir, Ezreal, and Rel to kind of take the engages to Briarcliff.
Another close one. Shibby, I don't
look at this.
We have not been blessed by MEC action like this in a minute. The Clash LAN is delivering on the hype here. Our three first games very close between the participating schools. We've got another fun one as Baron Nashor hits the map. Take a step back, a bit of a breather. Who are we keeping our eyes on? Oxy on the Darius, very far ahead, but it's going to be a challenge to execute the Darius dunkage in these team fights. And you got a lot of tanks disrupting it, a lot of potential damage. It's 10,000 gold for MEC Loves Ezreal. He's going to be the main carry for Campbellsville to keep a good watch on. Look at the damage coming out the dunking. Oh my gosh, not enough tankiness. Oxy with a solo kill. And if Briarcliff can keep that rolling, they've got a fun rest of the match ahead of them.
I talked about Yuga not allowed to be left alone in lane with Oxy, and that's what happens. There is the Flame Horizon coming in as well. 187 CS to Yuga's 84. And for the younger League of Legends fans that don't know what a Flame Horizon is, it is essentially when a lane opponent or a laner gets 100 CS above their lane opponent, popularized by the famous and legendary top lane Flame. It was named after him way back in Season 1, Season 2 of League of Legends in Korea. So that is the Flame Horizon, guys, and it's a really crazy feat because to get that much CS over your opponent means you've been dominating him in lane, you've been getting your CS on point, you've pretty much been playing fundamental League of Legends to the best of its ability.
Crazy showcase, and this is what I think we've been, or what the teams honestly have been kind of expecting for this Darius counter matchup into the Udyr. Darius has been around the block in top lane, and I know Udyr's been dabbling in it a little bit, but this isn't Darius's first rodeo, and we see why. Kaoteng is immediately sent to deal with Oxy. They're like, we can't have the Yuga matchup going that way. So Yuga's going to be sent to deal with Hammer in the top lane, but it's not a lot of magic resist completed by the Udyr just yet. He just has Merc Treads. Campbellsville, they're going to pull the trigger. They've started Baron Nashor. It's going to get spotted out. There's a lot of vision control, a lot of potential fighting. Oxy does not have teleport on the as a summoner spell. He can't join the fight. Baron Nashor at 50% HP. Should be here we go. Mike with the Q. It's bullet time to try and disrupt the take, but Onk, his head is strong. Smite fight in, and it's secured by Briarcliff, but the health bars are low. Excuse me, it's Campbellsville with the Baron, but Briarcliff, they're the ones who take the fight. It is Cammer with a crazy engage on the Diana. You might have blinked and missed that engage. It came down to a knife's edge. Onk secures it. Mike can't pull off the steal, but the Mustangs pull off the fight. Now Oxy pushing in the bot lane. He's attacking the bottom lane inhibitor turret, and Briarcliff somehow turned that fight around. We saw it opposite to them. They took the Baron last game. They learned, wait, we can look for these fights after Baron Nashor.
Yeah, and Mike just desperately trying to take that tier 1. The tier 3 goes down in the bottom lane, the tier 1 in the mid lane, and I believe the tier 2 in the top lane. And a whole bunch of gold goes into Briarcliff's pocket, 4,000 in the lead. And despite Campbellsville securing the Baron, only one member of the team has it draped over them. It is none other than Onk, of all players here, the saving grace for Campbellsville. Maybe they can look to get a Baron push on, but maybe that's not enough time because Dragon's up in 10 seconds.
Here we go, Shibby. The action don't stop at the MEC clash. Land another potential team fight. Gotta ring it in, though. Dragon just now spawning Briarcliff, hoping to secure the Dragon Soul here. Campbellsville not gonna give it up, though, without a fight. Oxy is here for this fight. He wasn't needed last time around. Campbellsville not going to get there reduced. Mike, a huge kick through the team. Meki, the engage, beautiful from Briarcliff. Mike helps take down Meki Love with Cammer. It was an insane engage, and the Mustangs trample through the fight as they get back-to-back aces coming through.
And that might be the game here. 30-second death timers for a lot of the members here. Inflame Cub is going to be up in 15, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to that top lane wave that they prepped earlier on after that Baron. Might just be able to get the inhibitor turret in the top. I don't think they're going to be able to end the game. Do they actually go for it? It's Aurel is up, and that's it. Meki Love's up in 10, and so is Yuga. They're actually going to take the smart way around. They did not go for the dragon, though. Oddly enough, I feel like that's a slam dunk Chemtech Soul.
Wow. What in the world is going on? They get the top lane inhibitor. They're going to run straight back to Dragon. They know they have the time to look for the reset. Meki Love uses the True Shot Barrage to scout it out. The objective has not started. Shibby, this might be the strongest point Briarcliff has looked throughout this entire match. I think they're okay looking for another immediate fight. They've got their ultimates back of Kautang on the Vladimir. Still no ultimate Magnet Storm. We're waiting just a little bit longer. And here we go. The teams run it back. Oxy on the flank is going to get spotted out. Can Mike serve up another miracle? Kicking away Og. That's the Dragon's Rage down. Raymond waiting for the Maokai ultimate. Big cooldowns coming up. But top lane is pushing Shibby. No teleports available, though, for Briarcliff to punish. A lot of damage. Meki Love, heal coming up. No flash. Looking to be safer in this fight. He was beautifully executed at the start of the last one. The carry for Campbellsville couldn't execute at all. The game on a knife's edge here in the river. The dragon is started up.
Okay, Yuga.
Mike looking for the objective. Udyr trying to push in the mid lane. He's going to teleport to the fight as things get going. Raymond using the ultimate. Mike dashing away. The dragon getting low. Mike, can he pull off a miracle this time around? No. Ankh secures the objective. Raymond looking for the fight to go in. It's bullet time, Shibby, and dodged out perfectly. Campbellsville there dancing around Briarcliff. Can they pull it off here? Zero getting low. Kautang having himself a fight. This time, Meki Love is popping off. They can't get their hands, but again, Oxy, he's taken a page out of Quick Slice's book. The Darius looking for the end of the game. He gets the Nexus turrets, but he can't find much else. Darax Gauge is procced. Look at the minions. The super minions not going to be able to finish off the Nexus. What a sequence of events there.
There is no way that in 3 games we get 2 split push victories. Oh my, Oxy trying to go for the game win, recognized that the fight was lost, and he said, you know what? I'm booking my ticket to the Nexus here. Is able to take the turrets down, though, so that's an open Nexus for Campbellsville. Although that fight that they played, Meki Love dodging and weaving, hitting every single Mystic shot. He is outputting a metric ton of damage here. 4 items, quite possibly the strongest member in the game right now. He needs to be the carry threat for Campbellsville. He needs to carry these fights and bring them to what may be their first and only victory this day 1.
Oh, goodness. This is crazy. Shibby, Briarcliff versus Campbellsville, 21 kills to 22 kills, less than 2.5k gold separating these two teams. We gotta buckle in here as the action starts to heat up. Briarcliff still on soul point, but they're gonna have to wait. Baron Nashor spawns in 20 seconds. Meki Love, the aforementioned carry, the star of Campbellsville, at least for this match, has a lot riding on this Ezreal. Briarcliff again had a beautiful engage onto him for that first steamroll of a fight, but they got to catch lightning in a bottle twice now if they hope for victory in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is inconsequential at this point in the game, right? 29 minutes in. Everybody's kind of gearing towards those 3 to 4 item marks. It's pretty damn close. We are hitting that late game point, and Kaotang on this Vladimir has built a frozen heart.
Oh, the flash click kick of the Vladimir. Kaotang goes down. Mike traded, but here comes Oxy. Mekilov gets pulled in to Oxy's Darius. He can't escape the shutdown gold. Hammer now looking to finish this game off. Another backdoor shivvy, but the rest of the Mustangs, the cavalry, crushes through the front door as well. And Briarcliff ends this one in decisive fashion. I thought we were gonna go for some objective fights, but Briarcliff don't care. They're marching straight through the door.
And what an insane team fight. I said it was going to be really hard for Mike to get some kicks off onto the Vlad, onto the Ezreal. When push comes to shove, when the game is on the line, he gets a massive insect on Vladimir of everybody to end that game. And Mekilov getting caught by the Darius pull. He had flash available. He just didn't know. He just didn't recognize it. And the game ended from there. Briarcliff University take the dub off of a backdoor, off of a massive team fight win. Multiple here. They wipe them off the Baron. Both of these teams back and forth. Mac, we have been blessed with 3 amazing matches here in the MEC Spring Clash. And woo! Congratulations to Briarcliff. They go up 1-1. Campbellsville, unfortunately, go to 0-2. And that's really rough, especially in this round robin, where you've got to face potentially 5 more teams. You try to want to get to that positive win ratio at 4-3, 5-2, so you can kind of get that favorable seeding here. We'll see what's in store for them. But man, what a game. What a day.
This is just the start. I'm going to keep on saying it for the next little bit. We're in the middle of it, the MEC Clashland. Shibby, I'm so happy to be here with you, man. It's been so fun watching these games. I feel like I'm being tested, honestly, to try and keep up with some of these crazy engages. It's been an absolute joy to watch these players go toe-to-toe on the Rift. We just cover a lot of our League of Legends action here, but I've got something for any Smash Bros fans in the chat. Get ready for you as well. The Midwest Esports Invitational is coming to you in the Chicago area February 24th and 25th. Join us for 2 days of fun and competition featuring doubles and singles tournaments on Saturday and Swiss on Sunday. Scan the QR code that you see there on the screen or visit us on start.gg/MEI for the Midwest Esports Invitational to register today. Your registration will get you into all 3 events with a $1,000 prize pool for each tournament. Your registration also gives you access to the entire venue, which includes free play area, PC workshops, ability to watch high-level Smash Collegiate Crew action, and so much more. We hope to see you guys there at the Midwest Esports Invitational. More in-person LAN events, Shibby. I love to see it. You know I'm crazy about these. We hope you guys stick around as we continue our coverage of the MEC Clash event. We've got our post-game interview coming up in just a bit. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be right back talking to one of the members of Briarcliff University. Hello,
It's us.
everyone. Thank you guys so much to joining back for our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash event. We are blessed by two members of the BCU crew, Mike and Oxy, joining us for the post-game interview. Thanks for joining us, fellas. How are you guys enjoying the event so far?
It's great so far, man. We're having a good time. You know, everything's set up super clean, super nice. Nothing to complain about.
Nice.
Same thing.
So, Mike, you got to tell me the absolute balls to pick Lee Sin into Vladimir, into Ezreal. Like,
Yeah, but I'm playing against Jarvan.
That's a tough.
No, it's an easy matchup against J4.
Sure,
Yeah.
right? But to execute the insect onto champions like Ezreal and Vlad, when you picked that, were you calling for that Lee Sin? Because I had my doubts. And I was like, all right, how is he going to execute on these team fights? You found the pick. What was the idea behind the Lee Sin pick for that final?
Like, if I was against better players, I probably wouldn't have went with the Lee. But, like, I know when I'm playing against everyone here, like, I can get away with pretty much whatever I want. I wanted to play a Shaco game, but the team wasn't feeling it. They felt like, you know, I wouldn't be able to win as easily as I did on Lee if I picked Shaco.
Right.
But, you know, like, a big thing with it, you know, man, is my team being confident enough to let me pull out picks like that. We played a lot through our mid bot how we wanted to. We put Oxy on an island, and he was able to do everything he needed to do.
I was chilling top lane,
But yeah, it's all about everyone, you know, knowing their role. You know, Oxy, he's here to help me win. You know, that's what matters more than anything.
Right.
So, you know, it's really a team effort.
And talk to me, because you guys are...
Okay.
We good.
Yeah.
I'm curious, it's the kind of a new face for Briarcliff, you guys coming in. Talk to me about how the experience has been for you guys coming into the MEC, and how's it been playing? We're this is our third week of competition, kind of into the season. So how do you guys feel about the start and how things are going?
I mean, we're feeling good about what is happening right now. I don't know if you saw, we have like a new ADC. It was a little bit shabby at the start. We just had somebody filling in. We didn't have like the greatest performances. The games were pretty close though, even like with down a member. But now we have like Jacob coming in, filling in like at 80 carry position. So we're pretty much confident moving forward into like our matches, and hopefully we'll be able to give like a good performance and like enjoyable games for you guys to watch and cast. You know.
Hey, this one was crazy to cast. I know, Mike. I saw that kick into
Which
that
one? There were like 3 or 4 of them. You gotta be more specific. I was a walking highlight reel that game. You gotta be more specific. Give me timestamps.
Yep.
You gotta give me the breakdown of what's happening. Mike, you made a crazy kick. It happens every 5 minutes. Like, you gotta be more accurate,
every
man.
time
more
he has
specific.
flash up, you know.
I think it was timestamp about like 25 minutes, the first dragon fight around the potential soul hitting Meki Love, and then Cammer coming through, and it was like a 1-2. Cammer came and it just like one-shot him.
Like that's the most important thing too, is like, I'm not even the best player on our team. Like, as good as I am, our mid laner is by far our best player. You know, like, all I do is I set up plays for him to be able to really do what he needs to do. And we did that a lot that game. You know, me kicking 4 or 5 people into each other every 5 minutes, it made the game so easy for him to just win it for us. Like that's the
D-Wade LeBron-esque, right? It's the alley-oop into the dunk. Final question from me. I've been hearing a lot of chatter about, you know, Briarcliff University this year through the grapevine. Maybe the regular season isn't panning out the way you want. We're super early in, but can you tell me why there's so much, people are putting so much respect on your name? Are you guys scrim demons? What is it?
They know what's up. They know what's up. Like, you know, you know, we've got the land jitters or whatever. You know, we're 2 games in, but they know what they're walking into. They know who they got here.
Like, did you see those 5 bans that I took? You know, it's like I do not get to play any of my fun champs. You know, no Jax for me, no Fiora for me. Like, all of those like fun champions.
Nothing.
Yep.
And that's the thing, you know, when they bring down my French friend, you know, we got me, we got Cam, we got Raymond, we got Jacob. Like, it doesn't end. There's no stopping us. You know, 5 bans isn't gonna be enough. So, like I said, man, they know what they're walking into with us.
Well, we've enjoyed watching you guys through the start of the day, excuse me, and we hope to see more of that Lisa and Mike highlight reel, man. I know it was fun to watch. Before we let you go, wanted to give you guys both a moment to throw out any shout outs while you guys are at the land.
Yeah, I want to, thank Jack for letting me be here. Part of the program. It means a lot for me. My team, they've been helping me a lot the last couple of weeks since I pulled up. Everyone back home, I appreciate them.
I also want to like just quickly thank my teammates. It's very enjoyable when you're like your team is winning and you're just like sitting top, freezing the wave, getting like a big CS lead. I really enjoy that. And I just also want to thank my friends, my family. Just want to shout out Montreal, where I'm from, and that's it.
Well, we appreciate getting you both in for a little bit of a double interview. See, get some insight into the top jungle synergy behind Briarcliff's success. We appreciate you guys and wish you the best for the rest of the event. Hope to see you guys later on.
All right, thanks, boys. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it for our third match, but at this point, if you've been watching the stream for a while, you might be getting close to tired of Mac and Chibi's faces on your screen, but too bad for you! We're sticking around for several more matches. We've got at least 3 or 4 coming your way until we swap off for the night shift, boys. So stick around, catch out some more MEC Clash League of Legends. We hope to see you guys in the next match. We're going to hop into a quick break, get geared up and ready to go. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back in just a bit.
We're here at the MEC Fall Championship. It is Kendo Slice alongside Milk, who's Briar Cliff University. You are a Valorant player, if I remember correctly. The question of the day has been, what does esports mean to you?
Esports, to me, is just short of for electronic sports.
I do appreciate that.
I don't think they're any different than normal sports. I think that if you got a team and you got an environment that supports your team work and team growth, then it's a sport, and that's what esports is. It's just a sport. I think that just classifying it differently is just to help people categorize what they're doing. It doesn't really mean anything else.
You heard it here first. Esports is sport. And
yes.
I do agree with that. Thank you for elaborating on that. It could have been very easy to say electronic sports and just leave it at that. But no, the elaboration killed it. I appreciate that. Something that you've learned over the last 3 months, so this semester, potentially from your experience with Briarcliff University Esports.
Something that I learned is that hard work pays off.
Yes.
So in the beginning of the semester, we had that first LAN. I don't know if it was like a month or 2 ago, but it was some time ago. And we got handed L's. But then on the most recent matches, we've seemed to be able to turn it around, and we haven't really dropped a map this series yet.
That's crazy.
And so we've been playing a lot better as we improve. And I think that's in part to the fact that every single day, except I think Wednesdays, we're in the arena for a couple hours a day, studying and learning how to play better and be better. And
That's
now
excellent.
we are better.
Yeah, that is excellent. A lot of work being put in there. As far as the LAN environment goes, you got an opportunity to play on LAN for a couple times now. How do you feel about LAN environments? Are you enjoying your time here?
So for me, I feel like it's pretty stereotypical that like esports kind of people are more like shy and reserved. And so whenever I'm at events like this where they're in person, I feel like you actually get to know the person a lot differently than you do just like talking to them over the voice. And so like I've met a bunch of the other teams here, and I would say we're all in friendly terms, and it's cool to see your friends again.
Yes. I do agree with that. It definitely adds a whole new layer and brings people out of their shell at times as well.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Getting to see opponents. Very good. Favorite esports moment of the Fall 23 semester? Did you have a clip that you can't deny?
I do have a clip, but I don't know if it's on specifically this tournament.
Yeah.
But I hit a 5K spray transfer
Wow.
on Split, and it was insane. and like I had all my teammates popping off, and like that's probably like the #1 moment. Because for me, I always choke aces. I always get 4 out of 5, and so like that was I never get aces.
That is amazing. Love it when it goes to fruition. And now the final question. We're looking forward into esports future towards next semester. Is there anything that you're looking forward to? What's on the docket for Milk?
I'm looking forward to. I don't really know. There's like a lot for me to look forward to as a player. Like first of all, I have my own self-improvement to look forward to.
Yes.
Because by the time that comes around, I should be a much better player than I already am. On top of that, my team is going to be improving. And so I really want to see like where our comm structure and such is going to be in the next few months, because coming up we also have the NCC League, I think.
Yeah.
And that's going to be, no offense to MEC, going to be a lot tougher opponents because you have to like actually place to make it to lands.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to being able to perform there and show my stuff, if it makes sense.
Absolutely, and I imagine a lot of us who are watching on a regular basis will be looking forward to seeing you show off your stuff. Again, Milk, Briarcliff University. Really appreciate the time and the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice alongside Briarcliff University. Freight! Hashtag train. You got me with the timing of that when we were talking before.
That was the intent.
It is freight. Hashtag, is it just straight up freight train or is it freight?
Yeah.
Okay, so the freight train over here. And the question of the day has been, what does esports mean to you?
I mean, I stopped going to school around like 7th grade, and I pretty much put all my time into this. So esports is like a job, like it's my lifestyle, it's everything that I do. Like it means everything to me.
Yeah. So
it's what's gotten me to college. Like, I mean, it's done everything for me, and
I love it.
I'm gonna keep with it until I'm done.
So, is there something that you have learned over the last 3 months? Maybe there was an interaction with a coach that you'd like to highlight? Or
I mean, mostly
like
just like learning how to interact with other people. Like when most of what you've done all your life is play video games, like being in a physical environment with 4 other teammates kind of just alters things, and you have to learn it a different way, and it's been a major catalyst for growth.
Absolutely. Like, getting off the rails for a moment, but it's a lot like you think of trying to do things one way, and it doesn't work. The perspective of other people brought in a team environment goes a long way in helping you discover a solution that does work.
And you become a lot less individualistic. Like you just learn how to factor in everybody else and everything that you do.
I love that. Thank you for joining me on my rabbit trail there. Of course, going into that, hand in hand, LAN experience. It's a little bit different altogether because face-to-face.
I mean, it's a lot of it's like uncomfortable, but in like a way that I feel like we should embrace, and that's like how you evolve, is by going through the discomfort of a LAN event and coming out better in the competition. And honestly, it's been great. Like I've liked this experience more than any other like online competition I've ever competed in.
So I gotta ask, do you have a favorite esports moment from the fall semester? You clip on some fools?
I think I had when I played against Cleveland State on Ascent one game, I think I got 2 like aces almost back to back, and that was probably one of my favorite moments. Like I immediately put that in the montage afterward. I was like
you know he's good when there's a montage involved. Something happened to create that montage. I love to hear
lot of
about
things.
it. So, going forward, last question here. In esports, Is there anything you're looking forward to going into next semester?
Yeah, we started off this season like kind of bad. Like we were one of the worst teams, I would say, in the tournament.
Okay.
Like we had the potential to go like 13-11 like close games against the best ones, but even the worst ones could beat us sometimes. And it was a lot to do with our coach sub, but we've come a huge way in this last 3 months, and I'm honestly just really excited for every tournament we're going to play in next, because
I love it.
It's been
just continued
wild
growth, and we see on top of that, the growth comes experience, and the experience ends up being a brighter interpretation. You go through hard times together, you end up finding your way through and getting on that winning trail. And it sounds like Briarcliff is going places. They might be taking the freight train to get there. I really appreciate the interview. Thank you so much for your time.
You too, man.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN. We are officially past the start, Shibby. I feel like we've entered the middle of the event. Very exciting as our teams work through the round-robin phase of the tournament, making their way towards the single elimination bracket is very exciting. My name's still Mac Dewey. Shibby's still with me in the casting booth, and we're getting geared up and ready to go for our fourth match of the day. Purdue Northwest taking on Drury Panthers, which may be a bit of a test for this Drury University squad. They played GVU a little bit before, but outside of GVU, it feels like they haven't gotten tested by the big dogs of the conference just yet.
I mean, it's a bit of a asterisk on it as well, right? Because Purdue Northwest is playing with a substitute. I don't know where they're going to end up putting all their players this time around. If Wingame is going to go bot lane, if Klexo and Doubtful is still going to go jungle mid, or if they're actually going to go in the bot lane. We'll see what Purdue Northwest cooks up. But I still think they're a competent team, right? 4 out of the 5 members are still there. If anything, it'll be a test for Drury's top lane, because Prank, unfortunately, is relegated to top lane duty regardless of what happens. for Purdue Northwest. But yeah, I think Drury, like you mentioned, has only realistically played GVU, and that was about it, right? They haven't really been able to play anybody else, as they are going to go with the Klexo. PNW did play Ottawa, and Drury ended up playing GVU here. Purdue Northwest, though, all going with the Klexo doubtful bot lane, Wind King again in the mid lane, Keeter in the jungle, and Prank once again in the top lane. While on Drury's side, we've got Quick Slice, Kaiser, Orion, and Fat Cat. Both of these teams already featured earlier on today. We're going to see them match up against each other for the first time today here. And yeah, both of these teams came in with a lot of hype into the MEC season.
Absolutely. And for, I think, a conference that's been generally defined outside of the top lane, Prank has been, I feel like, the major exception to that rule. Always shining on the Grandview roster and still shining in his role for PNW. And Drury University, I feel like, starting to potentially have a threat in that top lane behind Quick Slice, who's been an absolute stud for them to start the season, coming up with a big play to end the game earlier on today when we saw Drury University play. I believe it was against Cornell College. They squeaked one out behind Quick Slice's backdooring Gragas. He telling the team, "Hey guys, just learned this. You can W Gragas the tower and do a Mega Slam for some additional damage." And behind that push, they were able to finish off the game. So Shibby, for this game against PNW, I feel like all eyes have to be on that top lane matchup.
Yeah, Quick Slice versus Prank here, a top lane Titan battle, I would say. I don't know if Prank's going to get the Rumble again. I feel like Rumble is one of those champions that you just can't give away, even though he kind of struggled a little bit with some of those ultimate placings. We'll chalk it up to early game jitters, early land jitters, but Prank has been historically very good on the top, on the the carry top laners in the MEC specifically. Obviously, Gwen, a signature champion of his. Rumble, he's pretty good on. He can play the Udyr. He's probably the most flexible top laner that we have in the MEC flat outright as we do get into the draft here. I want to see what Drury's going to end up drafting themselves here. They're going to go for another wacky Nocturne. There we go. That was not
We're
the
cooking.
draft.
We're cooking. Let them
cooking
cook.
something. But yeah, we going to go for another Nocturne or TF-based composition, pick-based, right? Or are we going to go for something more team fight? It feels like team fight composition is just winning across the board as we do get the start of draft coming in here. And yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see Drury mix it up here. I wasn't in love with Orion's TF. That's all I'm going to say.
It did look a little out of sorts. He had a lot of close calls with it, which was tough. It was a lot of close plays that didn't quite end up working, and that kind of has a snowballing effect. But overall, I think one of the things that I like to see is a player not spiral in those sort of moments where he's just not having any impact on the game. He was still having good ultimates, still looking for plays, able to kite around, have a few huge gold cards. So we'll see what happens as Drury banning away the Rumble, banning away the Maokai, taking away some of those power picks. Prank obviously showed us last game around we saw PNW just how strong that Rumble can be. So fair bans. Not going to be adding to Shibby's Karma ban tally list for this game. Unfortunately, we're still going to stay at 1. And what is seemed to be one of the biggest power picks in the bot lane now for Wind King in the mid lane, Shibby, that Varus is going to be taken away as well. Drury University taking away a lot of options that we saw literally in PNW's last game.
Yeah, Rumble, Varus, stuff like that. Like you said, Karma Udyr being taken away. This final ban is going to be the Bard, Fat Cat, maybe striking some fear in the scrims, potentially, as we are going to get into that B1 pick here. A lot of good champions still up on the board. Famously, Ashe available, one that's been banned out consistently, I think, in every single draft so far, every single game. So we might see them B1 that and be flexed into support, into AD carry, like we've mentioned so many times before. I wonder what Drury is going to opt in to slam here. Xin Zhao still available. They're just going to take the way for Orion. Just B1.
Fair enough. you've got Wind King in the mid lane. They're like, we don't have to worry about this guy paying too many mages, right? Right, guys? We could just be one Hui with no issues. The Senna popping up. We've seen mostly Senna pop up in support roles. Gonna be the fasting Senna for Doubtful. And the usual mid-jungle duo for PNW has found some comfort in the bot lane, still playing together. We'll have to see. It'll be interesting where this Senna ends up. Who knows? Maybe Wind King runs that in the mid lane against Sway. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Keter gonna be Rel was in the first match. Sejuani to follow up. Safe tankiness coming out, but was it Pranked? Who played a lot of Sejuani top, or am I thinking of someone else?
I think it was Prank that played a little bit of Sejuani top last season. It was kind of in and out of the meta here. Yuno and Fat Cat are going to go once again with the Zaya Rakan here. We saw that earlier today. I think very good. They played it pretty well. Darius being taken for Prank in the top lane. And I love matching Sejuani up with these double melee solo lanes, if we are to believe that the Sejuani is going in the jungle here. Double melee solos are going to be really nice to put pressure in some of these team fights, put pressure in some of these solo lanes, right? When the Sejuani comes in, and start stacking up that permafrost passive very, very quickly here. We do get through the second round of bans, and I'm going to end up banning away that Poppy. Although I think, honestly, Purdue Northwest might have been okay with just taking the Poppy for themselves to deny that Fat Cat engage. But they're all going to have to ban that away. Maybe Kaiser plays it. Maybe they're afraid that Quick Slice will end up popping it himself in the top lane here. Silas being banned out from Drury. A very strong pick right now. Super good with like Hextech Alternator Rush into what is like Lichbane sometimes, or you'll go Proto Belt if you want. Like Hextech Alternator is such a good item. It does so much damage for so little cost.
Yeah. Azir, the final ban, and an aggressive mid laner for Wind King. The Akali to go into the Hui. Fair enough, Shibby. You've got to get on those mages with not a lot of mobility. Akali's going to make that easy. A lot of assassination potential. Drury University now have to round out their team composition. We thought we might see it today, Shibby. The Wukong locked in. Recently buffed a little bit, surprisingly so. He was very, very strong last season, hoping to pick up where he left off. Kaiser most likely getting the Wukong, but is it going to be a Wukong top? We'll see with this last pick coming through.
Yeah, Wukong got some crazy buffs, right? Q bonus range, bonus physical damage, right? With the bonus AD.
Against Pranked?
Oh, the Gwen into Prank himself. That's a call out.
Oh my.
Quick Slice is throwing the gauntlet down. He's throwing the gauntlet down. He's saying, you know what? I know this is your champ, but I think I can do it a little bit better here. Yeah, Wukong got some cool buffs, and that's a Swain Senna bot lane. Matt, talk to him, because I know you love this. These are like two of your favorite champions.
I am guilty of being a Senna enjoyer, and I just love, I mean, I really like stacking champions. I'll be honest. Back in the day, I was trying to maximize my Nasus stacks, and then I took a bit of a break from a game, and I was like, who's this Senna champion you guys got going on? An ADC that can stack and get range and hit people from a mile away? This sounds fun. We don't see Senna Swain all that often, but with fasting Senna, I mean, you get a lot that works. And two snares paired up together is always fun. You can try to get that chain CC going. And against the Rakan, you've got a pretty significant range advantage on the side of PNW. We'll have to see if that pans out. Should be something I know you were looking for, something exciting for PNW's composition. Triple melee on the top side of the map. Akali fits that position quite nicely to help with the Sejuani.
Yeah, permafrost stacking going much in the favor of Purdue Northwest here. And it's kind of rough, especially if he decides to show up top lane into this Gwen. There's not a lot that she can do. Gwens typically will take either Ghost TP, Ghost TP, Ignite TP. You don't typically see them take Flash TP, but this might be a case where you should. Gwen is very good at closing the gap, and when she gets those massive ultimate stacks going, ripping through your team, the needlework, all that kind of stuff, it can be rough, right? Because this is a decently short-range composition. Yeah. Gwen can go crazy here, right? Especially into what is 3 short-range champions, a mid-range champion, let's call Swain, although he kind of wants to be up in your grill. So we'll be interested to see how Quick Slice rips through this team. He has opted in for the TP Ignite here, but we're going to get started onto the Rift.
Summoners, welcome as we continue on our coverage of the MEC 2024 Clash LAN event in Deerfield, Illinois. The Drury Panthers and Purdue Northwest both sitting 1-0 as they make their way through the first round robin. A significant test for the Panthers as they try their shot at one of the top teams in the conference. Ooh. Let's see how these new look Panthers stack up. Quick Slice taking Teleport Ignite into the Gwen Master himself. Prank has a challenger.
Heater just book it top, right? Just go top. Punish Quick Slice for taking the low mobility summoner spell choice, right? He's really preying on the fact that Prank, who also doesn't have TP, if he can get that early kill, can just make Prank's life a living hell. If he gets a fat wave shoved in, he's able to solo kill Prank. It makes Darius that much worse to play. Darius, one of those champions that's really, really good when ahead, but if he gets behind, just feels useless, right? Like, can't really get the damage down, gets kited, doesn't have the ability to execute, and he kind of just is a useless champion in the side lane here. I like that Drury's going for like a pseudo team fight composition too. You've got the Rakan Wukong engage, right, for the team fight potential. Hui, depending on the spell choice, depending on how you want to, orient your QW, or you want to do WE or EQ, all that kind of stuff. You can play for team fights. You can play for the shove here. Very, very flexible champion.
Oh, Fat Cat gonna catch out Klexo. Immediate Ignite. The Drury Panther bot lane does not play around, and the Lovers duo ends up with first blood. Klexo not ready for the immediate. Fat Cat, welcome to the lane.
And that might just be inexperience in the bot lane, right? Both Klexo and Doubtful, the mid-jungle duo for Purdue, opting in for the bot lane, and they're just...
No way.
They're just dying!
No way! Doubtful falls subsequently in an unreal start. The Drury Panthers bot lane, 2 kills already onto
And that's just Purdue Northwest not knowing their limits. Guys, you're son of Swain. You're not strong early. The whole point is so you can get the stacking going, so you can punish Fat Cat and get the lane going. And eventually in the mid game is when Swain becomes super strong. His first item spike can really start causing havoc in these team fights. But being gifted 2 free kills going to put Drury up quite a bit of gold. 1,000 already at 3-minute mark. Oh my god.
Peter gonna find Kaiser in the jungle, forced to flash away. Pranked was roaming down. Quick Slice is shoved underneath his turret, and it is a tricky start on the top side of the map for the Panthers, despite the bottom going very, very well. Wind King gonna take a little bit of damage in response. Peter actually stayed completely on the top side of his map, and Fat Cat's gonna help his jungler out, spot out that, hey, his bottom side jungle's still available. Keeter's gonna try to make the rotation over Shibby.
Yep, and we do see Rakan Zaya getting some vision down onto the enemy jungle here. They might be caught in a hard place. They're trying to help their jungler secure something. Keeter is just gonna bounce out.
Oh my gosh, this is a crazy duel in the river. Flashes over the wall. Kaiser's here onto Wind King, backing off. The Shuriken mark procs, and Wind King dashes in for the kill. Flash root from Doubtful. Gonna go wide, but Purdue Northwest respond to the pressure extremely well. The team playing very cohesively.
Yeah, surprisingly, Orion didn't have the push in the mid lane, is unable to get, maybe a solo kill up here. Prank might have to flash.
Pranked has been here before. Now he's on the receiving end to the Gwen Payne, and Quick Slice gets a solo kill onto Prank. Shout out anyone who had that on their bingo card, because I definitely did not.
Quick Slice with the Ignite and with the chase with the Q. I don't think he's going to be able to get the lane shoved in completely. He's going to have to Q the wave here. Yeah, he's going to be able to get it shoved in. Prank's not going to miss a whole lot as he is walking back. That timers are pretty early, but that solo kill is going to put Quick Slice in a nice position to put the pressure. As now we see Keeter coming to the top lane, potentially trying to punish Quick Slice.
stunned up. Keter, not too much early game damage as Fat Cat burns the flash of Wind King, roaming up, trying to get an impact there, help Orion out. A dynamic early game as 4 kills through the first 5 minutes. And this has been the theme of today, I feel like. The MEC clash, no holds bar. The team's bringing a lot of hype action onto the Rift. Fat Cat continuing to look, gets rooted. Plexo misses the center root, but still able to fire away, picking up some stacks. Keter has started the Void Grubs.
Keter should be able to do that. Because of that kind of punish onto Quick Slice, the lane doesn't get fully pushed in, and he's got a worse back. Quick Slice has the TP back in with top lane shoving in, so they're able to get the first 3 grubs for themselves here. Purdue Northwest give themselves a solid split push pressure with Prank, with Wind King, if everything goes wrong here. But so far, despite everything that's happened, Drury only has about a 500 gold lead. Purdue Northwest getting some of that gold back with that Akali mid, Wind King getting a kill here and having a nice chunky CS lead onto Orion.
Void Grubs get picked up A-OK. Purdue Northwest get the first 3 of the match. Pranked and Quick Slice going to continue going toe-to-toe with each other. We'll be curious to see if Quick Slice can extend his lead, but Pranked, it's very difficult, you know. Sure, you get 1 kill on the King, but you can't get cocky against a player like that. So will be fun to watch. The gold lead pretty much evening itself out, as you mentioned, Shibby. Big gold or big CS leads in the solo lanes, helping even that up. Quick Slice. Oh, flash over from Pranked. No holds bar from the Darius God King himself. He dunks Quick Slice and answers back. Solo kills trading in the top lane.
You said you couldn't get cocky, and unfortunately, Quick Slice tempted fate here. Prank, 1-for-1 solo kill apiece. They trade each other, right? Quick Slice early on, then Prank picks it up once he hits level 6. He's going to get the lane shoved in as well, and Quick Slice doesn't have PP, as Orion is going to potentially be in trouble. Swain ghosted, doubtful, was looking for something, but not level 6. I don't think Purdue Northwest bot lane should be looking for too many fights right now.
You know Doubtful wants to gank. It doesn't change even if he's in the support role. He wants to try and figure out something. Fat Cat trying to get some vision, but there's no options available. And Purdue Northwest seem very well positioned for the Dragon. Total vision control for them. Orion tried to get rid of that control ward, couldn't quite do it. Now Wind King going to be able to go in with those trades. The Sork shoes completed quite a bit of magic penetration. For a squishy maze like Orion means he's in quite a bit of trouble.
Game pretty slow paced. Despite a couple kills early on, it feels like there are very big lull moments, right? It's like whether the jungler is in top side, bot side, it feels like a lot of the plays have been more reactionary rather than kind of proactive, other than that invade from Keter. But I think it's fine for Purdue Northwest and Drury, right? They've both got really good scaling components with the Swain, with the Sen on Purdue's side, but also with Gwen, with Wukong, with the Xayah as well. Very solid champions in their own right, as now Fat Cat potentially looking to maybe get a kill on Declexo.
You know, does have the Featherstorm available. Here comes Keter with his ultimate. Glacial Prison ready in the top lane. Quick Slice, no flash, is going to get stunned up and locked. Here comes Kaiser trying to answer back. He hesitated. Hesitation is going to cost Quick Slice his life. He's trying to use that second Cyclone, but the healing comes through for Pranked, and the dunk comes through as well. Prank and Keter pop off on the top side of the map. Shibby, that is huge for Purdue Northwest. They get a whole lot there. 2 kills for 0. Wind King now in the bot lane.
If he doesn't hesitate there, he probably is able to get the kill onto Prank. Because of that, like, 1 second hesitation, Prank's cooldowns come back up. The Q heal comes back up for Darius.
Yep.
He's able to heal through the Cyclone. Keter invades the blue bus as well. Denies Wukong a little bit more gold here. Very well played from Purdue Northwest. Indexing on that top side, punishing Quick Slice specifically for no mobility, and also just knowing that they kind of just win the 2v2.
Unbelievable synergy coming through. Keter, you know, we had some doubts from him coming in, is doing his job quite well so far that we've seen the substitute coming in, doing quite a bit of work, and now Quick Slice Not usually do we see the Drury Panthers top laner down in lane. It's going to present an interesting challenge for how exactly he gets back into this one. Bit of a challenge. It's been quiet for the Panthers bot lane since having a big early play. 2-0 has got his Kraken Slayer online. Drury Panthers do even out the Void Grub score, so no Void Mites in today's game between these two teams. And the first Dragon is going to go over to PNW. So as you mentioned, Chippy, we're in a bit of a lull. Proactive play there from the PNW top side, getting some kills going over their way. But yeah, here we go, buckling in. This is a match between potentially two of the top teams in the MEC. They're not going to be as aggressive against each other, playing slow, methodical League of Legends. And as you mentioned, not a lot of proactivity, but who's going to be making those plays? Whoever's going to be starting the fights have an advantage. Wind King looking for more trading. Is he going to test his limits on this Akali?
He's doing pretty good holding the lane, getting out of control. Downfall, nice double root. Gets a little bit more stacked. But yeah, this Orion Hui hasn't been able to flex its muscles yet, although it does excel a little bit more in these team fights that we've seen, right? Those big, massive ultimates, the paintbrush combos that you can get, right? Depending on what you index, right? I feel like most Hui players have figured out what the best ones are. It's like QEE or like QE or EE, that kind of stuff. Those are usually what we've been seeing. Sometimes you can go the supportive route where you speed up your team into an engage or speed them on out. But I want to see what Orion has in store for these team fights, because it's going to be rough. Very low range composition from Purdue Northwest, and Quick Slice, like we said, should be feasting. Oh my god.
No. The mid lane gank they've been waiting for. Perfect execution is not enough. Keter barely survives, and Orion's able to flash out. Shibby, how did he get out of there?
He's able to flash out. Not enough damage coming off, right? As we do see Senna looking for the kill onto Orion. Misses though completely. I respect the attempt, right? I respect the attempt. Just not enough damage from Wind King. I think he missed like 1 Q or something like that, so it just wasn't enough damage. Now Kaiser back in the top lane, Prank.
Cyclone comes through, Prank trying to get 1 kill with the dunk, but it's going to be shut down gold. Going over to Quick Slice. We've seen,
it's good.
Actually, I mean, hey, the top lane was our matchup to watch, and apparently the junglers got the same message, Shibby.
Yeah, they agree. They're like, all right, well, Prank, Gwen, right, Darius, all this kind of stuff. We got to get these guys ahead, especially if you're Drury's bot lane. Like, who's having a fine time, right? 2-0, Kraken Slayer in hand, is doing completely fine in the lane. He's pretty well situated with Fat Cat here, and they don't need too much help. So getting that Gwen ahead, helping out Quick Slice is infinitely more valuable than, kind of getting this Xayah a little bit further ahead than she already is.
Yeah, Doubtful, though, on the Swain doing a solid job keeping close in CS. Both teams, I think, at this point kind of shaking hands in this bot lane. Like, yeah, we're going to farm. We're going to get our CS, and we're just going to back away. Yeah, let the wave shove in. We'll keep shaking hands. Lovers Duo going to be able to get a well-timed recall off. It looks like Doubtful able to cancel that one up. Turns out Swain W works pretty well against the Zyrakan recall of them trying to stand together. Doubtful able to pick up 2 stacks there. And Keter potentially looking to position himself for this Rift Herald spawning shortly. He's got a lot of solo lane pressure to play around. Wind King on the Akali, Pranked on the Darius, ahead for the most part. Though Quick Slice does even things up in the mythic item department. He's going to get that oh gosh, well, I don't even know anymore.
What are you looking at? Quick Slice
it's not Voidbringer, is it? Riftmaker. There it is. I was like, Voidbringer, something like that. I don't. Riftmaker's the item stuck on Mac's tongue here. As many items have joined. That one's a classic. Still pretty good on the Gwen. We got a fight in the top lane coming out. Send ultimate well-timed here, but Pranked is getting low. The shield not enough to keep him alive. Fat Cat roaming up all the way from the bot lane. That's going to be Orion caught in the Senna route, and Wind King makes a quick assassination happen. Keter hanging on. Kaiser finally able to kill him and take him down, but it's Wind King taking over the fight. Kaiser and Quick Slice hanging in there. They're staying alive. The top jungle duo for the Drury Panthers are popping off. Yuno going to try and Featherstorm away from Doubtful. The Blade Caller going to go wide. The Flash misses. So many skill shots just barely off in the bot lane, resulting in the two players backing away. But it's big Summoner spell usage out of Doubtful Swain.
Yeah, both summoners used their top lane, just a jousting war between the guys, looking to potentially get Rift Herald control. We saw, like you said, Keeter prepping for that. Purdue Northwest, though, looking like they're going to try to contest for that Rift Herald. While in the meanwhile, looks like Drury is going to opt in for that Dragon here. It is Hextech Dragon for the taking, so we could see maybe potentially an Infernal Soul, Ocean Soul, stuff like that. Both of these teams, different priorities and just different kind of ways of setting up their objectives.
Exactly. Yep. Kaiser gonna make quick work, try to melt down that dragon, and with Wind King shoving into the mid lane turret, almost potentially getting plates are down, but still dealing a lot of damage to that now weakened turret. And PNW gonna have an easy time picking up the Rift Herald. Wind King getting some nice gold. He's got some big item completions onto the Akali, going to be dishing out quite a bit more damage with the Shadow Flame Sheen online. Orion has to play extremely careful around the potential assassination. It's big CS leads for the PNW solo laners.
Yeah, interesting itemization choice from Wind King. Typically, we see Storm Surge, right? That really big bursty AP item coming out for a lot of these burst assassin mages. Or sorry, burst assassins. Though Akali is opting in for that Shadow Flame. Really cool ability now. Your abilities can crit if the champion is under like 30% health or something like that. It's kind of crazy, actually, the idea and notion of abilities critting, but it kind of puts assassins that much more ability to kind of kill these tankier champions, right?
In trouble in the bot lane, has no ultimate, not going to be able to cleanse the Akali damage, and Wind King is on a rampage. Hey, outside of the bot lane, not going to slow him down. 4-0, an absolute threat, and PNW happy to have him still on the roster. Hey, you're not in the bot lane, no worries. We're happy to have you doing your thing. He's been dominating the mid lane, just like he hasn't lost a step. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, a carry threat in any role. Is Prank now in a bit of trouble?
Doesn't have a lot of armor, has to worry about the damage coming from Kaiser's Wukong. Fat Cat looking for a knockup. They've caught Peter. Senna ultimate, the shield again, not going to help out here. And Drury, they keep the pressure on the top lane. This has been their focus. Quick Slice starting to get quite a solid footing on this Gwen pick. Frank is going to be down a turret. Quick Slice picks that gold up.
Yeah, a sacrificial boar in this case, not lamb. Keeter just giving his life for Prank here. A good answer from Drury, right? They saw that they got dove in the bot lane. All right, let's answer in the top lane, right? And I think that's what has been the biggest thing for me looking at Drury from last year to this year. Last year, it felt like they were playing super kind of reactive and they were playing kind of slow. That's why they kind of had one of the worst records last year. But it feels like this direct injection of new players, a new play style, how they're playing, right? It feels like they're never just one step behind. It always feels like they're even pace or even sometimes a step ahead, depending on, what point of the game we're at. And I think that's probably due to a lot of their leader, Fat Cat, who is the captain for Drury on this team.
Yeah, really shown during last season, I think, as a playmaker and as a sort of rock for the team to help them out. Quick Slice has come in as an in-game leader for them as well. Fat Cat putting their top lane in the right place. Fat Cat making a lot of roams out, even outside of the bot lane, right? This team living through Fat Cat. He's got 6 assists, popped off early on, helping get those 2 kills over to Yuno to start the game, and then he's been making plays all over the map. As we head into the mid-game, Baron going to be spawning in about a minute. It hasn't been quite a lot of rotation around. Quick Slice and Prank still chilling in the top lane. Peter might head on up there to try and get a gank off. The mid laners have kind of started roaming around, so they might make an impact in this one. For Purdue Northwest, Pranked, I think, is a very interesting addition for them in the top lane. It's going to be funny to see how their season progresses, especially as they head towards a marquee matchup against Grandview.
Yeah. Despite Purdue Northwest's kind of hodgepodge, roster that they have, they still play very well together. I think that's been the most refreshing things for this squad is Winking is in a bit of trouble. Drury, once again, ganking top lane.
So much CC coming through. Fat Cat just makes Rakan look so good. I mean, come on, dude. That was perfect Rakan execution to take down Winking. He didn't even have an opportunity to flash out. No teleport on the bot side for Pranked on Darius. Orion in a good position to teleport and help this fight. It's 3-on-3. Potential recall coming through from Quick Slice to maybe answer Frank in the bot lane. Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. Quick Slice gets that Gnasher's Tooth completed. A big item for the Drury top laner. Purdue Northwest looking for an engage, looking for something. I know Keeter with the Glacial Prison looking for that one pick. They drop down the Rift Herald as time expires and the next dragon spawns.
Yeah. Classic Rift Herald distraction play. Doubtful. He's not at that point where he wants to fight just yet. He kind of needs a team with him. He's going to ghost because he felt so in trouble with the rest of Drury breathing down his neck. Okay. Both of these teams are kind of jousting for that dragon control. It is Infernal Soul. Very important, right? Gives you a lot of ability haste. Still gives that damage. But they kind of changed the function of the map where it drops these little infernal bardlings, is what I'll call it, right? As now, Drury's just going to rip the Baron.
Shibby, buckle in. We have a potential early objective trade coming through onto the map. Frank ghosting now onto a flashless Orion. Just put him, it's barbecue chicken for Pranked in the bot lane. Easy dunk, but Baron is secured. The Drury Panthers get the major objective. And that, talk about a stimmy bonus coming through. They get huge buffs, 2 items for Zaya. And Drury Panthers, I mean, they're up in gold here against PNW.
Yeah, and just a really good objective trade, right? They say, you know what, we don't have the mid lane turret or we don't have the mid lane push, we don't have the turret. You know what, let's just go for the Baron here, and they've got a lot of damage, right? You've got Zaya with Kraken Slayer, you've got Wukong shredding it, you've got Quick Slice as well with the Gwen. Very smart Baron play. They take it super quickly right under Purdue's nose, and that's going to give them that pushing power, especially onto Gwen. Orion having a quiet game for himself is 0-2-1, but when the siege starts coming in, he's going to be invaluable, right? He's got so much range on this way.
Yep, exactly. And it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Purdue Northwest, the range might be one of the things they're lacking most outside of the Senna. You've got triple melee topside. Can they make it work? Can they find these big engages? And can the Drury Panthers take advantage of the Baron power play? See how much gold they can rack up. These solo lanes are being dominated by the PNW solo laners. Winking now taking it to Orion. That's going to be a solo kill. Now we have a 2-on-2 top jungle duel. Senna's going to help out. Quick Slice gets dunked on. Here comes Pranked dishing out so much damage despite losing the Baron. It's PNW who's on the power play. A double dunk shut down for Prank as he gets so much gold. I think it was like 1,600 from those 2 kills, if I saw that correctly. Crazy for PNW as they turn it around and have a power play of their own. They're now up 2,000, Shibby.
Yeah, just insane play. And it feels like the team that takes Baron is actually the one worse off, right? Like, every time the Baron team's got the purple worm draped over themselves, a team fight happens, something like that, and the other team just destroys them. There might be a Baron curse in the MEC Spring Clash, potentially.
It's crazy, man. The Baron has felt so cursed throughout the start of today, man. Let's see, PNW. That certainly went exactly according to plan. Get Winking in a 1v1 scenario. We talked about how are they going to get these fights, split up Drury, and take the 2v2s. Pranked with the Mavel Mortius, doing some work against Quick Slice, gets the magic shield, able to survive, and a beautiful fight. The big carry here for Drury on the Zaya. specifically left out of those engages. They need him to take care of some of these threats now. Teleport coming in. It's Wind King on a potential flank. Coming through, so low. There's the Feather Storm, but there's the assassination as the Akali finds her mark. 2 kills for Purdue Northwest as they continue pushing. Shibby Keeter flashing over the wall. Prank pulling his prey in. Fat Cat trying to keep the team alive, but it's a glacial prison. Quick Slice has been put into sent back to base. Orion trying to fight, trying to clear the wave. Can't quite do it. Doubtful pops the eye. Oh my goodness. This is crazy, Shibby. PNW's team fight management has been absurd. They finish with 4 kills, pushing into the mid lane inhibitor turret.
Not going to be a game as 5 seconds tick onto Kaiser and here. Purdue Northwest is going to be able to get the mid lane inhibitor turret. That's going to set themselves up for this dragon that's coming up in a minute because mid lane's going to have constant shove. With the super minions coming in, Purdue Northwest is going to reset, cash a lot of that golden, and now they can put Wind King potentially in this top side if they want to potentially use the TP that may be coming up in about, let's say, 2 minutes for Wind King here. Won't be up in time for Dragon. Instead, they're going to reset and barrel themselves towards this Infernal Dragon that is coming up, getting some of that vision down, and hopefully Keeter can potentially clear some of that, as we do have 2 control wards in Purdue's inventory ready to deny vision.
Oh, it's going to be a tight finish. Again, another good game, Shibby. We haven't gotten any 20-minute matches. Quite low. Wind King, though.
Wind King.
So much damage. The Senna ultimate goes wide. Has to dodge so much, and it's a rampaging prank with Ghost
Orion
trying to run into the team. Orion's Hue has fallen short this time on the Rift. We haven't seen much of that going around, and it is a strong squad. Quick Slice, you have to recall, you have to defend the base. Purdue Northwest is coming in and wrecking house. So much damage coming through. It's a big charm. Fat Cat gonna try to turn this game around, but Frank is alive. He's got 1. He's got 2. He gets shut down. It's the hero shut down, trying to defend the base. He's got a triple kill, and they somehow hold the fort. Shibby on some hero energy keeps the game alive.
In Quick Slice, the damage for this composition here save the base. Purdue getting a little bit antsy. They take down 1 Nexus turret, don't get me wrong, but they definitely didn't have the numbers to finish. They went for a fight under the Nexus turret. They lost. They gave so much space, and Quick Slice ripping through with the needlework all through Purdue Northwest. This dragon should go in the favor, but Wind King has something to say about it.
1 shut down. Quick Slice secures the objective, but it's a double kill for Wind King over the wall. 8-1-2 on the Akali adds to the kill total. He's having himself a real good game.
Yeah, he's being a strong carry. Both of the solo lanes, right? Frank and Wind King just going absolutely crazy. 16 out of the 20 kills they have here. And with those 2 kills that Wind King picked up, Purdue Northwest can just turn their eyes towards the Baron. 1 Nexus turret is down as well. I would suggest that they put Purdue Northwest, one of their side laners, in a solo lane here so they can really take advantage of that Baron split push potential. I would prefer Wind King because he has the TP, but I wouldn't be surprised if Frank ends up just putting himself top lane on an island and forcing 2 members to answer him.
Orion trying his best to clear out that top wave. Was able to do some pretty solid work with it. Able to thin it out pretty significantly, but here comes another wave as well as the mid lane supers. It's going to be difficult to defend. The second siege here by Purdue Northwest, empowered by Baron. They look to potentially end the game here, Shibby. Here we go, potential engage around the turrets coming in. Root connects. They're just waiting for their moments, biding their time until the stars align. They've got the pushing from the mid lane. Wind King trying to get those supers in, looking for an assassination as the siege continues.
Their bot lane is unfortunately not pushing, so they can't get pressure on 3 fronts here. Wind King just trying to put some pressure in the mid lane. Quick Slice, one of Drury's strongest members, is answering here. They go for the engage.
Fat Cat trying to find Doubtful. The Swain goes down. That's a kill to start the fight. Gets a second. Purdue Northwest. The siege goes wrong. And Drury once again trying their best to defend the base. They take down 2 members. It's the support and jungler. The carry's still very much alive.
2 for 2 on the base defense so far. Drury just feels like they have an impossibly hard composition to siege against, right? You've got Xayah wave clear. You've got the potential of Wukong and Rakan just engaging on you if you get too close. Also, Purdue Northwest, short range composition. They don't have a lot of siege, right? Who's going to walk up? It's only Klexo that can walk up and hit the turret here. Wind King was pressuring mid, keeping Quick Slice at bay, but that's tough for Purdue Northwest because he's one of your stronger carries. You need Wind King in these fights. If it's a 4v4 and Wind King and Quick Slice are out, Drury are more than happy to take it because is so strong, and it feels like Klexo and Doubtful just aren't there to match the strength.
Yep, exactly. 6, 3, and 2. 4 items completed for the Xayah, level 15 as well. Meanwhile, Wind King is level 18. Pranked is almost level 18 as well. We're headed into the late game as we pass the 30-minute mark, and it has been a fun start to the MEC Clash LAN event. Purdue Northwest trying to move to 2-0. Drury, you may not have expected it, but the Panthers are here in the 2024 season, and they are showing us what they've got. A lot of gusto coming out of them. Fat Cat trying to pull these fights together with his incredible Rakan engages. Let's see if he can make it happen. Mid inhibitor respawns, but Baron buff slowly ticking away. It's only got a few seconds left here, Shibby, but it's enough time for PNW to march in and take that inhibitor.
Now they're going to retake that inhibitor that was opened up earlier. They're going to take their way toward the top lane, and finally they found maybe potentially the fight that could end the game.
Fat Cat's getting pulled in, and he can't get his engage off. It's huge. He had flash. He was hoping to make a big splash, but can Purdue Northwest finish off this game? Buckle up, Shippy. It's another base defense. Can he make it happen twice? Recall comes through. Wind King gonna teleport back in. Engage happens. Hater out of the fight instantly. Ooh. Here comes Wind King, interrupted by the Cyclone, but it's not enough. Trying to flash away, but he goes down as well. Purdue Northwest finally find their way in, and it is through destruction and dunking that they finish off this match and move to 2-0 through the round robin. Wind King 12-1-2 performance on the Akali mid lane.
Put him AD carry, put him mid lane, man, put him anywhere. This guy's going to carry Purdue Northwest to victory. Crazy. Very well played from Purdue here to project themselves to undefeated so far at the Spring Clash LAN here. Drury unfortunately fall. They go 1-1, but not after a valiant effort, right, from and the squad. Fat Cat was finding some crazy engages to keep Drury in the game, but they just did not have enough in the tank. And I'm going to be honest, that Hui pick just wasn't it for me. Didn't really have that same Orion spice that we've seen. Didn't get a lot of damage done. Wasn't really able to participate in the game. And the rest of Purdue able to take it away here. Very, very well played from them. That was a match. And we've just, like you said, been blessed. Every single game has gone like 30 minutes.
This has been a fun start. I've been saying it a lot. We're having fun on here. I promise. It has been so great to watch some of these teams go head to head. A lot of great MEC action for us today. And I can't wait. We're going to have an interview with the winners there. We're going to be talking to more PNW. Maybe we'll get another Wind King interview. I wouldn't be surprised after that performance, or maybe we'll be able to talk to one of the other members. You won't want to miss it, though. Post-game interview coming right up. We're going to hop into a quick break, but don't click out of that browser. We'll be back in just a sec. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN event. Makes me so happy to see all you lovely players in person there with the MEC banner behind y'all.
Yeah.
Very excited. Prank and Marquez, aka Keeter, joining us for the post-game interview. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And Prank, I'm not gonna lie, it looks a little weird to see you in those colors.
Yeah, I'm establishing the very first like MEC pipeline. So, I'm going for the title in like every school. So like, after the masters, if y'all got like a doctorate program, hit me up because I'll get everyone one eventually.
Drury, I think they're calling you maybe for the PhD. Frank, I gotta ask, when you saw the Gwen locked in by Quick Slice, did you feel a little bit disrespected? Come on.
I did. That's my champ. Like, that's literally mine. I wanted it that game too.
We were thinking about it.
Like, that is my champ, man. And I haven't played Darius in a minute. That was kind of that was a little iffy, but it got the
Worked
point
out.
across.
It worked. Hey, you solo killed him. You started dunking on everybody. It worked. It worked. And I know you guys were originally not supposed to play. Then some conversations happened back and forth. But now you've got your sub in.
That's me.
What is the decision going in the jungle? Keita, I want to hear it from yourself. If I'm the sub coming in, I'm like, put me support, man. I don't want to play anything super impactful. Are you?
Come on.
I checked your profile. You're not even a jungle main, man.
Hey, maybe after today I might be. You never know. 2-0, baby.
2-0. Undefeated so far.
Yeah. It's nice. I'm not gonna lie.
I am curious for you guys coming in. I know Prank kind of used to the LAN events, but what are y'all's favorite parts of being able to play in person?
I'm gonna go first there.
I like doing the little prize stuff.
Yeah.
Got your Pikachu.
I got homie with me, my little calling card. Trying to get another one today while we're here because like there's kind of a lot of downtime. So
yeah,
definitely the games and just like not playing League for a second, just having like a little break in between each game is kind of nice.
Yeah.
And I know that you guys haven't been able to play everyone you've wanted to in the regular season. Only been 2 weeks. I know the answer to this question, but I just want to ask, what is the match that you guys are most looking forward to today?
Wait. Can I ask something?
Oh,
who do you think you're gonna say?
Sure.
Who do you think it?
I feel like you guys are gonna say Grandview, right? It's gotta be.
You know it. Come on. Listen. I might load up and play Castle. Come on.
Oh.
I gotta show him what's up.
Frank, is this true? Are you looking forward to potentially, go up against your former team? I know you went up against them in 66 a while ago, but it's been a hot minute.
I'm excited to play against them. It's nice to see them again because, they're like, I don't even know what to call it. They're like my second family.
Aww.
So, seeing them again is always nice. But then, it'll be nice beating them.
Damn.
Already with the confidence. God damn.
Didn't even say like, it might be close. Just spank.
Nah.
Like that.
And you guys, I mean, we do have the signature, I feel like, top jungle duo. You guys were putting in some work. Are you guys used to doing it up?
No, we've never played like any kind of duo things before. He just kind of listens to me and like it works. So
Damn, I say a little bit. Yo, come on. Being something.
Oh goodness. Well, before we let you guys go, we do really appreciate y'all joining us for the post-game interview. I want to give you guys a moment for any shout outs while you're at the LAN.
You first. I gotta think, man.
You first. Honestly, shout out the guys. They're putting in a lot of work this year.
Mm-hmm.
We did a lot of good stuff in fall, and there's a lot of stuff to improve, and they really have the drive to do it. So I'm really proud of them.
I gonna?
Yeah, it's you.
All right. Well, I would also like to shout out my team. Normally I'm the coach, but it's fun stepping in. First game, I made one rel engage and we won somehow. So based.
You made the one that counted.
This time
That's
I hit the schedule, so it's getting better. But
Just like thank team, P&W program, my friends, everybody tuning in, and Castle Pluto, great guys.
They're guys are coming for you.
Oh, true. Yeah. They're going down. I'm playing mid lane against Castle. It's over. Listen.
We heard Pranked was yelling at you guys to try and get one engage going. So we'll see if you guys can keep making the magic happen as the LAN continues. We appreciate y'all joining us. We'll let you guys go now. Get back to it. We'll see if Prank comes in with more plushies as we work through the weekend.
Of course. Take care, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Oh goodness, it's always fun at the MEC lands. We love seeing everyone in person. We'll go into a quick break as we get geared up and ready to go for our next match. We'll keep the action rolling, Chippy. We got more MEC. We got more League. Don't tune out. We'll be back in just a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash 2024 LAN. My name is Mac Dewey, and still with me, hanging in there. Looks like you got cat ears somehow going on with the background pick going on, Shibby.
Oh,
I know it's not.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a towel. It's to
That's
block
so
the
funny.
light. It's to block the because if I let this light shine through in the back, it'll be like I'm getting abducted by Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know.
I have the exact same thing going on. It's about that time as Mac and Shibby make their way through the afternoon. The sun, the light, tries to get its way into our windows, but we are locked in gaming as we keep going through the first initial round robin of the tournament format. Very exciting games so far throughout today. Haven't been any stomps. I don't know if everyone's just elevating their game for the LAN, or it's who we've been watching, or what they've been putting in the venue food. It seems like a whole lot of gas, because these matches have just been keeping on going. Super fun. And overall, for our next match, we got more bangers coming up. ONU taking on Cornell College. And Shibby, this is one of the few series throughout the first 2 weeks of the regular season that actually went to 3 games. So now these two teams who have pushed a lot of teams to that sort of best of 3 mark go into game 3. They're going to be challenged a little bit to keep all the excitement into one game, as it's best of 1 for the round robin. We get in, taking a quick look at the rosters. ONU, I feel like it's their senior season. This is one of the roster's last chance to make some magic happen. King Kai, Cuz, Kato, notable members of the team here. Aggression also rejoining the squad. And I believe it's a new jungler in Julian coming through for this season.
Yeah, I believe you are right here. On Cornell's side, we've got Eliza, Cuddy, Belwin, Ikutso, and Peaches here. A very strong start to the day for Cornell, right? Like, they look super competitive against Drury. Fat Cat said it himself in the post-game interview, right? They were beating us for a majority of the game. It was not by any fluke. Yep. Cornell, historically, at least in the past couple weeks, have been able to take teams 2-3 games. They've been really good game winners, right? I mean, obviously, earlier today showed it. So ONU has to be on their A game. I believe ONU is also undefeated currently at the LAN. We've got a couple undefeated teams, Purdue Northwest, ONU, and Grandview Viking, both at the LAN and in their standings are undefeated at the moment. Titans of the MEC right now. And I think Cornell, like we said, talked about one of those teams that can sneak a win, that can start their run going here. And I think is a very strong team, does some cool stuff with the draft, has some wacky picks here. But ONU, they're no slouches. They've got a lot of strong members. Kai, in particular, just a unit in the bot lane. Better well put.
Yeah, I know, right? Should be super fun to watch. And I think it will be interesting. I don't think have gotten to see ONU. Really, we've just been watching their replays, trying to scout them out, get our scouting report put together and stuff. Kai is just picked up right where he left off. Has been super fun. And I'm really excited to see exactly what ONU, big matchup in the mid lane, I think, particularly against Cornell. Failwin looking super strong in their earlier match against Drury on the Orianna. Some things kind of made things a little tricky. Drury's composition made it very hard to be an immobile carry. And now we head into draft as Cornell get another shot. Try to finish what they started against ONU. ONU ended up taking the series 2-1, but it's best of 1 territory. And on the MEC podcast, one of our biggest critiques of ONU so far have been their game ones. So this round robin, I feel like a best of 1's hopefully going to help them in that area. And I'm curious to see how they adapt here, what exactly they're going to be playing. And yeah, let's get it underway, Shibby. We're hopping in. Only 1 game to worry about, ONU versus Cornell.
Yeah, ban starting. Cornell going to take that Azir away from Kato. Nocturne being removed by ONU. So Corki still pretty good here right now. Azir, Corki, kind of the champions that have cropped up. I think as every year goes by, those champions eventually just come back into the meta one way or another. They weasel their way in. Hopefully we don't see any Zeri, Mac's favorite champion.
We saw it a lot last season. I don't think Kai kind of like a anti-Zeri player.
He was not.
Yeah.
He was not the Zeri player. He was not the Zeri player. He's much more of an aggressive bottom laner. He definitely loves to play like lane dominant stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they get themselves like a Lucian Milio, right, with the R1, R2. We'll see if Cornell tries to deny that, but they're just focusing in super heavy on Kato at the moment. 2 mid lane bans for Cornell. And I think you're right? The mid lane is going to be super important, specifically for Cornell's side, because Felwyn, if he can get onto the right champions, get onto a carry-oriented mid laner, something like the Corki, something like the Orianna, that kind of stuff, can do a lot of big damage here. Lux being taken away to remove the Caitlyn-Lux pairing, but crucially, what champion, Mac, has been left open once again?
I'm adding to the tally. That's 2, baby.
Please do.
That's 2. No Karma.
Just slam Caitlyn Karma right now for ONU, and this could just be like Kai and Cuz's like lane dominance. If you slam Caitlyn Karma here, it's good. You're A-okay.
I'm imagining Shibby's like, it's either, do you picture, are you more of like a crystal ball or the magic 8 ball? Like, which do you prefer for your psychic predictions?
Always been a tarot card guy, actually. But...
Oh. Well, the cards have flipped. Do they get Varus Karma?
Ooh. Hey, I'm surprised MEC just doesn't want to pick Karma. They're allergic to it. I feel like it was super OP first 2 weeks. People started losing on it, and they're like, yeah, we don't actually think this champion's that good. Ezreal Karma's a crazy bot lane, by the way. One of the strongest bot lanes potentially right now on patch 14.3. But Varus and Zinzao being locked in for Cornell, and Jarvan and Ezreal. Kai's Ezreal, one of his favorite champions.
Karma still.
I hate
wait,
you.
I actually, that was really, I didn't intend on that. I'll be honest.
Okay.
I did.
Right,
I was like, they didn't pick Karma. Like, I didn't even. But anyway, it's gonna be Kato's Akali. We just saw this matchup. We just saw. We saw an ADC on the Akali side of it. Maybe Wind King, I need to maybe message him afterward. I wonder if he's just like, yeah, Akali is one of those But okay, Shippy, what's your take? Is Akali a skill champ? Like, compared to some of the other ones, where does Akali rank on your
She's got some pretty free combos, right? Like, if you learn them, it's actually not that difficult. You have a guaranteed setup on like your R and stuff like that. I'm not saying she doesn't take skill. Oh, they finally banned Karma.
Is that an erase? Does that count?
I think you can erase it off the map. Trundle being locked in here. That's gonna go top lane for aggression, by the way. There is no way you answer this with Volibear, though. That's not the answer. Because Trundle will chew you up, spit you out, and chew you up again.
One of the terrifying things for me, Volibear is actually really hard to duel, but Trundle does pretty well in those short-term trades. Thresh is locked in for Peaches. That's not a champion we've seen a whole lot of. As the aforementioned Chibi, you were talking about some of the evangelicals coming in, the lights come in. One of my barriers to block out the light has fallen down, but regardless, we have a Trundle support. Not going against the Volibear top. This is a crazy aggression. I feel like a big Gnar enjoyer in the past. Classic aggression pick. Very interesting compositions. Shibby, you're running the numbers. What do the numbers tell you?
So typically what we'll see is like a Trundle, Karma, Ezreal kind of trio. And the reason Trundle works so good with poke compositions and stuff like that is the E-slow specifically allows your poke champions to hit their abilities a bit better, right? If you're slowed down, you can't dodge, boom, 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 you get the picture, right? It's also a very great disruption tool. There is some fancy schmancy tech that Cuz can do here. You can interrupt the lantern mid-passage with the Trundle pillar.
No way.
If he's quick enough, yes, you can. It's the same thing with like Blitzcrank Q. If he pillars while the Blitzcrank Q is going, you can pillar your own teammate and it'll stop the Blitzcrank Q. Kind of the same logic here. I don't know if Cuz got the fingers for that. We'll see. Hopefully we get to see it at least once this game. Also has a really cool ability. Cuz or Trundle in my opinion, is one of those champions that just becomes a point-and-click champion later into the game, right? Just an R-bot. Very good into the Volibear, who is most likely going to be building tank here, and into the Thresh as well, who just infinitely stacks armor. Taking some of that away is going to be really nice. I like the idea. I like the pick. ONU have drafted themselves a very crafty composition here, but Cornell have pulled out some interesting picks as well. You've got the Thresh for safety on the Varus on the way. Volibear is allowed to initiate dives in the top lane. There's a lot of cool things you can do here. But Mac, once again, I ask you, where are we?
Summoners, welcome onto the Rift. As we continue on our coverage of the MEC Clash Land, we've got more League of Legends action coming your way between some of the funnest teams to watch in all of CLOL. ONU taking on Cornell College. It is not Jarvan jungle, it is Jarvan support, and I feel misled by production.
I called it out earlier. I was like, I think it's Jarvan support because you could do the E with the Airy, and that's like kind of a different kind of poke, right? It's the same function. But what I said is still relevant, right? Trundle still allows your poke champions to hit their abilities better. He's seen as kind of like a pseudo good matchup into the Xin Zhao. I don't think so. I think Xin Zhao is just really good of a champion right now. The idea is that Trundle can Q you, steal your attack damage, right, and duel the Xin Zhao. But Xin Zhao just becomes a better champion the later the game goes into, simply because of his utility with his R, with his engage, while Trundle, again, becomes an R bot.
Oh, goodness. We'll see ONU a bit of a challenge ahead of them. I know Cornell College, Eliza showed a great game on the Urgot. We'll see, this may be a little less side laney focused, right? We saw Eliza kind of struggle against that. In ONU, not as many tools to go into the side lane. The Akali's obviously very good. So I wonder if this game gives a little bit of space for Eliza to actually breathe a little bit better, potentially set up some plays with the team. Are we going to see them roam around, look for those dives, try to shut down some turrets? I don't know. Maybe the top jungle duo. We'll see some kind of attention. Again, I feel like King Kai kind of encapsulates our really heavy bottom lane focus of stars in the MEC. I mean, you got Nightstar and Pluto, you got Levi, you got Kai. So many faces to really go around.
Wind King now.
Wind King, oh my goodness. And Toponer, you can't forget about them. So much star power in the bot lane, but Eliza in this top lane can do a lot. I'm excited to see what happens with this Volibear pick going into aggression on one of the staples of the MEC top lane. I'm curious how Cornell College are going to stack up. Again, they've beaten ONU before already earlier on in the season. Are they going to be able to turn around this start to the MEC Clash? Because Cornell's 0-2, ONU starting off 2-0.
Yeah, I think the cool thing to note is that Ohio Northern have also drafted themselves the tried and true Narvin combo, right? You Cataclysm into the Gnar ultimate, and it shoves everybody into that Cataclysm wall here. Felwyn having a much better time on this play than last game, right, that we saw with Drury there. Orion was kind of taking a beating from Wind King on the Akali, but Akali wasn't necessarily solo killing him. It was just more that Orion couldn't really get into some of these team fights here. We're going to see how he uses that extended range, has the Dark Harvest available, so can really put the pressure onto some of these squishier champions like Akali, like Ezreal, and like the Gnar, potentially, who's not going to be building full tank necessarily.
Both junglers heading towards the bot lane, it seems like. Shibby, I feel like we always got to keep our eyes at this point, looking around the scuttle, who's going to be aggressive and going for it. Bot lane pretty much even, though Cuz has been trying to get a lot of poke down. Aggression with that range advantage we see dealing quite a bit of damage to Eliza. Makes it tricky. Honestly, I was worried about the Trundle going into the Volibear. I feel like people, and I honestly too, oh my gosh, but aggression, he's going mega, he's dishing out a lot of damage. Eliza's got no healing. It's first blood for the Gnar. And that was my point. Volibear needs these extended trades to get a lot of value from the W healing. But if aggression's just going to keep taking the long-range poke, not get enraged to that W healing. What can Eliza do as a flash from Cuz comes in around the Flay, teleport into the top lane. Aggression gets killed immediately back as the flash engage from Cuz comes a little short. Ikutso has to burn both summoner spells, barely gets out.
Yeah, Cuz burns both, but that's fine for the Jarvan because he's still going to have the engage potential with the flag and drive. So Ikutso's got to be a little bit more hesitant when he walks up to these lanes here. And yeah, Aggression was trying to get the lane shoved into Eliza, but Cheese Ravioli was there ready to punish. And so a 1-for-1 overall in that top side. Xin Zhao getting a kill. Aggression got first blood here. TP's back with the Phage and just going to put more hurt onto this Volibear. I was suspect on the Volibear pick too. That champion's just not in a good spot right now, fundamentally. The items that you build on him, all that stuff, like you can go for the Kanik Rukern if you want. Like he really was one of the people that loved the Spirit Visage, which is just not that good at the moment. He's also somebody that loves the Dead Man's Plate, which is also just not that good because it doesn't provide enough health or armor to really make you a tank. So you kind of feel squishy when you build those items.
And Aggression just completely taking over. Gonna set up Julian to start picking up the Void Grubs. Cuz now looking for a gank into the mid lane. One of the scary things with this Jarvan support is you now have a roaming Jarvan whose sole intention is to gank. As the Hui ultimate comes out, Failwind trying to push Kato off, but level 6 for the Akali spells potential trouble for Failwind, who does not have a lot of mana available. Might try to recall to teleport. They has to be careful. Even sitting under the turret is dangerous territory for an assassin like Kato, who's going to take the opportunity to dash in and get out. I know it's the ultimate name, but Shibby, that is true perfect execution.
Yeah, really. And all that while that was happening, Julian ended up getting the grubs with Aggression's top lane push. Kato gets the solo kill, so it's 3 grubs for Ohio Northern. A solo kill onto the Akali. Yes, the dragon goes over to Cornell, but in a quick 6.5 minutes, Ohio Northern have put themselves at a 1,000 and almost 1.5k gold lead.
Eliza's going to try to keep trading back with Aggression, but he's angry. He's going to use the ultimate. Eliza bringing out the storm. And it's fun to watch in the top lane when they get really big trying to fight against each other. Now there's the healing I was talking about. Eliza starting to try and fight back, but the kiting potential. He can't get around. Come on, one attack after another. There's the healing from the... Oh gosh, the boomerang comes through. Aggression takes down Eliza. And it's another solo kill for the Null. Really well played.
Oh, a knife's edge battle into the top lane. And Owen having some trouble into this Akali still. Not able to get the shove in, not able to pressure. He's going to have to back potentially. And yeah, Aggression just really utilizing that range advantage into the Volibear. I thought Volley had it when, Aggression couldn't get out of that EQ combo, but there just wasn't enough range on the W. It just wasn't enough. Guys, Volibear needs buffs. Riot, if you're watching this, please help the man out.
As the game keeps on chugging along, a few kills. I feel like, honestly, the teams have kind of reined in some of the first game jitters. There was a lot of kills going on. I'm sure we'll see more action as the game goes on, but feels like teams have kind of taken a step back, trying to get into it, and a lot of solo lane priority as Kato Flash E finds his mark once more. Failwind gets taken down, and now Julian gank into the top lane. Ultimate available. Subjugate gonna tear down those resistances not in range of the healing. Eliza just trying to get on out of here, but one boomerang after another is going to find its mark. Aggression with another kill. 3-1-0 on the Gnar.
And this Gnar is just going to be a menace, right? In the side lane, in team fights, when he starts building the rage bar, team fighting, he's going to do a ton of damage, especially into champions that are very immobile, like the Hui, like the Varus. You've only got one lantern, so you pick and choose who you want to save. The other one most likely will be fed to Ohio Northern, the volley bears or the polar bears that they are.
Oh, goodness. Both junglers actually on opposite sides of the map, so we may see a break in some of the fighting, but it's a 3k gold lead through some of these solo lane advantages. And even Kai on the Ezreal building up a lead through CS is feeling pretty good at this point in the game. Eliza just trying to chase down aggression at this point, but he still has his ultimate and so much damage. Eliza's going to use her ultimate. Oh gosh, coming through. What's going to happen here? Julian is still up on the top side of this map. A flash from Julian taking a big bite out of the bear, and one boulder is going to do it. A Flay interrupts the engage, but it can't stop the True Shot Barrage as Cheese Ravioli is going to try to make something happen on the bottom side of this map. Cuz staying alive. Kai wants to keep the aggression going, but sees the support goes down, is going to go back. It's a 1-for-1 trade. ONU up 5 kills.
Up 5 kills. They're up about 4,000 gold as well, and everything's going right. And now with that Ohio Northern top lane kill, they're going to get the second round of grubs. They're going to get 6 stacks of the grubs for themselves. That's going to give them 2 little void mites every time they attack that turret. And Felwyn, yeah, this matchup, I've seen it twice now. Akali is just feasting on the Hwei.
Yeah. It seems pretty brutal as ONU grabs all of the Grubbins, and that's going to start spawning some Void Mites. Kato now dashing in, somehow finds his mark there onto Failwin. A big ultimate coming out from the Cornell mid laner, trying to dish out some damage. Kato forced to back away. Some help from Peaches is going to make the mid lane duel a little bit easier to handle, as the second dragon of the game is going to be spawning, a Cloud Drake. So we'll see, Shibby. ONU have Kai with the Essence Reaver completed. Akutso's going the DPS Varus, looking for a Blade of the Rune King first item. Not the lethality we're used to seeing, as Aggression going to get more turret plating gold.
Yeah, and with that Essence Reaver completed, you got to look at the side of Ohio Northern. They're hitting a lot of their power spikes for items here, and so they'll be able to potentially just take this dragon for free. Cornell College down 4,000 gold. Just a massive, massive gap right now, 11.5 minutes in. Doesn't feel like they can get a footing anywhere. Shout out to Peaches, though, on this Thresh. Has been really on point with the Flays. Flayed the EQ follow-up after the Cataclysm onto Ikutso. Flayed the Akali diving in as well. I mean, he's just been pretty solid on the Thresh, all things considered. And maybe that might be enough for Cornell's bot lane to potentially carry this, but it's going to be a tough road ahead. We should see Rift Herald spawning in a couple of minutes, so we should see potentially Julian and maybe Cuz trending towards that top side to start setting up vision for themselves, dropping the control wards so they can pick up that Rift Herald in due time.
And it helps Aggression, or 1-0, Trinity Force online. Bit of a level advantage to go with that. Chemtech Rift, going to make things certainly interesting. A whole lot of plants have spawned in the jungle. I see them littered all over the place. Should make things fun for the second back half of this game. Aggression just going to use the ultimate for trading at this point, and Eliza getting so low. The hyper procs are just absolutely brutal, and they got 6 grub stacks. Shibby, it's going to be spawning 2 Void Mites, and Julian might be making their way back up into the top lane. Oh my gosh, is he even needed at this point? Hopping around the Christmas tree. Aggression's having a good old time.
Nice hook. I'll get some damage off, but yeah, I mean, Liza's just not having a good time. Gnar into Volibear goes as expected. Kai playing super aggressive. Once that hook goes down, yeah, you can just kind of EQ in as the Jarvan and as the Ezreal as well. You arcane shift and start putting the damage down. There's not a lot that Cornell can do to return it. Ikutsu has to hit a nice, chain of corruptions or something like that before it can really get the damage down as he throws it out.
Kato unable to burn Flash of Failwind in the mid lane, but Julian is around to help in the fight. No Akali ultimate after Julian uses the subjugate there onto Cheese Ravioli. More pushing for the ONU's teams as they continue to get more turret plates and extend this gold lead. 5,000 as Cataclysm comes down. Cuz Flag not really in quite the position for Dragon. And Akitso's going to be able to get a kill underneath the turret. But look at the damage coming out of the King. 2-0 on the Ezreal, able to skedaddle after burning both summoner spells. A lot of damage coming out of Failwind. Kato gonna go quite low, but with the Hextech Proto Belt quite tanky as well. Gotta be cognizant of the range advantage though. Failwind going hunting, trying to take down Kato, gonna come up a little short. Meanwhile, Kai underneath. Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
You're coming and trying to step up to the king. Well, you best be careful, and you best be going for the neck. She's Ravioli, misses just a little bit, and Kai gets another kill.
Yeah, the Arcane Shift, WQ, just so much damage here. Cuz going on to Felwyn here, and that misses. He might die. Okay, Flash ready. Woo. Felwyn is dodging out left and right. I feel like he's playing a bullet hell game instead of League of Legends.
Now Julian hunting, spotted on a ward. Aggression is coming as well. Should be more bullets keep on coming. Julian, is he ready with the tech? Am I going to see the lantern interruption? Not quite, misses a little bit. Aggression underneath the turret, quite tanky, but has to be careful. Flash hook connects there onto Julian as he goes down. Aggression going to try to flash away as well. You're going into the jungle. A lot of walls for Aggression to knock you into, but it's a whole lot of damage coming through. Just ults Eliza away as Kai gets low in the bottom lane. It is constant fighting as the hook goes wide. Eliza trying to finish it off. Akutsu comes in, gets the shutdown. Exactly where Cornell could have hoped the gold to go. And Kato's just going to dash on back into the shadows. The ONU bot lane going to try to take this moment to catch their breath. Cornell not taking their foot off the gas pedal. Eliza comes in. Failwind gets a kill onto Cuz. Kate able to answer back, dashing through. Peaches barely survives. Kai, his True Shot Barrage coming up slowly but surely. Not going for any Qs, though, to get that off a cooldown. ONU just going to recall.
Despite all that happening, despite everything going Cornell's way, they're still down nearly 4,000 gold here. They need to make up a lot of ground here. But like you said, a lot of good gold, a lot of shutdown going over into the favor of their AD carry. The on-hit Varus has a ton more carry potential. Eliza finishing their first item, the Frozen Fist here, looking to potentially give more space for Quay, for Varus to work in as the Feral is going to get
Hook's gonna connect there, yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Dragon spawn, Shibby. Can Cornell pull off a bit of a comeback?
It's not impossible, especially with what we've seen today, but Peaches, oh no!
That's the death brush if I've ever seen one. Locket of the Iron Solari's not going to be enough to shield through that one. And ONU, they've reset, they've respawned, they've got their health situation figured back out. And they're back out on the map, Shibby. That's going to be another dragon going their way as Eliza going for another duel here. Cuz is just going to finish off the turret. He's got his priorities straightened away. And yeah, that's going to be an easy cleanup kill.
Why tower dive when you can just kill the tower, right? No need. Dragon does go over the way of Ohio Northern here. And yeah, Cornell, the mountain is getting higher and higher for them to climb here. 7,000 or 6,000 here. And Kato is just going to stunt on Felwyn right now.
Oh my goodness, a solo kill in the top lane, and now Cheese Ravioli. It's a 3-level difference between the Akali and the Xin Zhao. Kato dishes out so much damage, it forces out the ultimate from the Cornell jungler. Has to back away. Kato might just keep on going. The hook prediction almost. Peaches had the right forethought, but can't quite get it. Now the rest of ONU pushing down the mid lane. Kai trying to shove that minion wave in.
Yeah, Aggression is just going to stay down bot lane. He's got TP. You don't need to kind of be there with your team. He's going to build up that rage bar, and if he can TP in for a fight, he's going to just destroy Cornell College in these corridors here. Ohio Northern have complete control of the game at the moment. Every single lane is pretty much winning. All the right people are strong, right? 5 and 2 on the Nars.
No
He's
way.
going to jump onto Felwyn. He might just solo kill him. Yeah, no flash.
It's not enough move speed from the water to get on out of there. Teleport coming in. This is Eliza joining the fray, but one more slam from Aggression's going to be able to do it. Now, can he kite around with the hyper move speed? He's going to hop on out of there, Shibby, as the rest of the team pushes on the opposite side of the map.
Top lane's going to be pushing. You've got Trundle, who can now chomp the turrets. They're just waiting for Baron right now. It's 1 minute until it spawns. 20 seconds and a near 10,000 gold lead for Ohio Northern. They're not done fighting. They're just going to keep putting the pressure onto Cornell's neck.
Oh my goodness, aggression going mega once again. Eliza gonna try to follow suit, trying to bring in the storm, but it's the ultimate for a killing spree. Aggression playing so well. Now Kato gets caught, but is that what he wanted? Oh my goodness, getting so low. The shielding coming through, Cuz giving Kato some survivability. The hook connects onto the ONU support, but you really want to hope to land it onto Kai, who just keeps dishing out the damage. He's got a completed Muramana, and now he's looking to use it. Failwind ultimate gonna dish out some damage and almost take down Julian, but he doesn't go down just yet. One more ability, some move speed from the Trundle. He's got his blue suede shoes on, able to kite around and dodge out Shibi. ONU, 10,000 gold. When did that happen? What the heck is going on? All those inner turrets really add up.
Yep, the turrets, the CS leads across the board, the kills, it all adds up, right? Watch the pennies and the dollars will add up, right? That's Ohio Northern. As now 20 minutes in, the Baron has spawned. You gotta believe they're just gonna be hightailing it over and looking for that game-ending push. We may get our first sub 30-minute game of the day.
Crazy to think about, but ONU, we were worried about their best of one potential, and they've showed out here playing, I would say, I mean, Kai on Ezreal, one of his favorite champs, not safe by any means, but when ONU's able to play like this, Kaido on the Akali having a great game, Aggression's Gnar, 7-2-0, nobody's even helping him. He's just taking care of business.
All by myself, yeah.
These are just sound. Is ONU the polar bears? Is kind of their logo. The polar bears are having themselves a game.
Yeah, having themselves a feast right now. The deadliest of all the bears, by the way. They pretty much only eat meat because that's all they have in the Arctic, guys. So save the polar bears. ONU doing their best part. Just rip the Baron, guys. Just rip the Baron. You have full vision. You're 10,000 gold ahead. What are we afraid of right now?
There we go. They listen to Shippy. They've got the shot call figured out. They're going to start on Baron Aggression with teleport available on the bottom side of the map. Can join the team at a moment's notice if a fight were to break out. Julian getting quite low. I'm going to try and heal up with that Trundle healing. Kato's not even worried about helping the rest of the team. He's like, I don't want anything to do with that. A miracle steal is what's needed here as Cheese Ravioli works his way in. It's too little, too late. Baron has been got. Kato has found his target, takes down the ADC. He's unstoppable as Akitsu gets sent back to base. Kai's just going to DPS there into Peaches. Another kill for the mid lane assassin. Kato has taken over the map. Aggression pushing in with Baron empowered minions. Should be riding on the wall. 12,000 gold lead. Here come ONU as Aggression going to be able to try and handle the 1v2. It's a little tricky, but here comes the cavalry, the Locket of the Iron Solari trying to hang on. The rest of the team's more concerned about pushing, but Aggression survives. Cuz is the sacrificial Jarvan, but Kai coming in to save his support comes through in a huge way as ONU. Their star ADC gets a double kill, and that's just the start of this fight. Make it a triple as Baron empowered minions flood into the base. Here we go, Shibi. Short death timers. Maybe they have a shot to defend the base, but ONU are knocking.
Ooh, Ohio Northern right now just taking everything, the lunch money, the milk money, the piggy bank savings, all away from Cornell. And yeah, they're going to go for the triple inhibitor, and then eventually we'll just cash out their money, and yeah, they'll pick up the dragon as a gift for themselves, and then I assume they're just going to come in with double supers across the board, ready to end the game.
There they are. They've just spawned. You can see them making their way out of the ONU base, and the onslaught begins. Shibi midwave getting ready for a big push. They don't really have to worry about dragon all that much. I don't think it's going to be a big concern. Kai kind of staggered his recall. He's going to get that quick blades completed as Kato's going to go for some hunting in the enemy jungle. He doesn't want anyone. Smite secure for the blue buff. Chemtech Drake secured, and ONU get ready to rock and roll for this potential last fight.
Nearly more than 10,000, right? It's 14,000 gold. Probably one of the largest gold leads we've seen in the MEC period. Ohio Northern just across the board playing good League of Legends, right? Really, the only two individuals that have died are the support and the top laner, and those are the engage, right? Jarvan, the Gnar. All the carries have been playing very, very well here. And yeah, double supers with Baron and powered minions. They're just going to end the game here.
All right, Shibby, here it is, the final engage. Kato goes godlike, dashing into the backline. Akutsu follows suit. Aggression's going to come in very angry. Kato eventually goes down, but King Kai's going to be able to finish this one off. And ONU, a triple kill for Aggression to finish off Cornell College. ONU's 3-0 at the LAN so far. So much for a team we were worried about their best of ones. They've been crushing it so far today, Shibby.
Just been absolutely draining them, right? Just boom, 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 Ray Allen style, just taking them all away. Bang! Yeah, ONU, just very, very good. Solid, clean League of Legends. I was surprised that Cornell just took that much of a beating because they've been the ones that have been looking very good, right? The first games in the best of threes, they had a really competitive game against Drury early on today. But yeah, just that again, Hue into a Akali, just not the matchup I was thinking was going to go Hue's favor. Volley Baron and Gnar, another matchup that just went completely in Gnar's favor. And then, yeah, giving Kai Ezreal, one of his favorite champions, who's also very strong at the moment. I feel like that's you just got to ban it, right? As a respect ban to him, you can't just give him that kind of stuff.
No, not allowed. Not okay. We'll start a different tally, Shibby. We'll have one running for Karma and one running for similar champs. But regardless, a close match, Cornell. We've seen better matches from them. We've got a long LAN. They're still figuring things out. It is all good. We love watching all the teams compete. But if you're not, if League of Legends ain't your thing, what are you doing on the stream? But if Smash is also your thing in conjunction to League of Legends, maybe, Smash fans in the Illinois area, we've got something for you. Get ready for the Midwest Esports Invitational coming to you February 24th and 25th in the Chicago area. Join us for 2 days of fun and competition featuring doubles and singles tournaments on Saturday and Swiss on Sunday. Scan the QR code or visit us on start.gg/MEI to register. Your registration will get you into all 3 events with a $1,000 prize pool for each tournament. Your registration also gives you access to the entire venue, which includes free play area, PC workshops, ability to watch high-level Smash collegiate crew action, and so much more. We hope to see you there at the Midwest Esports Invitational. We're going to hop into a quick break before we get ready for the post-game interview. We hope to see you guys there. Stick around. We'll be back in a sec. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC LAN. We are back with another post-game interview and some familiar faces for those of MEC fandom. It's Aggression and Kai joining us from ONU. You guys have started the MEC LAN 3-0. How are you guys enjoying the morning so far?
Hungry?
I'm not that hungry anymore.
Oh, he's not hungry? I'm still hungry. I don't know. But so far, been so good.
It's been a great time.
Fun games. I'd say first one was the most fun. So said you guys couldn't see that one.
40-minute banger.
Yeah, that was a banger and a half. But
what?
I heard.
The other two
I
were
heard,
speed runs
I
for
heard.
sure. So not as much fun there.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna say this. I feel like your team has been kind of underrated coming into the MEC. You didn't really get to compete last season in the playoffs and stuff like that, so your power level was kind of unknown. Do you guys feel like you're a stronger team this season? I mean, the MEC in of itself has gotten really strong with teams like Purdue Northwest, Drury, and so on and so forth. I mean, how do you guys kind of feel you stack up against the competition?
You want to talk?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think we're number one. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm just saying, but we do have some other teams that I'm looking forward to play and see how we stack up against. But I do think that there is a big majority of people who kind of like think, oh, it's ONU, we got this in the bag, and I'm just looking forward to keep proving them wrong. So.
Yeah.
Kai?
Yeah.
Anything different? Got anything else to say?
Yeah. If I add on here, I'm going to say there's a three-way tie for one right now, and we just got to find out who's actually number one. Let me tell you, Ottawa's not in that. So, just saying.
Hey, they're not there at the LAN.
I can guess the three. I feel like MEC's gotten spicier this year. A lot of teams are willing to trash talk. I'm here for it. I love it. I like it when teams trash talk before they face off and all that stuff. I'm here for it.
That makes it
Mac?
more fun. That's the fun to it. Spice.
Absolutely. I'm curious for you
Fun
guys.
fact for the stream.
Hyper?
All three of those teams will be facing each other on stream tonight.
On stream tonight.
Oh, the round robin excitement continues. If you want to see allegedly the top three teams play,
Not allegedly.
we'll
don't
see
worry.
how.
Not allegedly.
Now, I'm super excited to see y'all go head to head with some of the other squads. It's been really fun to watch y'all. Going in, I feel like we talked a little bit on the podcast. I want to say the first episode about this season for y'all at ONU being a bit of a senior season moment for y'all. Is this potentially one of the Aggression you're a senior? Do we got how many seniors on the roster do we have?
Just two.
Yeah, so it's me and Cuz.
Okay, gotcha.
Still
So how's
big
it been?
pieces, but
Big pieces, but hey, some still potential roster parts sticking around. How are you guys feeling Aggression potential last season for you? How's it been at the start of the MEC season? Any thoughts going in? I know from last year, pretty similar squad for y'all. So how's it been headed into like from the off season, the end of last season, going into the start of now?
All right. I guess for me personally, so I kind of had to prove myself, right? So I switched roles from jungle to top. And so it's just like a stepping stone after stepping stone for my last season. It's like I proved myself that I'm here to win top lane. Now I'm here to win MEC. So I'm gonna continue to improve. So, but I think overall it's a little sad because it's like it's kind of setting in that this is my last season. I'll miss stuff like this, like LANs in general, and just playing with the team for sure. But I'm hoping we go all the way. So.
Yeah, I'm open too. We can see you guys compete in the playoffs. I feel I got gypped last year just a little bit.
You can blame Cuz for that. Just saying.
Yeah, definitely his fault.
Blame him for that one. So
Just blame Cuz all out.
We fixed it this year, so don't worry.
Yeah.
We fixed it.
And Kai, I got a question for you because I think MEC bot lane is mega stacked this year. I think there's a lot of good AD carries.
Yeah, my boy Wind King joined.
Wind King is there. He's playing mid lane today.
I saw that. I was like, I don't know what's happening. I mean, he played Varus still, so it's still on par with what he's doing. But
yeah. Sure.
I met him before.
I want to ask. Yeah, I want to ask 2 questions. First, who are you most looking forward to kind of match up against in the bot lane? And also, where do you rank yourselves amongst the MEC bot lanes?
That's a tricky question because Cuz is like what do you want to call him? Like
he's on and off,
flip?
hot and cold, hot and cold. You roll the dice.
Streaky, a streaky player.
Or like,
okay, when you're on, when Kai and Cuz are on, where do you guys rank? One.
Easy.
All right, and who do you most look forward? Yeah, who do you look forward to going up against? I know everybody's got GVU in their sights. The Ottawa bot lane is always fun. Levi with the Twitter fingers is ready to go. You talk some smack. You better watch out, man. That guy is quick with that.
He's getting the Twitter longer already.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna add from Levi after this. Like, yo, bro. Like, just because I'm there doesn't mean you can't flame me. I'm like, could have showed up, man. Could have showed up. So, but probably Wind King and Deponer. I'd say I've met Wind King in solo queue, and it was exciting to see him come to Pretty Northwest for sure. He's a good player, 100%. Like, I know that guy.
Yeah.
And I'd say I don't think he knows this is my main account because I met him on my Smurf, so that's a different story. But I'm excited to play against him for sure, especially since he's on a team now, not just some solo queue shenanigans.
Well, before we let you guys go, want to say we appreciate the time y'all taken to talk with us after the game. Do you guys have any shout-outs you want to give out?
I don't know if any of my family is watching, because I was like, they were like, when are you playing? And I was just like, but if they are, my family and my friends, thank you for watching me again, if you're out there. If not, you missed it. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll shout out my dad for sure. Love that guy.
Oh, love
Best
that
dad ever.
Best
He
dad.
loves my dad too, I guess.
Yeah,
so
he's good.
my mom as well, because she'll get mad if I don't say her as well. But
Your mom's
Right.
great, too.
yeah,
She gave me food once.
yeah. Whole family, my cats. Haven't seen those guys in forever.
I've met a couple cats.
But yeah. Everyone else who's watching, hope you guys are having a good time.
Well, I know certainly we are in the booth with all the action going on, so wish you guys the best of luck for a fun weekend and hope to see you guys later.
Yep, see you guys later.
Sir,
Have a good one.
And that's going to do it for our coverage of our fifth match of the day. I'm starting to lose track, Shibby. We're getting deep in the run. We've been going at it for a minute here, but we appreciate everyone sticking around, watching the stream. We're going to hop into a quick break, but don't fret. We'll be back with more MEC CLOL action coming your way momentarily. Don't click out of that browser. We'll be back in a bit.
We are here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice, and I am with Cleveland State University's Sully. Sully, the question that we've been asking everybody, what does esports mean to you?
Well, esports to me is just like the ability to play with other players and compete with people and try to overall improve at the game. It's about not so much as winning, because when you win, it feels great, but it's about learning the game and playing the game at a high level and having fun at the competitions. That's what it's all about to me.
Having fun and the competition. Love that. First off, I do want to ask, over the last 3 months or so, we're talking Scholastic Esports.
Yeah.
Has there anything that the last 3 months has enabled you to learn?
For esports specifically, well, playing with my teammates, because before this, I played at a 2-year school, and so it's 2-year school. We had a lot more fun with it. Like, we didn't really do as well, but kind of just went in there and played some weird comps and just had fun. And now playing with all these other CSU guys, they just made me better, because playing with like better people and surrounding myself with better people just helps me learn. So I can kind of take things from everybody and take all their different play styles and mesh it into one. So
I love it. It really does happen everywhere, folks, whether it be esports or as well as real life. We all grow each other, and seeing that in the team dynamic is fantastic. We're at LAN.
Yep.
It's another opportunity to get not only that team dynamic, but to look across the stage and be like, hey.
And take from them, too.
Yeah. You're taking positives from that. You know, you're getting them shook. I heard you all did fantastic earlier in a match. The LAN process. What's it been like for you? Have you enjoyed your experiences with LANs?
Yeah, so especially we didn't have school yesterday because our school observed Veterans Day, so it's like a 3-day weekend. We get to travel. It's like a vacation. We get to stay in a hotel. Last night we played some cards, different card games in our dorm room all together, in our hotel room all together. So it's like a big vacation, which is awesome. And then on top of that, we get to come here and play some Valorant, and that's the cherry on top.
I love it. And you throw on top of it, there's more to come.
That's right.
Favorite esports moment, but we're shaping it.
Okay.
It's from the last 3 months. It's going to be from this semester. And excuse me there.
This semester, actually, today was probably the best moment because we played earlier. I got an ace. That was pretty awesome. And then the game before that, I did pretty well, and I got a triple spray transfer, which I'm pretty proud of, which I can't wait to go watch that tonight later. And so probably today. Today's probably been my favorite.
Hey, there you go. And this is just the beginning. It's not just the peak. Finally, we're looking forward toward the future. What does the future look like for you in esports going into the next semester? Anything coming up that you're excited about?
Well, I mean, this is our first semester as a team because me and Lime, we're new to this team. So we're looking forward to being able to practice more over winter break. And we're looking at this semester, this as kind of like a practice run, like a dry run.
Yes.
And then next semester, we're getting for real. We're getting real. So next semester, we're planning on doing a lot better. I'm happy with our results this semester, especially just forming. But now that we've been together for a year, it's gonna be over.
It's gonna be good. That's what I'm talking about, folks. I really appreciate Sully, the
Mac is not in VMix. Hello and welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the Midwest Esports Conference. Mac is finally back, so I'm going to let him take over the intro.
You were crushing it.
I was, but it's not my forte. It's yours.
Well, we appreciate everyone sticking around on the stream. As you might have guessed, we were experiencing some technical difficulties. We were, in fact, not trying to DDoS Riot. We're just trying to have a fun collegiate League of Legends event. So we appreciate y'all sticking around. We're going to keep on rolling in our coverage. Shibby, we've got one more match to cover, and it's Briarcliff versus Cleveland State University. Two teams, I think, with a whole lot to prove and lots of exciting players to watch. We saw Mike on the Lee Sin earlier today, him and Oxy taking care of business. And on the side of CSU, this is the first time we're seeing them on stream, so let's run through the roster. Jason, Kaizix, Shoes, Scrub McLord, and Aqua Chat.
Yeah, and we saw BCU twice earlier today. They have won one and I believe have lost one, right? Mike was on the Maokai the first time we saw them, and like you said, the Lee Sin the second time around, got those insane highlight reel, as he would say himself, insects. So Briarcliff University and Cleveland, I think two teams, like you said, lot to prove. Each of them want to come out with a win. You don't want to go winless in the round robin. That sucks. It's really bad. And I think Briarcliff University, for me, have been that team that just like can be on and off, right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes they look like a damn good team, well-oiled machine, and other times they just kind of, Oxy goes down, or Camera isn't always there, or maybe like Zero and Raymond are just having a tough time in the bot lane that we've been seeing. So it just depends like who steps up, and when they're on, they're really good, and when they're off, it just feels like it's almost unwinnable for them. While on the side of Cleveland, they've had their bright spots throughout the MEC. I think they're a team that are getting the welcome, right? They had probably one of the toughest schedules at the start, right? GVU as your first game back, like that's rough. It was really crazy to kind of that be your intro into the league. And so I think they're looking to kind of get some experience here, right? Because this is a way for Cleveland State to really ramp up and really get more practice and more reps, and you'll get stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is not, I think, the roster they thought they were going to have, but it's the roster they're working with, and we're hoping to see them make some noise. Shoes in the mid lane has been fun to watch, but I know the star for CSU lies in the bot lane, Scrub McLord. For the side of Briarcliff, I do want to mention one thing about them. We were able to talk with Mike and Oxy during the post-game interview, and Mike really, really high on the mid laner for BCU. Really excited to see what he's able to bring out in this match, because the first time we saw BCU, Camera was forced up into the top lane on Kennen to go into Prank's Rumble, because Oxy on Cassante said, guys, I can't win that matchup. It is not going to go well. I need a lane swap. So Camera, the usual mid laner, headed on up there. And so that was a bit of a struggle. And then we pivot to the next match. Camera, I believe it was Camera on a Kali going into Orion's way. And boy, oh boy, did that make a world of difference.
Yeah, Oxy was on the Darius in game 2.
Oh, yeah, it was against Cornell. Sorry, it was against Cornell, not Drury.
Yeah, it was against Cornell, and that Darius Flame Horizon the Udyr, it was like 100+ CS lead. He was popping off.
Yeah.
Mike was popping off. Camera was popping off as well. Right on the Diana. They had a lot of slick engages here, so hopefully we can see a little bit more of that from BCU, while Cleveland State just have not found their footing, in my opinion. If they dumb it down, find a couple comps that they can work with, I think they're a good team. They've got a lot of bright spots, but I think they're kind of just throwing paint at a wall and seeing what actually works.
Is it kind of like Hui, would you say, in some kind of way? Just throw in a little paint there? Trying to see what's maybe
Hui is 0-2. Hui is 0-2 today.
Hui has not had a good day whatsoever.
Yeah.
So we'll see if it brings it around. I believe CSU have not played through. Let's check the standings maybe of the MEC Clash. I'm going to try and take a quick look at the challenge link.
Yeah.
What are our standings look at? Lovely.
There we go.
Producer. Thank you, good sir. CSU 0-2 to start the day, less than ideal. And they're going to be hoping to turn around Briarcliff 1-1 of a few ups and downs. CSU started their day. Once again, why is CSU getting put through the gauntlet? They started the day against Grandview. It's a little rough. Then they take a loss against ONU. So Cleveland State's been going up against consistently some of the top teams in the league. So we're having a tough time from a casting perspective. We're having a tough time gauging their strength. They had a really good game against GVU that didn't end up going their way. They had a really strong early game against them. I'm curious how they're going to stack up against some of these middle of the pack teams. Notably, Briarcliff, I think, is a bit of a statement match for them. So I'm looking forward to see Scrub McLord get back to... We've seen some glimpses of the carry potential. He's been thrown on a lot of Varus. They've been playing the meta, going for Shoes' Corky in the mid lane. But we've had some matches where, like, Shoes brings out a Yone. Scrub McLord, is he going to be able to get his hands on the Draven? We've seen some of his Callista recently. So I wonder what big identity pieces are Cleveland State going to rock with. The Callista that I just mentioned going to be banned away. They don't want Scrum McLord on some of those heavy aggro early game strength bot lanes.
Yeah, Draven, Callista taken out, the Ezreal Karma. Wow, banning it on blue side is not what you see typically here. BCU, red side should always ban Karma. That just screams to me that they are not comfortable on that champion, which does not bode well, right? The OP stuff, you should be practicing, you should be playing, you should be learning how to pick it up. Jason, Shoes, and Aqua Chat should be the three people that should be putting in time into Karma. But a lot of bot lanes, a lot of supports taken away. Maokai, flex support, also a jungler, can be thrown in the top lane with the recent buffs that he got in 14.3. Or, I'm not going to say buffs, changes. Let's say he got changes, and he's better suited potentially for the top lane here, but still a very good support. Really good into those heavy engaged compositions, can press one button and stop everything out. We've seen the power of Maokai, the pick potential, the disengage potential, everything like that. But BCU are just going to opt in for the Varus here. I wouldn't be surprised if they pair it up with something like the Nautilus. We've seen Varus Rel. We've seen Varus Bard. I mean, there's a lot of different combos that you can go depending on the playstyle, right? You want to go Varus Bard, it's more of a poke composition. You want to go Varus Rel, that could be more of like a lethality, or sorry, not lethality, a lethal tempo kind of on-hit variant where you can just lock them down and allow him to like whittle away at you. Rel, flex jungler as well. Just a lot of standard stuff. You can tell who's been scrimming each other and where the meta has been.
Briarcliff, the notable scrim demons of the MEC, potentially. And this is what I wanted to see from CSU. A Jhin coming out for Scrub McLord. Something with a lot of range to go up against the Varus. And Aqua Chad, I believe this is kind of a new look for him. The Alistar coming through. Is it mostly popping up Shibby as a counter to Rel? Is that where... Yeah. Yep. Is that where it comes in?
Typically been.
Okay.
She goes in, he headbutts, and your life as Rel is done because you can't follow up, right? Because you go into your like standard form, but because the Alistar comes out, Hammer is gonna slam the Sylas in, and my God, this is a very good Sylas game. Alistar ulti, Maokai ulti, hell, you can even yoink the Jhin ulti if you want to get those long range kills, but Maokai and Alistar, very good ultimates to steal. Sylas just does it better. He's much more of a menace, right? He does damage and he's unkillable. Yeah, good luck with that, CSU. Should have banned the Sylas ahead of time, or maybe picked it for yourselves. But BCU, draft gapping Cleveland State right now.
The draft is flying by. Oxy, we talked to him a little bit in the post-game interview. He is no stranger to seeing that Jackson Fiora banned away from him. Sadly, I feel Oxy's sadness a little bit from here in the booth. We'll have to see what he cooks up. A Nocturne to go with this Briarcliff composition. Ooh. I feel like slots very nicely in, Shibby.
Oh yeah,
seems right up Mike's alley. We saw him on the Maokai in the first match of the LAN from BCU. Looks kind of off on it since playing the Lee Sin, and now we get to see his Nocturne. Mike is starting to be one of my favorite players, especially after talking to him in the post-game interview.
Yeah, a lot of swagger, a lot of confidence. You love to see it. Just keep that same energy when you're losing, Mike. That's all I ask. Just keep that same energy. But CSU, they're going to draft themselves a Viego and a Cassiopeia. So a lot of damage to kind of help out with this composition, because it's a pretty tanky utility, right? Maokai, Alistar, Jin, not the biggest damage dealer, right? He's usually set up with his W, with his R. He wants to open up fights. Having the Viego, having the Cassiopeia, some strong DPS threats for this team kind of rounds out the composition very nicely, especially into stuff like the Sylas, the Rel, the Nocturne, as we might see the Sylas top into Maokai. Is Cameron actually going to lock in the Hui here? That would be a heel turn. Hui's 0-3. He's going to lock in the Rise, so that is a Sylas top, or could be Rise top as well. Depends on where they want to put everybody in their rightful positions. It is a Sylas top. Going to do fine into the Maokai top that we suspected. And yeah, I'm just going to out-heal him, out-damage him, has a good ultimate to steal. Very good setup for the Nocturne, who's most likely going to be ulting over the top. CSU have a cool composition because they can kind of lay down the Maokai ultimate, lay down the Cassiopeia W, and kind of stop some of the engage, I will say. Like I say stop very casually because you have a Rise teleport. You can't stop the Nocturne, right? And Sylas is going to find a flank angle. It's kind of rough for the Rel, and that's about it. There's a lot of cool ways BCU can engage here. They can turn the lights off, teleport on top of you, right? Teleport in the darkness while you don't know where they are. You can turn off the lights, have the Rel flank over a wall. BCU is set up for success, while Cleveland kind of has to catch everything that Briarcliff is throwing at you.
Yeah, it's... I don't know why, but I'm getting like Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax off vibes from these compositions. BCU wants to go in. CSU ideally wants to keep you away, try to run around and kite you out between Shoes and Scrub McLord. They would ideally be a little distanced from the combat, and BCU is going to try to make that situation rather difficult. We'll see. My thoughts headed into this game: mid lane matchup, marquee mid laners, Cammer versus Shoes. Very exciting to watch. Oxy on this Sylas is going to be entertaining as well. Can he abuse this top lane matchup against Jason? Will be very interesting as we get ready to hop onto the Rift. I'm super excited to be continuing on our coverage of the MEC Clash LAN. Summoners, welcome onto the Rift. Briarcliff University takes on Cleveland State.
Ooh, and both of these teams will most likely be going out to a 5-point defense here. We've been seeing that pretty common. No level 1 shenanigans today at all, surprisingly. That's maybe why we've gotten those 30-minute games. We've had every single game other than the last one, the ONU game, go to 30-plus minutes. And even that one was, 25, 26 minutes? Games have been going a lot longer. As you get more into the groove of things, into League of Legends, you end up playing a little bit better. You end up playing a little bit more cautious here. And Briarcliff and Cleveland State, two teams that are really looking for a win, so they don't want to mess up too much in the early game, especially if you look at Briarcliff's champions, right? Rise, Sylas. You don't want to fall behind on these kind of guys because they kind of feel useless later on.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty standard start from both squads. Some early vision picked up. Both Raptor camps warded. That's pretty standard. A lot of teams able to duck in, place the trinket, get out. More applicable in this situation to Mike. Starting on the top side of the map, Oxy just says, enough of that information. We're going to get rid of that. Ayla arrows there, able to connect onto Aqualad. And here we go, Shibby. It's Cleveland State trying to turn around their LAN experience. They need a win here against Briarcliff. And Briarcliff, they're actually coming off of a win, which feels a lot better. They took down Cornell. They're trying to keep the hot streak rolling. Let's see, I know Mike and Cammer, Oxy, very exciting top side of the map. Zero and Raymond. Raymond's actually not in anymore. I don't know if Raymond got a new account. I wonder if this is a substitute support. We see Boo Singer in the bot lane now.
It's a different account. It's a
different account.
It's
okay,
Raymond.
so it's still
his last
Raymond.
Name.
Nice.
It's Raymond Boosinger, yeah.
That is a bomb-ass first last. Raymond Boosinger. That's like a final boss or something. I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting from it, though, as CSU, they get level 2 first in the bot lane.
Yeah, CSU with this Alistar Jhin will kind of have control of this lane. I feel like Rel can never really go in as long as Aqua Chad is just on point with his W's, right? Varus might be able to trade some damage out, but realistically, Jhin Alistar should have priority in this lane and should allow Kha'Zix to maybe potentially invade Mike or even go for these early dragons. But you can't take that kind of damage if you are Scrub McLord. If you do that, then you don't have priority. Sorry.
Makes it a little bit more tricky, you know, health maybe a little bit more valuable than mana. He's going to start burning those health pots, has some biscuits as well. And it's a Dark Harvest Jhin with Ghost, which makes things very interesting. I like Kha'Zix's pathing. He's headed down to the bot lane as well. And Mike might meet up for a little bit of an early duel. All eyes on Camer's Rise, champion I did not expect to see at all during the LAN, Chibi.
Yeah, a champion that has received a lot of indirect buffs, right? Because of the items, the mana, that kind of stuff. Ooh, Aqua Chad.
Engage coming in. Raymond knocked back a little. Here comes Mike to join the fight. Junglers both level 4. Fear comes through, but with Raymond so low and unable to engage, Aqualad flashes forward. That's first blood for Scrub McLord. Picking up the first kill of the game. They're going to keep on looking for more. Kha'Zix can't quite connect on the stun there. Diego W goes wide. They spot Mike on the bush there. They place the trinket ward in there. They're going to be able to spot him out, force him to delay his recall. Kha'Zix able to secure the Scuttle Crab, and Chibi, that works out for CSU.
Yep, nice little assist gold for Kha'Zix. Gets him a little slight camp lead, or he's going to be able to rotate to his camps a little bit faster. Scrub McLord gets a kill. They start trying to push this lane in. You really want to back and get your items here so you can start exerting the pressure. One thing to know is that Oxy has been doing a really good job in that top lane, just keeping Jason like under pressure. He got a nice little cheater recall early on, was able to pick up Crystal for himself, and this is not a fun lane for the Maokai, but we see Mike pathing towards Jason.
Mike actually didn't recall. He ran all the way up top, was trinket warded, and spotted out. Jason stays safe, and hey, Mike, he's waiting until level 6, Shivy. You don't got much going on until then.
Yeah, Nocturne, not really a champion until level 6. Viego, a little bit better, but both of these guys really like to farm and rotate their camps. And you see what's happening to Jason right now.
Oh, gets the chains underneath the turret, and the healing is enough to keep Oxy maybe alive. The minions. Oh no, he's running the wrong way. Oxy, where are you going?
He didn't want to give an assist over to Kha'Zix or potentially the kill. So, best case scenario, that's what he could do. Doesn't burn his flash. Doesn't really. That's a really good play from Oxy, I think. Right? You get the kill. You force a big wave under the turret.
Yep.
Maokai has not TP'd, though, interestingly enough. He's just going to walk it back, and so the Grubs are going to go to Mike for now. Kha'Zix should be able to maybe stop it if he knows it's happening.
He doesn't know.
I like that from Oxy. Right? He knows he's dead because Kha'Zix is there. You'd rather give the kill to Maokai than a Viego.
Uh-oh, meanwhile, Raymond getting caught, has to flash away. Grubs are picked up. The first set of 3 is complete by Briarcliff. Meanwhile, the ADCs are left all on their... It's actually Shoes in the bot lane, excuse me. Scrub McLord is in the mid lane. Zero has to go toe-to-toe with the CSU mid laner. And Zero's actually kind of behind on this Varus to start the game. It's been a tough laning experience in the bot lane. He has some experience to try to catch up on. And this lane swap for CSU, I think it's working out, Chibi.
Working out fine. They were looking to maybe potentially go for Grubs. They're a little late. They do have to make this dragon play, which is nice. Bot lane shoved in. Mid lane's getting shoved in. So this allows Kha'Zix to just freely farm or take that dragon here. But Jason, once again, Oxy, once again, putting the pain onto Jason. He's already got the components for a Rod of Ages. This is going to be a more tankier variant or a beefier variant of the Silas, which I prefer, especially if you are going to pick that Silas here with the Rel. Allows you to drain tank a little bit more, allows you to stay in these fights and in the pocket more. I like this. He's probably going to go Roa. Most likely will build another big HP item potentially. Could go even opt in for the Frozen Heart if he feels that Kha'Zix and Scrub McLord are big threats here. I like this. It's very smart. Roa is a good item for Silas, especially if you have Varus, Rise. You know the game's going to go late, or that's the goal at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Briarcliff continuing to try to push down into the mid lane. Mike has reached level 6 Shibby. Importantly, the Nocturne ultimate is now available. He actually gets there before Kha'Zix. So let's see, the bot lane is on a reset. So Mike has to recall as well, gets some boots, longsword picked up. He's going to be looking. Shibby, you mentioned it before. Huge importance for the Nocturne early ultimates. I have to see if Oxy actually catches Kha'Zix on the blue buff. I don't think he does, just uses the Maokai ultimate as it's about to go on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Cleveland State has been doing a pretty solid job, like looking for kills, using their priority correctly, but the goal's dead even between BCU and CSU right now. That's just kind of off of the CS lead from mid lane, a little bit of the kill on the top side, as well as some of that CS lead that Scrub McLord had over 0 is kind of getting mitigated right now. Also, item breakpoints, right? Varus is going for lethality, so he's going to hit his items pretty quickly as compared to somebody like Scrub McLord. Oh, he's actually also going lethality, so they'll both hit their 2 item power spikes pretty quickly.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, here comes Kha'Zix trying to help out Shoes. Paranoia comes in. That's going to be huge as we get some insight into the top lane. Mid lane retreats. Shibby. The lights turned off. The automatic observer was like, what the heck's going on? Don't want to watch that. Mike goes...
Scared of the dark.
I know, clearly. Nothing ends up happening. Kha'Zix forced to flash away. Big cooldown burned for the CSU jungler.
Yeah, and you've heard me say it time and time again, Mac, but the first 2 Nocturne ultimates are the most important. It sets the tone, right? It puts your team in a lead if they're successful. It allows you to do so much more on the map, but if it's like that, where it's kind of just gone to the wind, it doesn't really lead up to the kill, it doesn't really lead to too much, it kind of feels kind of useless, right? Nocturne, not the best scaling champion, really is a 1-item power spike kind of champion, right? Hits that 1 item, does a lot of damage onto your carries. The later the game goes, the harder it is for him to get off these insane Nocturne ultimates. Champions get tankier, they get more survivability, they're smarter around playing against you in team fights. Laning phase is where he thrives, and typically he'll only have 1 to 2 Nocturne ultimates available in the laning phase.
Yep, exactly. Unleashed teleports are active, and particularly Cameron looking out for his Realm Warp roaming, but look at the Magnet Storm coming out. Raymond's going to try to lock everybody down before he gets taken out. The 4th shot hurts from Scrub McLord as he finishes off the Briarcliff support. Meanwhile, Cameron flashing in, finishes off Shoes for a solo kill. Cameron's looking so good on the rise.
Shoes wanted to go for the Flash Cassiopeia ultimate. Cameron flashes forward with the Q and absolutely destroys the Cassiopeia. Scrub McLord, though, doing a lot of damage. Zero's dead.
It's time for the curtain call, Shibby, and the show is over before it even began. Scrub McLord trying to dish out more damage, but here comes Mike. No Alistar ulti to keep Aqualad safe. Mike getting low, though. Kha'Zix unable to get the resets going. Oxy's the one who teleported down, along with Jason. The top laners are joining the fight, and Jason can't do much. He used his ultimate, he used all his cooldowns, and it wasn't enough. Even trades kind of across the board. I can't quite keep the total of all of that straight, but it's 5 kills to 5 and about an even gold lead as the tower dive Oxy once again trying to kill Jason underneath a turret. He's biding his time. The chains go in. And is he going to die once again? One more tower shot, not going to come through. Oxy lives. Shibby and Briarcliff come out on top.
Yeah, and I feel like that dive from Cleveland State, Jin probably could have just ended up killing Zero with the grand entrance, or not the grand entrance, sorry, the curtain call, and he would have just been able to kill him there. They over-indexed, and now Aquachat?
Here we go, Shibby, another fight. The action just don't stop. Mike trying to take down Kha'Zix. He does. It's 2 grubs picked up by CSU. They successfully avoid Briarcliff getting their hands on the Void Mites. It's a 4-2 grub advantage. Briarcliff extending the gold lead to 1K.
Yeah, Briarcliff right now finding these really good skirmishes. That TP from Oxy swung that gold lead in the favor of Briarcliff here. And yeah, I think once you get that TP out, you're supposed to just back out. right? Like you say, okay, we got the TP, let's back off. We don't need to hard commit to this. And then you have TP advantage on Jason, potentially for this dragon that's now up, right? But because of all that stuff, the shenanigans that went down, Briarcliff are in a pretty solid position to potentially take this dragon here, although Cleveland State are just muscling their way in because Oxy's not here.
The numbers advantage is too great. CSU take control of the river, but meanwhile, Oxy is left on his lonesome. I know you were saying, where's Oxy? Oxy's taking care of business on the top side of the map. He's got a 2-level lead, and he's trying to cash in on some of those turret plates. It is a Chemtech Rift and potential Soul
one
spawning on the map. We seem to be getting a lot of those, Shivy. I don't know.
3 in a row, actually. I think it was 3 Chemtech Rifts in a row here, and now Mike flies in.
Trying to take down Scrub McLordy succeeds. It's a true nightmare for the bot laner as Mike continues to go further underneath the turret, but Aqualad just not taking any damage with the Alistar ultimate activated. It's going to be enough for him to skate away, but Oxy flashing in the chains. I did not see that coming. He appeared out of nowhere, and Aqualad wasn't ready for that one either.
Yeah, takes him out. Flash chains, secures the kill. Another one banked in the pocket here. Silas, I was talking about potentially going for a tankier build. No. You're 4-1 now. Build full damage. Go and carry this game because Silas's can do a disgusting amount of damage come 2-3 item power spike here. I was thinking maybe if he's a little bit behind or he's just slightly ahead, he'll build a little bit more beefier, a little bit more tankier. But now is the time to start hyper-indexing into that damage route. Mike,
absolutely.
Although having a pretty bad first Nocturne ultimate, the subsequent next 2 have been very, very good and have netted them kills and objectives.
He's crushing it. And something to note as well, the 2 Rod of Ages users for Briarcliff, they picked up the item at around 11 minutes or so. I think even 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 30 seconds for Oxy, and about a similar time for Camer. They are stacking it up. Shoes on the Cassiopeia, I think also going for the Roa, is substantially behind, and you can see the difference that leads to in terms of the stats now. Oxy gonna do-si-do around. He's just gonna walk out. What's he worried about?
The no dodge. The no dodge dodge. Literally didn't even try to dodge, just walked forward casually. As now Briarcliff can potentially look for a fight here. Camera doesn't have TP, but do they want to go for it? Do they think they can win 4v5?
Oh my gosh, so much damage onto Oxy, and he's grounded from the poisonous gas. Shoes picks up a kill. Camera comes in. It's 4v5. Here we go, Shibby. Briarcliff are down at this one. They can't look for the fight. Camera gets caught. Stun comes in. Here comes the engage into the back line. Raymond trying to join. Zero taking down Jason. Low health bars come through. Raymond eventually falls. The curtain call comes out, and it is the Cleveland State show as Camer is not interested in watching. He gets out of there immediately. Rift Herald might be thrown down. Oh no, Jason actually got the eye, and he died. He is gone. They can't use the Rift Herald in mid lane.
Yeah, but a really good fight from Cleveland State here. I'm surprised Briarcliff committed the TP. Oxy's dead. Your strongest member, arguably, in the fight. Died immediately. If I'm Camer, I'm just pushing bot lane, looking for the turret. You give up on that play. You just gave up so much gold for what? To stare as the Rift Herald went down? Like, it's a classic mistake. A lot of teams do it. They overcommit or they don't know when to drop a play. They want everybody to go in. But if I'm Camer, I'm telling my team, I'm not TPing in. I'm picking up more minions. I'm stacking my Roa, and I'm trying to get some gold into that bot lane. Like, that's what you should be doing there if you're Briarcliff.
They opt for a bit of a different decision, and we actually see did Rift Herald get no. My eyes are playing tricks on me, Shibby. Don't mind me, as Oxy goes in for a bit of a trade here. We know he's been playing super aggressively. Shoes finally gets that Rod of Ages online, going to be stacking a little bit behind, but he'll catch up eventually. The next dragon spawning in about 55 seconds here. Cleveland State, they've evened up this game. I think the main difference is the first item completion between the top laners, but Jason's here for the utility as the mid laners go toe-to-toe in the top lane. Oxy uses that stolen Maokai ultimate, try to get a pick, comes up short.
Yeah, and the thing to note is that Shoes is on a 2-item power spike right now. Obviously, the Roa has not been fully stacked, but has the Seraphs ready. You still see Camera still trying to build towards that. Should have enough gold now. Or not now, but after the next couple of waves. He's just picked up the Lost Chapter. Has pretty much all the components. Just needs a little bit of extra gold. I don't think he's going to get it before this Dragon. So Cleveland State, with mid lane prio, they should be in an okay spot to take this Dragon here. Although Oxy is on the flank with Mike as well. Oxy has to live. He can't go down immediately before this objective like he did with the Rift Herald. You see the rest of Briarcliff moving on in. Shoes is in the mid lane, crucially. He needs to be with his team. He cannot be on a flank as the Cassiopeia.
Could get caught out, but Rift Herald is going to make this objective tango a little bit spicier, Shibby. Oxy's on Rift Herald duty, and the rest of Cleveland State know that he takes quick care of the threat. Shoes is still separated from the rest of the team as well. Scrub McLord trying to shove in this bot wave, and here comes Briarcliff looking for the engage 4v5. Teleport coming in. No, Shoes is out of here, but Kaizix is the one with the first kill of the fight. Here we go. Oxy trying to take care of Scrub McLord. Zero picks up Kaizix. The Viego resets are not coming through. Shoes has joined the fight. Oxy looking to pop off. Petrifying Gaze stuns 3 members. That's going to be huge, maybe even 4. Cammer trying to dish out all the damage. Shoes is still alive with blue buff. In the back line, trying to kite this one out. Can he do it? One arrow after another. Zero cashes in. Shoes flies away. Cammer flashes in as well. The Seraph's Embrace shield trying to hug on for more damage. Shoes is dancing around. It's a 1v2 situation. Can he pull it off? No! Briarcliff finish off the fight with an ace.
And Shoes couldn't join that fight because Mike turned the lights out, and so Shoes has nowhere to TP to. He could not TP on anything, and so that gives Briarcliff the slight edge in that fight. They have the numbers advantage for at least minimum a couple seconds, and they're able to pick up all the kills. By the time Shoes TP's in, I believe it was a 3v4, and at that point, despite the heroics, despite the fed Cassiopeia, just could not get it done. Cammer and Zero are able to win the fight, but the Dragon was not slain, so we may see another fight very, very soon, and the winner of that may decide who gets this Baron coming up in 20 seconds.
Oh, goodness. We've got another spicy MEC LAN matchup. It's been 26 kills in the first 20 minutes, certainly living up to the high-octane action. Mike going in for another fight. He sets his sights on Scrub McLord. Can he pull it off? No! Aqualad with a successful kite back. Scrub McLord survives, and the rest of the fight ensues. Shoes is joining. Can they get onto Scrub McLord? He's hanging on, and here comes the snake sinking their fangs. Oxy's having a huge fight. Zero's trying to fire away, but the stun lands there onto Cammer. It's a magnet storm to try and slow him down. Cammer once again steps up. 8-0-7 on the rise, standing strong in these fights, and Briarcliff win once more.
Another messy fight, toe-to-toe. I mean, these guys are swinging at each other, haymaker after haymaker, but Briarcliff has come out on top twice now, and that's off of Cammer. He's just doing a massive, massive job doing DPS in these fights. He's got Roa fully stacked. He's got Seraph's Embrace. He's going to go back, pick up another component item, potentially even may finish off this death cap that he's trending towards. And we'll see what he actually ends up building here. It just feels like Briarcliff's late game carry Rise is doing just a little bit better than Shoes. And Shoes is ending up late to these fights every time. Good on Mike and Briarcliff to recognize that Cassiopeia's not there and just pull the trigger and use your numbers advantage.
Absolutely. This is going to open things up for Briarcliff potentially around the Baron. It feels like they have the momentum in this match, but Cleveland State, these fights are so close. It's been coming down to the last member. Can Shoes group up with the team in time? He has to be careful. I mean, you said it. Mike can turn off the lights and you can't teleport in to join the fight. So it changes your macro. It changes how you have to think about the preparation before these big objectives, make things that much more difficult. We'll see CSU trying to get vision control. They have Jason to help control the area around objectives. In terms of the items, it's pretty even. We do have a slight lead for Briarcliff. Outside of the bot lane, everyone's on 2 items, going on 3. Cleveland State, we have a few members still working on trying to get their second item online. Teleport into the bot lane, Shibby.
Oh, Shoes.
We barely have a moment to catch our breath as Shoes is caught out and Petrified tries to catch Oxy with it, but it is 2-on-1. This fight ain't fair, Shibby. Can Cleveland State respond in the mid lane?
They will probably try to take this tier 1 as they do have the numbers advantage. TP was burned from Camera there to get that play off, but what can Briarcliff do afterwards? Are they going to pressure the Baron? Are they going to move in to kind of secure some vision in their own jungle? They have the numbers advantage, but with Shoes down, what can they actually do?
Camera is going to keep pushing. He may not have teleport, but he does have Realm Warp. And he's just going to be able to try and pick up some more gold for this late game rise. An inner turret's worth of gold would be massive. Massive. He's going to be able to cash in. That's huge. On the top side of the map, CSU, they're getting the outer turrets, trying to open up a little bit of space on the map, but will they come to regret it?
Looks like Mike wants to pull the trigger. It's a 4v4. Shoes does have TP, though, so if they start the fight, he needs to TP in immediately.
Here we go. Oxy trying to use the Alistar ultimate to try and buy some time, but Shibby, the fight's over already. Briarcliff, they back off of Oxy dying, and is this going to cost them Baron?
This might just cost him. Oxy dying once again, getting a little over-aggressive here. Jason doing a really good job peeling. Mike does not have the ultimate, can flash steal if they can get some vision. Is he the one for Briarcliff to at least steal this Baron? Jason's trying his hardest, playing bodyguard, but he might die.
Jason getting low, the rest of the team focusing on the objective. Baron Nashor, 4,000 HP. Here we go, Shibby. It comes down to this. Mike waiting for the moment to flash. Will he do it? Yes. Trying to steal. No. Kaizix gets the Baron. Cleveland State secure the objective, but they lose their support. The rest of the team backs off, but CSU get what they wanted.
They got the Baron, and they're dipping on out. 3 members alive here. Probably one of the safer Barons in terms of what we saw regarding who gets out, right? It's a 50-50, the most unsafe Baron flip, but the Baron that we've seen at least 3 members get out. Usually it's 1 or 2 at most. Sometimes you get fully wiped here. Briarcliff, we're looking for that extra fight, but CSU cleverly get out of dodge there and keep 3 members alive. Crucially, Shoes has the Baron, can be that split push threat on the Cassiopeia. Now, Curtain Call opening up the fight.
Raymond trying to play defense for Cammer, keeping his mid laners safe. They're able to retreat despite the Jin bullets flying by. Jason, got to be careful about stepping up. The next dragon of the game spawning in 40 seconds, Shibby. But this doesn't feel like the biggest one. Nobody's on Soul Point. Cleveland State maybe would like this in their back pocket. Something of note, Scrub McLord quietly has been building up a big lead. 3 items completed on the Jin.
Yeah, just really, really massive. Has 2 lethality items and also the crit from the Infinity Edge. So he's got a pretty big bursty Jin damage going out. Not like the IE rapid fire kind of LDR that we usually see. This is more of a lethality focus to really penetrate the amount of like no armor resistance that Briarcliff has picked up. There's an arm guard on Oxy, but other than that, no real armor on Nocturne, no real armor on the obviously Rise or the Varus here, and you're not really going to be hitting Raymond in these fights if you're Scrub.
Yep. Baron buff still on for a few minutes as Briarcliff pick up their second Chemtech Drake. Cleveland State feels like they honestly maybe didn't expect to get Baron, and now they're trying to figure out what the best move is to do with it. Shoes trying to push in the solo lane, but he can't take on Oxy on his own. It does give the Vikings a little bit of breathing room, I would say. They've bought themselves a little bit more time. Camera's actually going to burn Flash trying to run away from the potential engage. This is a moment of opportunity. Oxy is far away, but so much damage coming out of the Rise. Despite it being 5v4, CSU is the one retreating.
Yeah, I mean, Camera is just laying into Aquachad, who doesn't have any MR, right? Nobody really on the side of Cleveland State, other than a couple Merc treads here. Is Jason? He should be fine. He's just going to walk it out. They're going to go for a play on to Shoes.
Can they find him? Rooted by the Maokai ultimate. Shoes able to run away. It was stolen by Oxy to look for the lockdown, and honestly, a bit of a breathing point here. No objectives on the map for the next almost 3 minutes. So it's going to come down to how these players are going to be interacting, managing the waves, try to get things pushing your direction. You know, there's only one direction for the minions to go. One of them being going your direction, trying to get vision control as well, make things a little bit difficult. CSU's tanks, I think, are going to get some much needed time to get some of those resistance items completed, and we'll see if that comes through in a big way. Cammer for Briarcliff, still going to be trying to stack up and get more items completed. Zonia's comes through for Oxy. This is going to be a close one, Shibby. We're getting down in dirty in the MEC clan. Clash LAN clan meeting. I don't, maybe. Anyway.
Clash of Clans?
Clash. But we've gotten consistently, I mean, this is going to be another 30-minute match for us. I mean, this has been awesome League of Legends from the team so far.
Yeah. Really long, drawn-out game, especially when you have champions like Cassiopeia, right? Rise. Long scaling champions want to drag the game out. It feels like Briarcliff are kind of in a stuck point. They've been comfortably ahead in gold for a majority of this game, but they just have not found that deciding game-winning team fight. They're not wiping you 4 for 1 or 3 for 2. It's usually like Cleveland State, 5 members die, Briarcliff, 4 people die, or 3 people die. Rise is just left. It's like you can't really push with that, right? Like that's not. There's no game-ending decision you can make. You can't get any objectives. So you have to reset and do-si-do once again. Oxy, though, stolen the Alistar ultimate, so he's ready to scrap. He's ready to go for a 5v5 team fight here. Top lane shoving in favor of Cleveland State. Bottom lane is shoving in the favor of Briarcliff. Right now, mid lane looks like it's going to be potentially shoving in the mid lane for BCU. Baron coming up in 45 seconds. Both of these teams going to highly prioritize it as these guys are both sitting on 2 dragons apiece. You don't want to do the dragon soul point for Baron trade here because that's just going to let Briarcliff kind of end the game, and vice versa. Cleveland could just end the game.
Our waiting period is just about over. These teams got to get geared up. Squad, I wonder if anyone does like any big like sweeping speeches before these objectives. I feel like the players are mostly locked in. So if no one's like, guys, it all comes down to this. But it kind of comes down to these next few fights for both of these teams. Any major swing in the game can come to a close pretty quickly. Notably, Cammer gets the Rabadons online, Shibby. That's going to be huge for Briarcliff. Yeah. This is the point that they've been waiting for all game long. Mike knows, he's like, I'm not even the best player on my squad. That's my mid laner, and they've got him in exactly the kind of position they want him in.
And Shoes really needs to pick up these Leandries. Will amplify the damage so much, especially with these longer extended team fights. Leandries gets more and more value coming in, and so he's not actually quite on par with Cammer just yet. Would love to see whether he's close to it or not, or if he needs another wave and a half. Also, TP's available, but we mentioned Mike turning off the lights kind of negates the TP effect, and Oxy can TP in under the Shroud of Darkness, potentially on a flank, and Cleveland State would not know anything.
Let's see, they're going to go to play number 1 in the book. Shoes is recalling. Maybe going to get that Leandries you were talking about, Shibby. Oh, goodness. Does get the item complete. That's 4 items for the CSU mid laner. Dragon is on the menu first. Mike's going to start it up. Oxy returning. Hammer in a safe position. CSU, they have to go in under darkness. Here's a huge Magnet Storm. Oh my god. The engage is there for Briarcliff, and they just demolish CSU just when they weren't expecting it. Raymond the Righteous comes through with a massive engage and takes down CSU. It was over almost just as quickly as it began.
A massive flash engage from Raymond here on the Rel. A 4-man Magnet Storm. You couldn't have teed it up any better. Oh my lord. And that's the second great Magnet Storm we've seen today. Rel, that's why you pick this champion, because despite getting countered in lane, it doesn't matter if you hit that massive engage. The fight was over. Cammer just absolutely shredded through the rest of the team here. That's Baron for Briarcliff, dragon for Briarcliff and potentially the game for Briarcliff.
Oxy uses the Alistar ultimate to get a lot of damage reduction going his way. He's going to dash over the wall. Shoes not going to flash follow, and that's a clean Baron tank for the Mustang as they get everybody buffed up. Excuse me.
Ooh, you might need some buffs too.
I'm a little, I, as much as the teams have been getting gassed up, I'm starting to feel some of the side effects from all that gassing up behind the mic.
Too many Diet Dr. Peppers for Mac Dewey. I don't know what he's drinking back there.
It's true. It's on the list. Oh, goodness. Another Magnet Storm. We got to focus up. Shibby. Another big fight. Briarcliff trying to secure the game. Camera teleports in. He's coming through with a lot of damage in Cleveland State. Trying to run to the hills. The chains connect and Camera goes legendary. The stone statues may have found two. Shoes trying to dish out the damage. Mike barely survives. He has the GA. Kaizik's flashing. Now resetting all around. Scrub McLord can't finish off Oxy. Oxy goes massive. What a play. What a game. Briarcliff taking over the mid-game fights. It felt like they had the momentum, Shivy, and this might be the game.
All that, man, oxycodone, the way he put Cleveland State to sleep. Oh, my Lord. Briarcliff come out with the 34-minute banger of a game. They finally close it out here. BCU go up 2-1. Cleveland State, unfortunately, take the loss.
That's the biggest bar of the day. Whatever happens, call that man oxycodone. That's hilarious, Shibby. I love you, dog. That's going to do it for our match between Briarcliff and CSU. It was another close one. Again, CSU, I feel like they always find themselves in close contention. But boy, oh boy, what a rel ultimate from Raymond to just completely take over the match. That was absolutely bananas. I need to kind of catch my breath after that. Was another one. I've been getting tested today, Shibby. Can Mac go the distance in some of these close MEC series? I better square up because these League of Legends games are so close. So much fun to watch. What a day it's been. Oh my gosh.
Massive performance from all the teams that we've casted today. We're not done, right?
No, we
Mac?
are not.
Well, we are, me and you, but the day's not done, correct?
Correct. Absolutely. We got more League of Legends action coming your way. A quick thought. There is a lot that goes into running an esports event like MEC Clash. There's more than just getting whitelisted. There's one of the most important aspects is setting the scope of your event. Like setting your goals, balancing your profit with your expectations. If you want to learn more about some of these things, make sure to type !top 5 in the chat
now
for more articles about powering esports events. Really good article series. Shout out Unified, putting on a fantastic esports LAN event right now in Deerfield, Illinois. I know I'm having a great time casting it and watching these teams go toe-to-toe together. So make sure you check out some of the content there. They're putting out a lot of great insight coming from the Unified crew. We're going to hop into a quick break as we get ready to go for our post-game interview. We're going to be talking to the Briarcliff boys once again. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back in just a sec. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the MEC Clash LAN. Thank you guys so much for joining us for the post-game interview. We're talking with one of the Briarcliff superstars, the man in the mid lane. We've heard a lot of good things about you, Cameron. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. You've heard a couple of good things about me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mike is your hype man. Mike is unequivocally.
That's true, yeah. Mike is everybody's hype man, I think, on the team. He's just the man.
That's true. That's true. Cameron, talk to me about slamming that Rise in at the final button, right? The last pick. I thought you were going to take the Silas. I was like, oh, that's a slam dunk pick. Amazing, right? Into the Maokai, into the Alistar. You got a lot of good ultimates to pick, but what was the decision behind flexing that to the top lane and taking the Rise in? Was that always going to happen, or were you waiting for that final mid lane pick from CSU's side?
Yeah, we were waiting for the final pick because we saw the Silas and we're like, this looks like a banger Silas game for sure. And then my top laner was like, yeah, I'll play it. And then I saw the cast and I'm like, I'm going to get so rolled by this guy if I pick Silas into a cast. So I was feeling a little blue. All right. I just had to. I felt it.
Do you feel that Rise is a good spot right now with all the changes? Or I feel like he's super good with all the different mana items you can index to. I didn't see you go for the Frozen Heart. Didn't think you needed to. You just went for the pure damage because you put the big boy carry pants on.
Yeah, there was no reason to go Frozen Heart this game. They have like a Jhin Viego. I'm just looking to like lock someone down, just press W on them, watch them blow up for 1,000 damage, and then, you know, just kind of get through the mid game is where it kind of struggles because you really just got to get past that. Everybody else spikes harder, so.
Yeah. I'm curious, Cameron. This is first season at the MEC. How's the experience been for you so far for the first few weeks of play, getting ready with the Briarcliff squad, and now being at your first LAN?
It's been pretty nice, honestly. I got a great team, honestly. We're having a lot of fun in all of our matches and all of our scrims and stuff. So I'm doing perfectly good. This is, you know, a fun time I'm having here. So seeing all the teams and stuff and getting to know people, get to beat up some people in the mid lane.
I was going to ask, how has the mid lane kind of matchup been against everybody? I'm assuming you, even though you haven't played everyone officially, you have scrimmed everybody. Do you think like mid lane super strong this split? Have you faced off against like Blonde, GVU, those kind of guys?
I have, and honestly, I can only say that there's like one other person maybe who I felt like can at least challenge me a little bit. Like I feel like I've just gone through lanes so easy every single match, even though I don't think I'm like the strongest laner. Only like one time I played against Kato, I think. Like he's been pretty solid. So
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I just wanted to know how you guys match up because I feel like the record you guys have doesn't really indicate how strong of a team you really are.
No, honestly, those losses are on us entirely. Like at our best, I think we can actually just take anybody for real.
Well, excited to see. I know it's been fun watching you guys today through the course of the LAN action. A few close Baron calls, I'll say. I've been stressed in the booth watching you guys, but watching you guys come through in those big moments. Who really helps you guys navigate those situations in the middle of the game?
For the most part, it's, I think, more to do with me and our support, Raymond. We kind of like try to set up the exact way we want to fight, and if I'm not there, Raymond's like shouting like, we don't have him, don't do anything. And then Mike went.
So that works. We'll try to make it work. Yeah. It's crazy. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we let you go, do you have any shout outs that you want to give out?
You know, shout out to, you know, my family and everybody, all my friends who are watching me, especially my good friend Thomas, who just loves Rise to death. He's painting himself blue currently, entirely. So yeah, shout out to everybody and Mike.
Shout out
Mike specifically.
Shout out Mike.
Yeah.
Shout out Mike specifically. I agree with that. Well, thank you so much, Cameron. Thank you for joining us, Mac. that should be time for us, as we are going to transition over to Travesty and MEC, right? Or Mechatronic, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys were tired of us behind the mic, fear not. We got some fresh voices coming in. The night shift begins now. And yeah, we wish you guys a lovely rest of the Clash Day 1 experience. The round robin continues and shall carry on. We'll be back in just a little bit with our next match of the day. We've got some good ones coming up, including GVU versus Purdue Northwest coming at you soon. You won't want to miss it. Stick around, tune in. MEC Clash action continues. In the interim, we're going to hop into a quick break. We'll be back soon.
We are here at the MEC Fall Championship. It is Kendo Slice, and I'm alongside Marvel from Cleveland State University. We've been asking questions to everybody all day. The question of the day has been, what does esports mean to you?
It's honestly a tricky question, I'd say, because, like, at first I joined esports to make friends. But at the actual behind the scenes of it all, I just love the game.
Yeah,
you know?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Because what you have done turned into something. There is a significant amount of growth, which is kind of a segue into the next question. It has to do with learning. Of course, we're talking about scholastic esports. And has there been anything over the last 3 months, this semester, that you found yourself learning through the esports program?
Definitely, yeah. At the beginning of this semester, we got 2 new additions to the team. Actually, 3, because I upgraded to the high team. So, as a team, we learned a lot, like, how to work together, because at the beginning, we had a lot of, like, fights. Kinda.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of.
It was a little bit of like too much ego.
Yeah.
From all the players, and it was just like managing that ego and getting it to a level where it's helpful for all of us and not just dry peeking stuff and dying.
Mercy, y'all are impressive to me. It is interesting to get a perspective of what's going on with each individual team. So hearing about some of the things that you wouldn't normally think would be talked about, especially on a question like that, it's like, hey, we learned just straight up not to hate each other. That way we could be productive as a team.
Yeah, like if you ask anyone in the esports program that saw us at the beginning of the semester and now, like I bet you 99% of them will say that we are completely different team. Like,
that is so amazing.
crazy.
That is the essence of life, though. We're constantly growing, constantly getting better, and sometimes you have to overcome yourself, or you have to overcome those who are your teammates in order to put yourself into those confines. So, LAN. Talking about LAN for a second, mainly due in part to the fact that, hey, we're here at LAN. What's been the LAN experience for you, whether it be here, whether it be at other LANs? Do you enjoy the process?
I do. Like, it's a lot of learning, and it's a lot of waiting. Like, you just sit around and wait until your game. But it's really nice to be able to, like, meet all these players that, like, we've played in the group stage and just be like, bro, that person is crazy. And then see them in real life. It's like, wow. But yeah, it's just basically that. The only thing that I don't like is that I'm very used to the space that I play in.
Yes. Okay.
And just like having to readjust and like not having the chair, for example, be at the height that I want it to
Certain
be.
height. There's so many little specifications.
Yeah.
It almost teaches you to have to deal with adversity in an extremely weird and unique way. So I do understand that completely. I almost never play on my like any LAN computers. It's like my personal setup is just feels
like,
so
to be
much more
honest,
comfortable.
during the wait time, I was like, I'm gonna play ranked, and then I got there and I saw the chairs are like normal chairs, and I was like,
Yep.
There's no way I'm playing.
Or the chair too high. Chair feels like.
Yeah, like I was like, there's no headrest.
It's just
I was
not
like,
normal.
No.
It's not home.
Exactly, basically.
We're all growing and building character here, and I love every second of it. Favorite esports moment from this last semester for you?
I'd say, like, if we want to show a clip here, just Sully's ace today. That was really good. That was
Oh, yeah. That's fantastic when you consider very first question, very second question. Yeah, very early on in this interview, you're talking about, yeah, we didn't really like each other. we just straight up didn't get along. That person bugged me.
Yeah.
And, in contrast, we're talking about, hey, you know what one of my favorite moments was? My teammate just absolutely destroyed everybody.
Basically,
That
yeah.
ace.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss.
But, like, thinking about a personal moment.
Yeah.
I had, like, a crazy ace the other day as well on Premiere. And it was just, like, I'm going to be...
Hello, welcome everyone to the MEC Clash. I say welcome, but the stream's been going on for quite a bit of time. Shoutouts to Mac and Shibby. They are actually just goated for casting for as long as they did throughout all the hygienes. But here we are, ready to derail things in our own way. My name's Travis. I'm joined here with who is not Mac Dewey. This is Mechatronics. Yo, Logan, how are you feeling?
I'm just Mac. I have to.
Give me your best Mac.
The big Mac Dewey energy for the evening. That's what I'm
Oh,
bringing
your Big
today.
Mac. Ooh,
Big Mac Dewey. Separate
Extra
than Little
sauce.
Mac. Different than Little Mac. A little more brawler than Precision here.
Well, you're gonna need
bullet
some
at China shop.
You're gonna need to be ready to brute force your way because we got ourselves a fun set of games coming up. I believe we got ourselves some certified bangers, is what I got told in the handoff. So I'm just excited to see exactly what our next matchup is going to be as we go into it. As you can kind of see on the standings here, this is the total event day here inside the group stage. Only 3 teams have gone 3-0, and it's Ohio Northern, Purdue Northwest, and Grandview University.
Yeah, no, I'm 3 teams 3-0, 3 teams 0-3, and then 2 right in the middle. And if you were guessing ahead of time, I'm not sure that this would have been the order in which you guessed them in, but we're here now. What I find really interesting that we're doing tonight, I believe the first game we're watching is Campbellsville Grandview, but I could be wrong. I think I just mathed wrong. Still CSU, which will be that 0-3 matchup, and then after we get to watch a 3-0 matchup. So we're gonna go both ends of the bracket here really quick. I think it's gonna be real fun, good time here.
Well, this is where I'm actually very interested because it's Campbellsville, who is a team who is not originally a team we get to see here inside the MEC. They've had 3 games on the day. Very excited to see this team come in. This was a team I was prepping for before the MEC season because I thought this was going to be a team we would have. So it's actually very exciting to get to see them here inside of the MEC Clash. They're taking on Cleveland State University, which is another new team that is inside of our conference, who came in and is looking for that first dub for themselves. And they've had a couple things that I've really enjoyed from them. Shoes has been really good. Really enjoy watching them. Aqua Chad, of course, who is aka Aqualad inside of the game. I love the fact that the team was just like, kind of funny if we put your name in as Aqua Chad instead of Aqualad. But Cleveland State has these different pieces that feel like they have a lot of players that are able to perform individually in certain moments, but they haven't had that moment where it's all come together. Well, Campbellsville, this is going to be our first time getting to cast them here in the from the MEC casters.
Yeah, so 2 things I want to point out ahead of time. Regardless of what Cleveland State's record is, they have won in the game in the name battle of all the teams. Right, excellent team names across. And number 2, more of an editorial note for everyone, including ourselves. What are we calling the Campbellsville jungler name?
That's Ankh.
Okay,
So Ankh was a former MEC player, if I recall correctly.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. When you've got a little symbol like that, those of us less versed in Egyptology
I watched a lot of you didn't watch a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, and it shows. That's what I'm getting right now.
Well, the problem is I watched Yu-Gi-Oh after they did the Egyptology arcs.
Jet still had a banger. Get your game on, but we're gonna be getting our game on with this series. I'm excited for Ankh, because Ankh was a player who was inside of the previous MEC season. It's a player I have the most information on immediately as a caster. This is somebody who was playing Skarner, who was very big into Skarner, and they were playing Skarner top, Skarner jungle. Give me Skarner anywhere, and this player was down for it. So I'm excited. I feel like that's going to be a target ban against them because
I hope it isn't.
That would be kind of scary. But also, Skarner's not really in a great place in comparison to others, so who knows?
Skarner is fine. He's not in an amazing place, but he is fine.
Yeah, that's right, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time to do.
That's a good push right into draft.
That's a good transition.
I would love the Skarner to just get left through. It's not the greatest pick right now, but if there's anything I've learned over time is that while win rate and stuff is amazing, comfort is so important for players, right? Especially when you're on land and it's a new environment and stuff. Playing something that you have comfort with, like a Skarner, could be a really good pick because you know exactly how to play it. And Skarner's so good at those like dive comps that say we're going to kill X person and that's it. It's the anti you have one guy.
Yeah. It's the click and drag. You're not allowed to have fun. Like I said, I'm not sure if it will get through or if it will be something that they are going to prioritize. I didn't get to see the earlier Campbellsville games. I've been here and there inside of the Twitch chat, watching things as I could. I saw earlier on in the day we had a Varus mid with a Jin Zhao bot. That was a very interesting game. So I very much so my bar has been set.
So
pretty high right now
prepared
for what everybody else can do.
I'm ready for shenanigans. That's what I'm ready for.
Yeah, some shenanigans.
Shenanigans are afoot, possibly. Jarvan and Renata ban over on the Campbellsville side, a Lilia ban, and a soon-to-be something ban over on the Cleveland State side. Nothing ridiculous yet. Renata is one of these like premier peel supports that we have, and can kind of be used in Gauge. It's really a good blind pick. And then the Jarvan is just kind of all around good engage. If you can play Jarvan and you can EQ alt and you're gone.
I am actually curious on one side bans Renata and then the other side bans Callista because usually those two get paired together because they're just so broken together. So very curious. They have some little bit of a tet. They're like, yo, Callista's got some great pairings. Callista, Nico, for example, is pretty correct.
Famously, Callista Soraka is a really, really good pairing. And there's some other stuff you can pair it with. I think right now the big thing, if you're not playing Renata, is to pair it with Nautilus. So you basically use Nautilus as just like a giant drain tank at the front to make sure you get the CC on, and Calista starts hopping around. Last two bans are Azir and Jace across the board. So Azir, that late game threat. Basically every mid player in the MUC plays Azir. It's a bread and butter pick, and I'd be willing to bet that Jace is probably going to be more of a
bread and butter because he's a bird. Chicken.
You went about 4 steps on that one there. All right, Shinzao first pick, best jungler on the patch. Shinzao gives engage, gives peel. I'm just moving forward.
I froze back for a moment there.
Dude.
But on the other side of things, Shinzao, that's a Zac. That's a
Zac
pick.
top. That's probably a Zac top. Zac top is insanely good on this patch right now. Is a really good nullifying top laner, and then you get all the good effects of just being Zac in the late game. Zac is really, really good on this patch in top lane. It could go mid. It could go jungle. I don't expect to see it support or bot lane, especially with a Jhin, but it's somewhere in the top side the Zac is going. It leaves some flexibility up for later.
Yeah, I actually think Zac, it is actually low-key broken, so that's cool. But on the other side of things, someone else that hasn't been getting any playtime, really, has been the Jinx. And a Tom Kench lock-in to go alongside with the Jinx. Whatever they're cooking, I'm into it. They got me on the aroma now.
So Tom Kench top is not bad.
Might be bot.
It could be a support Tom Kench. But I'd be interested in them blind picking a support here when there's so many other supports left, including like engaged supports like Nautilus. I'd be interested in them picking Tom Kench over that, unless they think the Jinx is going to be really under threat, which so far none of this comp was giving me big under threat vibes.
I mean, yeah,
Zach jumping onto you, but you can kind of kite yourself out of that to a degree.
Yeah, I feel like you're breathing some copium when you say that. Zach is annoying when you're an AD carry and you're just trying to get out of that, especially as a Jinx. Because, like, Jinx can throw down the chat, so they take a moment to activate. Zach can move out of it, very mobile. You E in, you ult. It becomes a bit hectic. I get the idea if they do decide they want to go for it. I definitely don't think it's the TK mid that we saw earlier on inside of MEC.
I don't think it's the TK mid.
I don't know if it's top. I don't know if that's a good matchup if Zach is going to be top lane.
It's not a bad matchup. So on both of these, you're going to go Bomb Cinder first item. And then you can build into the Sunfire Cape or the Hollow Radiance, depending on what you go from there. That's a Yasuo locked in.
Yeah.
That's the Yasuo locked in.
Yeah, that's a Yasuo. Your train of thought just got windwalled.
Yeah, no, I've just been IRL windwalled. Okay, so assuming that that's a Yasuo mid, I think it's a pretty decent assumption. We're looking for jungle or support on this last pick. So that would mean I don't think we're looking for a top laner.
There we go.
Probably. Yeah.
I like the Gwen lock in here. I think Gwen is very slept on inside the top lane pool, and it's incredible when people are just taking up tanks. But CSU has something else for themselves. I feel like when I see a Yasuo, I'm like, Zach is going to be in the jungle.
That's TK mid.
Oh, it is a TK mid.
It is Kench mid.
Okay, so they're deciding to go into that as well. That's interesting. So another player who's come to it. It's a blind TK mid too.
Well, I feel like they picked it early enough that they were willing to pick it into the Yasuo, right? They said once we got to this last pick, do you want to take it there? Kasante for the okay. So I assume Zach's gonna be jungle.
Yeah. No, that made sense. That was telegraphed the moment. It's stopped.
It's Shinzao mid and Gwen jungle. Hold on, what's going on? What's going on here?
Interesting. So that's
what is it with Shinzao? What is it with Shinzao?
So Gwen can jungle. Gwen can jungle. I'm gonna defend it. Okay, I have been a proprietor of playing Jin Zhao in lane. Okay,
I'm not worried about that. That I'm actually not worried about. I'm a little worried into a Yasuo matchup with a win wall.
Why?
Because okay, so for
spear.
me,
the spear beats the sword.
But Yasuo win wall is going to prevent you from using Wind Becomes Lightning into Yasuo, and that's going to be your big trading, right? You have a lot of damage through the Wind Becomes Lightning.
All in him. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? What is he going to do when you all in him? He's going. He's going to win wall your charge.
He's going to win wall, and then you can't go in because you don't get marked off the Wind Becomes Lightning through the.
He doesn't need to mark him.
All right.
Done.
The Gwen jungle, I'm a little iffy on. Gwen jungle is not in a great place right now.
So it's
Wait,
it's not,
I'm sorry, what?
It's not blocked by Windwall. So the reason why I've been bringing this up with Jin Zhao is like Jin Zhao can all in Yasuo is what I was trying to explain earlier. You could just go in with the Jin Zhao and you can all in a Yasuo. When you play it solo lane, if you pick up Jin Zhao early inside of a rotation, people tend to play like that's a Jin Zhao jungle, and then you get free counter pick. And Jin Zhao has actually a lot of like good all-in matchups and like sustained dueling patterns against certain people. So I actually really enjoy it. But Gwen jungle also has a pretty good clear speed if I remember right. I like it. I'm here for it. It hasn't been here for a while, so
it hasn't been here for a while because it's been a little bit nerfed on the monster damage from her Q.
Yes.
So she doesn't have that like insane clear that she had previously, but it may be good enough.
I think somebody who plays Skarner too, it does make me interested in terms of the pathing, because I think like Skarner players in general, and I know, right? Like I'm just deciding based on the fact that they play a lot of one character. Skarner players have really good pathing usually, and they're really good at clear speed.
They have to. Because of the way the pillars work.
Yeah, it's mandatory. So I actually think like Ankh is going to be very good at being able to pilot the Gwen throughout the matchup, get it into a good area. This composition from Cleveland State is actually hella CQC. Like, you're up close
Yeah,
and
no, they
personal
wanna-
besides the Jin, who has Dark Harvest Jin.
Actually, both teams are kind of really, they want to go in, right? On both sides. So we're going to see a lot of skirmishing and team fights probably really early, as they just want to fight each other. They want to slap each other. It's kind of how this feels like it's going to go.
Yeah, but even then, right? The difference between a Jin and a Jinx in a team fight is massive. So I'm keeping my eyes very big onto this this top side here. I mean, this bottom side, just because I feel like they're going to be the deciding factor in the fights, because Jinx gives you a lot more DPS inside of a fight. If they're able to get it sighted and start getting those resets, the AoE they can provide is nuts in comparison to what is a Dark Harvest Jin, who is going to be focusing very heavily on trying to very carefully skirt outside of the fight with those 4 shots and the CC they provide.
Yeah, I don't mind the Tom Kench into Cassante top, or Cassante into Tom Kench top. I think that's actually a pretty decent matchup for both of them. It's going to be one of those, well, we're a tank. It's going to be a wet noodle fight. That's just going to kind of exist. It's not going to be the lane where you live or die this match, but that might be.
Yeah, good zap onto Aqua Lad. They will get hit up by a couple more rockets getting shot out. That was also the Ghost burned with the Ignite from the bot lane of Campbellsville. Great aggression to start things out.
Yeah, flash over the wall for Inflame was actually really, really good. He caught them all off guard. And when you're using Hex Flash on Thresh, it's kind of okay to waste the flash.
This is what I want to see here. Go ahead and make sure you make your presence known in the mid lane. Good stuff from the Zap, but it's time to get excited to talk about Campbellsville. First blood going over to the Jinx.
They're pushing through. That's the first time, and they use some summoner spells to get it. But on the other hand, they got the kill, and first blood's worth a little bit more than your summoner spells in the first couple of minutes, especially when you've got a pushing lane, right? The Jinx lane is way more pushing than the Jin lane early, especially before a serrated Dirk. So the Jinx has a little bit more to be able to play with here. I believe that's a first clear done for Gwen at about 320. So that's your timer for right now.
I like the movement coming out from Aqualad as a response. They go from base. They immediately say, I'm going to go mid first, go back to bot side, so that way our timing is not desynced. Make sure I can help out, because there is a flashless Jin Zhao on the other side of the team who can possibly look for an all-in scenario. His mid lane, where the jungles are in proximity, matters so much just because of the way that how volatile this mid lane matchup can be.
Yeah, so the big thing with jungle right now is that Gwen doesn't have the same amount of engage and set, and she needs a little bit more setup than Zac does. Zac's going to use the elastic slingshot and just kind of jump over a wall, CC you, and start the Zac experience, right? Where he W's every single second. He's going to use his Q to pull you closer to each other. Gwen, on the other hand, doesn't have that same kind of CC, so Gwen's going to rely on Xin Zhao in mid lane to make sure to get those pull-ups.
And that's what I love to see from the bot side as well. Thresh, great positioning to come out. And this is what I was talking about.
Going
on?
in
to the arena. Dude, you didn't play any Fire Emblem growing up. Spears beat the hell out of that sword.
Played so much Fire Emblem growing up, but this isn't how I expected Fire Emblem to work in real life.
Dude, it's the triangle system. I'm just saying.
The triangle system until you start playing the new Fire Emblems, and then it gets complicated.
But I do love this. Is every time the jungler's not there, and look at Gwen. Gwen is actually hovering right on the opposite side. Zac does not know that there was a Gwen that was just hovering in that area, trying to ping. There's pings going out. They have vision of where the Zac is, and the Xin Zhao is playing perfectly inside of a area to be safe. Good use of Twist Advance, by the way, in the bot side.
Yeah.
Inflame's going to be fine. But it's going to be a good chunk of damage. Fourth shot will do a good amount of hurt, but they end up trading it off to MEC Love, who wasn't too hurt. And now the turnaround on the Aqualad. Remember, they don't have Flash after that exchange that happened earlier on. And it's just going to be a lot of trades continuing. Should be Ghost. Zac needs to try and figure out a way out. No, they're going to get knocked up. They're done. Their passive's going to get popped here. They should be able to snip them down to size. The wind wall doesn't save the Zac there. That is another kill for Campbellsville.
Ooh, that was a little bit of a risky play there for Zac to just walk in there without the elastic slingshot ready, right? That's the huge help for Zac, is that at any given point, you can soak up a little bit of damage by just channeling your E and run away, right? Xin Zhao takes a second to get the CC going because you got to hit 3 hit Q, and then you got to hit 3 autos to get the knock up. So you can just use the E to jump out of Zach, and cooldown wasn't there.
You gotta be very, very precautious of this. I was wondering about what build choice we were gonna go, because like I said, I do enjoy me some Xin Zhao solo lane, but we're gonna have to wait on that. That was a tricky flay off of the flash. Snip, snip, cut down Cleveland State the side. They're gonna do a little bit trimming around. Now the Zach, no friends around, no passive either. Flash out of danger as Shoes is around on the wrap about. Just trying to find something to be able to exchange. The wind wall goes out and a kill goes in. Cleveland State find a trade. But still, 2 kills did go over to Campbellsville in the bot lane.
It's 2 kills that go over to Campbellsville in the bot lane, but they're on the Thresh.
Yeah.
Which is a little brutal when you want to accelerate this Jinx really hard, right? Jinx is an insanely good late game carry, and the more you can accelerate her early game, the better off she's going to be, the quicker her spike is going to be. And it's nice to get 2 assists, but it would have been really nice to get 2 kills.
Yeah, get them accelerated, get the blood pumping,
or the
right?
Gwen for that matter. Like, either or.
I do really like the exchange that came out about that too, right? The bot lane goes mid, now they can translate up to the grubs if they want. Gwen could technically get these pretty easily if they so choose, but then now being contested since the Jhin and Maokai have roamed up, and Jinx has to catch that wave down on the bot side. So I really like this call coming in from Cleveland State. Some really good macro calls here, but they need to act fast, because very quickly Campbellsville can just recover from this position.
Yeah, so they've got good people at taking grubs. The Zac does a lot of AoE damage. The Maokai does a lot of AoE damage. The Yasuo oddly does a lot of AoE damage. And with 4 of them here, they're going to crush through all of these. Your big breakpoints for grubs are 4, 5, and 6. If you get the 4, you're feeling okay. You're not feeling awesome, but you're feeling okay when you're sieging. The second you get to 5 and 6, you feel really good about grubs, because you start to get those little grublings, the little miniony boys that come through that help you take the towers. Those are really valuable.
The problem that I have here is they were slow on this. I called it a great macro move, but you had to move fast for it, and it was like an anticipation on a fight. Dragon wasn't secured by Campbellsville, which is an interesting thing to think about, because they actually chose for plates instead. They got a plate onto the Xin Zhao. They got 2 plates onto the Jinx there. There's a lot of money that just got shed over to the opposite sides.
So that the plates for the Jinx helps out a lot from the lack of the kills you got before. That's a huge help.
Good play into the traps. Aqualad, this is the one thing that's terrifying about Maokai support. You have some innate sustain that people love to highlight. You gotta hit things with it. You gotta get in the melee. Thresh Jinx is actually kind of scary at this point in time. You can't walk up the melee for free.
Not only can you not walk up to melee for free, you just kind of can't walk up, because while you are tanky, you still don't have any armor. He's got boots and a Doran shield, so he's got a little bit more to go before he can survive a lot of all-in, especially when Jinx starts getting accelerated a little bit. Berserker's Greaves and now a Noon Quiver and a Recurve Bow. That's a lot of damage right there. Like, this early in the game, that's a good chunk.
Yeah, and that chunk is being felt. Cleveland State currently behind 3K gold. They need to find some way to get a little bit more momentum to themselves. They catch Shoes, who's been able to get 1 kill for themselves. So maybe, it's a Yasuo possible angle to pop off. But the Yasuo did decide to go, it looks like, the Bork angle as their first item, which makes sense because you got a Xin Zhao and a Tahm Kench there. Yet again! Yo, wait, you're just too nasty with this. Thresh is too clean. And there's a reason why this is their most played champion in solo queue. It's a double kill, easily lined up for MEC Love. And now that the Zac has jumped in for the party, the Super Mega Death Rocket adds an exclamation mark to the triple kill.
Remember all that we said before about the Jinx not getting killed, not being accelerated enough? The Jinx is absolutely accelerated enough.
Oh, no,
That's a dead Yasuo.
Yeah, no. Yasuo hit him with the tornado. You can see that moment hesitation. They thought the last breath would come in. Now Jason over into the top side, going all out. This catfish has got some problems, but it's a-okay. You got a doll here with you. They're coming in to snip your problem real quick. Jason goes down topside and all across the board. Every single member in the course of this last minute from Cleveland State has been routed in their lane.
And that's another plate down in the bottom lane for Meki Love on this Jinx. They continue to push money into this Jinx to continue to accelerate the Jinx. The whole comp is we're going to have 4 frontline and a Jinx. As long as the Jinx can put damage down, this comp works. And the Jinx can put damage down.
It's not even just the Jinx, right? It's also the Gwen. This is why I was highlighting how short range the composition from Cleveland State is. You've got a Gwen who's going to be up in your face, up close and personal, laying out damage. Jhin can't do anything about that to really help you with the Gwen, because they're trying to stay away from that Gwen as far as possible. While when you clutter up to try and dogpile on this comp, you got Thresh to give you a free reposition, and you got Jinx who's got so much AoE to demolish this crew. It is a very terrifying prospect, and these hooks just don't miss. In Flame is just on top of it. We got ultimates coming in. Curtain Call will lay out a good amount of damage. Last Breath as well. It's all onto Inflame. They have had enough of this Thresh, and now it's time to bounce. But Meki Love is out of range for anybody else to be able to contest. Shoes has already used the Yasuo ultimate. They're just going to defend this tower, and we're 12 minutes into the game, and it looks like First Dragon is up on the menu.
That's all Cleveland State needed to do right there. They needed to take the threshold, so they had a second of pressure in the lane. Meki Love, while he is very ahead right now, cannot do anything without the Thresh. I do want to also talk about the Zac items. There's a Warden's Mail and a Bami Cinder, so that started out towards the Sunfire Rush, and now it seems like it's flipping around, and they're thinking about going, I believe it's Randuin's Omen first, which is going to help out on the anti...
Yeah, it's going to help out with what? What is it going to help out? It's not going to help out with nothing in the arena. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in between all members, but it's a-okay because they got a spear with a Zac on the tip of it. It's another kill to Campbellsville.
They just keep forcing him in mid lane. This Xin Zhao has been the counter to Yasuo.
Telling you. All in. What does Yasuo have to deal with this? There's nothing that they can do. They have the wind wall aptly done. Shoes is showing so much skill at being able to pilot the character. Good turnabout, flashing forward, dashing in to get the knockup, and that is a huge shutdown being granted over to the Yasuo. Much needed. And now Jason's in a world of pain at the current moment in time. He's trying to figure out if they can get over to the wall for the all out to try and escape, but they're just going to get into the belly of Yuga, and now Jason. They're trying to run over to the tower, but the aspirations have been snipped to size.
Generally, you don't tower dive, I think is the solution. That was a heat check from Kaotang in mid lane on the Xin Zhao on just seeing, hey, am I actually this far into Yasuo? The answer is no. But now they know. It's a good thing to know now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Give shout-outs to Shoes, too, right? If Shoes didn't wind wall that Thresh hook, obvious that would have been a successful dive, I think.
I think it probably would have been. A note on the Zac itemization, not Randuin's Omen. I think it's actually going to be a Frozen Heart, which is really, really good against this enemy team. Gwen wants to attack quickly. She wants to get the 4 stacks and then use them all with the Q. And Jinx obviously wants to attack fast, so the Frozen Heart will be a huge help for both, and kind of works to be somewhat building a magic resist and armor because of the Gwen.
I mean, yeah, the Gwen's just going to continue doing what they're doing at this current moment in time. Look at it. There's no itemization to be able to stop it at all either. I don't blame them. It's a hard thing to deal with. Top side, mid lane, everything's going down. There was actually ultimates from Cleveland State that were thrown down in the mid lane. We actually saw the Maokai use the ultimate to try and kind of look for a possible play, but didn't catch out either Meki Love or Inflame. So good attempt, good idea, but while this all happening, Xin Zhao's wrecking havoc on your side lanes. I don't know who is able to check him, because I think Shoes is still, 3-1. I don't know if those are odds you want to take with this combatant.
As long as Meki Love's got a partner here, right, that's the huge help with Thresh, is that Thresh has the Lantern, meaning you can get out of basically anything, and Thresh can get you into a fight if you need to. It's a huge help for these immobile AD carries. It's why Jinx Thresh and Aphelios Thresh was so big a year or so ago, a little bit more, 2 years ago, because it's a huge amount of movement for an immobile carry. Same reason why Stridebreaker was really broken on the first iteration to let you move. Because it gives a huge amount of health.
Yeah, using the current call to try and tag this Jin Zhao, but you don't have a lot of damage to actually deal with him at the current moment in time, so he's going to stay alive for a while. And look at this, he just immediately jumps onto Scrubnik Lord. You need to keep autoing, you need to keep going. One more, and there you go, a 1v3 successful for Jin Zhao, while the rest of Campbellsville is sieging the mid lane.
They used a lot to get the one Xin Zhao right there. They used the curtain call and had to push a lot of time capital in there to make sure that they were able to get that kill. Okay.
That was close. Super Mega Death Rocket with the layup. Didn't get it, but... Or the fadeaway, I guess I should call it.
Yeah,
with
that
the
was a little bit more of a fadeaway.
But, you know, this is what I'm talking about. This Jin Zhao is very scary. You have innate sustain. You've got all these different things inside of your kit. You have no damage on your team that's consistent enough to be able to peel down this Jin Zhao. Besides, of course, the Yasuo, who is built to possibly duel somebody, but they can't really be away from things. They gotta attend to these lanes because Campbellsville is kind of in complete control.
You're just going to pull back from this top lane dive from Kha'Zix. I don't think Kha'Zix could have killed him, but the Bomby Cinder that you've got from Tom Kench means it just gets a little scary. You see the Frozen Heart completed over on the Tom Kench. The same thing that we said before with the Zac. Same with the Tom Kench. Make sure that, hey, we don't want you attacking quickly. It's mostly a hit onto the Yasuo.
I mean, it's on all of them. There's no magic damage.
Well, it's a hit onto the Yasuo is the big hit there, right? Because of not just because of the armor, because of the attack speed. Yasuo gets less attacks in, means Yasuo is less of an enemy, and Yasuo is the one guy right now for Cleveland State. If we're looking at big damage dealers, the Jin has not had a particularly good early game to get through this with the Jinx sitting there.
No, I mean, why would you? There's just too much onto the this is not a Jin game. This is not a game that's going to be very good for you. It's not fit into this comp, and it's been a great job by Campbellsville executing with a very unorthodox composition, right? And you talked about how the build path that they have. This Tom Kench is going to be completely unkillable inside this game, just because of the fact that there's nobody who can really tear through the Tom Kench. It's going to take Yasuo some time. And they're going to try and go for a tower dive. This is actually a very scary scenario. Go all out, bring him out from the tower, but he's just going to jump back over. Still has that Abyssal Shield. Could possibly look for a munch angle, but is able to finally get him down. You had to spend so many resources just to make that work.
I really think that the right call there was not to use the Devour. I think that your Devour is way more important in any sort of fight, and the Baron's up in a minute and a half.
Oh, here we go. Time to snip. Hey, remember all those resources I was talking about early on?
Yeah,
this is why I was talking about it. There's the Gwen that's just fast-tracking up here. Jin Zhao's here as well. Oh, wow, you got away? You did your elastic slingshot? Oh, let's see how long this lasts. You're going to have to run far away. There's the summoner blown already. Is Gwen going to be able to have one more dash for themselves? No. So, Kha'Zix is able to get out of harm's way yet again. The Zac barely able to survive that, but 1 for 1 technically off the extended play. And like you were talking about with Baron coming up and whatnot, they had to spend so many resources just to deal with the Tom Kench.
So spend a lot of resources to deal with everyone here, right? Tom Kench is the least of your problems right now when there's a Jinx Free Fire in behind. See the push on the tower here from Xin Zhao to make sure it goes down. That's another one down. That's all the tier 1s down, 2 tier 2s down. It's looking like a lot of pressure right now for Campbellsville, and they may want to start looking for an early Baron. If they get a couple of good kills here, it could be a 20-minute Baron.
I mean, with the way that their team composition is built out, sure. Yeah, I think you actually can test it. I think, look at the vision that's actually set up on the map. Right, like Campbellsville has complete control over the Baron and the river, just all the area that is around there. So, you know, bait it. Why not? Like, if Cleveland State goes in to check you, you absolutely take 2 kills at the bare minimum. Yeah, and then you can start up Baron.
There's 2 choices. Either you go in and you get a Baron, which is a win, or you get a fight, and you are really accelerated. As long as Jinx doesn't die early, you're fine.
There's no way Jinx dies early. Not with this composition. The only way they die early is if somehow the Zac gets into the backline, which won't happen with Inflame, as long as Inflame is on top of their game. So your win condition is actually a last breath over there, but look at this. Shoes cannot deal with this. This is why this combatant is so dangerous. The elastic slingshot coming from the fog of war, but it won't change the facts. This Gwen is unstoppable.
This Gwen is not just unstoppable. This Gwen is unkillable and unnable. Just to put every unword there.
Unutable?
Yeah, I was gonna give another unword, but my entire vocabulary decided to leave my brain at that moment. So they're gonna go for the Baron here. Just that one kill means that the damage now that they have over on Cleveland State is little lackluster without the Yasuo, and they burn it really quickly because when true damage, because the Jinx just existing, right? Xin Zhao is doing a lot of damage to it too. They're pushing through now. That's a Baron buff, and they're up 9 kills. It's a 11k gold lead right now for Campbellsville.
I mean, Campbellsville has been on the driver's seat right off the get-go, right off the cusp, and you have to give credit where it's due, right? This draft was very much so a very clever way of thinking outside of the traditional bots of what makes a good League of Legends team, what makes a good comp. And instead of going based off of what is good inside the current meta, what's good in the current state of things, they said, what's good against Cleveland State? And they had a great answer to this. Really good stuff coming about. I love seeing it. We actually have had players inside the mid lane that I've talked to inside of like tier 3 and tier 2 that have been like, I just want an excuse to be able to play Xin Zhao mid. And
Please let me cook.
Caltang is just like, yeah, I don't need an excuse. I'm just going to play it. I know this guy's going to play in Yasuo. Hey, it's all in city, baby.
Just they're letting them cook. I think this is the best way you can do it. I like it when players cook, because what do you have to lose on undoing it, right? It's a pick that a lot of people haven't really seen.
Well, the game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you lose the game. But on the other hand, you're 0-3. What's 0-4?
Yeah. I mean, take your risk while you can, right? Go for something that's a little bit less traditional. Nice dodge out on the tornado to immediately go back in. Juice is just getting smacked up by the spear. Like I said, it's just basic, the triangle strategy coming in full effect here. Didn't realize Caltang was as big of a Fire Emblem fan as they are, but here we go. Oh, nice lantern. I mean, this is Inflame. I don't know if you checked, but Inflame's most played character in the current season is Thresh by far. And they cook whenever they get this character, so it does not surprise me to see Inflame cooking up something mighty here.
I do love me a good Thresh player. Thresh is one of those champions that's really fun to play and watch because you get insane stuff. Like, you get the yellow star moment and that kind of stuff while playing Thresh. It's really fun to play, and it means it's a high visibility champion. If you do well on Thresh, it will be good. If you do bad on Thresh, it will be known.
Yet again, Inflame stuffing the engage. Tower goes down. Caltane's going to be late, joining into the fight. The all-out to try and get into the back line. Not going to be able to find its mark. Zat passive has been popped on the back end of the fight. Aqua Lad is going to be Aqua down. And now Gwen snipping away, finishing up the competition in the back line. Zat can't even resuscitate. MEC's getting it sided and running wild. Jason left on their lonesome. The super mega Death Rocket won't finish off the kill. And Meki Love will go walk on down there themselves. A triple kill by Campbellsville to end things off. The Demolition Crew will roll through, and Campbellsville will find their first victory on the day.
That right there is the team fight we had been hoping for all game, and it went very lopsided right there.
I mean, it's the composition. It's the idea of what they locked in. I love the idea. When I saw certain things like the Zac, like the Yasuo, I was just like, all right, you're putting a lot of eggs inside of one basket here because you have a Jhin as your AD carry who doesn't do that much damage in terms of like a DPS.
Yeah.
You don't have a consistent way to get into the back line, and I feel like we got to see that threat. The Gwen jungle too. Ooh. Absolutely decimating. The lane assignment was good. I feel like this is just all around. If Campbellsville came in here with this strategy, they were like, yo, this worked perfect.
Yeah, this you couldn't have asked for more out of this composition. The Gwen got fed early, the Jinx got fed early, and the tanks and the Xin Zhao, which are your big engage, your big beef in the front line, they held their own and stood the test, right? Xin Zhao was taking it to Yasuo at every given possibility. The wet noodle fight in top lane stayed as a wet noodle fight, and there was nothing happening there. And oh my, the Thresh just could not miss a hook.
Could not. I believe we're going to get ourselves set up for a interview from somebody from Campbellsville. So we're going to go ahead and get that all figured out. Before we do, if you are watching this live at the current moment in time, you're inside of the Twitch chat, all that other stuff, you know, hey, yo, make sure you go ahead and hit that exclamation mark top 5 to be able to see newest article here from Unified. So that way you'll be able to get into the newest and biggest thing for yourself. If you're interested in esports or interested in running events, that is the place to be. So make sure you go ahead and do that inside of the Twitch chat if you have the possibility to. With that being said, yo, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves ready to go for our next. We'll have our interview, and then I believe we have Purdue Northwest and Grandview after. So make sure you do not touch that browser, and we will be right back. Hello, welcome on back to the MEC Clash. My name's Travis. I'm joined with Mecha, and yo, I got you guys, and how's it going, lads?
It's going good. How are you?
You know what? after what you guys just gave us. Thank you. First and foremost, I've been vouching for Xin Zhao solo lane for a while. I appreciate the fact that I got to see that here inside this game. Walk me through the draft. Well, you guys had a little bit of a perfect storm that came together.
Yeah, we had the Flex, Gwen, Tom Kench, Xin Zhao. They didn't know where anything was going.
They thought they did.
We've been trying to cook AD mids to play with AP jungles, try and win some games, and we actually played some games with Xin Zhao in practice, and it did all right. So, there you go. Yeah.
Where did the Gwen jungle start coming from again? Because I've been starting to see it slowly recently, and after like last year when Gwen jungle got the nerfs, it hasn't really been seen that much. Where do we start getting it again? Was it with the new items in the new season?
Yeah, Riftmaker is really strong this season, and they picked Zac and Maokai, and Lily was banned. That's what I would have picked, but Gwen is also obviously great against tanks and also against immobile AD carries, so that's the reason why I picked it.
Well, let's go ahead and real quick. Let me get a quick little bit of a snippet. How have things been? Because I've gotten to talk to you before. You know, we've gotten to talk in the previous MEC seasons, but Yuga, I haven't. I'm getting to know you. I'm getting to know you. What can we expect to see as we get to see your team continue to cook from you?
From me, I don't know. Just try to play better next game. So,
for context, our main top laner couldn't make it to this event, so he is actually Silver 2 from our college, and he's going even with these collegiate top laners.
That's my goat. That's my goat.
Yeah,
Let's go, Yuga.
He also almost borderline 1 lane on Tom Kench this game.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah.
Like super seriously, that was a really, really good Tom Kench game. I would not have noticed it until you said something.
Oh, Yuga's playing like that. They're not actually Silver 2. It's all a joke. It's all a meme. Yo, Yuga.
Yeah, I was surprised too. That wow, how did you do that?
Yuka, you have to yell at your teammates now to help boost you in solo queues. That way
he doesn't
you can
need
actually
the boosting. Did you not see what he did?
Top can't carry games. It's not a thing. So actually, let's talk about the top lane matchup for a second. Did you think you were going to be laning against Zac for a while there, or did you always think that there was going to be that Cassante pick towards the end?
Okay, we just assuming that Zac is on the top side, and then because the Zac can be flex, you can go jungle, or either they can go Zac can go to support. But when I look at that, and I was like, whatever, I'm just go for Tom Kench.
It's just Kench, tank v tank.
It's tank v tank.
Yeah,
you be fine. Yeah.
I like that. That's the right way to think about it.
All right, well, you guys got your first dub here so far inside the MEC Clash. I'm sure that feels good. Real quick, is there anything that you guys would like to say to the people who were supporting? Because you guys actually had some people inside the Twitch chat that came in and were just like, yo, what? They're cooking in here. Hold on. I was a big supporter when I saw the Xin Zhao mid because I've already told my story on that. So what do you got to say to the people who have been supporting the two of you and your team?
What do you think? Anything to say?
Just thank you. I appreciate all of your love, appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, thank you to the people who stopped by, and yeah, we're having a good time.
Yeah, that's what the most important part of it is.
That's all we can ask for.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you guys so much for coming in. I'll see you guys later on. Ankh, it was a pleasure getting to see you again. Yuga, it was a pleasure getting to see you again. I'll see you up inside of, Diamond or something like that in the near future, right?
Hopefully, yes. I will. Thank you.
Take care now. I love that. Dude,
That's great.
The plot twist of, he's actually silver, and he's actually clapping top laner's cheeks top lane? Hey, yo!
I stand by everything I said during that game. That top lane is the most neutralizing lane. You play tank v tank. You can't tell what anyone's rank is when you sit there.
I mean, he played really well.
He played really well. It's not a detractor. It's just It's awesome that you can be a silver 3 Tom Kench player and just sit there against Cassante and go perfectly fine and be happy with it.
Yeah. Good stuff. I love seeing that, and that's another reason why I love collegiate. You know, you do get those like little surprise moments when you get to talk to the players and whatnot. It's good to see. It was great to get to see Ankh again. Ankh's great. I didn't get the chance to talk to him about the Skarner. Next time I get Ankh in here, we'll talk about their opinion on the Skarner rework coming in 4 years from now. Who knows?
Yep.
But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a short little break. We're going to take a moment, debrief, get ourselves back ready, air back into our lungs, because yo, we got ourselves a hype matchup for Due Northwest GVU. So make sure you do not touch that browser, as we will be right back.
We're here at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice alongside Lime, a player for the Cleveland State University Valorant squad. And the question of the day, it has been, what does esports mean to you?
Esports it's probably, I mean, let's break it down differently. Valorant in general means a lot to me.
Yeah.
During the COVID shutdown, Valorant released. It frankly changed my life, you know. Like I was just like some low-time Overwatch player, not playing very well in Overwatch. Came to Valorant, I was really bad. Probably the worst I've ever been in any game. Started grinding and we got good, and now I'm here playing on a college team, and it means a lot to me, you know.
I really appreciate the reframe. Just taking a step back. Hey, let's scope this.
Yeah.
I want you to understand. It's changed my life. Thank you. Thank you for
truly,
that.
truly.
I do appreciate that. So, is there, being that we're talking about collegiate esports, maybe something that you've learned over the last 3 months, this semester, maybe about yourself, maybe about team,
Simply
maybe in
put,
game?
just keeping my ego in check, you know. That's always been an issue. Well, I'm probably, keeping my ego in check. For sure.
Okay, I didn't
I'm a very
ask.
confident player.
I don't often ask for people to elaborate, but do you mind elaborating a little
You
bit
know,
on
early
that?
in the season, we were definitely stomping a good amount, or more like I was stomping, and since my ego was out of control a bit, team was lacking behind, so I decided to take a step back, relax, and just focus on my team instead of myself.
I love that. It's a very unusual answer, which I asked for the elaboration just due to that.
Yeah.
Because the attitude of one person changes the attitude of the team a lot of the time.
Truly.
If not saying that the ego can be a bad thing or is a bad thing or a good thing. I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, it's good to an extent, you know. To have an ego, you want to have an ego over the enemy team, so then you can have full confidence. But you know, if it affects your team, then it's an issue.
Yeah, and being able to see how that works in the team scope. I thank you. That answer, beautiful. LAN environment. We're getting a taste of the LAN environment right now. People yelling at microphones. You got crazy crowds at times. You have the pit.
Yeah.
There are people all over. There's more consoles than there are sometimes seats to fill.
Truly.
So, how's the LAN environment felt for you? Do you enjoy stuff like this?
I love LAN, yeah. I just love screaming and getting loud. I really enjoy talking. So this interview process in general has just been amazing. This LAN in general has been amazing. I love screaming at people. I love just seeing my team have fun, and I love having fun with my team, simply put.
So do you have a favorite esports moment from this semester that you'd like to share? Like maybe a clippable offense? I don't know.
Every time I try to get an ace for my team, I have multiple players on my team stopping me from getting an ace every single time. And today it happened once. On the last round of the first map against Cornell, I was almost getting an ace, and my team said, don't let him get it. And I simply did not get the ace. But, like, I'm pretty sure it's happened once every game of season. Like, it's pretty bad. It's like an addiction for them. There's like a lot of clips you could pull out of there.
Do you feel like you've grown there as well? Like it gets you to the point where
definitely
it's
humbled
like
me a little bit, no doubt.
humbled you a little bit, but at the same time, you get hungry for that ace.
Yeah, I truly do. Like, I really do. Like, as soon as I get the first kill, I'm like, okay, I could definitely get an ace here. Like, no doubt.
I like that. That's a little backward thinking, but I tell you what, it's good stuff once you actually really delve into the psychology of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Last question for you, Lime, and I'll let you go. But are you looking forward to anything as far as esports goes going into next semester?
Just becoming the best, hitting Radiant. Simply.
That's awesome. Well, I wish you well on that journey. You're headed toward Radiant. I have no doubt you're going to get there. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And thank you for the time being in here in the now with me.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and them on out. Going into A4, look at Sage. Laying in the move. Sage? Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey. No way! Sage Wabe gets the quadra kill. That was
great. That sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinqual on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar. Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The rolling thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen. But Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the MEC Clash. We're ready to get into everything today. And yo. We just had our last match. It was a fun one. We got some excitement. It was a very good game from Campbellsville, right? Clash of two teams that were sitting at 0-3. One of them had to walk away with that dub. On the opposite end, though, we got a team. One of these teams is going to have to walk away with the L at this moment in time. And we're going to see who's going to give it to them. My name's Travis D. I'm joined here with Mecca. Mech, yo. This is like a preview for a lot of people.
Yeah, this could be one of the best matches we see tonight. This is 2 3-0 teams, two teams who have been doing well the whole year in the MEC on the online portion. Now we get to land. They're showing themselves off on land. Ooh, this is going to be a fun match here.
Yeah, no, this is, like I said, a sneak peek a little bit in its way. We do have, Purdue does have like a substitute, so that is a thing that does kind of go in there. which happens at LANs, right? You do have those scenarios where like one player is just not able to make it. I believe it was Toponer. I believe they were like sick or something like that. Get well soon, hopefully to them.
Yeah.
But hey, it's still going to be a fun matchup, and I think this is a lot for the people who might be on like the committees that are doing like the power rankings of all the collegiate teams. That probably tune in and be like, okay, were we right? Was Purdue Northwest ranked higher than Grandview, or Grandview better than we're giving them credit for?
I mean, we're gonna find out today. We're gonna find out right now because both these teams are really, really good. And I want to talk about the mid-jungle duo for both these teams because Castle and Jinquil over on Grandview has been excellent so far. And over on Purdue Northwestern, Doubtful and Klexo has been really, really, really good.
Well, you gotta think about that, right? You think about the roster and all that other stuff. Remember, I said that there was a sub. You don't have Toponer, who is a all-star support. So you take the mid jungle and you move it to bot lane.
Yeah, so in my head when we said, oh, the support is missing, I went, oh, so the sub will play support. That, in fact, is incorrect.
Yes.
So, the normal Purdue Northwestern lineup is Prank, then Doubtful in the jungle, Klexo in the mid lane, Winking in the AD carry role, and Toponer playing support. So they've done a huge flipperoo on everything other than top lane.
Yeah, so Prank will still be out there in the top lane, which is going to be the big matchup that Purdue is definitely going to want to try and keep in their favor, just because Prank is an all-star player inside the MEC. They always, every time we do the all-star votes, Prank always ends up at the very top there, so a lot of prestige for that top laner up there. But when you look over, Klexo and Doubtful have done some interesting things on the day. I actually saw a Jinzhou Braum game down there from them earlier on the day. So like they're cooking in the kitchen. And then Ketter's out there making sure to be consistent. And Winking in the jungle role, I actually like a lot of the options, especially when you have stuff like Kindred and whatnot that are available. There's a lot of marksman junglers.
Oh no.
Oh, GVU has a roster update.
Oh no. I'm
so
sorry.
They're swapping around the team.
You know what? Okay.
So
we've heard some things. We've heard some things, and I'm excited because this just sounds like fun. So the entire non-top lane portion of Grandview University is all switching, and I think they're switching basically to match what the Purdue Northwestern side has going on in their roles.
I actually really dig this from a sportsman-like perspective too, because it's like you're not playing at what would be your your ideal roster, where it's like no shot, of course, against a substitute player that's in there, of course, but you're not playing against the ideal roster, so you want to actually turn around and go after them with, you want to fight their best with your best. But if they're not going to be at their best, you want to kind of just switch things around and just say, you know what, we'll try out a couple things. So we're going to actually see the updated positioning. So Nightstar going over into the jungle, so they're still be paired against Winking. Castle moved over into the mid lane against Keter, who is the substitute player. And then Pluto, who is normally the support, is playing bot lane. And Jinquil, who's normally the mid laner, is playing support. Getting a little bit of revenge possibly against Doubtful for looking to gank his lane.
So I'm looking here to see the lane Lee Sin as
Castle,
from Castle in the mid lane. That's what I want to see. It's back. Emax lane Lee Sin is back, and I know Castle is a Lee Sin player. I want to see it. Please give me lane Lee Sin.
I wonder if it does get banned. What does Castle end up going for if they just decide that they want to run junglers in the mid lane? Because I think there's a lot of junglers you can actually run inside of the mid lane. Like I said, I like to cook. My favorite thing of cooking is picking junglers when I'm stuck as first pick. So that way they don't know what they're going into.
Yep.
So I wonder if Castle does a little bit of that for themselves too, where like they're playing solo queue and they're like, I'm just gonna lock in Elise and I'm just gonna watch the other team panic.
I think really early here in the draft it's just gonna be kind of all over the place. It's gonna be a clown fiesta to start because there is nothing that we can look at that says what the bans and picks are gonna be, right? There's a strong possibility that everyone's just gonna go play meta and it's gonna look like a normal week. On the other hand, boo meta, boo. there is some propensity for some weird stuff that goes on. Like Jinkwall playing support, like it's not that weird because it's just kind of a thing, but like Hui support, let's see it pulled out. I mean, like that's a 1-to-1 champ look right there. But
I'm thinking about the Talia, honestly. Like Jinkwall's Talia is really clean, and I'm like, yo, if I get a Talia support,
Jinkwall on Nautilus, give him the engage button, give him the go button.
Producer, can we switch it over to a single screen? Can I get rid of Mecha now? like just switch it. Yeah, there we go. All right, this is my show now. Okay, no Nautilus enjoyers here. We want the mid laners to come in. All right, I want the all inners. Right, give me something spicy. Give me like Nyla Oriana to come into the rift. Right, like let me get something where it's like I'm gonna just throw all my machinations onto one different thing here. I'm just gonna go for these all-in compositions. We got to see the Xin Zhao Braum earlier. That is not gonna be the hypest thing that we get to see today. I want to see these players with them all mixed up. Yo, let me get that mid lane supportal combat going on here. Let me see who is the better duo. You're back.
Yeah. Okay, so I have another thought here. I have another interesting cooking thought.
Be careful with what you ask for. I have power here.
There is cooking involved here. They all pick champions that are just normal for their role, but since they're not playing their role, everything looks weird.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
But the true thing is that I think if both teams are trying to win here, that there's the way Pluto playing in AD carry means I could see a Senna early if we want to like take it out on a very serious note.
Ooh.
Like Senna is one of those champions that both supports and ADs really know how to play because you played in both ways.
They can play Senna Silas.
You could play Senna plus anything. No. The cook, Senna Galio.
No.
Yes.
Back to one screen. Back to one screen. I don't want this.
No, bring me back Galio in the meta.
Let's not do that. I don't want.
Galio.
No. I want Klutzo on something fun. I don't want Senna Galio from Purdue Northwest, right? When I say Senna Silas, I'm like, Klutzo Silas is fun, okay? I like going in. I want the melee assassins. Give me something wacky. Give me like Akali versus Zed.
Fine.
Okay.
Senna Yasuo, okay?
Sure, that's better than Galio, okay? I'm fine with Galio. I'm not a Galio hater. But in this time, where we're mixing everything up, we got a rarity, we got a special treat. There's something special onto the menu. It's called the Chef Special here. Only one night only inside the MEC Clash, Purdue Northwest, Grandview University. Let them cook.
Please do something. I'm ready. I'm ready for
do
interesting.
Something.
Please do something.
What a call.
Please do something interesting. Please.
Well, I like the fact that they're already taking him out to Nico, because Nico is a character with their own quirks and whatnot. Yeah. Bans are looking fairly stable as well, so I do appreciate the fact that they are saying, all right, you know what, this is a game to win, so we're still going to play it the way we want to, despite, the wishes of the caster desk.
Yeah, Winking Ash is permabanned, so that will continue to be permabanned.
You're not playing that jungle today.
I'm telling you, I played a lot of AD carries jungle. Ash cannot jungle. I can confirm that.
I was really scared you were going to say she could.
No,
I'm glad you did.
I have been very vocal on the fact that if you have a good first clear, you can Varus jungle. Ash cannot jungle.
Well, Senna's gone. There's no Senna in this world. It's a sad day. I do like the fact that Strip Proctor did say, all right, we got to take away the Gwen. Prank is a terror on Gwen, so got to get that away from him. But Prank had some really good games today. I saw him on Darius earlier on today and went like 6-2, and they were dumpstering top, so you gotta watch out.
Please make sure that we have like a really brutal 1v1 matchup in the top lane. Ivern's interesting. There could be cooking.
I mean,
it could be lane Ivern. It could be lane Ivern.
I'm actually curious. Out of all the characters that are not banned, Udyr is still actually left open, and that has been a go-to for both Strip Proctor and Prank. So I'm actually very curious on who is going to look to possibly pick that up from these sides. I think it's a very contested pick for both teams. But it's the Varus as a launch-in, and that is going to be... we saw it earlier on today, actually being played in the mid lane, so that will be interesting to see.
I don't expect Castle to play Varus, but hey, you know, I've been wrong before. I've definitely been wrong before. Raul going to come in as the next pick. This is the flex. This could go jungle or it could go support. It's looking very standard right now, and that troubles me a little bit. That's not standard.
That's not standard. That's not standard. I was just like, you got to give it some time. Let them cook, you know? You got to set up the foundation, the soup, and whatnot. They're throwing in the Rengar. You got ourselves a Rengar coming in, and jungle I believe it is a jungle-only comp so far.
Wait, no, this is the Rengar Ivern bot lane. This is going to be the Rengar Ivern bot lane where they place the bushes that Rengar jumps out of.
So it's either that or it's the Ivern mid where the Rengar is jungling.
I want to believe the Rengar Ivern bot lane. I want to believe that. So that's going to be it in my head until I'm proven otherwise. That's my headcanon right now.
Fair. We also have a Talia.
Yep, Talia picked over for Grandview. It's looking very normal right now. I am ready for the cooking to start on picks 4 or 5 for Grandview.
I mean, they could be cooking right now, and you don't know.
They could be cooking, yeah.
You're not smelling. You're not picking up. You're not smelling what they're cooking right now, you know?
We saw cooking last game, and we didn't even know it was cooking.
We want Cody.
So I mean, just saying.
Can anyone here beat Bobby Flay? That's what we're talking about. That's the discussion.
I'm more of an Alton Brown kind of guy.
I mean, I'm more of a Gordon Ramsay guy, but like, beat Bobby Flay made sense in the thing.
Okay. You know what?
Udyr ban finally.
Yeah, no, it had to go away. I appreciate the Yorick ban, by the way. I'll take
York. That's a Briar. That's Briar.
That's
huge.
A Briar.
I'm excited. I like Briar. I hope it's a top lane Briar.
This is our first Briar in the MEC, actually.
This is the first Briar I've seen.
Well, I'm just talking about an MEC.
Yeah, but... I meant this is the first Briar I've seen in the MEC. I'm pretty sure it's the first Briar full stop in the MEC. It's a weird solo queue pick. It's not really a like team pick. Please.
Is Prank going to get relegated to Ornn duty in the matchup?
Excellent. It's going to be Ornn mid. Ooh, okay. So it's Wukong jungle, I think. I think it's good.
Yes.
I think the top side is relatively normal. I think it's going to be Ornn, Wukong, Akali. The bot lane is going to be your interesting bit with the Ivern Rengar bot lane. Unless they decide to do something interesting.
That's an option into Akali.
This is a very normal team comp from Grandview, and that's going to be a top lane Briar.
It might be bot lane because it is a good carry, but they're playing Ornn mid, which I mean that's still fine for Asio. Honestly,
yeah, those are both reasonable, and it may be Prank walks down mid. We'll see how exactly how it works, depending on what they want the match to be.
I wanted to see the Talia go to bot lane with
yeah, the second you saw that Talia get locked in, I was like, ooh, and then
I was like, I'm not being teased here, but I actually did.
You know,
teased at the very
here's
end.
the thing: Briar top is an interesting thing on its own, so I'm happy with the Briar top. The Purdue Northwest bot lane kind of cooked a little bit, and we haven't really seen Casio since last season, and only saw a couple specific people playing it, so. There could be some. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, I mean, you have a very relatively this is of course like a melee range composition coming out from Purdue Northwest, which is a little bit scary when you look over at a Casio that you have to kind of run through the miasma of. You have a Varus on the other side who outranges you. It's a little bit scary. I feel like this is definitely, if we're going to take some for real analysis into this, Purdue Northwest has to get that snowball going. I'm also curious on how Strip Proctor looks on the Blair top, just because of the fact that it's not a common occurrence, right? That you get to see over into the top lane. And when we interviewed Strip Proctor in the past, Strip Proctor was just like, yeah, no, I get stuck on tank duty. So this is our first time really getting to see Strip Proctor on something that isn't like the Udyr or Ornn.
Hey, at least Prank doesn't get stuck on tank duty this game too. There's top lane parity. If one of us isn't stuck on tank duty, none of us are stuck on tank duty. Yeah.
I do also think that like Prank is also insanely good at LAN. I don't know what it is, but Prank in LAN is actually better. It's scary.
I think on a serious note here that that the Ornn is a less pressure for Keter to need to play. You can you can kind of lose lane a bit and be okay while playing Ornn. Even if it's into the Casio, you're just gonna be a big ball of meat, right? That's your entire job is Ornn lane a little bit, and no one feels particularly bad about it. So it means that there's a lot less pressure on Keter and more on Prank, who we know can kind of use the pressure. No flash top lane, none at all.
Yeah, there's no flash top. Encore press the attack on both sides here. That's going to be a very volatile lane matchup. I still do worry about like if the Casio gets to freely farm up though too, because like Casio's early trading is actually pretty base. Like you just poison somebody and then just twin fang him, twin fang, and it's just like, all right, yeah, you lost the trade. You're pushed out of the wave. Thankfully, it's a short wave, so you're not punished like you would be in top lane. But
yeah,
all
right.
Hey, they're cooking.
Ornn here. If Ornn doesn't go Kanik Rukern or Hollow Radiance on the first item, I'm closing my call, and you'll be solo for the rest of the night.
Okay,
that's what I'm threatening if we don't get an AP item first from Ornn.
If we don't get an AP item.
So sorry, not an AP item.
No. You said AP item. No, you said AP item.
Bring me Riftmaker Ornn.
You heard it here first. If we do not have a Leandri's Torment Ornn.
No, not Leandri's. Riftmaker.
Oh,
the
Omnivan. Yeah, the Omnivan for the
Let him heal off the breath. Let him heal off the Bella's breath. That's the way to do it. Now, if
you heard it here, I'll be solo casting. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna throw an invite out. If you're listening to this live at the venue, Hyper will hook you up personally, right? Our producer, he'll just hook you up, and we'll have one of the random passerbys cast with me. Since you'll
be a rotating set of passerbys every team fight. You switch the headset.
Yeah, we'll just have it set up to where it's just like, hey, yo, you know, when hey, you come over here, come over here. You with the Pikachu plushie. Yeah, come over here. And then, you know, we'll just set it up like that, you know? So, no AP item, we'll see.
No MR items is where I'm looking. It's a lane against the Casio, and there's an AP jungler as well. So that's where I'm looking.
That is a great idea though for something like this. I would love to like when we do end up getting into the finals and whatnot, I would love if I don't know what the format's going to be for the finals or anything like this, but I'm going to put this out there. I'm going to breathe it into existence. If our format has like a desk of any kind like we have in the past, I really hope that we do get to bring in like one of the collegiate players or like cool. A rotating cast of collegiate players to kind of come in as like desk analysts. That'd be really cool.
I thought you were going to say have an off-season event where every team fight we switch the casters.
No. That would be very hectic.
Yeah, that would be chaos. That's why I was. That's what I was ready to.
That's tandem casting or something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna not subscribe to that idea, but I like the idea of bringing in.
It's just Smash team battles, but for casting.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but you're not.
I'm not
Something
right
tells me you're
either.
also not right either.
No, I'm definitely not right either.
I mean,
big tag team energy.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, if we have like a fun little matchup, I love getting to pick like the collegiate players' brains when it comes down to these because they have a lot more insight into a lot of the machinations. Like, I can talk about things I like. Like, I see Xin Zhao in a solo lane, I'm like, dude, I've been telling people it's been great.
We are,
or you get an AD carry in the jungle, and you're like, bro, I told you Ferris clears. Woo!
We could talk about Udyr. We could talk about Seraphine. That's about where our list of things we can talk about ends.
We can't talk about either one of those. Those aren't in this game.
I know. It's brutal. I was ready for a Seraphine or an Udyr, and
tell me about Blair. Tell me about like
about Blair. Well, Blair's a guy. I don't know much more.
Briar. Tell me about Briar.
Yeah, Briar is the interesting champion that they have released recently. I say the interesting as if Hui hasn't been interesting after the fact as well. or Smolder for that matter. But Briar doesn't have any passive health regeneration, which is a weird bit for a champion of League of Legends. Means that she's really good in the jungle because she heals off of her attacks. So she wants to be fighting. She wants to be in a little skirmish. She wants to be scuffling. So it makes sense to play her top lane where, as we saw last match, we saw last match with the Cassante and the Tahm Kench, that you're just hitting each other the whole lane and not really dealing damage. So the thought process here with Briar is that if you play into a tank, which obviously Akali's not, but if you play into a tank and you just keep wailing on them through lane, you'll keep your sustain high enough. It's not like there's a huge amount of health regeneration anyway when you're playing in lane. Like, let's say you're playing a Cassante, right? You're at like 1.3, 1.4 health every second. It obviously adds up over time, but when you're continuously taking trades, you're still losing health. So if you're Briar, you've got that built-in lifesteal to start. It means that you can kind of come off a little bit better on trades, and Akali historically wants to sit a little low on health, right? The way Akali plays in lane is she's going to get poked out to start. She wants to hit Qs and jump in and out of your range. So because of that, I see that Briar could work here. But it is also a jungler playing top lane. Like, this is a pretty off-roll thing. I know that there was a lot of bruiser Briar top when Briar first came out, but they've been trying to push Briar more into the jungle with a lot of the patches that have been coming out and the little mini reworks they've been doing on Briar. I know lethality.
Yeah, because I've never met one that didn't stomp when they've gone top lane, so that's why I'm like, I've never actually played the character myself because I don't get to jungle too terribly often, and when I do jungle, I play like a lot more of the tank junglers. But like, whenever I play top lane, because I play a lot of like the I do not exist. You guys are playing 4v4. My role is to drag the jungler and whoever else wants to come up here. I'm playing like Yorick, Darius, you know. I'm in the side lanes. I'm farming your turrets. I'm using your lane as a toilet though, because it's getting nasty up there with what I'm doing if you do not bring somebody to clean things up. So, you know, that's my style of playing top lane. I like to just kind of do my own thing up top lane and not worry about the world. So I feel like Briar kind of just gets turbo stomped whenever I play, because I'm just like, oh, you want to fight me? Cool.
Yeah, it's just like fighting kind of feels wrong against a Briar. The second you start fighting, she starts healing. So it's kind of odd. The Rengar Ivern bot lane. If people hadn't seen this tech, this was some TikTok tech in like September of last year. Where people realized, and I don't think it was a realized thing, it was just an Ivern came back into the meta around summer of last year, and they started thinking, hey, Ivern makes bushes. Rengar likes to jump out of bushes. What if we combined it and made Ivern Rengar bot lane?
Logan, what if I told you that this has been a thing since 2019?
Yeah, no, I know it's been a thing for a while, but it started coming up again last year. Because Ivern was out of the meta for a while, and no one was really playing Ivern. Unless
there was a collegiate team that did play it, too.
No. Unless you were like an Ivern main, or like you just played a lot of Ivern, you weren't playing Ivern for the last while. The clear just wasn't good. So once Ivern started getting back into it, people remembered it existed. And you see some smatterings of it in solo queue, but it's one of those lanes you have to be very on top of it, and you cannot play with if you're the farming one of them, which is the Rengar is the one farming, you have to be in a voice chat with your support. There's no way to play this lane if you're not verbally communicating with your lane partner. It's just not a thing.
Well, thankfully, they're at LAN.
Yeah,
they're right next to each other. If they don't listen, they're hit them with the keyboard probably. Don't do that. If you hear me, do not do that. We do not need to have the Duel of Fates playing.
We do not endorse this.
No, we do not check this at all when it comes down to everything going on. So I like it's good to be able to see. I'm very excited to see what's going on.
Kind of went away for a little bit, but it's back again. We've seen a little bit more of it recently too. Sundered Sky. It's if you built Divine Sunderer before, well, do I have a new proposition for you? How about you build Sundered Sky instead?
Thank you, game, for coming back and saving me.
Yeah, otherwise we're gonna start going a long rant about Sundered Sky and healing.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and get on into it, as I believe we're getting ready for everything in here. And get things going. Okay, we're just figuring everything out in regards to all this, so let's go ahead and get into the game, as we already see a little bit of a little tricky 5-stack going in.
I like a little 5-stack here in the bush. I do enjoy me a good one of those. Nothing's gonna happen because of it, but we'll this doesn't happen, but you know, it's interesting to see. We're looking for interesting things to happen. So interestingly, it's Klexo that's going to be playing the Ivor, and Rengar that's going to be playing. Doubtful that's going to be playing the Rengar. So we'll see how that works out here. And it's a weird lane to begin with.
Yeah, it's strange. It's strange. I don't know exactly what the expectation you can have here for it. Doubtful just jumping in, by the way. We're going to see a lot of that. There's going to be a lot of pouncing inside of these fights. So keep an eye out, as you can continue to see Doubtful just jumping in, hopping in, and just trying to escalate through the fights. But the Ignite already coming through. Doubtful might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. As the hurt comes in, the Ignite is gone, the shield is there, and this is where this comp gets deceitful, and they pounce for first blood. A trade 1-for-1, as trades are still happening over onto the top sides as well, but looks like the rest of the action is just going to be there as Wukong wraps around.
So already to start, Rengar's gotten the kill. Excellent. There's no support item bot, which is on either team, by the way, which is something you generally expect on a support. They're going. Wukong.
Pluto trying to get something. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Wukong was just wrapping around, so Winking gets a free kill off of this, and Pluto tried to make a trade happen. They were trying to. I don't believe they had the stacks ready to go. Nightstar just killed Ivern. What's happening? There's a solo kill topside for Prank. And there's action all across the map. People are dropping like flies.
We have not had a single first clear yet. Generally, being the game's junglers really like to make sure that they get through an entire first clear, get 4 abilities up, right? Get the 3 abilities through the first 5 camps, the 4th ability through the last. None of that is happening. We are fighting, and that's it. We are fighting.
And yeah, Doubtful now, you're solo in this lane at the current moment in time, but Doubtful has a lot of mobility. He's just going for it. Doubtful does not care. It's a hungry cat that's here. Klexo is not here just yet, but they're going to be able to put the trigger seed down. And yet again, Jinqual getting popped. Doubtful goes back into the bush, but Pluto gets that last tick of damage off and is going to rain down some arrows. Klexo just like, man, you couldn't have waited for me? I was right there.
What is going on? What is this game?
It reigns supreme.
This is worse is the wrong word. This is more hectic than like the start of an Iron 3 ranked game where both teams invade and just brawl in the river to start the game. Like there is a lot going on here.
Yes, there is.
This is not what League of Legends normally looks like. I feel the need to say that.
All right, you say that, but I say this is what ideal League of Legends looks like. and it's played inside the MEC. As you can see already, Doubtful jumping back in, empowered Boa. Jinquil's like, what is this champion? There's just a trail of bushes. Where you gonna go? Who you gonna call? You're not gonna be able to get out of harm's way at all. Pluto is as well. They're building up these blight stacks, but they don't have no mana. The bush yet again. Doubtful feast tonight.
This is not normally someone checking PC.
This is ideal Doubtful mechanics right here.
Why can't we see this Doubtful playing just exactly like this every single week? That's my question. Pull the Rengar out in the jungle, force Klexo to play Ivern in mid. Just run it. I'm ready.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. They're playing this really well, and we're seeing that mid jungle synergy work out really well. Honestly, Kletso, Doubtful showing a lot of synergy with each other. The thing I like is the fact that we're seeing those immediate bush procs as well. We go into the mid lane. This is gonna be a farming mid lane for quite a bit of time. You can already see some of that magic resist being built in for Keter in the mid lane. So Castle is just gonna free farm, just to be able to have complete control of this matchup for a while. They won't be able to get into the action until we start fighting around Dragon Pit.
Was it Klexo that we had talked to, or Doubtful that we had talked to last week, that they had played with the other for like their entire lives?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a lane they have practiced. They have definitely solo queued this lane at least like friends. 5 times. Real IRL friends.
Yeah,
each other
real friends
for
play
life.
this. This is like the duo check. You think having a Yuumi is like the big thing for a duo? Nah, it's playing Rengar Ivern just like this. They just traverse it. Doubtful, almost like a Mario, just jumping across all of these different matchups. A solo kill happens to Prank. Good seismic shove actually coming out there. Hard stopping Doubtful as he tries to go in for the pounce. The bush is still there, so he's going to be able to bounce again, but it's right in range. They get the tower shot, and that will end the reign of terror for Doubtful. There have been 4 kills in favor of Grandview. 3 of those come from knocking out Doubtful.
In a more serious bit of League of Legends for a moment. No, there's no serious League of Legends we can talk about here. This is all over the place.
It is happening at this moment right now. Like, if you're checking this right now, if you're watching this live on stream, this is Purdue Northwest and Grandview taking each other on. Rosters have been flipped, they've been shuffled around, but welcome, you're getting a sneak peek? Question mark, as Pluto is not appreciating this preview. This preview is not something Pluto would like to subscribe to. There's 8 kills for Purdue Northwest, and 6 of those come from the bot lane from Grandview. They've died 6 times to this Rengar.
I've now remembered what my actual bit of real analysis was. The Talia is a good counter pick into the Rengar lane, because Talia just sits there and puts the Unraveled Earth down, and Rengar can't jump. You see that Doubtful is not going in because he's scared of getting stung by Talia.
He's also just dead.
Nightstar's
just gonna get that kill.
But...
Yeah. Now you're Alcove Gaming, and Kletsa's just like, yo, this is not what I wanted to do. This is not my court. Get me out. Get sent back to the Fountain D Express path.
Going right back.
Right back. Right on back. Winking. Right. Like, dude, I'm just playing Wukong. I just keep seeing things from the bottom side. I want to know what the comms are like inside of this. Strip Project, I don't know how you appreciate Prank right now. Prank is really far ahead. Good setup onto Doubtful on the bot side of the map as well. Nice use of the bushes yet again to get Doubtful out of a bad situation. Usually it's used aggressively. Today it was used defensively. Doubtful in a predicament. Trigger Seed has been put in. The damage is there, but it's not going to happen. Pluto gets the kill, and now it's going to be Kletso. A giant rock thrown over their way, but it's not enough to kill, and they're going to just have their flesh blown for that.
It's not fair. It's a 3v2 bot lane. What are you supposed to do?
Call your jungler.
Jungler's camping.
Winking, where are you? They're spamming and winking right now.
This is when we need Smolder so we can make all the I'm calling my mom jokes.
It's not that many, because you say all of them, but it's literally just like mom.
One.
Like that's all it is.
One. I'd like to note the CS differential we have in the bot lane.
Oh, yes.
Varus, the farming carry over on Grandview with a whole 54 CS at 10 minutes.
Let's get a gold toggle.
Over on the Purdue Northwestern side, Doubtful, the farming AD carry, with a whole 30 CS. Truly impressive numbers from both of them.
I want to see the gold toggle. I just want to see what the difference is between the Rengar and the Varus. Here we go. The Varus is ahead. Let's go.
The Varus will be ahead a little bit, yeah, because the Varus has gotten a lot of shutdowns. That's the big thing, is that while Rengar is 5-5, the Varus is beginning shutdowns every single time, and the helps onto the kills on Ivern.
Also farming more.
Yeah, also, they're actually playing the game and killing minions.
Yes. The Doubtful is playing a different game.
Overrated, but like understandable.
This is like when I get Fizz, I just tunnel vision onto whoever's the squishiest person on the other side. I'm like, all right, I gotta go for him. I gotta go. Like, that's just me. I'll int for kills on Fizz 100 days out of the week.
The second Doubtful gets Yomu's, this is kind of a different game. I'm kind of interested if Doubtful wants to go for Edge of Night really early too to help protect against the Taluya. Because I kind of think that regardless of if the champs they've picked in the places they've picked are a little, let's say, unorthodox, if they're gonna build very serious builds to go with it, like, are they, like, will they be building stuff to help protect against it?
Okay. Good use there. Good dodge. Immediate flash out. Castle! Drop down low! Getter will finish things off, but there's the Weaver's Wall. A 1-for-1 trade at the end of it. Really good stuff, though. Taking note of the matchup. Making sure that the Ornhorn had to back up the Orn there. And now we go out the top side just to watch Strip Proctor's life flash before our very eyes.
That test was a little hard for Strip Proctor.
The Akali is up so much, dude. And then Keter, look at this. That's the teleport coming in. No Call of the Forge God is available. Keter is just going to continue going forward. Pluto has an arrow that's looking to pierce through, but it will not pierce true. That's a shutdown to Kaletso. This is a chaotic match. I can't even say we're in the scrapyard in this one. It is just pure, unadulterated chaos. This is premier League of Legends.
This is exactly everything I hope for. We were scared that there was not enough cooking. We should have trusted a little bit more. This is everything I hope for. Oh, this is a dragon fight? We're doing a little dragon fighting?
It's not much of a fight as much as it is a slaughter. Wing King will get dragon, but does fall victim to Nightstar, who comes in. So you keep saying Worth every time somebody dies.
Yeah,
inside of it, I'm noticing something about you.
It's a mental edge.
Is this Worth? Is this Worth? Look at what happened to Pluto. That's not worth anything. Poor Pluto.
Worth for doubtful.
Strip Proctor has came around onto the flank, has walked all the way down to the bot side of the map, says Assassin v Assassin, has not gone my way top side. Let's see what I can do to Doubtful. It's Kaletso. It will be focus up. The trigger seat's there. Daisy coming in, hitting the quad. The 4K. Strip Proctor in a dangerous predicament as Ketter's going to be able to lay in a good amount of hurt. The healing is there, as you were talking about, but now Doubtful is come back with vengeance. They will find a kill onto Strip Proctor, forcing them back to the base. Kaletso, that is the wrong direction, and Pluto will secure 1 kill, but it's a double for Doubtful over into the top side of the matchup. Castle goes in, and Prank is the one to walk out. It is just all across the map. Let the bodies hit the floor.
It's just going in. Everyone's going in always frequently. Kaletso has figured out the solution to the fact that the jungler is constantly camping, and the answer is play Ivern and get to level 6. Summon Daisy on cooldown. Then you've got your 3 people. Your jungler can go do whatever they want with top lane. Not that Frank needs the help right now, or with mid lane. Not like Keter particularly needs the help either. Frank's gonna take this tower. Frank was so close to full plates on that tower.
So close. The plate falls. Don't get that one. But hey, maybe he might still be able to eat just fine. Strip Proctor's coming in, looking like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Prank goes in, and Strip Proctor goes out.
I hope. I know it's not gonna happen, but I hope that Frank was just gonna walk under the turret and auto at once.
Okay, here comes the Weaver's Wall. Prank says another challenger. Interesting. Hit the Shuriken. Is going to throw a couple kunai knives, but we found out today kunai knives do not work out against rocks.
No. The Unrivaled Earth was downfall right there of Frank, forcing him to go down because you can't. The rocks that come out from Talia, anyone that dashes or jumps over them, like Rengar, like Wukong, like actually basically everyone on this team, anyone on this team. The second you dash over them, you get stunned.
Oh, the Magnet Storm comes in. Doubtful does not appreciate this. Is saying, I want to hop around. I want to jump. They're placing out wards. Doubtful inside the alcove. First turret goes over to the Ornn. Totally took that all by themselves. Strip Proctor's just like, hey, what did you do with that? As yet again, those chaotic trades continue. That Magnet Storm's so deadly from Jinquil for this Rengar.
Orn Gaming takes the entire tower by himself. Absolute Chad. There's no help from anyone involved in that.
You know what's crazy right now? That
It's 15-11.
It's 15-11. It's 16 minutes in the game. I want to see what the builds are. We haven't had the builds in a moment here, and I just want to see what the items look like at the current moment in time. But we're not going to get that moment. We might as well not worry about it, because they're just going to keep gooning out. Mid lane, a teleport comes in. Flawless execution going from Prank. The Cyclone's there. Twin Fangs gets a nice little bit of healing. Strip Proctor should be able to get out of Dodge's way. Has the HP pot ticking, but it's not enough to stop the Ignite. And Keter with the Call of the Forge God trying to make sure that everything goes their way. Nightstar over here onto the flank. As you can see, the damage being laid onto Prank. That unworked Earth is just begging for Prank to jump across it, but now it's doubtful a new assassin has appeared. And Nightstar says, all right, I'm done with the assassin game and get me out.
There's another melee right behind the last melee, and you can keep going on that for a while. There's more kills in this game than happened in the entire last game, which we thought was a fairly high kill game.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
There was a lot of fighting last game, and
normally it's like what, a kill per minute is like a very high pace.
A kill per minute is very quick. This is more than that.
We're almost at double at this.
Yeah, we're at like
1.8
kills per minute.
Yeah, and Doubtful right now is getting hit with 1.8 damage, but over onto the side, Prank coming in. Old man Prank looking to school these kids. Will find one more kill for themselves, but Doubtful hopping in gets a little bit more than they can chew on, as that will be a kill to Nightstar. Rift Herald secured while this all happening. Wind King's playing their own game while this all is happening. They're just letting everybody kind of goon out.
Yeah, well, Winking is the only person I'm not seeing in these like team fights. I've seen Winking take place in a couple fights, but the Orn's been everywhere.
Look at the items. We have items now.
We have items.
Oh wait, that's a big item. That's like, all right. So
there's a Leandries on Akali.
There's a Leandries on Rakali. There's a Magi's on Nightstar. Rod of Ages is over halfway done.
Yeah. Rengar's gone for opportunity and hubris.
You know what?
2 new items that do something with lethality. I know one makes us... hubris makes a statue that gives you more damage. There's like 7 new lethality items this season, and the only one that gets built is hubris.
Yeah. It's the only one, but
unless you're playing bot lane Rengar, apparently.
It works. I like it. You know, it's thematic at this current point in time. So
there's a little bit of hubris and opportunity being taken here by the entirety of Purdue Northwest as they go for the dragon.
Yeah, no, the dragon secure. That's 2 dragons now to the name of Purdue Northwest. I mean, Purdue, their team is chaotic. They've got a lot of really good things going for themselves. They got the dragons going for themselves as well. It is an even game, all things considered, despite them having the kill advantage, gold advantage in terms of like getting the drakes and all that. Strip Proctor, get out. Nope, they're gonna get untangled up. Prank's gonna follow up. This is death for them. Winking will get that kill. They say, hey, I'm here. I'm a character on the Rift as well.
Leandries into Riftmaker is an absolutely Chad Akali build, because Akali is so tanky now and has so much lifesteal from the Riftmaker and the kunai hits. Oh, excellent.
Nice start with the Weaver's Wall on the Kaletso, trying to focus him out. Call the Forge God will come through, but nice stun from Jinquil. Hit him with it and said, nope, not calling that in on direct. We'll snip the line.
It's a moment of quiet.
Yeah.
And then we have
moment. It doesn't last. It doesn't last very long. Pluto,
a singular moment.
Pluto's on top of this tank. They're gonna basically be all right. I'm done with this. I've had assassins on me. Now I have this tank.
Ooh,
Briar hits the tag. Going in, hits the damage, but it's an Orin. They have so much resistances at the current moment in time. Frank is in the midst of them all inside the shroud. Is going to be able to find the execution on 2. Strict Proctor as they will fall down. Doubtful over here onto the side. The Petrifying Gaze lays out the damage. Doesn't catch anybody with it on the CC aspect, but gets that slow. So it's a trade 1 for 1. And Grandview, they look healthy. They're actually the ones that get the tower off of that chaotic 1-for-1 trade. They're not done just yet. Prank trying to go back in onto Castle, teleport from the side, and you have Cater over here looking for the possible angle, but guess what? Call of the Forge God is on CD. That is going to call the end of the fight.
You can tell that Prank has played Akali twice in his entire life because he doesn't understand the rule of Akali and Nocturne, which is if you hit it, you must go. If you hit the E, you must go. If you hit the alt, you must go. You didn't go.
I mean, I think he's been going. He's 8-1-2. He's been going places.
He needs to go more. He hit like 4 E's in that fight. He just didn't take.
Yeah, just reposition. That's all you gotta do. Look, that's how you get 8-1-2. If you take those, guess what? You end up like the Rengar 8-7-2. Okay. That's the difference between the two of them.
Have you seen the rest of this game?
You go in with reckless abandon, you get punished sometimes.
Assassin Ornn? Assassin Ornn?
The mage assassin tank strike. Oh, Castle doesn't know.
Castle doesn't know.
Oh, they're pinging him? Ketter?
Ketter's pinging him to go in.
Oh, they don't know.
Secret Agent
they still don't
Ornn.
know. Secret Agent Ornn. Daisy's called onto the rift. All the Forge God goes in. They will be able to bop him. This is CC hell. The petrifying gaze will not amount to anything. Everybody will be stunned up except for the one who's ready to pounce upon your neck.
Well, I said it before. Ornn has the best K-Nick Recurrent game I'd ever seen, and that's the first item that comes up. Happy that hope you're happy that you get me with for the rest of the night now.
I thought you said you wanted an AP item.
I said AP. I meant MR.
Well, regardless, it is Baron being started up, and the word Prank actually getting caught out. That is disaster-rific for the team. Is now the Weaver's Wall. Ketter, no! He's trapped inside with the Baron. Headbutts to get a hole into the wall. Ketter's gonna get eaten up, though. This is an on-hit Varus, and the damage is so hard for him to deal with. Is gonna be the Ivor taken off as well. Ketter's going to be able to barely survive. Pluto once more. Doubtful tries to pounce again. Jinquil saving the day. Wind King waiting around the flank. They're going to be able to see the clone. They know that a Wukong is near. They can actually shred this Baron very easily with this Varus and Cassio.
Yeah, King didn't realize he was sitting there on a ward, so we'll see what goes through here. This Baron take is really quick. This is going to be a Grandview Baron.
This is indeed Grandview Baron at 23 minutes into the game. Grandview found themselves finally with their first consistent lead that they've been able to have. I mean, the carries are on point right now, but you gotta look at Nightstar. Dude, Nightstar's 7-0-4. Hasn't died in this chaotic game, which is an achievement of itself. Same can be said for Ketter, but they're playing Ornn. So, you know, they got a little bit of thickness to back them up. Nightstar's been just flying in at Mach speed with these Weaver's Walls.
Ketter has been hilarious to watch, because Ketter's supposed to be this main frontline tank, and he's playing like he's playing a Kali or something. He's making sure he's skirting around the edge of the fights and making sure he doesn't die. It's excellent to watch. Masterclass by the Bruiser Mage Assassin of Ornn.
Yeah. Building a little bit into that assassin end, as you were talking about. At least that's what they want to be. They probably got gaslit. They saw the Akali. It's like, oh, you picked me Akali. Great. No, that's not you.
Nope, that's not. No. A little bit of siege here.
Yeah.
King Qual's got the Celestial Blessing support item, which means it'll be act a little bit like a Crown of the Shattered Queen from last season. Make sure that you get a little bit of extra burst help on the front end to make sure you don't die as quickly when you're playing Rel or any support for that matter. You can't really itemize into tank items. It helps out. That's called
the Forge God hitting onto just one though as Nightstar went golden and they get popped immediately. But check out Strict over into the back of this fight is trying to pick off anybody that they possibly can. But Purdue have set their sights. They said one by one. Grandview, you shall fall. They're waiting for them to get a little bit closer to the bushes. Doubtful finds the target on the Pluto, and here comes Wind King. But the poison in their veins ticks away. Castle secures another kill, and now it's Prank and Keither. They're the only members still left standing. Castle, he is over here. Does not call in that shuriken toss. Good on them. Good tempered. control over the fight. Strict will come in, teleport into the mid lane. This tower is there. Grandview coming back on top yet again.
I know it wasn't, but it really looked like the way Varus was recalling there is that Varus was just TPing to the minion right next to him. Purdue Northwest has an inherent issue with this composition, which isn't the, oh, you're playing Rengar as your AD carry. It's they really feel the need to play around bushes in order to team fight. The way that Doubtful wants to play, he needs to be continuously jumping in and out of bushes. And the second Klexo goes down, Rengar is a lot less useful in these fights. And Doubtful really wants to pick someone out.
That's so awkward.
Like
Strict was trying to farm it up. They were like, I'll get the blue buff and the Gromp at the same time, and that didn't work.
Because of that, it makes the Purdue Northwest team fights a little awkward because you really want to sit near a bush, and Grandview really does not want to sit near a bush.
I do like, by the way, that they see the throw of the hunt and they say, all right, back up underneath our towers, right? Like, really good control coming out from Grandview. With all the chaos that's been happening, Grandview's made some very solid decision-making when it comes down to how they position themselves on the map to highlight the point you were talking about. Stay away from the bushes, right? They see the throw of the hunt by the Rengar where he's able to go invisible and he's able to pounce on the target without the need of a bush. That is also another reason for them to back off and reposition themselves. You even see Jinqual staying by Pluto inside of these instances because look at how strong they are. Fork, Rage Blade, and like you've got so many things that are inside of you with this on-hit Varus build that you're just proccing so much damage inside these fights if you're left to your own devices.
The other item on Varus there, which is the Terminus, is actually maybe the most important of the three. I agree Bork is really important. I agree Gins is important. But what Terminus is going to do for you is going to help shred MR and armor for the entire rest of the team and give you lethality and magic penetration, right? So it's going to help basically force the entire enemy team to take more damage, which is what Nightstar's doing.
Well, right now, Strip Proctor's taking all that damage. Doubtful finishes off the kill.
Hornhorn.
The Forge God coming in. They're going to be able to hit on the Pluto. Pluto's taking a lot of damage. That's the Cyclone into the fight, but the Petrifying Gaze was able to hit on to only one member from Purdue Northwest. They're in the backline. Look at Prank just going wild back there. Jinqual will fall. Nightstar will fall. Grandview completely getting routed as Daisy comes in, picks up the shot, and gives the layup. Purdue Northwest get an ace.
They're looking for the Baron. They're looking for the Dragon. The problem is we're a minute off from any objective. The fight was just for the fight.
They get the wipe, but there's no prizes to be had on the map like you were talking about. Like there's no minions in the mid wave. Like you push wave, I guess. I mean, they need to reset and get ready for the next fight because Dragon's going to be up. That soul point for this team.
Klexo. I need to point this out. He's initiated fist bump. And no one on his team initiated the fist bump with him, so he just thumbs up. It's a sad day to be Klexo.
Oh no, Klexo, not even his childhood friend stayed to save him. Oh,
no one pressed you. No one pressed the fist bump button.
Dude, that's sad.
It's
sad
brutal
story.
in solo queue when you press the fist bump button and no one does it with you.
Everybody always fist bumps me. That's a Weaver's Wall.
Whoa,
Nightstar just Weaver's Walled all the way down the bot side to try and help out. Prank is A-okay with this. Wind King secures the kill as they came in as reinforcements. For a moment there, I thought he was coming in because he saw Strip Proctor taking his Gromp, but like that turned out really bad.
I asked a while ago about if Rengar was going to go Edge of Night to help protect against the Talia. The answer is no.
Yes.
But Prank will go the AP version and go Banshee's Veil to help protect against it. That's why Prank was able to dash across that wall. They just knew it was going to happen and just dashed across the unraveled earth there and was able to survive.
Frame drops that happened there made me lose my mind a little bit. Seeing Ivern at half the frames that we normally do is not something I recommend. He was doing some frames. Like he was doing like some. Well, he's got a very flowy expression, right? Like you see how his arms flow when you take away those frames. It's like he's doing like the horror movie thing where you have that lanky body and your body just kind of cracks.
He's a wacky, wavy, inflatable tube man.
Yeah, kind of. Except not as wavy. He's just kind of he's got bones and whatnot.
Another skin that Riot would sell so much of if they made it. Wacky, wavy, wacky wavy inflatable Ivern. I'd buy one.
I want him to be like a used car salesman, and Daisy's just a car.
Well, that goes to so Captain Flowers during Worlds 2 years ago had the trucker Orn idea where he just
see it compared together.
The Call of the Forge God is
dude,
the
everyday man bundle. Let's go, as we're gonna get into another fight, the Cyclone. But that's a huge petrifying gaze on the 3 members. But they can't finish on the damage. But Prank will secure the rest of it. They go into the battle line, and Doubtful waits till the very end to strike. Remember me, Nightstar gets that kill. Strip Proctor will finish off the Ivern. But yo, the 2 assassins, a quadra kill for Prank. He's asking where his Penta is, and Doubtful's in the comms just going, oopsie. Didn't mean to take that, but here we go.
Can we really call Prank an assassin anymore? He's got like 4k health.
Yeah.
He's got as much health as the Orn has. Like,
when I'm watching them, when I watch HP bars get mobbed the way that they do whenever Prank is in their vicinity, yes, they are still an assassin.
Can we get an HP check on Prank?
Well, you're gonna have to check the nets first
yeah,
here. First tower goes down, 2 is going down, 3.6k HP. It's just enough to be able to finish off the game as Prank dashes around it. The last bit of 50 gold was secured. GG to Purdue. What a clash between these 2 teams. A little bit of a preview for some of you that are like, yes, GVU, Purdue, front runners of the org. That's what a game between these 2 looks like. Definitely no subs or anything like that are involved in the making.
Nothing weird happened to this game at all. This was a very normal game of League of Legends.
Oh man, I personally, I really love exactly how this game played out, because it was like, you had 2 assassins in the side lanes and bot and top, and it was just watching them go crazy for Purdue, and then it was just like Grandview just kind of like yawning in the mid game, like, yeah, that's how troll, and just like on hit Varus goes bird, Nightstar's like, I Weaver's Wall, hello.
Yeah, Nightstar had a really good game. I mean, like, for what it's worth, everyone had a good game except for the Briar top lane.
Or Strip Proctor. Strip Proctor did not have a fun time.
But regardless of like how well of a game they had or not, it's a fun game to take part in. It's fun. It's less of a. You could tell that both teams were taking it seriously in the fact that they wanted to win, but based on the draft, neither team was taking it particularly very seriously. So at least we're all on the same page there. It was a good palate cleanser, because everyone still has more games to play, so it's a good middle of the day, middle of the night palate cleanser for the games. Now everyone goes back to being serious again after this one.
I'm just worried for Strip Proctor, because last time we interviewed him, he said that he played really well in the tank one time, and he's been forced onto tanks and been told in comms, like, just don't die. I feel like Strip Proctor might get that. If you're listening out there, GV, please let him do it again. He got this. He got this. I believe in Strip Proctor, but I also believe that we're going to be able to talk to some members from Purdue, as they're going to be the ones that are going to be 4-0 going forward.
Yeah, but before we talk to anyone from Purdue, Smash fans, be ready for the Midwest Esports Invitational coming to you February 24th and 25th here in the Chicago area. Join us for 2 days of fun and competition featuring doubles and singles tournament on Saturday and a Swiss tournament on Sunday. You can scan the QR code or visit us on start.gg/MEI to register. Your registration gets you into all 3 events with a $1,000 prize pool for each tournament, and gets you access to the entire venue, which includes a free play area, PC workshops, ability to watch high-level Smash collegiate crew, and much more. We will see you all at the Midwest Esports Invitational, and we will be back right after a quick break with an interview with Purdue Northwestern.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MEC Clash, as we are joined here today with Doubtful and Kletso. Victorious. I usually talk about you guys as a mid-jungle duo, but now bot lane?
Yeah.
I gotta ask for both of you, right? How many times have y'all done Ivern and Rengar? Because y'all were not missing a beat.
I'm gonna answer. We've done it for a very long time. We've done it jungle mid. We've never actually done a support AD, but you know, we wanted to flex the Ivern a little bit, but it just turned out we're gonna play the Rengar Ivern. So
it was an excellent time to watch. Travesty and I were sitting there and ready for anything to happen. And then by the time that the pause ended, there was like 3 kills already because you guys had just gone in bot lane. What was going on that you just went, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go in instantly. That's my goal here.
We just want to play like, psychos. I don't know. I mean, Ivern Rengar, you kind of just need to go in, or you're just gonna get poked, kind of. So, I mean, we just saw angles, and it was pretty. I don't know. It was pretty free. So, yeah.
Y'all let the voices win, is what I'm hearing.
yeah.
It was terrifying. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. And there was a moment in time where there was like a period where Grandview was kind of coming out on top and whatnot. But I do want to ask, were you guys expecting Grandview to also kind of flip their roster around once they saw how you guys were positioned, or were you guys prepped for this?
We knew they were role swapping as well. So me and Pluto were just making fun of each other, and I could hear from the other side that he's like, I'm 2x this guy's CS, like, oh, like, I'm just kidding. And then we just one-shot him regardless later. Yeah.
In the top side, Prank was absolutely having a game going up against the Briar. I think last time we talked, Prank was we had said that Prank was kind of just relegated to tank duty. Are we unrelegating Prank at this point after the Akali performance?
Frank's just a beast, man. We're very grateful to have him. So, I mean, he can play everything, honestly. So, like, I don't know what this notion is of him, just playing tanks. But shout out to Frank, we love him, my goat.
I gotta ask. All right, we had the old man Prank thing that was going on. Has that energy carried over for you guys? Right, you guys. Yeah. I feel like you two have like the Zoomer energy right now, and then like he's the old man that tries to keep you guys calm.
Yeah, he's the boomer of our team for sure. I mean, he keeps us in check though. During games sometimes he yelling at us and stuff, but he's like the father of our team, I guess. He old.
Very, very old.
Very, very old top laner. Still has the hands check anybody over into the top side and whatnot. My last question that I have before we go ahead and send things on over is, was that a preview of the finals, or is there going to be something different for you guys as you guys go in to playoffs and all that other stuff? Is it a team that you guys are expecting to see at that aspect of the game?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how ONU feels when we verse them today. I think they're doing really well, but I'm not sure. So,
yeah,
we'll see.
Hopefully it's us and GVU. I think it's always just a banger when it's us too. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
I'm gonna ask you guys one last thing, really quick before we go. We're about to watch Grandview against ONU. Is there anything that we should be looking out for ahead of time?
Not really.
Watch out for Pluto's ADC.
Yeah. It's pretty atrocious, not gonna lie. You need a...
Yeah, his positioning was pretty horrendous, honestly. Because he got hit by Kali late game, man. I just wasted flash.
All right, well, you guys. Thank you so much for that. Any shout outs you want to make? I know you probably have like your Taponer's not with you guys here today and whatnot. Any shout outs you guys would like to make for the people that are supporting this team at the MEC Clash?
I guess Quez. I mean, obviously subbing in for us. Not the best jungler because we haven't seen him once in our lane, but when he played Ornn mid, it wasn't that bad. Not bad. He did some good engages and survived in lane.
Is he just staring at you from just off camera to make sure you say the right things?
Can confirm he is.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Y'all take care, and we'll be seeing you for your next round of matchups and see what we got next up. Take care now, y'all.
Bye.
All right, thank you.
Oh man, Purdue. I am sticking to my guns. Purdue's one of my favorite teams to interview just because of if I get Kletso or Doubtful, like there's so much chaos that I just feel like is there. I want to hear their comms. Honestly, can Purdue do me a favor and just
Can we
post the
record comms?
Just record comms and then just post them for me. I just need that in my life because I feel like Frank yelling at them like the old man shouting, waving his hand at the clouds. You know, that's what I need to hear.
So here's what's going on in my head. We'll run to a break in a minute here before our next match. But Purdue Northwest is 4-0, and Grandview is 3-1. Right? There is a distinct possibility that this could be a finals matchup tomorrow, and we could see a best of 3 of this.
You know what? I'm here for it. But hey, we still got more matches up ahead of us. And we have Ohio Northern taking up the stage as well. And I feel like they might have some words in regards to that to say, you know what? You guys can think about those little fantasies that you have. We're going to cut those short. Ohio Northern, they're going to be looking to take the stage against GVU. Coming up next, we'll take our short break and we'll be right back.
We are here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice. I'm alongside Cleveland State's own Revy. The question that I've been asking everyone is, what does esports mean to you?
Esports is just like really a way for us to be able to like engage with other students, and not only that, but also like learn how to cooperate and work as a team.
So a lot of I heard a little bit of potential learning in there as well. Of course, it is scholastic esports at this point. Over the last 3 months, has there been anything that you'd like to highlight that maybe you've learned?
Really just like getting like working as a team is always better than just
the constant process of learning. Is there anything over the course of the season, the last 3 months in the MEC, that you've learned maybe about yourself or maybe in game?
I'm recently looking for jobs, and I realized with like this new team that I'm on, I had to understand to be more adaptable to these new players. So it's a really good way for me to understand that I don't have to be the main voice. I have to just blend in to make one voice with the whole entire team.
Teamwork goes a long way. It's not just about the esport. It's not just everybody is a team member. Even you and I right now. It takes a little bit of teamwork to conduct an interview going back and forth. So, LAN environment. It's a little bit different from playing in the dorm room or at the collegiate facilities, right?
Yes, sir.
How does playing at a LAN like the Fall Championship feel for you?
I just hope the chairs up there are higher up. I got like really long legs, so it's like kind of weird. And it's also a little bit cold, but I always crank up the heat, and sometimes I'll play a little bit shirtless. But I'm wearing a shirt today, so
creature comforts. I understand. This is where I would normally, if it wouldn't disrupt the interview altogether, ask you to stand up so people understood how long your legs are. But if you stood up, it would end up like cutting you completely out of the camera. We're not going to do that this time around. Favorite esports moment? Maybe there was a clippable offense that you had.
I think the best esports moment was playing against ONU. They totally demolished us on Ascent. I think it was 13-5, and then they got us 10-0 on the next map on Lotus, and we all just came back and won the game. But we didn't win the series, but still, it was a nice moment.
It was the slapback.
Yeah, it was nice. And then we lost the other game, so.
You know what? It's little moments like that that are huge, whether it be sports, esports, etc. It's one of the reasons why this type of competition, it's unduplicatable. Well, it is duplicatable, but each moment is very, very special. Finally, over the next 3 months or so, what does the future look like for you? What are you looking forward to in esports going into next semester? Maybe there's a game coming out. Maybe that you got something you saved up for that you can't wait to get your hands. Maybe you want another piece of that Ohio Northern squad.
I'm actually graduating in December.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I don't know if I'm still going to play Valorant, but next 3 months, hopefully I buy a new computer and figure it out from there.
You know what? Congratulations. You have any shout-outs, seeing as how this is a Swan song into the night for you.
I shout out Wilson the Rooster.
Wilson the Rooster.
Lo siento.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Truly appreciate it.
You have an amazing day.
Yeah, you as well.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the MEC Clash. We're ready to get into another fun game with Ohio Northern versus GVU. There's absolutely nothing crazy happening inside this game. Should be very stable roles that are happening here.
Yep.
Wait, hold on. This
feels wrong.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait. This looks wrong,
Something's
but also
wrong here.
right. It looks kind of right too.
Yeah, I mean, Pluto, historically, an excellent bot laner. He's 0-1
Just don't
on
ask
his,
Purdue.
He's 0-1 on his career, but, you know, it's a really promising career. So if you couldn't tell, which I feel like I wouldn't blame you if you didn't know, Grandview is yet again sporting a non-traditional lineup in their terms.
Yes.
They've mixed up the players, and they brought in Ryo the Goat this time. Instead of, I believe it was their support last game, Castle, and then
Castle's their normal jungler.
Yep. Oh yes, and then over on ONU, anyone not named Aggression has moved.
Yes. So they have switched everybody around. So to give an idea of where everybody normally plays, Jinquil's normally the mid laner. Usually you have Castle in the jungle. They've subbed in Rio the Great, as you were talking about. Nightstar is usually the AD carry. They're playing mid lane this game. Pluto, normally the support, is playing AD carry. And then in the support role is actually the normal top laner, is playing in the bot side, Strip Proctor. And then over on ONU, Aggression is the only person who is in their same role. They're playing top side. Cuz is normally the support. They're playing jungle. Julian, our king, is over inside the mid lane this time, away from the jungle. Kaido is normally the mid laner, and they're playing bot lane with their brother, their IRL brother. This is not like some euphemism or anything like that I'm going for. It's Kaido and Kai, the brothers of destruction, in the bot lane. Kai normally plays bot lane, but they're playing support. This is a chaotic switch around. When I said things look right, I was looking at the brothers of destruction bot lane because it just feels right. They've had to do this before where they just yo, brothers link up, let's go. Like they have to break out the Itadori and Toto moments, you know. I'm here for it.
Here's the question: do we see the same fun drafting strategy that we saw last game this game?
100%.
I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping for it.
Dude, Julian, Lee Sin mid. Hello.
I am ready for one of these junglers to pull Lee Sin mid out. I am so ready for it. Please give it to me.
I wonder what Jinquil's actually going to end up playing. Jinquil had a pretty good game on the rail last time around, actually.
Yeah,
so they were playing a traditional support, but they were actually really solid at stopping engages. So I'm actually kind of curious on what Jinquil's cooking.
It was a very reasonable route. It was actually something I meant to talk about last game, and then, well, the rest of last game happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Jinquil played a really good support. No issues there. The bans will be weird.
Nah.
They were weird last game.
No.
They're gonna be weird again.
Nah.
Nico banned out. That is so. I'm looking to start see champions that could be played in multiple roles banned out. Because Julian almost certainly practiced a little bit of Nico last year. When Nico Rework came out, a Nico Jungle happened. So that would be a champion that Julian would know from jungling that he could play in mid. So I expect to see those banned out.
Or don't want to count your minions.
Or they're just scared of Nico.
I do like also the fact that they just say, all right, we're getting rid of Senna, because that makes so much sense to just say, all right, you know what? if you guys are gonna play something weird bot lane, Senna's like the proponent for a lot of weird bot lanes you can play. I also like the fact that GB User says, all right, you know what? No Varus. You know, Pluto, you were good on it. You know, you did your job last time around, but no Varus this time.
Did Pluto really do his job if they lost the match?
I would say so. You can't hold one player as the cause. Pluto was really good.
Fine. I needed to broach the subject.
Produce said that he was 2 times this guy's farm.
Yes,
remember.
But then Doubtful and Klexo both went. His positioning was terrible. So, we're.
I mean, it's an Ivern Rengar. Your positioning is never going to be not terrible against that.
All right. So over on the GV side, that's another flex pick that's banned. The Maokai can go into 3 different roles. The Rakan, an interesting ban.
Yeah, I would say so. I get it though, because I think Strict is probably like, it's probably down to play something that's a little chill. Wow, in all the chaos Karma gets through, Shibby is screaming somewhere out there.
Karma has gotten through on all 3 games. It hasn't been banned, and also it just happened to not have been picked, but Karma has gotten through bans on all 3 games. So this will be the first one actually that's picked in the 3 games that we've watched.
Yeah, it's the first one of what we've gotten to see.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Please tell me this is Kai and Kai.
Yep,
Oh,
I was just thinking, give me the
2
Wind brothers with the brothers.
There's no way.
Please give it to me. What do you even draft against both Wind brothers? And I don't mean that in like in a real think about your drafting way, but like
how do you compare?
Yeah, how do you prepare for Yasione? And then are they going bot lane or are they going? We don't know where they're going. So it's Karma's
what
not
is this
going
traditional looking draft? What are you doing?
Karma's not going support. We can say that with certainty.
Are they doing Protect Illusion?
Milio doesn't go anywhere other than support. So this is a Karma solo lane.
Yeah, sure.
Unless it's Karma AD carry, and by AD carry I mean AP carry and Lucian mid.
Could be.
Please give me some Spice Grandview. That's what I'm asking for here.
That's a Zac. Okay.
I don't know where that's going. We have been proven tonight that Zac is an untamable beast that you don't know what anything is happening.
I mean, yeah, and the fact that we're kind of looking at Yasuo Yone going in separate, going in the same lane, right? Like, I do kind of want to see it either mid or jungle.
I mean, that's
if we do see it.
That's our headcount. This could easily be a Yone top, Yasuo mid.
Yeah, like, it could be. And then it's just like Zac jungle makes perfect sense.
Yeah, we're trying to push our agenda with Yasuo.
We're pushing our narrative, yes.
But this could be a very normal thing. Elise banned.
Elise, yeah. I mean, get rid of some of the stable stuff from Rio. The great like
Rel the
some
same
of the chill things.
Rel's the same thing. I mean, every jungler at this point knows how to play Rel. Every support knows how to play Rel. Very flexible deck. So I get the ban on Rel. I get the brand ban. Yeah. It's not as good as it was a week ago, but it's still really good.
I like it too because they're getting rid of the AP junglers that are out there. So if you're looking to fit one, like Karma does fall off of a cliff in terms of how much damage she does later on in the game. So I like the fact that they're saying, all right, you need an AP threat actually because you have magic damage with Karma early on, but that falls off, and we don't have to worry about that as much. So I like the fact they're getting rid of those. That's an interesting one. And it makes sense with Yone Yasuo.
It makes sense, but generally you don't ban Gragas.
That ult is a knockup. That's a Kha'Zix.
I don't want to talk about the Kha'Zix yet because I don't know where it's going, and this could be a mid lane Kha'Zix. There could be some cooking here. I don't know what's going on knowing you.
I like it. CVU, you just drafted Jintel. I better see these champions in very weird lanes, CVU, or I'm flaming you. And like, it's okay. That isn't a collie.
I think this is going to be an extremely standard comp from Grandview, just with not the right people in the right place. Like, it's just the people piloting the champs are not the people we expect to be piloted in. But I have a feeling it's going to be roughly normal.
I do
what
wonder
is Kai?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Okay, that's a Singed.
Oh my god!
That is a Singed. You have Singed for aggression, right? Or you should have that. Julian's going to play the Zac. Cuz will play the Kha'Zix. And then you have Kaido and Kai playing the Brothers of Destruction The Wind Brothers in the bot lane. Yeah. Collect yourself. It's okay. Take your time.
So
you have a couple seconds.
If you're Yasuo Yone, who takes the support item? Who's going Bloodsong? Because one of them will go Bloodsong, but double support is really bad right now. Also, it's going to be Karma mid and Akali top. I would have expected it to be the other way around, but Jinquil, I guess, just feels more confident in the Akali than his Karma. So,
I mean, I would not want to play Karma in the Singed.
I mean,
yeah, it's the most boring lane you could possibly select, right?
I don't know if I'd want to play Karma into Zac either, though.
Listen. Nightstar got to have a fun time on Talia last game, right? Jinquil had to play Rel. Okay.
So ONU went and watched last game and said, "Huh, look, it looks like Purdue Northwest had a really fun time against Grandview, who drafted pretty normally, but they had a fun time and they won. So we're gonna have an even funner time and win." I see no issues with my logic here. There's so much dive in this comp for ONU.
Yeah,
so much dive.
Remember, you know, one of your favorite words to use is layers.
Yeah.
Tell me about the layers of this. Is this like an onion, or like whose swamp is it, anyways?
This is like a croissant.
Oh,
it's got a lot of those flaky layers.
Can you say it like that, like croissant?
Croissant.
Yeah, there you go. That's good. Thank you.
Got a lot of flaky layers, and we'll see how many of them actually connect.
I don't know if they're flaky.
layer.
There's no support item bot lane.
Yeah. Tripled orange shield. Excellent.
Dude.
I didn't for what it's worth, I didn't expect a support item. A lot of people have been, when you play support, a lot of the more melee focused supports, you've been taking Doran's stuff early and then going into the support item second. So I know that there were some supports taking D-Blade first and then backing at World Atlas on first back. I don't expect them to stick around with this forever. That's okay. Based. That's just absolutely based.
Why are you doing like this? Okay, I'm not gonna flame you anymore. It's fine.
It's not flame. It's just.
No, it's Ignite. You're right.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine. God,
I
I
like
hate
to see.
Singed. Can we just talk about how
Why do you hate
terrible...
Singed? You like Udyr, but you dislike Singed? What's wrong with you?
Singed is just so unfun to play against.
You like Udyr!
Singed is so unfun to play against.
I don't want to hear this. Your opinion's wrong.
He's so uninteractive.
Can I get a Twitch chat poll about that? What's worse, Udyr or Singed? I say
Singed.
Udyr is way worse.
Can I bet my channel points on Singed being worse?
Ooh, you're wrong.
I'm ready for the double tornado to happen. That's what I'm looking for here in the bot lane. That's the important bit. Both of them getting tornado together at the same time. Knock up into knock up.
I'm pretty sure everybody in Twitch chat wishes they were Nightstar in this matchup, just that way they could get grabbed by Julian.
Oh my god.
Kaido getting ignited, but they have minions to be able to dash through. It is completely a-okay.
Julian's just gonna survive in this lane. That's the problem with playing
Nightstar.
Karma to it. Julian just like has infinite health. As long as he gets a W proc off near a minion, he'll be fine.
That'll be fine.
He does need to hit some of these Qs though. I do, for what it's worth.
Listen. If you hit him, Nightstar just mantra W's you. You know, like I get it. It's not the end of the world as long as you can get those little blobs as you were talking about. Julian's going to be a-okay. Got all those layers of muscle to put back on. Aggression though.
Ooh,
I have a fun time in there.
Little fighting?
Going for a little bit of fighting. It's not going to add up in anything. Aggression is drawing an image. That's first blood to come about though. Did not throw him into the adhesive, so did not get the roots. That would have been a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, a little bit interesting there that the Singe was the counter pick into the...
Julian!
Julian!
Julian lives!
So does Night Cuz is close, though. Like, Cuz could go for this dive if he wanted to. I don't think they will, though. Oh, they'll go for a dive, just not onto the mid lane.
Yeah, no, they're just going to chase Rhea the Great out of this.
That's a flash.
Flashing forward. It says, you are isolated, you are in my sights, and it's time for Strip Proctor to play a game of kickball with the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix will take it straight to the face and get on out of this area here as Julian, yet again, engaging on the Night Star. He hit the Q at what cost, though?
I mean, he should just come up from this. He'll have some health.
Yeah.
The Mantra Q being used to make sure that Julian does not come back up.
That was just a regular Q.
That was just a regular Q?
Yeah, just a regular blast. Aggression.
Okay.
That flash will not help you in this scenario. Jinqual is getting the pop off, said I had to... I'm gonna show Frank over there after that last game. He's feeling confident. Well, Jinqual's like, next time I'm playing top lane. Akali via Akali.
That tether is insanely long, by the way. The Karma tether is so ridiculously long. Julian has to play a little bit more passive here. Now that he doesn't have the Zac passive.
I was about to say he can't play passive because he doesn't have it anymore. But Cuz will come over and make sure to jump onto Nightstar and make sure they are punished.
There we go.
Great counter gank by Cuz. Knew exactly where the Chinchou was going to be.
Zac got Dark Seal on back, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
AP Zac mid.
I'm here for it. I mean, Zac always is gonna build like Riftmaker Leandries. It's just generally not the first item. But I'm here for Zac AP Zac mid.
The last game we saw of Zac, it was like a Bomby Cinder Zac.
Yeah, generally it's like
I don't know about
Bombies.
always.
Well, theoretically it's like your third item. It's not your first or your second item. You generally go 2 tank items and then an AP.
No, full AP. Don't be a wuss.
I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for full AP. That's all
I know, trying to get aggressive. Kickball is very effective. Aggression.
Speaking of aggressive,
now here's the thing. You like. This is why Singed is better than Udyr, because at least you can punish a Singed. Udyr, you would just turtle stance and walk it off.
Yeah, awesome. Udyr enjoyer.
No.
I thought that was a culling for a second from Pluto.
Level
I thought we were getting a little too early for that.
He's not hacking. Nobody needs to check the PC. Don't mind. It's fine.
Right.
Grubs have been grabbed.
This is
just saying.
So there's a lot of kills that have happened already, right? We're at a kill per minute. But it's been a lot in the top lane. Most of the kills have occurred because of Jinqual.
Yeah, we've already been banned once. You know. We can aim for a second time, though. I'm an overachiever, you know?
I think our
Julian
producer will kill us.
goes in and is going to say, hey, Nightstar, it's time to bounce. Tether connects, gets the root. Julian flashing forward. And you know what? Nightstar is deep into enemy territory.
Yeah,
better run for the hills.
We're letting Kha'Zix finish that one out.
Oh. Okay, well, there you go. Cuz will get the kill. And thankfully, Julian was able to get the assist still from that. So very good. Aggression was there.
Whoop.
Little disappointed is... It's okay. They got the bonfire. Dark Souls told me that's a safe space.
So we had noticed before that there was triple door and Shield to start. At this point, the Yone Kai has gone back, gotten the World Atlas. CS-wise, it's pretty close, which is interesting when you're playing a double bot lane like this.
That's a lot of flashes.
That's a lot of
being
flashes.
used. Yeah, that's a lot of flashes. Tornado did connect. Yeah, the Great is in the vicinity, but they're not going to pick a fight here.
No,
Pluto and Strip Proctor are a little low.
Yeah. Kato and Kai feel like they really need a Vamp Scepter, and they'll be a lot happier in this lane once they get a Vamp Scepter.
Maybe.
It just feels like one of those lanes you want a little protection on.
Yeah. I mean, they've got all the protection they need. They got each other. Fine.
They've got family. Insert
Family.
Dominic Toretto picture.
Exactly. Make it. Good stuff. This game is a relatively chill game, though. We're kind of waiting. Ohio Northern has this this exciting ooh, the wombo will it combo moments that will happen. Right now, Nightstar are playing a game of chicken with a Zac. Don't advise it. Does force the flash out. But Nightstar thankfully able to dodge out in the elastic slingshot. Good use there. And then immediately gets back in and says, hey, don't you dare jump on me. Who do you think you are?
Julian's having a fun time in this mid lane. Regardless of the one death that he had early.
Is he having a fun time? Is he actually having a fun time?
Is
he still having a fun time, Logan?
Yes.
Huh? Is he still having a fun time?
Julian looks like he's having the ideal Zac experience, which is go in, hit a bunch, run away, continue and do over and over again, which is the ideal Zac experience. Speaking of ideal experience, Kha'Zix.
Yeah, well, Kha'Zix is getting to dive Pluto, and Pluto is like, this is not ideal. This is just the bot lane experience. Ultimates come in, and there's the brothers combo. It's as devastating as it looks. And it's a double kill for Cuz to capitalize on. And now they're going to just continue with the dive. Cuz has to get out of the tower dive scenarios. Nightstar gets solo killed out by Julian. Strip Proctor kills out Kai. Kaido almost gets dropped as well. A bit of everything just going on all across the map for Ohio Northern. But they reap all the benefits.
Twitter users rolling in their graves with the Oblivion Orb purchase from Karma, so much so that Karma refunded the Oblivion Orb right when they got back up. There was an Oblivion Orb in inventory for a minute there. That was a choice that was made for a second.
Oh, you have to go look at wolves. They spawned.
Yeah,
but
we needed to know about wolves.
Dragon. Yeah, right. No, it's there's a 6-0 Kha'Zix, I think is the big talk.
This is a very fit Kha'Zix. I'm expecting to see Edge of Night next. The Youmuu's is a huge help to Kha'Zix, gives a lot of move speed and ability to, do what they want.
Yeah.
On the other side, Lichbane Akali.
Yeah.
Fun build.
Yeah. You know what else is fun? Karma getting killed out in the mid lane. Cuz is godlike. 7-0.
7-0.
There's been 8 kills for Kha'Zix. Last of the Grubs grabbed up by Rio the Great. Rio making sure to get the objectives down.
We see that there's two very different philosophies here.
Oh,
One
no.
philosophy.
All right, well,
now
the kickball comes in. Strip Proctor still getting torn apart. The Culling completely tanked on out. Pluto gets the revenge kill, but check out Jinquall coming in from the flank with that toss coming in. They're able to trade, but a big shutdown just went over to Jinquall as they fell victim. As the great Calvary has arrived. Julian, you got your passive, but you can't attach the Q there. Cannot make them hug. Kai going in, splitting in between the uprights there. Kai, you're doomed, buddy. You gotta go back to where you once came. We'll lay in a decent amount of damage, but Pluto will reap the benefits. Julian gets the kill. They got double buff. Oh, they're flashing over the wall. That's a warded bush. They have pure vision. Elastic slingshot doesn't get the CC. Can't get the blob either. Buff transfer has been completed, and the bonfire, it comes over. Kaido once more. He's not done. He wants those double buffs. Continue the transfer. Continue the pace. But Kaido can't hit a tornado. They can't hit nothing. Pluto is on a rampage.
That fight took so long that Kaido died and came back up and went back into the fight at the end. Kai hasn't realized that he's a little lower on gold than the enemy is right now.
Well, if he hit his ult there, let's be real, it could have gone different. Kai is right now finding out that Xin Zhao is a very fair imbalanced champion that you can invade onto. As he takes a heaping amount of damage, and now he's going to be able to escape just fine because Akali was in the area and said doesn't want to deal with it.
Fun and innovative gameplay is what we call it. Fun and innovative gameplay. Speaking of funny gameplay, Zach right into Karma. Start.
Yep. Go ahead, lay in the hurt onto Nightstar. The last breath wasn't enough, and check it out. It's time for some assassin gameplay into the backline. Julian's going, and the camera is going onto him because Julian demands the spotlight, while the Akali is able to push off Kaido from the fight. Is going to be able to rejoin the remaining members as Kai comes in, jumps in, lays in a good amount of hurt, but will be able to have that bonfire, that healing, that cleansing fire will be there. As you see aggression coming in from the flank, they're going to be able to come in with that poison trailing around them. But they don't have the poison ticking. They need to turn that poison on, so that way they'll be able to breathe in those fumes. Aggression, just now realizing the poison wasn't on that entire time, is now ticked it on. We'll start to lay in the damage. Nightstar gets the kill. And guess what? Pluto, waiting in the wings, said, you know what? I can join into this fight. Comes in and blast away.
It feels like on a team of all damage that is Ohio Northern, there was not enough damage.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it.
They've drafted damage everywhere but mid lane, and Zach does a lot of damage even while playing tank.
Yeah.
And somehow there wasn't enough damage. It's the double enchant.
Oh
my!
Guys, wants the solo kill. He'll find it. He will adapt, and a shutdown goes over to Cuz.
The Karma plus Emilio is keeping everyone so alive in these team fights for the Grandview side.
Jumping in. They ult forward. Julian's here to lay in a little bit more damage as well. Bring him over to the chickens. It's time for some fine dining, but a kickball to the face will fix that right on up. Elastic slingshot does not find exactly the target as intended. Now Rhea the Great is going to lay the hurt onto Kai. Doesn't have a lot of money in comparison to the other members onto the team, so we'll have to just back away as Cuz looking to 1v1 against Jinquo, but Jinquo says, fine, I'll hands check you. Elastic slingshot comes on in, and Julian, the people's hero, the people's champ, comes in and finds the kill to finish off the reign of terror by Jinquo.
It's looking like Madagascar out there with the way Julian's playing. I've been trying to fit in a Madagascar joke for like the last 3 weeks that I've been on. Took me till this line to get it.
I was like, man, a Madagascar, that's an oddly specific niche one, but Julian goes in and says, I found my niche. It's to make sure that Kaido is able to hit him with that last breath. Kai with the massive knockup, massive tornado as well. Julian rejoins the fray after they regen a little bit. It's 2 kills for 1, but a teleport comes about, and Jinquo says, I'm racked. It's time for round number 2. Julian's going to get popped. It's Kunai Knights are going to be able to stab him into the back. Cuz is over here onto the flank. He's going to be looking for that assassination. Jinquo falls. While all this is happening, all the chaos in the mid lane, the top laner, the mid lane, Nightstar and Aggression, they are left to their own devices to just split push the waves as much as they please.
Jinquo understood the assignment. If you hit the Akali E, you must take the Akali E. Absolutely understood the assignment and executed Julian in the middle of that fight.
Nightstar gets executed. Probably just sitting there like, man, why am I stuck on this karma duty? Oh man, I'm gonna just take towers. This is my life now. This is what I'm gonna do now. Dragon was secured, so Ohio Northern is up in terms of the dragon takes. Rhea the Great is trying to take Rift Herald. Remember, they did get all 6 of the grubs, so they have that bit of a power spike. They're looking for the fight, but yet again, the kickball coming out from Strict Proctor over onto the side. Kai looking for the play, doesn't find the ultimate, but Julian is running wild on the back line. Kaido is trying to do what they can, Cuz gets eviscerated by Jinquo. Kaido looking for the possible ideal target to be able to assassinate inside the fight. The tornado hits. Rhea the Great falls a victim, and another fling on the Jinquo, but it brings him into kunai knife range. Takes the shuriken toss and finds safety, but Aggression's poison is the last thing they're breathing. Aggression now gets tapped by Nightstar. Full HP on the play. Kai finds their kill. Finally, their 1v1 moment, but Nightstar tethers and comes into play. Another kickball, and the heals, the shields, the peel. It's not enough. You have all these layers, but Grandview will peel them all back as Julian will finally fall victim. They have the passive. Their tick on up. Their comeback to life just barely, but it's a killing spree still to Nightstar.
The king is dead. Long live the king. This is a close game. There's a lot of this. I think this game has more kills than the last game.
It's not done. It's not done. Nightstar started the fight dead, ends the fight dead. Cuz says, hold on, let me make sure you go back to the fountain.
We started this game thinking, oh, there's no way we get more kills than we did the last game, which was a lot of kills throughout the entire game. But no, there's more kills than last game.
Bro, all I'm saying is after this game, I'm making some tea.
You need it already.
It is insane the pace that these players are going at. And look at this, the flings. Where are you going? Do you even know? Jinqual says, yes, I know my destination. I know how I get there. Gets the kill, the poison yet again, though. Clogs up the lungs of Jinqual.
Lichbane Akali is going hard. I am confused about the Akali build, though. It looks like Akali started to build Haunting Guys for Riftmaker or Leandries. My assumption is Riftmaker. And then said, wait, hold on, I need a Hextech Rocket Belt. And then just started with the items towards Rocket Belt. I think that the Riftmaker would come in very handy here in a lot of these fights and give a lot more healing. Maybe let Jinqual survive a little more. So, interested to see how long it's going to take Jinqual to actually get that item up and going, if that's the Haunting Guys item they choose. But Julian's gone in and
and then immediately gets kicked in the face. Melia's kicks are fierce, dude. Like, let's talk about it. There's some colossal titans inside this game. It does not matter. This kid can kick you in the face with their magical kickball, and you're going to be completely denied on any engage. You could be the size of a mountain, and it does not matter.
Zach's just a giant ball of goo that theoretically kick shouldn't work against, but seems to be working really well.
Yeah. Oh, Nightstar, 1v2 scenario. Kai has to go back to where they were tethered off to. Nightstar hits their own tether of their choice. The adhesive is onto the ground. Nightstar will take some time, buys himself an ult. Is this a 1v2 with a Karma? It almost was. Kai barely able to finish on that kill. Karma is a menace, and now we're going back over to the bot side. Jinqual is going to be able to tear apart Julian's HP bar, but while this is all happening, it's time to bounce inside the shroud. The bounce castle is here, and Jinqual will fall, cuz finds the kill onto them.
Yeah, Jinqual was having a really good early game. He's still having a really good game, but it's just not as much as the way that the early game was running there. So, Shadow Flame is actually going to be item. It's not a Hextech Rocket Belt.
Yeah.
So Shadow Flame trying to gain through some of the magic damage, trying to make sure that it hits a little harder. I think they saw the Zach building the Spirit Visage and decided that you need a little bit more damage on the Grandview side.
I do love the fact that Aggression has opted into full AP itemization with the Leandries into Rallies.
I think this is the only way you build Singe. I think you can put like a Jock Show after this if you want to go a little tankier, but Singe just gets tanky. So I think this is the way you do it anyway. Maybe like a Jock Show next or a Riftmaker next would be makes it. Oh my,
Julian looking for it. Look at Cuz over here onto the side. Lays in the hurt on the Pluto, immediately forcing out the redemption. You get a little bit more life resuscitated into Pluto. Nightstar over onto the flank. They're going in last breath with the fling, but this Karma is so ridiculously tanky with no tank items. They're going in. Jinqual says, I'll take those odds. 1v5 seems just fine. Grandview losing member after member, but they still have Pluto getting nursed up back into health as Ohio Northern, they lay siege. They grab themselves their third Drake of the game, while Grandview tries to siege down this mid lane, get a little bit of control off the back of that fight.
I don't know if you saw, but Aggression tried so many times to get that fight started, popping the ghost, popping the trail. It kept getting kicked away, pushed away, ended up having to flash into the Jinqual to just get something started down there in the bot lane, in the bot part of the river. But so much peel was used from Grandview to just stop Ohio Northern from trying to engage.
It was wild watching just the flash fling onto Nightstar there just to make sure. But we won't have much time to talk about it. Nightstar going down. They started the fight as the target. They respawn. They go to catch bot wave. They say, I can take a 1v1. For some reason, GPU, I just need you to know, it's never a 1 versus 1. It's always a 2v1. There's somebody lurking.
Quick time-sensitive alert. The bot lane, so familially related that they have the same kill, death, and assists right now.
Wow. 5,
they
5,
are
10.
so in sync that they have the same KDA. They have the same first 2 items. They are completely in sync.
And ain't no lie, baby, bye. Pluto getting their bar dropped. As you can already see what's happening. Jinqual takes out aggression, but we got to fight back over into the mid lane. They get the last breath strip. Proctor's gone, and that's a big nuisance away from the team fight. Pluto next up on the list. Cross him off. Grandview get routed in the mid lane fight. Only Nightstar and Jinqual remain. This is the calling card. Time to start up Baron. Teleport is not available for Jinqual. They're going to have to run all the way back over here. Julian is looking to do some body blocking services. Nightstar's going to go ahead and take their chance, throw out a couple Qs of their own, but it's not going to do anything for themselves. They're just dropping them a little low, trying to delay the inevitable for Jinqual. Try to set the table for them, but it's just going to be some recalls. Jinqual, can you find them inside the pit? No, they will all get their backs off, and it will be only Julian that's left onto the rift, and Akali can't chew through that.
It seems that any time that we hit a full 5v5 team fight like we did in the river a couple minutes ago, that's where Grandview is really succeeding. But once we hit these like little skirmishes that we get in these small areas, it is the Ohio Northern show. Zach's ultimate, Let's Bounce, is so incredibly powerful. Actually, Zach's entire kit is so incredibly powerful when you're fighting in the jungle like they just were. Compare that with Singed, who's just going to put the poison all over the ground. There's nowhere you can step. It is brutal to fight the Ohio Northern team in a jungle. And if Grandview want to win this game, they need to do everything they can to not fight Ohio Northern in a jungle.
Cuz is on a rampage. They take out 2 members in quick succession. Aggression finds the kill onto Jinqual at the top side. This Baron is exactly what they need. Remember, this is a low range composition. They want to go in. They want to hit everybody on up. Cuz is over here onto the flank looking for their target, trying to see if they can get onto Rhea the Great. This is the mid tower. You need to get rid of this obstacle. It's doing so much damage to Ohio Northern as they try to barrel down the mid lane. They're going to try and jump forward a little bit further. Rhea the Great's going to be able to sidestep as the damage still coming through. Kaido goes in deep with their brother. And this is just some fine gameplay. This is League of Legends right here, baby.
That was some Zach gaming right there. Zach just jumped in, took all the tower shots, still survived, no passive needed. Zach gaming, everyone.
Oh, man. It's Julian. Julian is like the enabler, right? And then you got the brothers. They're the brothers of destruction. They're like the cleanup. They start off the fights a lot of times, right? So it's usually like Julian's the instigator, right? Then you got the brothers who come in. They're like the menaces. They're on the same wavelength. They're gremlins on the same wavelength. And then you've got Cuz, who is just like a support who has been freed from his bindings here to carry on this Kha'Zix. 6, 4, and 11. They're just executing people at the end of each time. Whoa, Kaido, I don't think that's a fight you want to take. You get cold, and rightfully so. The teleport comes in. GVU, they smell blood in the water, but Cuz is going to be able to go godlike inside of the fight. The redemption comes in, lays in a good amount of healing. They're going to be able to resuscitate themselves from a little bit of the wounds. A little bit of the bleeding has been stemmed, and Cuz is still looking for their target, trying to find a little bit more of an assassination. They're going to be able to find another one. Legendary is Cuz on this Kha'Zix. Jinqual trying to find their target, trying to find a hold of Jinqual, trying to find a hold of Cuz. Cuz will have their GA pop. Jinqual is so incredibly low. Cuz is in assassination range, and Julian is trying to see if they can spot out this tricky assassin. They can't. Jinqual, a hero mission has been completed. Your sacrifice duly noted. Grandview fight back in a fierce fight against Ohio Northern in the mid lane.
Ohio Northern is so difficult to kill. They're so incredibly difficult to kill.
Oh no. Oh, poor aggression. No, the kickball into a shutdown.
Who wins, an insane doctor or one kid with a kickball?
Dude, I just need the kickball sound effect. You know what I'm talking about? That boom, Yeah, like that noise just needs to be there. I want a montage Emilio where he just stops people from having fun, and that's just the noise that's in it every single time. But here we go. We have a teleport. We don't have much time to be able to talk about what we need, because right now Ohio Northern is making sure that they do not give Grandview what they need, and that is to relent on the pressure. But check it out, Pluto immediately blocking away, and that is Kaido dropped again. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Kaido, you gotta stop.
Zach has 2 different chest plates and an additional shield. He cannot be killed anymore. We have reached peak Zach. Look
We'll
at him.
see about that. He goes
Look at
in.
him.
Is he that majestic, though? He's actually taking a good amount of damage from this Lucian. They're going to go ahead and say it's time to go ahead and bounce. Jinquil over into the bat line, lays in a good amount of hurt. Kai is gone. Julian as well. You just cast the curse on him. You say he's unkillable. Well, Grandview was willing to test that theory, and they find themselves rewarded. A kill on the Julian, a kill on the Kai, and they will get their first dragon of the game. But not just yet. They're not done. Goodbye, Nightstar. We will fondly remember you. Nightstar's just like, yeah, I'm Karma. What do you want from me?
we've reached the karma portion of the game where your contributions are Mantra W, Mantra E during fight. Your Mantra Q does not do as much damage as you need it to anymore. We are here for Mantra E.
Yeah, that's even as already like accepted their fate. Nightstar's like, I guess I build Mandate. Sure.
Mandate was actually the second item built for Nightstar.
Yeah, they knew.
They understood the assignment.
They understand that they are not the star of this this presentation. The
Yeah,
star of this presentation is Jinquil and Pluto.
Yeah.
Pluto heard those words from the interview and said, I gotta bring things up.
Strict Proctor is the current
Okay,
winner of the
okay.
show,
Well, you know that's fair. But you know what? I don't see them sending 3 people for Strict Proctor. I just saw them send 3 people for Jinquil.
No, because Strict Proctor's having one of those like underrated, smooth going games with the kickball.
Oh yeah, no, they're the MVP of this game if they were to win, 100%. But right now, they still got to fight to be able to get into that. We're 33-44 in terms of kills, by the way.
Yeah, no, this is awesome.
Double. This is
More
2
than
kills
double.
per minute. 2 kills per minute at the very least. And now Baron shredded, half HP. Grandview does not care.
We are at 77 kills just before 30 minutes. That's a lot of kills.
Yeah.
There's more
Even my brain
kills.
can tell me that.
I think that's more kills than like the first 2 games that we saw tonight combined.
They just keep getting more and more chaotic. as
Yeah,
time goes
so-
on.
so
You think that's a
next-
theme. That's what's
next-
going to be even more.
Yeah, next game's gonna be like we're gonna see a Rammus AD carry, just like
Who do-
Doggo and
who-
LPL.
Who do we have next up? We need to send them a message that they have to beat this.
Yo, bring back. I saw an LPL Rammus Yumi bot lane. Please give it to me.
All right. Listen.
Are we cooking too hard now with that?
That's a little bit too much. I'm gonna be honest. I'm an advocate for Rammus. I like Rammus as a character. Sure.
I'm a big Rammus fan.
Big
Got
Rammus
a lot of
fan.
hours on Rammus.
Don't know how I feel about the Rammus Yumi, but I think we could just have Rammus.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
It's like the meme of the guy saying, "I offer you this, you will get this back. I offer you Rammus Yumi, you get just Rammus."
I'll take.
I will take that trade.
That's a good trade. Another good trade that's looking to happen is Kai looking for that ult ink. They're going to be able to find it onto Pluto. There's a nice cleanse coming in. The shutdown goes wide, and they're going to be able to just bounce around inside the fight. What you going to do with all that meat piling down on you, Ohio Northern? They find that wombo combo scenario,
that's the
and they
game.
pull it off. That's the game. Jinquil's over here. I don't know if you got time to show them your dance moves. You can hide inside your shroud, but they know where you are. That's an ace. Ohio Northern, they will remain undefeated as Grandview fall.
82 kills this game. 82 kills in 32 minutes. This is an MEC record, and it only took them 32 and a half minutes.
Cuz has the most kills I think I've seen out of a single MEC game too.
We just
21
heard
and fi-
that's a record.
Yeah.
The amount of kills that Cuz got, that is an
Dude.
actual MEC record now.
I real quick to lay it out. people are gonna go bad. They're gonna go, why does Cuz have the record inside the MEC? And you know what they're gonna look at? They're gonna go, why does he have this? He's a support player. Why is that?
Well, my favorite thing is I happened to open the chat while we were doing this, and the first message I see in chat is, just tuned back in, why is Pluto ADC? It's a really good question.
Pluto's having a fine time in game. Leave Pluto alone. Pluto's doing fine. He's doing his job. It's just his job also has a lot of hazards and risk inside of it, you know? Like, come on, man.
There's no good way to like analyze how that game went. There's nothing like incredibly important or anything that I can pull out of that to give you knowledge of what happened, because Zach just jumped in on everyone, and then everyone else jumped in too.
Well, hey, look, we're going to have an interview. We're going to talk to somebody from Ohio Northern. I need to pick their brain. Before we do that, if you're watching here onto the chat, you can actually use a command. That's !top 5 to be able to actually get an idea on one of our articles that we have here at Unify. You'll be able to find out a little bit more about what goes into running esports events like MEC Clash, or the MEC Championship, and you get a lot of ideas on how to set the scope for your event. So I highly recommend being able to check that out. Give a good look-see onto that. Use !top 5 to be able to get into that. And hey, yo, it's a good time to be able to, you know, kind of catch up on that kind of stuff if you're interested in esports or anything of that sort. Shout out to them for making that article and making that kind of information, you know, out there for people to be able to see. And you know what? You might know what to do whenever a Zach mid runs wild on you when you're on the production side of things. So who knows? It's good to be able to see. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and take that break, get ourselves ready. We're going to have that interview from Ohio Northern. So make sure you do not touch that browsers. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the MEC Clash. We're ready to get into everything here, and I'm joined here with Cousin Kaido. First and foremost, before I get into anything, before we start welcoming anybody, Cuz, support player, turn to jungler inside this game. You have the record for most kills in a single game, and we also had the record for the highest amount of kills inside of a game. Cuz, how do you feel with the fact that anytime somebody looks at this, they're gonna say, oh, why does the support player have the most kills inside this conference?
Oh man, I mean, it was definitely kind of a spur of the moment thing. We were trying to like spice it up a little bit, have some fun. I used to be a jungle main before I switched roles to support, and so for me it was kind of like running it back. And Kha'Zix was like one of the champions that I used to play a lot. So during like drafting, we saw the Lucian Melee and Karma, and I was like, oh, give me Kha'Zix. This is a Kha'Zix game. And I wasn't expecting to drop like a 20 bomber, but here we are.
Is Julian scared for his position?
No. We're all good. We're all buddies.
So we we got word like 2 minutes before the game started that you guys were switching all your positions around. Was there any good, like, what was the reasoning why you guys swapped everything around? And were you ready for the different look that Grandview gave as opposed to the game before when they had swapped positions around?
I think Kato wants to answer this one.
Yeah, I'll answer this one. You know, they just decided not to try, and like we can beat them on anything. So we'll show them that. We'll pick it again. We'll do it again. We'll beat them. So even if we try hard, we play our mains normal, we're gonna beat them. So we just want to show them that.
Wait, that wasn't try hard? You guys had like over 40 kills in that game. Wait, hold on.
We were laughing so hard. I feel like if you were in the rooms, like we were messing around, and they're picking real champs. Like we're just having fun, still winning.
Now, was the brothers lane actually meant to be there, Kaido? Is that like the main point that you guys came in there? You guys are like, oh, we're brothers, we gotta do this.
Yeah, we just said screw it. You know, it was fun though. I haven't played. We know I grew up playing his support, so they brought that back. It was fun.
I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I used to play Leona in like 3rd grade. It's crazy.
Oh, that's wild.
So wait, why were you the AD carry in the matchup this time? Were you just like, sit down, little bro, I got this?
We had to keep switching it up. You know, it wouldn't be as fun if he was ADC.
The real answer is they looked it up on YouTube, like a Yasuo Yone bot, and then the Yone was the support. The Yone was the support, and then or was it? No, the Yasuo was support. In the video, I think the Yasuo was support, but I think they kept the same.
We'll switch
You
it.
guys just pull it up on your phone, like at the table, like, oh, this looks good. Yeah,
In draft.
Because you know how last year during the MEC, they were like the Brothers of Destruction, right? They had to run it back.
Yeah.
They had to run it back.
I'm so glad that a name that I just gave when I found out you guys are brothers, right? It's like to the degree that we got Yasuo Yone.
That's okay. So the game before this, we had Purdue Northwestern against Grandview, and Clexo and Doubtful came on and decided that they needed to talk about Pluto's positioning playing AD carry. So I needed to ask you about what did you think of Pluto's positioning playing AD carry, because he's now 0-2.
Oh, it's the brothers. There's the brothers.
He's now 0-2 playing AD carry.
Oh, I mean, as a Kha'Zix player, it was kind of abusable. And it's crazy because I'll be like 2 screens away, and I can just walk up invisible all the way into them while they're sitting in the middle of the lane. So I think it's unfortunate, but like in that scenario, there's nowhere you can stand that's safe if you're not under a turret.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's nothing really he could do. Like, the only thing he could do is sit in his fountain for us to not get on top of him. So, you know, he played it the best he could.
All right, you guys undefeated now. We saw a couple scrappy moments. I have to ask you, as a brother now inside of this, was there any kind of verbal beatdowns that you had to have about any of those missed ults that Kai had? Because Kai was splitting the uprights sometimes.
Yeah. No, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. The one bot lane where he was trying to save, I think it was Julian on Zach, was the funniest thing ever.
Just getting ready for the Super Bowl tomorrow. Don't worry about it. It's just scoring touchdowns, you know what I mean?
Good.
Or field goals? Field goals.
Field goals. Let's go. All right, it's been a pleasure getting to speak with you guys again. I love getting to speak with you. Congratulations on the record-setting game, the record-setting play for you, cuz you're going to be forever the support who has the most kills inside of the league. Is there anything you guys would like to say to anybody that's been watching or hanging out with you guys inside the MEC Clash?
You have anything to say?
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. And hi, Mel. And hi, Carly.
I'm going to also say hi, Caden's mom. Hi, Caden's dad. Hi, Carly.
There it is.
Well, there you go. There you go. Hey, just saying. Gus had the most kills that game, so, you know, they might have a little bit more importance on Kai's.
I'll be the third son. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, third son. There's a whole family going on at Ohio Northern. With that being said, thank you all for coming in. We'll catch y'all in y'all's next series, all right?
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
All right. That was excellent. I'm so happy we got to interview them, because that's just excellent across the board.
I'm still trying to process the fact that we had a record-setting game there. How's this going to live on?
Not just a record-setting game. A record-setting game partially shown by looking up on YouTube how to play Yasuo Yone before the game.
Dude, they looked up a YouTube video beforehand. Like, what? Who does that?
what video did they have? I need to know what video they looked up, because whatever that creator is, they deserve credit for this game. And I need to.
I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna hit him up. I'm gonna hit him up
Yeah.
after. I'm gonna send a DM directly to Kaido or Cuz. I'm just gonna, or I guess I could message Kai as well. I'm just gonna message Ohio Northern and be like, guys, I need the video.
Yeah.
Give me the sauce, okay? I need to break this out.
All right. Well, we're going to go to a quick little break before the next match, which will be Cleveland State University against Cornell College. We'll be back in a couple minutes. We're going to take a moment to figure out what just happened there and get ready for the next one.
Hi, everybody. We are here at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice alongside Miami University of Ohio's Panarin. Panarin, we've been asking everybody a question. It is, what does esports mean to you?
Esports means a lot to me. It means bonding with your teammates. It means having good communication across the board, and it means competition.
Competition, always a fun thing. I do enjoy myself a competition. We have scholastic aspects to this because this is a collegiate championship, and we're kind of commemorating the semester that is gone by here with the fall championship. Reminiscent. Was there anything over this last 3 months or so, the fall semester, that you feel like you learned about yourself or learned about a character?
Yeah.
Tell me something you learned.
Yeah, I mean, esports here at Miami, it was a significant extracurricular event. We practiced a lot, we scrimmaged a lot. So I had to learn how to balance my school life with the esports life. So that's definitely something I've learned. I've learned just how to communicate better in general, especially like with my teammates, and not only in competition, but like just learning how to improve.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, being with your teammates at something like a LAN goes a long way as well. Tell me about your LAN experience. Have you enjoyed LAN so far? First LAN? 100th LAN? What's the process?
It's not my first LAN. I used to play Rocket League LANs in Columbus, but yeah, no, I love the LAN environment. It's perfect for communication. It's perfect for bonding. I feel like you can really, it definitely just helps communication a lot because you can talk to your teammates face to face. You can really hammer home points that need to be hammered home.
Yeah, very much so. So with this last semester, it's gone by. We're commemorating it, as it were. And was there a specific moment in fall 23 that stuck out to you?
Yeah, I think for my team, I'm sure they probably said this too, but it was probably our comeback against ONU on Lotus. We lost the series, but I think we were down 10-2 and ended up winning Lotus. And ONU's up there right now, and they're probably about to win the final, so we're pretty proud of that win.
Yeah.
So I would say that.
That is quite the landmark, especially if they do end up finalizing what could be a conference championship on the stage. And last question, and it's more of an opportunity to shout out someone who's had an impact on you over this fall 23 semester. Do you have anybody who sticks out there?
Yeah, for sure. So I would like to shout out everyone at Miami University that supports the esports, including the Forge, which is a student-led group that does all the behind-the-scenes work for esports. They're very important to us, and they help us succeed.
Dang, there are things going on at Miami University of Ohio. I always it's one of my favorite things about Miami University of Ohio. There is, of course, the one down in Florida, but we always have to make sure that we know it's that the Ohio's. Never mind. That goes a long way in the wrong direction. Anyway, I really appreciate your time, and thanks for the interview.
Yep, nice to meet you.
Hello and welcome back to the MEC Clash. I'm back. I had a nice little drink of water with some lemon in it and all that good stuff. I had a little spoonful of honey drop down my throat after a record-setting game. My name's Travis. I'm joined here with Mecca. Mac. Dude, what? How does this game? How do you follow that?
Well, here's the problem. I don't know how we're gonna follow this because I expect this game to be normal. I don't know how. You and I have to rewire our brains for a minute now because we've just had
every match to be normal today.
Yeah, but we've just had 2 matches in a row that were absolute clown fiestas in terms of what we expected versus what we got. Okay, and now we're gonna go into this game, which has no subs, which is 2 teams that are like on the playoff cusp and like trying to both make it to playoffs. Briarcliff's 3-1 right now, but they got a really hard schedule in the back half. Drury had a really hard schedule in the front half. They're 1-3, but they got a really easy schedule in the back half. So these are both teams fighting for playoffs, right, to make it through. Yeah. So they kind of have to take this game seriously.
Yeah, whoever wins here is probably your projected person to round out the top 3 that have been very decisively made here. And let's go ahead and take a moment to look at the roster. Because Drury has had a very tough day in terms of the schedule. In regards to it, 3 of their losses have came from teams that are in that top 3. So Quick Slice, Kaiser, Orion, and Fat Cat are playing inside of this game. While over on Briarcliff, Otzi, Mike, Camer, Zero, and Raymond are playing for BCU. So you're looking at these 2 teams. They're full of different players that are really convinced that they can go that next step. Drury has had some very inside the MEC like regular season. They had a very good showing against GVU in the previous week. They've had a rough schedule here, and I wonder if that will play into the mental. While Briarcliff, in the interview that they had earlier on today, they said that they can beat anybody. Like they're actually very confident in themselves.
They're extremely confident, and they have a good reason to be, right? Like they've been pretty good through in the season up until now. They can play a lot of really good stuff. They're one of the couple of teams that does really like to play carries through top. We saw Oxy play Fiora already this season. And I believe we saw Oxy play Jax as well. But if we continue to see Oxy pull out these bruisers, these carry champions in top lane while everyone else is trying to play tanks and play a little bit more towards bot side, we can see some really fun games go on.
Yeah. Especially since Quick Slice has been one of the players who's been playing what I've been calling the sleeper OP, which is Gwen. I think Gwen fits into a lot of competitive metas in the top side of the map very, very effectively. And Quick Slice has been very quick to play a lot of Gwen. One of 2 players that have been playing quite a bit of it, actually. So keep an eye on that. That could be our matchup to watch. But for me, if I'm not looking at top lane, mid lane is where my eyes go, because BCU's star player in my eyes a lot of times is Camer, who is always putting up very, very big performances. And they're going against Orion, who is this young player, fresh in here, was like gold a couple last season, I believe, right? And they've come in, they're a freshman, it's their first year, they're in some intense competition inside the mid lane. How do they deal with Camer inside the mid lane?
I think you and I actually cast this game last weekend, if I remember correctly. And we saw Camer versus Orion, and it was a really tough matchup for Orion. And it was kind of understandably a tough matchup, but it was a little tough. And so what we want to see more and more of is Orion being able to facilitate through the mid lane. We've seen Orion play Orianna, and it's been decent, but it needs to kind of prove itself a little bit more. So I'm looking to see on champions that can get Orion more and more involved in the way that the mid lane and the rest of the map kind of progresses as the game goes on.
I see this draft. I have to take a deep breath in because the past 2 games have made me lose my mind in regards to things.
I feel like we need
somebody
to
check their phones. Can we make sure they're not watching a YouTube video right now on what team comp to play? Can I get confirmation of that real quick?
So something else I need to note ahead of time, and this is generally not something I need to note, but it's a weird day. Everyone is playing in the roles that we expect them to play in. These are the roles that we have seen them all play in online already. I've been told, are they? Oh, okay.
You're getting played. You're getting played.
My art producer,
you know these players. You know what role they play.
I know.
Don't let them mess with your heart.
I thought I knew what role they play, and then Julian brought out Zach mid and absolutely crushed with it, so I don't know what role anyone plays anymore.
Can't believe, Logan, you've
Cam-
gone too far. You started
Cuz is a
pandering to
support.
Twitch chat now.
Cuz is support with the highest kill record in the MEC. What more do we have today?
Well, it's not Corky, it's not Brand, it's not Bard. I can tell you that. Those are 3 champions that are not in store for us today.
Bard's a little bit weird of a ban. Fat Cat is very good at Bard. I will say that. But ban 1,
Very good at
taking Bard, interesting.
Fat Cat's very, very good at Bard.
But
As a Bard player,
yeah.
Here's the thing. If you give Bard to a Bard player, Bard will make your life hell.
Yeah.
Not because of the simple reasons you might think, but because they're also going to be a second jungler inside the game.
Yeah.
It's very annoying. So I get it. You don't want to deal with it. Mike is another player. We didn't really touch on them too much. When they get the ball rolling, when you see him on champions like the Lee Sin and whatnot,
Mike's Lee Sin is cracked.
Pretty insane. So look for Mike to play that, or even something like a Nocturne or whatnot, because they are left unbanned and we're inside of our first pick.
Yeah, I expect to see probably pretty early a top lane carry pick, and I expect to see a carry jungle pick. If that's a Jax already, that could be flex. So that could be top lane, that could be jungle. I am kind of willing to bet it's going to be top lane. I don't know why, but
It's a
I have
for
a
now.
vibe.
It's 100% a flex. You don't lock that in and say, though, like, oh, this is 100% the top lane.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is something that you pick with the ideal to flex, for sure.
Yep. Which is in my head. It feels like it's going to be somewhere in the top lane. So that's a Varus Rakan already to start. That's a bot lane secured unless Varus goes top or mid, which I wouldn't expect, right? Like, I know it goes both places, but
Yeah. So we're going into it. And it looks
Wait.
like it was actually a Diana instead for the Rakan. So it's a Diana coming in, which, if you're playing that, most of the time we see that in the jungle now, right? So there's... Oh, no, there might be more Yasuo one today.
oh no. No way?
Okay. No way at all. As we have Kaisa locked in. Orion is currently hovering the way. So we'll see if that is exactly a chance in that.
Yeah,
and there
so-
it is. It is locked in. So you've got a little bit of a mix on all parts of the map. What's that Diana now?
So
okay,
okay,
that's
so-
a Rakan. Okay, so
they're
they still
flipped.
got Rakan. There's just flipped.
Yeah, so there's a Varus Diana and then the Rakan on 3.
It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, no, we have the same champions. They're just a little out of order. So if
So-
you go and talk about the order, that's why it will be a little bit different for us. But very interesting still. I do think
The
I
Diana's
wonder if
really
Drury
early.
does the Drury actually do they ban away Yasuo just to be like, all right, it's a good pairing with Diana, or
The Diana is really, really early in this draft, and I'd also think that if they pick Diana on Red 2, that they would pick Yasuo on Red 3,
unless they're baiting.
Unless they're baiting for it. Diana, we haven't really seen Diana in a while. Like, it is a AP carry jungler.
Yeah.
But I don't know. And the Nocturne ban now from Drury is a little weird. Do you think this Diana's going mid lane? We haven't really seen meta Diana mid lane in a bit, so
I mean, Camer plays Brand mid, and then Camer did play it earlier on today. So I will say, like, while it's predominantly a jungler, right? It did start in the mid lane, right? So
yeah,
it's like
yeah.
It has some interesting trade patterns. It's very much so like hit your Q and then go in with your W and just go for that alternating trade pattern. But
it's a mid lane Diana.
Yeah, yeah, and it's a Kane coming in for Mike.
Yeah. So there's a carry champion for Mike right there, and we saw the Darius at the end, by the way, on ban 5 for blue. I mean that it's basically we are slated to hit Oxy carry here. That's going to be the Gragas. That should be a Gragas top. I'd assume Jax is going into the jungle here. You're excited to talk about the Alistar, please.
I love Alistair so much. Ring the dinner bell. You can't note those. It's time. Fat Cat on Alistair. I've been
throw it
begging
down.
for it for so long.
Throw it down, Oxy.
If you take the Fiora here, this forces the Jats top. I don't think it's a good matchup. Just go ahead, give yourself whatever you would want to. Do not go Fiora. He's going to go Fiora. Okay, Oxy says, you know what? This is my comfort champ. Let's lock it in. Let's roll.
Oxy continues to throw down carry top laners. and he has done so well on carry tops. The question is, can he carry against a Jax? Jax is a huge kind of a counter to Fiora because the counter strike means that you can't hit those vitals. But you can't parry the counter strike stun.
Yeah, it's a skill matchup. It's a skill matchup. Is what it turns into. It's very curious too because of the fact that I look at both sides here. There's actually not a lot of good places for Kane to look for ganks. Is a bit of a problem that I'm seeing, and he kind of wants to farm for a little bit. So
yeah, I think Kane wants to go red, just to give a little more tankiness.
We see more blue Canes than red so far in the MEC, though.
Yeah, I know. I keep saying that it should be red, and I keep not seeing red. Kane theoretically wants to be red. But Kane can dive really early onto this Hui. Hui's really kind of threatened early game.
Yeah.
Especially with a Diana that can all in and a Kane coming in from the side. Look for Mike to be really proactive around mid lane early, and look for Kaiser to just be kind of around to cover that as a possibility.
Orion has a very interesting thing, though, where they can just kind of mindlessly push. They just need to make sure they have vision for this Kane, right? Because Diana's damage is a bit lackluster because it is reliant on hitting you with an awkward skill shot that's not traditionally used to be able to go in and lay in your damage, right? If you just whiff your Q and then you try to dash in, you do not do as much damage because you're also missing a second dash and you missed the skill shot. So it's actually I'm a little bit concerned because if they don't punish Orion here on the way, Hui can just mindlessly shove against the Diana, and Diana is going to have to spend a lot of mana to try and just deal with the constant waves being pushed into mid.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue to bring my my red Kane propaganda because the second that I see the Moss Stomper purchased in the jungle for Kane, that leads me to believe that they want to go more tanky of a build for Kane.
Maybe he likes Bulbasaur.
He may just also like Bulbasaur, which is a valid opinion.
Bulbasaur is valid.
Bulbasaur is valid.
Did you get any of the 100 Thieves merch that came out today?
I did not. I'm not a 100 Thieves fan. So I did not get any of the 100 Thieves merch. I was looking at when Liquid came out with the Naruto merch. I was looking at that. But
oh yeah, I have some of their merch. Yes,
I have some TL merch as well.
Their stuff.
But for what it's worth, when High Ground, which is the 100 Thieves keyboard company, when they released the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, I bought an Exodia keyboard from them.
Yes, that's proper. That's proper. You gotta obliterate. Obliterate. Our producer's putting out a lot of opinions out here.
These are
I like all three of them equally. That's my opinion.
So, well, they're all great. They are all great, but nowhere in my mind does Squirtle the third best.
Would you buy a $1,000 bomber jacket that has your favorite Pokemon?
No, I don't think you understand. No. No.
Okay, I just wondered. I saw that today in the shop. I was just like, what is there? There's a $1,000 jacket from the Under Thieves drop today.
I spend like $300 a year max on clothes. I'm not spending $1,000 on one piece of clothing.
Yeah, no, it was a $1,000 piece of clothing. It was pretty wild. I don't want that. Absolutely, you're a wild person, production. You're a wild person. I would never buy a $1,000 jacket.
All right.
Just like Cameron wishes they had a $1,000 jacket to deal with this damage. Look at that. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're a melee into Way, it's actually so suffering. Like, that's why I just handshake whenever I see a Way is going to be locked in mid, because I'm like, all right, fine, we're just going to push waves against each other. I hope you're happy. We're both bored. I don't want to play a melee assassin in the Way, unless, like, I'm calling my jungler over there, like, ayo, let's get him. But Diana has to wait till 6 until she really pops off, like, you can't do, like, Fizz, where you can just jump in and dash around like a maniac.
You don't have any of that, like, untargetable kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oxy's doing really well in the trades, though, topside. So it's an important thing to look out for. Whoever gets the lead early here, if there is a lead to be gotten, is a huge carry in the rest of the game, because they're playing their tanks not really in top lane, which is generally where you play them, right?
Yeah.
Drury is playing it in the jungle and in the support role, and Briarcliff is playing it in support with the Rakan, playing more engaged than pure tank.
Keep in mind, though, Jats, the weakest part of the game is usually levels 2 through 5, right? That's the weakest part. Until they get that ultimate, they are considered pretty weak in a lot of ways. They have a insane level 1. The level 1's actually very insane in comparison to most other top laners, but as actually a big fat as Kaiser gets caught out of position, trying to go over to the Scuttle Crab. Good collapse. No summoners get blown as a result, but topside, just going to be the trading back and forth. See those skill matchups going out. Kaiser, you're going to have to go get a new Scuttle, buddy.
Oxy is trying to hit these, anytime that there is a vital anywhere in the general vicinity of Oxy, he's trying to make sure he gets a hit. Because that's the way he's going to continue to chunk down Quick Slice. Oh, huge
Ryan,
Mike to start.
Actually getting very close to Mike on that. Mike's just trying to get into a wall to try and jump in. Good cutoff by Orion. They need to focus down on the camera, though, as they're trying to find it. Lies to kill. 1 for 1 for the mids, while the skill matchup is one topside by Otzi. And Mike, the flash has been forced.
That's a huge start right now for Oxy. My assumption is he's going to TP back after this, but it should be a little bit of a better back. Yep, triple longsword for Oxy. So it's just a little bit more AD in lane to try and punish the Jax.
Like I said, though, this is what I was actually looking for Otzi to find that advantage, because this is the weakest that a Jax will be in terms of levels, right?
Not only is it the weakest that Jax will be, it's close to be about the weakest of Fiora will be too. So,
I mean, you got the vital procs and stuff like that. Your level 1 through 5 is actually really good if you're able to actually hit vital
strong,
procs.
But the second you start doing a little bit better on this Fiora, it snowballs so hard. So you're comparatively you're a little weaker, but you're kind of just overall strong as Fiora.
Taking a little bit of some trades with Camera is going to force up the supports to come in and do a little bit of supportal combat for the Grubs. They're looking for it. Kaiser laying in some hurt of their own. They have the Sheen. They smite away 1, which is very important, and they should just back away. This means that they're only going to be able to get 2. It's very good. You halt a little bit of that Grub maximum power spike on the second time they spawn.
Yeah, so it means that the second time that spawns, you have to get all 3 in order for it to really make the difference. The 4 is nice to have, but it's not worth it to trade. If you can get all 5 as Briarcliff, that's where you want it. That's what it really, really helps you. So Drury needs to be really careful about what they do here. Oxy and Quick Slice, though.
Yeah, and that's the grand challenge laid out. All 4 vitals will be procced. The healing is there. Good flash from Quick Slice, but it's not enough to get away from Otzi as they have a flash of their own.
Yep, this is the Fiora snowball. This is where it really is going to start to come to light how the skill matchup is going to end up going as we get further and further into the game, because Fiora can just absolute split push for the rest of the game if she wants.
It is a rough time. You kind of have to buy time for Jats to catch up if you want him to try a match, too, which is a scary thing. Like, he can still match, but now he's just in a detrimental spot. And check that out. The ultimate from Orion came out, and Camera said, nah, And this is a big look from Orion. They are really bullying out this assassin in the mid lane and really getting to just play the game the way they want to. So this is really, really good to see from them.
Yeah, this is better than we had seen previously. This is a definite improvement in the way Orion is playing tonight. Huge fan of this right now.
Orion, their Hwei, I need lessons. I'm just saying. You say better than what they play. Every time I see Orion on Hwei, I'm like, yo.
Well,
I'm gonna need you to sit down with me and teach me your ways, because I don't understand the character. I just mindlessly push.
I've been seeing a lot of non-Hwei Orion games, so that's what we're basing this off of right now.
We need to get you caught up on the speed on the Orion Hweis, it sounds like. That's what we need. We need you to get the lore. Riposte goes wide, and this is where that skill matchup comes into play. You miss 1 riposte, and all of a sudden, it started out just like that. And now Otzi underneath their own tower. It's the scary thing. That's the gambit you play when you play Fiora. You got to keep your hands. You got to keep checking all the time.
So Oxy's actually in a better place than you think right now. Jax did use the ultimate right there to try and push that Fiora out, and Fiora just got the Grand Challenge back up. So Fiora can kind of start to poke away at the vitals a little and then issue the Grand Challenge and maybe heal a lot of this health back, and maybe even kill Quick Slice still. Mike is in the area as well. He's over on Krugs. there's still a possibility for Oxy to take a kill onto Quick Slice here before towers go down.
That's true.
And the Vamp Scepter really early helps out a lot of that, right? We see how much healing Oxy's gotten in the last, 30 seconds just farming in lane.
Yeah, has that T-Mat too, so they're going to naturally shove as well as they just continue to hit this back going in. The wave will be crashing back into them, back to mid lane. And we see Orion doing their thing yet again. Orion just bullying out this Diana. You can see there. I feel like Cameron's got to be calling over to Mike. Like, yo, Mike, are you in a position where you can help out? Like, we need to shut this character down. We need to shut Hui down.
Yeah, the Hui is going to be a problem. Speaking of problems, Mike being
and
in the mid lane.
Moonfall, great flash from Orion, noticing that they have their team, and that's the backup needed. The flash body slam comes in. Cammer living on a sliver, and there they go. They jump into the body of Fat Cat. They just want to beat him. Orion laying in the hurt. Mike able to survive. The hinge check in mid lane. Nobody falls.
Everyone gets out alive. So Mike had to end up using a flash there. Kaiser also used a flash really early in that fight. Orion also used a flash. We're pretty together there over put in what he put in versus what you got out.
Yeah, no, those flashes all around that we're getting out, and now Kaiser's trying to go up to the top side. Gotta be very cautious about how you use this. Kind of waiting for the riposte to go out, but the big thing here is they want those grubs. They want more of these grubs. They got one of them, so if they can go ahead and grab these grubs now. Kane's on the opposite side of the map. Mike is not going to be in any position to stop this. And check this out. They're doing a great job. Otzi is being forced back underneath their tower. These are just going to be grubs claimed. And Mike's not going to be able to get anything off of those two that they were able to grab.
So if you're new to the season, the grubs are this new objective that we've got in season 2024. It means there's 6 grubs that spawn. They spawn in 2 sets of 3. The first set of 3, each grub you get gives you more tower damage. And then once you hit 5 grubs, you get little grub voidlings.
Oh. Orion is getting mugged at the current moment in time. Does not have flash after that last gank, so Cameron gets that. Good rotation by Raymond as well. And that is exactly what Cameron needed.
It was a good gank. It was exactly how they wanted to do it, and Cameron didn't have to use a flash. He just was able to use the Diana Grand Challenge.
That's the Grand Challenge. Mike was over here. Bit of an unfortunate time to teleport back through the minion wave. Mike going in for a little bit of a tower shot here, trying to call the shot, saying, yo, we can take him out. We can do this. Quick Slice in a dangerous predicament, but he keeps himself safe. The counter strike, he gets it. One more hit. The minions finish off the kill, and in a 1v3 scenario, Quick Slice finds the trade.
What more can I say? This Fiora continues to make this top lane a living hell for Quick Slice. He's gotten 1 kill now, but it's down to a 3 on Fiora. Fiora's built the Ravenous Hydra already. You could see Fiora going Hullbreaker next, and the second Fiora's got another item. It is so impossible to split push.
Oh, Moonfall comes in. Cammer finds 2 inside of it, but that cask hits like a truck. That is Cammer. Dropped 1-for-1 trade. Orion gets to push as they please. Fiora has to go cover mid lane now. I don't know, man. This right now, it's a lot of trades going on. Pretty even in regards to things when it comes down to these trades. When we see them happen, right? We've seen these skirmishes. Summoners are being traded evenly. Kills are being traded evenly. There's a lot of skirmishing happening in both these teams. They're 1-3 on the day, and they want to get that second dub.
Yeah, Drury is. Briarcliff, though, they're in a good place right now, and they want to keep pushing this. This is the way that Briarcliff gets to playoffs, is making sure to win this game and continuing to bring the momentum through. Jackson on the top lane going to get a lot of damage onto that turret, but Oxy's right back here. That Tiamat is a huge power spike for Oxy. So
yeah,
look to see them try and continue to force pressure with that on the Ravenous Hydra.
By the way, you can be happy. Red Kane is the one that was selected
it's
inside
the right
of this. And right now, Otzi is finding out that this is not the right place to be right now. They're about to get solo killed by Quick Slice as they fight back with a vengeance. But now quickening over to the bot side. We're fighting around the pit. Raymond finds 2 with it. Yuno is spurting away, trying to do a little bit of damage to keep him at play. Beautiful chain of corruption, but the explosive cast adds up very nicely to disperse the fight. Fat Cat still, though, has to fall victim. Mike at low HP will walk through the wall and get a little bit of it on back. Raymond still at full alongside Cameron, and that Moonfall is still available as well.
It looks like the Briarcliff comp is finally getting its sea legs together here. They're figuring out exactly how they want to play it, and they're playing it in the right way. They were trying to use this pick comp, right? That's what the Diana Kane is really, really good for.
Yeah, you're saying this, but Orion's still over here. This is actually very difficult to actually do, as they have a lot of they have a lot of mechanisms to actually get in there and lay in the hurricane. They do not get the steal, and now Mike has to run for the hills. Fat Cat's here, finds him with the headbutt, pulverize, and with the killer instinct, goes in, finds a kill, and with that, a 1-for-1 trade, but they're not satisfied with that. Briarcliff want to be able to find one of their own. The Moonfall comes in, and goes out. Drew finds the kill.
So Diana and Kane are really good at picking off champions. They're not that great at sitting in the Baron pit and dealing with a Hui just raining down. Just damage. So makes that fight really, really hard. With the second, Hui gets a lot of shots into the pit. See Oxy trying to avoid Quick Slice here on top, but Quick Slice taking tower shots.
No. Yeah, they messed that up bad. They fumbled the bag. That is hard to see. Quick Slice had an idea for it, but they messed up the execution, and Otzi played out of their mind, and now Otzi just gets to continue splitting. Both these champions are built a little bit different. The Triforce picked up for the Jats, and now this means Rift Herald. It's another thing that Briarcliff's going to be able to grab for free.
Yeah, the Rift Herald, though, is going to be a huge thing, right? Hui got so much push early in the game against his mid turret, and Camera wasn't able to do anything. He spoke to death the entire time. Had to take that really, really early back. Now they can use that Rift Herald in mid lane to get Camera's lane back to where they expect it to be, and back to where it's going to help them out a lot. You see Mike putting the Herald down right now. They don't really have the Void Grubs to the same degree.
Yeah, they want the solo kill on the Zru. They're going to be able to find it with those pulverizing blows. Shutdown goes to exactly as you wanted, but in the mid lane, the siege continuing on. Orion on the side. You've got to watch out at this moment in time. As Briarcliff, they're expanding that gold lead. It was a K before, now it's 2.
It's slow, but surely they're doing it, right? And Oxy's going to be a huge source of that gold lead in the top lane. It looks like Raymond and company are trying to grab everyone here in jungle.
Yeah, they get everybody with that charm. That charm is absolutely massive. Huge use, though. Look at coming into the fight. Mike walking through the wall. Barely escapes the killer instinct. It was all a bait. Rated 8 out of 8 as Mike goes ahead and drops. Gets the kill with her dying breath. And Cameron now is trying to jump in and make the best out of this. As Drew, he wasn't in the fight. He started off knocked out. And he will come into the fight and be the hero needed. A 1-for-1 from Quick Slice up in the top lane as he dives the Fiora yet again. Chaos, carnage, all across the Rift.
Everyone's going at the same time. A little interesting itemization here for Fiora, going Eclipse as the second item. We generally see Triforce there. I've seen some Sundered Sky there. As my catchphrase for the last couple of weeks has been, if you built Divine Sunderer before, now you built Sundered Sky. Fiora is not going for the Sundered Sky. She's going for the Eclipse. Want to break through a little bit more armor, specifically where it looks like Jax has those Tabbies and a couple other people on that team to lock it over on Alistar as well. As Cameron's going to try and get chased down here.
Ooh, nice dodge out from that there, as they'll still take a good amount of hurt. Shutdown goes over. It's in the hands of Orion. So they're going to try and paint that over into a little bit of an extra lead for themselves. They've shored up a little bit of that gold as well, grabbing that tower. It's back to being an almost even game between these two. That's a 2K swing in the past 2 minutes.
Not only is it almost an even game, the grub count is a negligible amount, right? Neither team got the 5 grubs, and that's what you're really looking for. There's 2 towers taken on both teams. The Herald helped take the tower. The Dragons are even. It is really, really even right now across the board. And the question is, what's going to scale better into the late game? And honestly, neither of these comps scale insanely well. They both scale fine, but neither of them are like we don't have an Azir going somewhere or an Oriana or something like that. We don't have anything.
Oh, smack him up, bring him back here, hit him around like he's a dark horse, and that's Orion finishing off Zru on the back end of the fight. Root him up, lock him up, and over onto the side you see Otzi trying to join into the fray. The teleport coming on in from the cannon minion behind, and it's a counter strike being charged up by Quick Slice. He'll come in, making his own dynamic entry, use the repose to be able to dodge out some of the damage, and look at the moonfall onto all 4 members, but no follow-up is there. They're getting knockups, they're getting peel, but Orion is just making a masterpiece out of the fight, and Yuno is finishing them off with a triple kill. Drury find themselves a decisive lead.
And just like that, it's a 2k lead for Drury, and they're going to take this mid tower. Yuno's just going to tank the shots. They're going to take the dragon, and Drury is now pushing themselves to this early lead.
This is this terrifying thing, right? You were talking about the scaling and whatnot. You just gave a bunch of gold into Orion. You gave a bunch of gold into Yuno. Yuno is a very item to pin the champion on this Kai'Sa, right? Like, getting gold like this is beautiful for the Kai'Sa, and look at how far ahead this puts them ahead of the Varus on terms of the itemization. You can see it in the gold, a whole 2k. Guess what the lead is? The lead is only 3. Yeah, 2k of that is on your AD carry. That feels good.
Yeah, you can look across the board. All of that gold is over on Hui and Kai'Sa, which is exactly where you want your gold to be at the end of the day, right? Those are your 2 huge damage dealers, and Hui has been dealing damage this entire game. Orion has been hitting everything. Kaiser has been hitting these barrels all over the place, making sure that the enemies do not have a second to think. They get bombed into the team, and that's it.
Put some respect onto Fat Cat's name, right? Fat Cat, so good at being able to engage fights, right? Like, we talked about them earlier. They always draw Bard bands and whatnot. Now here they are. They're playing one of my other favorites besides the Bard, the Alistair, where you're able to just go in. You can peel, you can engage, you can do as you want. But they are showing so much value out of this character. The dive potential you have, the ability that you have to push away and reposition the enemy units is so good. You can even see they're trying to set up something onto this Diana. They do find Mike, but the rest of the team is here. They come around, they jump over. They were not prepared for this answer, but Fat Cat is soaking up so much damage. They are completely unshackled in the fight. Mike gets a huge value knock up on the 3, but Yuno goes on a rampage regardless. And now they follow up with the Killer Instinct. Drew, you're playing this lethality build, but you're in sights for Yuno's shot. And Drury yet again, check it out. Orion on the flank. This is your freshman player who's coming in here and laying out the hurt. Camera, where you gonna go? Wherever it is, there's no chance you come out. Briarcliff completely routed, and now Baron is the call from Drury.
Baron's gone. It doesn't have health anymore. They've got 3 people taking it. The Jax is in the jungle countering Mike, making sure there's no camps up to exist. And Fiora can't even really push this bottom wave because there's no vision in the bottom side of the map for Briarcliff. They are so locked out of their entire side of the map right now, even before they get back up. They need to retake their entire jungle, grab the vision back, and it's really hard to do that when Kaiser and Quick Slice are just sitting in your jungle.
It's ridiculously difficult, man. Like, how do you deal with Fat Cat Kaiser, right? They have the 2 highest priority CC abilities in the game, with the body slam and the headbutt. Like, there's no way for you to be able to deal with that combo. You just have to accept your fate. And yet again, I talked about the repositioning of units. Kaiser as well. These casks have been disgusting in the fact that they've been just dispersing the backline so they can't follow up on the Diana engages, on these massive Kane W's that have been getting these massive knockups either.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiser and Fat Cat are the reason that this team is winning right now.
Do it!
Making sure the engages are going through.
He's going to go ahead, pop the ultimate, will lay in a good amount of the damage. Camber on the back end of the fight is going to get jumped upon, but guess what? It doesn't matter. This Camber's going to get decimated. The HP bars are going, gone. Mike's in the back line onto the Yuno, but Kaiser is in the route of being chased. Yuno wants more. Yuno gets the quad. Can they get the penta? They will. Easy come. Drury with the pentakill to Yuno.
The game was so close for so long, and now it's just over. That's it. That's game 4 up, and they're pushing into the base already.
Our second pentakill here throughout MEC, and it comes from Yuno. What a showing from this player. We have not seen a single game of Kaisa, I feel like. And yet again, we see Yuno just break it out here inside the MEC Clash. They get the penta, they get the dub. Drury on top. Go ahead and put it in chat. Do that hashtag, all we do is win.
They killed it that game. It was even up until it wasn't. The second that we hit the first team fight that you saw, the Alistar and the Gragas and the Jax all hit the CC down, make sure that the that Briarcliff could not move. They had to stay exactly where they were, which is where Drury wanted them. That was it. That was the game. You couldn't do anything about it.
No, what do you do? I mean, I really like the idea of what Drury had too, the composition that they built for themselves. They came in with the plan of like, all right, they have like this Diana combo where they want to go in. They kind of want to file everybody in off this ultimate. Well, we have Alistar W, we have Gragas ult. Let's disperse them every single time Diana goes in, and then they can't follow up on what Diana does. And I really love that sets up the carries to have as much space as they need.
Their best engage was the Gragas Cask, right? And that's a totally fine and reasonable engage, but they were playing against a team that wants to jump into you, that wants to fight into you. So you just need to survive. And when you have an Alistar there that can just soak up some damage and then get stuns and does and uses the ultimate to make sure they survive. You have Gragas there that can use the cast to get damage. You can barrels get damage down the cast, survive with the W, with the beer drink, and make sure that he body slams into you to keep you in the same place. Quay just gets to sit back and just chuck stuff down and deal damage. Kaisa just gets to walk around and make sure damage. And then throw on top of all of that, Rakan quickness, make sure you're staying right there. As long as Hui and Kaisa can do damage, the team will be there.
It was a good game. Good game of League of Legends. We're going to hear from Drury, but before we do, Logan, I think you had some aspiring words that you wanted to tell us.
Yeah, so right now, all these players are at LAN at the Deerfield Hyatt, a Hyatt Regency in Deerfield. They're playing today and tomorrow. So if you're around tomorrow and you want to see the MEC players live, you can go to watch MEC Spring Clash at the Unified Gaming Fan Fest in Deerfield tomorrow. You can use the command ! Deerfield in chat and follow the link to get tickets to show up tomorrow.
You get to see games like what we just watched?
Just games like what we just watched, and also games like we watched even earlier today. So you get the whole spectrum of games.
Oh,
and Rocket League.
Oh, well, I guys, I got a flight to go catch.
Yeah, you and I got a long drive.
Yeah, I'm gonna go catch a flight. I'll see you guys. Hello and welcome everybody to the MEC Clash. I'm Travesty. I'm joined here with Mecha. Yo, I got the pentakill, second pentakill here inside the MEC. You know, how you feeling?
Pretty good after that game. Feels
Was
a lot better than the losses.
Was anybody trying to steal the penta? I gotta ask. Was just somebody you had to be wary of in that moment?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Drew seems like a supportive team, so I feel like they would let you. You don't have somebody like me that's shirking around the corner like I gotta take it.
Yeah.
So, what's the Hui is the Hui? You and Orion did so much damage in that game, right? Between the two of you, what made the big thing for me is the way that the rest of your team played around it. How was the Gragas and the Alistar making sure that you guys were able to get your damage down and making sure that you guys were able to stay alive in your fights?
They just did like a really good job at tracking the enemy jungle and support during the game. So me and our mid laner were able to freely farm up and do the damage we needed to do.
Now, with the Kaisa, that's not a pick we get to see too terribly often right now. It has been kind of relegated down a couple tiers, right, from on the other AD carries. Was this like a trust me moment, or was this something that was practiced that you were just like, no, guys, trust me, I got the Kaisa, it's easy?
It was more of a trust me moment. We haven't really practiced it much, but I wanted to be able to play that this game.
And then on top of that, I believe this is the second pentakill in the MEC this season. So what was going on through that? Take me through how did that fight start? How did you manage to start getting the kills to get through it and finish off the penta at the end?
The fight started with our support going over the wall and actually hitting the Varus away from us. Then, we managed to be able to peel off their engage. Our jungler played that really well, and then I was able to stay alive and get the kills.
Okay. I have to ask for Drury. You guys get to pick up your second dub on the day here in the MEC Clash. I gotta ask, was there any kind of mood that you guys were going into this game with? I know that you guys have had Fat Cat, who's kind of stepped forward. A lot of people kind of see that as your leader inside the team, at least from the outside looking in. Was there any kind of like motivational speech that you guys did to prep everything up, or how was prep for this matchup?
Not really any motivational speech or anything. We kind of just, after our last game, we had a little bit of a longer break, so we just kind of like took some time to relax and get ready for the next games.
Didn't watch a YouTube video on what comp you should play, right?
I didn't. Maybe someone else did.
Okay.
Well, this is apparently a thing we have to ask now because
we have to ask. Yeah, we have to check our sources. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure. You guys have another game coming up. It does look like you guys are taking on Campbellsville. You have any words that you would like to leave for the competition?
Just that I hope it's a good game.
Hey, nice and wholesome words. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming in and having this interview. We're going to see you again here on screen. Who knows? Maybe we'll have you for interview part 2.
Maybe.
All right. Take care,
Yeah, take care.
I love that. I think that's the first time I've actually gotten to interview, which I really enjoy. It's really, really nice. Very, very gentle, it feels
wholesome.
Like I could trust to do so many. It feels weird that I can trust an AD carry player.
Feels like a guy I could ask to move. Like if I needed help moving,
I wouldn't
like
make him do all that. I wouldn't make
anyone do that. But it feels
just
like
saying,
I would say they would.
Having an AD carry you can trust. Do you know how rare that is?
Yes.
Like he gives that aura, right? Like most
Yes.
AD carries, I'm like they're come around the corner, they see I'm playing support, they're biting their lip like, "Go play Yumi," like yeah, like I don't want to deal with it. You know what? Would never force me to play Yumi
No,
or Lulu.
never.
I appreciate that. I appreciate I appreciate that we got one more game for the night here for the MEC Clash. We're going to go ahead and send it over to a short break. When we come back, Drury, Campbellsville, they're going to clash for the final time tonight. So make sure you do not go anywhere, as we will be right back.
Hi, everybody. Kendo Slice here at the MEC Fall Championship. We are live in Westville, Indiana, and I'm here with Miami University's Adumti. Good
What's
to
up,
see you,
guys?
my friend.
Yep.
Want to start off with a question. What does esports mean to you?
Esports means a lot to me.
Yeah.
I mean, since I was like 12, I went to my first LAN, played competitively. I think esports has been around me pretty much my whole life. It's a part of my life for sure. In general, it just means a lot. Like, just the way it's impacted my life and the things I've done and the experiences I've gotten to have because of esports.
Nice. Something perhaps maybe you've learned over the last 3 months of league play.
I've learned that it's good to compromise. It's good to always be able to be that team player that's willing to do things for other people. And honestly, sometimes you don't want to do something, but you end up finding that it's actually an enjoyable experience. Like going to this LAN, I wasn't personally. I had to put things aside to come to this LAN.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
and I'm
sacrifice.
very excited to be here, and I'm glad I came here and had this experience. So I've learned like it's good to have compromises.
Yeah, that is amazing. And then, of course, there's a little bit of team aspect that goes into that. You're constantly working, and that was what one of your teammates said.
Yeah.
Team building is such a huge part going in and out of league play, both in and out of the game and life. How does playing on a LAN feel a little bit different here? Of course, we have the environment, and you get to feel everything.
Yeah. It's great, honestly. I mean, since I was young, I've been playing in LANs, and I think that a LAN is always going to be different than playing at home or like a facility, like you said.
Yeah.
I just feel like playing at a LAN is so electric, energetic. Everything matters.
Yes.
Every round win, every small mistake, everything matters, right? And it like that feeling you get after winning just a round, a map, a series is nothing beats that. Even at like if you're at home, it's just casual, but when you're at a LAN, that feeling, that energy, is great.
On top of the occasional roar of the crowd, perhaps you have a favorite moment from this last semester, esports moment?
Semester, this was an at-home tournament. It's called Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm very
And
familiar.
there was a weekend where we played for like 10 hours. It was a tournament. And it was just great vibes all around. We had so much fun. And I think that was one of our great memories that like we just had so much fun in those 10 hours just playing.
I love that. Here we go. One last question. What are you looking forward to as far as the next 3 months go in esports?
I'm just looking forward to building experiences with my teammates, more connections. Having experiences like this is great, honestly, just for team building and having fun. And I just hope to continue to build these experiences in esports, which I'm extremely grateful for.
That is absolutely fantastic. Well, I want to thank you again, Doomty, everybody from
Thank you so
Miami
much.
University.
Welcome on back, everyone, to the MEC Clash. My name is Travesty. I'm joined here with Mecca and Logan. We have had ourselves a very fun night in terms of league. Look at the standings here. This is where everything kind of sits out. Drury and Campbellsville, both 2-3. If they win here, this is them being able to put themselves at that 3-3. Yeah, 3-3. Math is hard. That would be huge for Drury to be able to put themselves into that standing for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, and at the same time, Grandview and Briarcliff, which are the 3-2 matches, are playing at the same time. So one of these teams will be 3-3, and one of the teams from the 3-2 set will also be 3-3, which means we'll have a little bit of fighting for 4th, 5th place in there.
Love it. I love it. And we can already see the rosters lined up here. We just saw Drury's at Quick Slice, Kaiser, Orion, and Fat Cat over on red side this game. But over on blue side, we have Yuga, Ankh, Kautang, Meki Love, and In Flame, who are going to be coming in. And this should be fun. We got to start off our cast today with Campbellsville. You and me both came in here halfway through. Shoutouts again, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
To, Shibby and Mac, who came in and covered like 8 hours, I believe, of nonstop League of Legends coverage. It was a lot. Shoutouts to them. If you guys don't know who they are, they're pretty freaking good. They'll be here again tomorrow. You should check them out. They're really cool. But besides the shoutouts to my co-casters, Campbellsville, Drury, there's a lot on the line for them in terms of the standing. This helps set them up for everything. They want to get into that grand playoffs bracket, which is top 4 teams will find themselves inside of, and they're both fighting each other for that.
Yeah, we started the day off with it, and we're going to end the day off with it too. It's super exciting to see Campbellsville, who is not an MEC member right now, to come in and to be able to kind of take it and do it, pretty right in the middle of the pack to continue pushing forward here.
Yeah, no, it's very good to be able to see, and that they also bring in these very unique strategies too, right? Like it's a team that we don't get to see. I'm telling you, I'm preaching by it. You should try it. It's good, Logan. I'm telling you, you just understand when it's time to all in, and you know what? All of a sudden, Daddy Jinzhao gets a little fed,
Maybe that's a tomorrow plan. Maybe we go in through the Jinzhao mid. We'll see how it goes. It can't be worse than my Azir. Can't be worse than my Azir.
It is surprising we haven't had a single Azir game.
Yeah, it is. It is weird. We're in Oriana in a while.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I'm okay. No quirky
I like the chaos.
We're having interesting fun mids.
Yeah, no Corkster.
No quirky Azir. No fun and innovative gameplay.
I am very happy about this, actually. Wow,
an excellent time,
dude. Is it my birthday was last week. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, and there's no we already saw our legally mandated Cassante mid earlier today, so we don't have to see any more of that. Just fun picks. Let's finish the day off with some fun and interesting.
We've had Orn mid. We've had the multiple games of Akali as well.
Yeah, we've had a lot of Akali.
Yeah, which doesn't surprise me when I look at some of the players and their OP.GGs. I'm going to be real. I see a lot of y'all like to play Akali, and for good reason. She's very fun to play, and she's very good when you know how to play her right. And you know what? When it comes down to mechanical skill, nobody here at the MEC Clash is lacking that. Everybody's been popping off. I still want to shout out the fact that we have a that Tom Kench, the Silver 2 Tom Kench was
Silver
popping
3.
off. Silver 3. He's
even
Silver
more
2 in my
impressive.
heart. He's
even
Silver
more
2 in
impressive
my
than
heart.
that.
I'm giving him a promotion after
He's
his
diamond in
performance.
my heart. Okay.
Exactly. So let's see exactly what kind of draft they end up going for and what kind of strategy they go for from Campbellsville to get everything online, because Drury's not an easy opponent, and they're actually warmed up technically from playing on stage, right? Like they've just got done with one game where they got a pentakill, so
yeah.
I feel like emotions might be high.
They don't need to do any tech checks or anything. They're ready to rock, ready to roll. Moved Campbellsville on stage, and now we're getting going here. Told the draft is in a couple seconds here. So, what are we expecting to see early in this draft? I'm expecting to see comfort for Yugo up in the top lane. Yugo in the top lane, because that just kind of makes sense, right? We expect to see some help there for Yuga. Make sure he gets a tank. Make sure he gets something good early. Make sure everything will be good to start.
No.
Okay.
Why do I say that? You may wonder.
I'm wondering it. Please enlighten me.
You're going against Quick Slice, who likes to just throw down topside. We saw him in the last game, Jats. They were 0-2 in lane and then came back and solo killed the Fiora. Now, I will say the itemization helped out quite a bit in regards to that. Because the Jats was building more for the 1v1 dynamic with that Triforce, while Fiora was trying to go for more the wave control dynamic with the Hydra. But you do look back over here and you say, Quick Slice is somebody who will square up with you and fight you over and over again. I think you need to throw a couple bans to cover Yuga at the top side of the map, because if you don't, I think Quick Slice will take advantage. I like the Jarvan ban just to get it away from Kaiser, get away from a champion that will enable everybody. But I'm still thinking you need to ban like the Gwen and possibly an additional champion from Quick Slice that can really tear up top lane.
I would ban the Jax. So when you're playing, when you're a lower ranked player than who you're playing against, right? And this is not a jab at Yuga or anything. It's just something to say, right? Is that if you're going to play a tank into a bruiser or a carry matchup, that's going to be your best bet. You don't want to go carry to carry. You're probably going to lose that, right? But you want to be able to take advantage of the ability that if you're a tank and you scale into the late game, that you can just kind of exist, right? Like you can play Scion and just play under turret the whole time and still be relevant late game. You can play Cassante and still be under turret the entire time. We see that's 2 bruisers, by the way, taken away from Campbellsville for Drury.
Yeah.
That's the Gwen and the Aatrox. Those are both carry tops that can be used really easily.
Yeah, those are the 2 I wanted to see gone because of the dive potential that Slice can have with them. I think Jats is more manageable if you're playing up there into the top side of the map. So I think there are a couple champions that you can play. My go-to back in the day, back when I used to play competitive up in the top lane where I was forced up there, was Malphite. I used to just love going in there with Malphite and just saying, all right, I kind of hold lane, I throw cheese wheels at you. We're good. So kind of curious on that.
Malphite's a reasonable matchup now that the Gwen is banned. You want to if you're playing Malphite, you want to make sure that you're not going to play against an AP top. And there's that Xin Zhao, which we already know could be a flex, right? So Kaotang played it last time that they played. I'm sure that Ankh has played Xin Zhao as well. So assume that this is a flex.
We have seen Xin Zhao mid, Xin Zhao jungle, Xin Zhao AD carry.
Yeah.
Where else could we see Xin Zhao today?
Not in the top lane right now, because that's
not against Jets. Not against Jets. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself, please. This leaves free pickings for Drury, though. I mean, why don't you just want to Jats way?
Yeah, really? I mean, this feels like they're trying to run back last game, which makes sense. They did really well last game. I don't expect them to keep a Kai'Sa into this game, just because I feel like you can prepare for a Kai'Sa a little bit more once you've seen one. Right, that the other team could prepare. Yeah, so here's the Tahm Kench. I expect this to be locked in. Yep. So that's almost certainly going to go Yuga, but we heard Yuga and Ankh say that this was a flex pick in the last game as well. So they've got 2 flex picks already. This could be a support Tahm Kench, could be a jungle Xin Zhao, could be a mid Xin Zhao, top Kench.
I think so. Tahm Kench Jinx used to be a lane. A while ago, back when Tahm Kench was more primarily played in the support role. We do see the Kai'Sa come in, but so they do have the option of flexing it like you were talking about. My curiosity that I would have is I wonder if Drury decides they want to target out Campbellsville, because both these drafts are exactly the same as what we saw inside of the last stream game, right? Drury in the last game, same start. On Campbellsville at the start of the day, exact same start.
I mean, they're rocking and rolling here. So what would we expect here? We'd see an Alistar and a Gragas over from the Drury side, the Campbellsville side. They ended up having
Thresh is banned.
It was a Thresh, and what was their jungler?
Gwen is also banned.
Also banned. So we'll have a new final 2 picks from Campbellsville. But right now, the Rakan is now banned for Drury, so we'll have a new support there. Still waiting to hear on the jungler over for Drury, which was that Gragas.
Rel.
So Rel's important to get rid of when you're playing Tahm Kench.
Yeah. So see, here's the thing. So they grab this. They take Jats. We were talking about it earlier. Jats has already been confirmed to be a flex. that you move the Jats down into the jungle because you
Oh.
see the Xin Zhao.
That Lilia's important.
Lilia.
So Ankh said in the interview to us they had banned Lilia. That's what he wanted to play, so he played the Gwen instead. This is actually more of what Ankh wanted to go with, and then you will see the Nautilus come through. I expect this to be locked in. It's not a 1-to-1 Thresh replacement, but it's pretty close to being like where you're gonna get that same kind of ideal from.
But here's the thing, right? You use Xin Zhao to counter the brother of Yone, right? Earlier on. Yasuo earlier on. I say that because they're in the game, but Yone's going to be up in the top side for Quick Slice, and we have a Hui mid. I think the Xin Zhao sucks here. Because you have somebody who's going to outrange you in the Hui. You're going to be looking at flash engaging if the Xin Zhao is going to indeed be mid, and it is. So it's going to be a big one. And also, it looks like Ohio Northern did fall to Purdue Northwest, so Ohio Northern did lose, and Purdue Northwest, I believe, are undefeated on the day. So congratulations to them. But
yes. Sorry, I can't do math.
but come on, this is what I'm relying on.
No, you're
the
fine.
math.
It's like I looked at the thing that said played and remained, and it said they had 1 remained, and I went in my head, oh, that's 6 wins and 1 loss, not played and matches remained.
But you can't get into range, and it's the same problem as the Diana had, where the Diana is. Now, Xin Zhao's early game is much better. You have a better kit to be able to go in. You're not relying on an awkward skill shot. But I do worry about the fact that you're going to get shoved in and your engage looks like a flash engage. If Jazz is in the area, this sucks for you.
So this is where having Yuga playing top kind of hurts Campbellsville a little bit. And it's not for the reason that you'd really think. If I'm in this situation as Campbellsville and they lock in the Yone and you already have your jungler, you already have your top side selected, in my head, what I do here is I move the Xin Zhao to top to play against the Yone. And you just play Cow Tank against the Yone. I think that that's a better matchup than against the Hui. And you play the Tahm Kench mid against Hui. But I don't know if Yuga's comfortable enough to play Tahm Kench into a Hui as opposed to Yone. Both matchups kind of suck for everyone involved.
Yeah. No, the Xin Zhao into Yone is not really that great. Like, Yasuo is better.
Yasuo's great. Yasuo's fine, but
Yasuo's great. But Yone is not ideal because you get the shield that you can get off of your W, and you actually have your tether trades. So it's very rough. So even then, like, I'm completely in this. I like the fact that they're giving them this Tahm Kench. I'm liking the fact that they keep him up there on the Tahm Kench. It's better to comfort. To control the comfort from there.
I would have had Yuga played either way. The question, the thing is like, I don't know if Yuga can play Tahm Kench in mid against a Hui. It's a very different thing against playing it into a Yone.
I wouldn't want to do TK into Hui either because
none of it's good. Neither of the solo lane Campbellsville matchups are good into either of the jury matchups.
Which hand do you want to get cut off? Your left or your right?
Yeah,
is
exactly.
What you're telling me.
So what we want to see then is we want to see Ankh being able to use this Lilia early game to try and make the lanes a little bit more even, right? Because Xin Zhao will not outscale the Hui, and Tahm Kench and Yone are 2 totally different types of scaling, so you can't really look at that much. Jinx, though, we watched Campbellsville play earlier. This Jinx got fed really early. That's their goal right now. They want to do that. There's no heal in the bot lane either for Campbellsville. So, cleanse for the Jinx. They're concerned about the Leona ultimate, and an exhaust for Nautilus, concerned about Kai'Sa running around. Kai'Sa running the cleanse as well, and the ignite over on Jury. So no heals in the game.
Yeah, this comp, we were talking about the Jinx popping off, where it doesn't get to pop off like it did earlier, though, right? Remember, the last composition that they went against was this incredibly close range composition. This time around, there's a lot more CC that's pat. They have more tools to actually get onto the Jinx. I'm actually a little bit more worried. Where I was in love with the Jinx pick beforehand, I'm a little bit concerned. Should have a decent time inside the laning phase, right? As long as you respect the Leona. You outrange to Kai'Sa. But the all-in potential between Kai'Sa and Leona is actually pretty disgusting. So keep our eyes peeled on that, I feel.
I mean, we'll see what goes on here. You know what? Maybe the Xin Zhao matchup into Hui is better than we expect. I mean, it's not one of those matchups we've seen. Generally, I'd say very often, but more ever.
What Hui has had to practice against a Xin Zhao mid?
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, what Xin Zhao mid has had to practice against a Hui?
A lot more than the other flip, right? You put the shoe on the other foot, and you're like, man, what
Yeah.
is this? This is some weird shoe that has my toes sticking out or something like that, you know? Like, on the other side of things, you're like, oh, man, this is a nice, comfortable shoe. Yeah, it's got a couple lumps in it. It's a little worn, but you know what? It's fine. The other one's an abomination in terms of, like, I never played against this. What is this? It's stiff as can be.
Over in the bot lane. The Jinx Nautilus lane is always going to get pushed against the Kaisa lane. Jinx wave clear is just straight better early with the rockets, as long as you're willing to give a little mana for it. The Kaisa Q is a great wave clear tool, ... once it's upgraded. Before it's upgraded, it does a little bit of damage to a lot of stuff, but not a lot of damage to a little bit of stuff. So, Kaisa, yeah, it'll have a little bit of trouble early. Just a little whiff there from Yuno on the Kaisa W, trying to hit the Nautilus. Not that you can go in from it, but just trying to tag a little bit.
Leah over here, ready to be able to support an invade. Good stuff from Inflame. And remember, we did see a little bit of Inflame staying more lane dominant inside the last matchup. Like this look coming in from Kaiser is in the area. They did not have the knowledge of it. Exhaust has already gone out. Kaiser trying to finish off the kill, and they will do just that. First blood comes out. Fat Cat in the back. Still hitting up Onk while MEC is under fire. Kaiser coming in, and it's a disaster case scenario for Campbellsville as the jungler from Jury is making things happen.
Yeah, Kaiser, he's just continuing exactly where he was last game, being in the right place, the right time, making sure that the enemy team can't move. The Counter-Strike, making sure that no one's able to attack him, no one's able to get onto him. Cowtank does a lot of damage in the mid lane playing this Xin Zhao.
Yeah, the thing is, if Xin Zhao's able to just lay into you, it will happen just like that. Quick Slice taking a good amount of damage. You got to watch out when you trade inside of the minion waves like that. And it's another thing, too. Yones don't get the... Quick Slice might not have as much experience going against Tom Kenches. It's more obvious to see, but Campbellsville, they're the type of team, they will take the kitchen sink and the building that the kitchen sink is at inside of and just throw it all on top of you. They will hit you with so many things that are so unorthodox that you really have to call into question, man, is this something that I've been able to go against? Is yet again Onk getting called out. Kaiser's so good at being able to read people as he just continues to thwack away.
Yeah, I mean, this Lily is not looking as good as the Gwen did the last game. You guys just going to jump out of top lane, make sure he's able to still survive. Important bit for Yuga right now is getting these grass procs in lane. That's going to be a lot of extra health later in the game, a good chunk of healing now, and making sure that the Yone is not able to do whatever he wants in this top lane unadulterated.
See,
it's a big trade, though.
That's why I hate laning against Yones. My most despised character to lane against, if you knew that. You didn't know that. That's, I hate laning Yone.
Mine's Katarina, for basically the same reasons.
It's just free trades. My actual least favorite before Yone came out was LeBlanc. I hated playing against LeBlanc.
I had a friend who permabanned LeBlanc for a really, really long time, and then I just showed him how you play against LeBlanc, and he never permitted it again. There's some engage happening here on the bot side, though.
A little tradey do. It's not going to add up into anything, though, as Fat Cat will be able to sustain throughout it. Hui dropping the ultimate into the mid lane. As
it looked like
Xin Zhao ultimate counters it. I actually didn't know that interaction. Oh, flash dredge line into the bot lane, goes on to Fat Cat. That's a cool interaction. I learned something new today.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the Xin Zhao interactions have been new for us today.
I mean, I listen, I play Xin Zhao solo lane. They're not that new to me. I just never have played against a Hui as Xin Zhao.
New champ, weird pick mid lane. Like, I didn't know that the Wind Becomes Lightning went through the wind wall. Like, it's all over the place, man.
Yeah. Hui's a weird character for me still.
He's got too many
sometimes in lane, I
abilities.
just forget. Orion's actually my kryptonite, actually.
Him specifically.
Just Orion specifically, as Kaiser's over here yet again. They read the gank opportunity, but Counter-Strike is gone. Their sleep is not there. He's not level 6 still. And no sleep can come about. The burn is enough to force Orion out of the lane, though. And that is going to be great. But a teleport is available, so Orion should be able to get back without too much of a loss.
That would have been a disgusting gank if he was 6.
Yeah. Would have been pretty disgusting. But instead, it's just going to keep going bowling.
I mean, hey, long range Lilia. Everything's a skill shot. Oh, hook from Inflame. It misses on Cub, but it doesn't. This is on Yuno, but
oh no,
we'll
Yuno has to use the cleanse. The rocket shooting out. Yuno gets taken out. Good wraparound from Inflame. I didn't get to see how long that cooldown, the recall timer was going for there either. They could have actually kept recalling because Inflame missed the dredge line, but they had to move.
Yeah, so I think that it was actually late enough that even if he got hit by it, it would have been okay. So if you're in the last quarter of a second of a recall and you get hit by something, you still recall. So I think he would have been fine. That may not be the case with CC, but it's absolutely the case with damage. So would have been close, I think, either way. Was recalling for a bit, but sometimes you just gotta trust your gut and say, nope, I cannot recall. I need to move away. I'm gonna die either way. So
I was getting whacked yet again up there, getting a hit. Just like, man, Kench, pretty annoying, doing his job. And on the other side, Inflame doing a different kind of job. It's called, you're gonna get hit with the Hui ultimate and the kitchen sink. Yet again, they're gonna go ahead and throw out the traps. Galtang over into the back. They got a free angle into the fight. They're fighting inside of this corner here. It's just a corridor that they get to keep firing in. But MEC woke up Yuno, and Yuno says, "Oh, thanks for that," and immediately gets the kill. That is so very unfortunate for them. Drury gets to walk away with a kill of their own. I believe they got 2 kills actually inside of the exchange. So 2 for 2.
Sleep was Ankh was the perfection was the enemy of good right there. Ankh got 1 or 2 people with the Dream Dust to start that engage, but he waited and waited and waited for the Q to hit 3 of them, and that was the point that the Dream Dust got used. I think if the Dream Dust got used a little earlier, may have been a little less deaths in that, but
possibly
all there.
They just didn't want to use it defensively, and I completely understand that. As you can see, yet again, Kaiser has such a good read on where Ankh's going to be. Immediately goes back down there to the bot side, checks him, and he's just like, all right, fine, I'll back. Follow me there. Follow me to my fountain. See what happens.
And look at this is the tether trading you were talking about with Yone. He just he's in, he does a bunch of damage, and he walks away.
I hate him.
And he deals more damage as he pulls away.
My least favorite of the brothers.
There's only 2, so it's not that.
Exactly. It still doesn't change the fact. That will be a dragon secure for Drury. First dragon of the game, but Inflame caught out of position will get counter-striked, stunned, hit up, and that is a kill for Yuno.
I mean, that it's the continued trading in top lane too. That just Yuga it just has to sit under tower. And he's down 40 CS. I mean, this is brutal now on how you do the rest of this, but that's a whiffed ultimate from Quick Slice.
Whiff, but they will secure grubs off of this for themselves. So nice to be able to grab that. Good stuff indeed. So that's 2 grubs over the Drury, 1 to Campbellsville.
Yeah, so this is Yuga's doing exactly what I kind of hoped against Quick Slice. That Quick Slice was going to throw out this bruiser, not a bruiser, but this more carry-oriented top laner. But you see that Yuga's down a lot of CS, but kind of doesn't matter, right? Like, Tom Kench is there to do 2 things. He's there to tank in the front line and then eat your carry when necessary.
Ryan, this is rough, buddy. Gets immediately grabbed off of the gank. That's just hard to deal with, and that's the plus side of Xin Zhao. Anybody comes into your lane, you can easily follow up.
The important thing about Yuga is that he's not giving these kills over to Quick Slice. Yes, Quick Slice is getting money. Yes, Yone is doing Yone things, but he's not being accelerated by anything. No? It's just Yuga's just gonna be able to tank later. It's fine. Opium for the Campbellsville side.
I mean, yeah, it's good to be able to have at this current moment in time, right? You got a 2-0 Xin Zhao, and I think it's not really as much as Copium is at this current moment in time, right? You're only a K down. You haven't been able to get into the objectives, sure, but now that ultimates are aligned for the Lilia, I'm looking for the first aggressive use of it. Hex Tech Flash goes in. Depth Charge into the back. Goes on to Kaisa. Has to fight from the back here. He's going to continue throwing out their shots. Ankh laying in the burn onto Fat Cat. The Wilton Lullaby is available, but they do not need it. MEC Love finishes off the kill, and now Kaiser is coming in hot, but a teleport into the bot lane. That's a Jin Zhao on the way, and they will make the bot lane into their arena. MEC Love gets yet another kill, and now caught out of position. They will get zapped, and that is yet another shutdown going to the Jinx. That is 2 shutdowns they were able to secure there, and now they're sitting 4-2-1.
It's a very even game right now, right? The gold is favoring Drury a little bit, the kills are favoring Campbellsville a little bit, but the Jinx is favoring Campbellsville a little bit. So everything's kind of all in the same place, and Yuga finally goes down to this Yone.
Tried to hop away.
Tried to dive.
Tried to take that voyage. But unfortunately, the voyage, the ticket got ripped up in front of him.
Yeah, he was conductor walked up, said, "You got a ticket?" Nope. Okay, off the train. Goodbye.
Quickslice is merciless. As he gets another tower here, another tower play here. The gold lead is big, but now the jump onto Quickslice begins. You got the Grublins kind of coming into a little bit of a helping hand. Quickslice does have the ultimate, so they could possibly look to turn it around. Kaltane gets a lot of damage laid out onto him. Quickslice, good flash. Be able to dodge out of harm's way, but check out the Lilia. Still laying in the burn, laying in the damage. Shutdown. 1-for-1 so far on the trade, but we go back down to the bot lane where the engage happens, and Flame goes and lays in a good amount of CC on the Fat Cat. Let MEC be able to free hit inside the fight. We go back over to the top side of the map, and now it's still Ankh in a fearless rage here as get into my belly. There's a shield, there's protection, but Orion will already seal your fate. They painted your defeat, and another kill. Yuga just got back, and they just go back to the fountain. They tried valiantly, but Campbellsville cannot catch a break.
No, and it's the top side of Drury that's like really trying to really forcing this, right? You see the bottom side of Drury is actually losing to Campbellsville. The mid lane's mostly even-ish. Yeah, there's a CS lead for Campbellsville. There's a CS lead and a kill lead for Campbellsville, but it seems that the Hui has been a lot more impactful towards the game. It's a 500 gold difference. It's nothing huge, but this bottom lane feels like it's way more accelerated than it is. The top lane, though, that's where all the money is. Holy.
No, I mean, here's the thing about Yone top, because of the fact that Tom can't contest, he's just tethering and then just going and hitting the tower. He's ignoring Yuga in the top lane. And now they get top tower, 15 minutes into the game, they get first brick solo. That's a lot of money that's gone over to this Yone. They're up so much CS in comparison. Yone is getting free reign, and it is very hard because even if Lilia goes up there, this Yone has so much money now at this point in time, it's too little too late.
The Tom Kench, the itemization on it, they're going for the Frozen Heart early, trying to help withstand some of the Yone and the Jax and the Kaisa. Kaiser gets jumped on here.
Yeah, they're going to lay in the hurt. Lilia's gone. Wilting Lullaby hits onto 3. Member Super Mega Death Rocket goes in and lays a good amount of hurt. Inflame getting chunked down. MEC Love's joining the fight completely free. The Counter-Strike is there. They'll get the stun on the 1. But MEC Love will just come into the back end, get their assist. The numbers advantage is there for Campbellsville mid.
It's a 2v2. I mean, but the problem is that Quickslice is going to continue to be that guy top lane. To continue to push top lane. I would not be surprised if we see a Hullbreaker second item from Quickslice. His entire job is just going to be go top lane, push. That's it. Yeah. And that's okay. Not? Doing an excellent job at it.
Yeah. Just keep on doing it. Good stuff from Quickslice, actually, just rotating around the tower to be an absolute menace while this is all happening. We saw the Grublings are coming across as well. You see the Hex Tech coming across. You guys are not packing any damage between the two of you. They're going to go ahead and put the Yone inside of his mouth. Will force Quickslice to back away. Doesn't have like a Blade of the Ruined King or anything of that sort, so. I mean, yeah, ultimate's used.
Again, and I don't expect this Yone to get a Blade of the Ruined King. I don't expect this Yone to be this like heavy damage dealer. They've got Hui and for that. Ankh's getting hit with the Hui ultimate.
That's a teleport from the Jin Zhao that came into the fight. They're trying to go bowling. Fat Cat doesn't get caught. Orion flashing over the wall will stay safe. Campbellsville on the edge of being able to grasp a couple kills to get themselves back into the game, but they cannot find it.
A 4,000 gold lead in the top lane.
Yeah, and guess what the gold lead is in the game from Drury and Campbellsville?
4,000 gold. It is a top lane gold lead right now. The rest of the game kind of works itself out in terms of gold lead. There's 1k in the jungle towards Kaiser. There's 1k in the mid lane towards Cowtang. The bot lanes are basically roughly correct. But Quick Slice is the gold lead right now for Drury.
Yeah. Which I think is fine. If you're playing from Campbellsville, you kind of go into this like, all right, we played weak side top. This is kind of what the game plan is. The gold lead is all there. If you shut that down, then you're pretty much good. The problem I have, actually, is not where the gold lead is for Drury, because I think Yone is, yes, a menace. They're just going to keep split pushing, and there's not really much you can do about it. It's what you need to do with your 5 members when Yone is not with the team. And the big one is, how do you get rid of this Jats right off the get-go, right? Because Kaiser has been actually a big annoyance. Looks like they're going to go for the catch on the Yuno, actually. Wilting Lullaby is available, so they could go for it, but Ankh holds on to the ultimate yet again. They want that big Wilting Lullaby onto 3 members yet again. They're going to go ahead and put Lilia inside the mouth. The bowling ball does go in. They're going to be able to find the kill onto Fat Cat. Fat Cat's buying some time into the bat line. MEC Love doing what they can to be able to get it through all that. But while all things are being said, look at all those little grubs right there. The grublings are coming back. They're striking in. Somebody fed them after midnight, and now Quick Slice, they're off on an adventure. They're going to go say, you know what? Cool, bet. I'm going to execute. I'm making a recall my way.
I mean, it doesn't give any money over. He didn't have a bounty or anything. Like, Quick Slice has died somewhat recently. So no bounty, but no kill over towards Cowtang, who's 4-1-3 and could absolutely use more kills to kind of force this Xin Zhao even further forward.
Yeah, he's feasting, right? Like, Cowtang has actually been just a monster on the Xin Zhao. 2 games in a row that we've been able to see him do it. And it's really, really just good, clean work from Cowtang. The Xin Zhao has been such a good part of it. And yes, I love to like shout out and be like, hey, I told you guys, Xin Zhao is good in solo lanes. But Cowtang is really showing that they have put the time in to actually try it, because we hear a lot of mid laners that have been like, yo, Xin Zhao, you know what, I kind of want to try it in a solo lane. But they never put in the dedication or the work to know what they have to do. And Cowtang, honestly, they've shown that they know exactly how they need to dive in, what the role into the team is, how they duel out in these side lanes. And now they're the sole member of the team that can deal with Drury's gold lead.
Yep, and we see Quick Slice with that Vamp Scepter and the Dagger. It looks like they're going to be going for the Blade of the Rune King. So while they won't be unkillable in the bottom lane, they will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage. It's also the sustain of it all. But Quick Slice is trying to trade, but when he takes him into his own personal arena like that, it becomes incredibly hard. Cowtang gets a solo kill in the bot lane. Kaiser's coming in with the counter strike, trying to beat the Cavalry. He's going to just try to trade their life for something, but it's night time as Kaiser is going to go ahead and take a dirt nap. Cowtang with 2 kills from the bot lane.
Yeah, you notice that the Lilia did not hit Kaiser as they were asleep. They wanted to make sure to push that kill over towards Cowtang. They want to get this Xin Zhao even more fed. That's the goal right now, is make sure that this Xin Zhao can be the premier frontline damage dealer to make sure that Jinx can stay alive. It's using the Xin Zhao ultimate as their peel.
Ryan needs to go ahead and lay in the hurt
It's
onto
so
Yuga.
much damage.
I mean, he's all armor, right? Like, that is the thing that Yuga had to do to just survive inside of the laning phases, build up a lot of armor. So now Ryan can kind of just split evenly, but the thing is, it does give gold back over to Yuga. Yuga does get a free lane out of this, where they can just kind of farm up on this now extended top lane. Or Yuno. Yuno is just getting smacked up. That's 4 strikes and a super mega death rocket. That seals your fate.
It's brutal. And right now, the Campbellsville, just the rest of the composition that makes sense when you play as a 5, this is starting to come in, that you can get these picks and continue on with these picks.
Such good stuff. Such good stuff. I am very happy with what I'm seeing here. Now they're starting up the Baron. This is interesting. So they do have a lot of damage that they can put onto it. They do not know. Drury has no idea they're doing Baron. This is actually such a bad scenario for Drury.
Well, they're getting the Dragon in lieu of the Baron. but it's not really an even trade.
Not. Yeah.
Like it's not like you're getting soul point or something like that.